with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling.
But what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by
So the
women?
majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't go well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be balance.
Explain what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
because it's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies or
poli-sci, political science?
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Salute to the general is in the building. Anton Daniels, what's popping?
What up, man? What up, big dog? How you feel?
I'm doing the right thing, man. How about yourself?
Hey, listen. Houston. I didn't know
Mhm.
you was down there in Houston,
Mm-hmm.
but I was down there. Hey, Hamp pulled up on me like a bodyguard. I said, "What is going on?" I said, "Security."
Wow.
Security. I was in Houston and Hemp pulled up. Shout out to Hemp, man. He pulled up. He said, "What up?" And we kicked it. We chopped it up. And we put it together right then and there. We said, we're going to do it on Tuesday. And here we are.
It took all of 15 seconds. And I ain't do none of the talking. I said, "Hey, I sent the eat. Yeah, we could do it. Let's do it." I was like, hey.
I said, "Let's do it when we doing it. When we knocking it out."
100%, man. 100%, man. I humbly appreciate it, man. Salute to my brother Christopher J, who I ran into at the meetup as well. Shit, he ran up on me like a bodyguard.
That is true. But it was lit. It was dope. It was a lot of people pulled up to Houston. Shout out to everybody that showed love in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
And even my security, he was like, "Hey man, he cool. He dope."
Yeah, word.
Yeah.
Nah, hey man, it was like when you walk in, right? You know, because that place was what it was, right? So you could definitely see where the meetup group was, right? Let's leave it like that. But it was so much love in that group. Like there was a few people that knew me, but just generally, like when people just saying hello to one another, you could tell that they was in a good space. They felt good being there. And that's curated by the person that puts it together. So shout out to you.
Hey man, I appreciate it, but I got to give the credit to the people. They I mean, it's just a dope group of people. It's the Patreon group, and we 8,500 people strong, going to 80. Hopefully, we hit 9,000 by next month.
Word.
We 8,500 people strong, and they show love. We do what we do, so it's dope.
Yeah, no, 100%, man. You know, when you see different faces, right? You know, because this is a real thing. YouTube is a real thing. People that say it's not, it's 100% untrue, right? Things in real life may seem different, right? But up here, you build real relationships, right?
Yeah.
And so I ran into Slimmy. He was excited to see me, and I'm like, you know what I mean? Like we never talked a day ever, you know, but just the love, you feel me?
And me and Slimmy, we met back in 2019. I didn't know Slimmy in real life. I met Slimmy in Cleveland.
Yeah.
And so people think that a lot of these people that rock with me just come out of the woodwork. No, Slimmy been my dog for a long time. He been holding me down for a very long time.
He was loyal too. Yeah, he was working at the thing. I didn't like his shirt that much, but other than that, that brother A1.
That's my dog.
Yeah, I see him in the chat. Salute to Slimmy, man.
Yeah, that's my dog.
And then shout out to Q for putting a little after thing together.
And you can see what these people are in real life. You can see what they really are operating like and what they move like. And so we link up. That's the crew.
100%. No, 100%. Q got on me saying, "Why you ain't help me pick the bar?" I'm like, we just but you know, love is love, you know what I mean? So
for sure.
Damn, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Hey, chat, usually, you know, I scroll through, shout everybody out. It's 300 people in the building. Salute to y'all. We're gonna get it popping, as you know, we are busy men, especially Anton Dan. Time, man, once again, I appreciate you being here. Like I said, it was all love, you know, embrace and all that. And you know, I'm just humble that you were so quick to be like, yeah, let's do it, you know.
Yeah, dog, I'm cool with it. I'm with it.
Indeed. And I want the people to know, you said at the meetup and in the back, you can ask me anything. It don't matter, you know.
Sure. You can ask me whatever you want to ask. I don't got no restrictions.
Indeed. So, you know, so much going on all the time. I first got into just the YouTube thing. I ran across Lapeef.
Yeah.
You know, but I wasn't really a YouTuber per se. So I learned so much being here. You know, they always mention Fight Club and etc. Lapeef itself, like that curation, do you think that can be duplicated, just what that was, or does the timing matter? COVID, so on and so forth, because when that seemingly just took everything by storm, people like that, like me, that weren't even on YouTube, were enamored just by the dynamics there.
I think that it could evolve into something different. You know what I'm saying? I think that it was a timing is a really big factor, but I was on YouTube way before that. And I think that a lot of people don't even really know the story about how it is that me and JR came in. JR is the guy that run Lapeef.
Yeah.
How we even came into contact with each other in the first place. So he was following me on my channel, the Anton Daniels channel. And I think at the time I might have had 50,000 subscribers or 60,000 subscribers or something like that.
Word.
But I was documenting my life, and he used to hit me up on Instagram. And so he was like, yo, you know what I'm saying? I like your Jeep. I got a Jeep too, or whatever, so on and so forth. So it was just organic. You know what I'm saying? And we just started having conversations, and then he invited me on Facebook. It wasn't even on YouTube. It was just on Facebook. So we had a Facebook group, and he said, hey man, I'm trying to put together this thing, or I got this thing that I want to check out. Hey, could you stop in and turn it up? And I was like, all right, it's gonna go different than you think it's gonna go. And so, I was me. I'm the same person that I am now when I was real controversial or whatever. And it set the chat on fire. It set the whole Facebook group on fire. So we did it again.
Word.
And then I told him, I said, listen, man, if you're gonna do this, if this is what you want me to be a part of, then we got to go to YouTube, because that's where the money at.
Word.
At the end of the day, I'm not about to just be here just doing it for the sake of conversation. It's got to be some money involved. And so that's when we started putting it together, and then it just went from there. And then the pandemic hit. It was growing organically, and then it just started to hit.
Yeah. No, 100%, man. That definitely took everything by storm. It was certainly an inspiration.
Yeah.
And the fire was the fire, But when you listen to all the shows and all the conversations, there was a lot of substance there that unfortunately gets glossed over because of the bullshit, so to speak.
Yeah. I mean, the bullshit is the part of it. That's a part of the story. It's so funny because I remember when me and him, we used to have these conversations or whatever, and we used to brainstorm what's next or whatever.
Yeah.
And he told me, he said, dog, you know that we gonna end up on E! True Hollywood Story, right? Or Where Are They Now? This is what he told me. He said, we gonna end up on E! True Hollywood Story, Where Are They Now? And I was like, well, I guess we just gonna have to run it up and figure it out for now, because, if it's eventually gonna turn into something where we divide and what happened to this person, what happened to that person, and it kind of manifested itself, right? So, the bullshit is a part of the story, but it is what it is. It was a dope time. We did some great things.
Yeah, 100%. And shout out to JR. He actually hit me and asked me to moderate Lapeef one day. So I was the moderator, and he's like, hey, I've been seeing what you're doing. Do you want to moderate? Which I thought, he hit me to be a part of the panel. He's like, hey, do you want to mod? I said, God, I had butterflies and shit. You know what I mean? Like, and I think we got to say that more often. Like, I did a bunch of interviews so far.
Yeah.
But when you up here, like, how you getting ready for a football game, you go back and forth around the
Yeah.
locker room. So I did that a few times in my office before I hit the live button. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what's up.
You just gotta warm up.
Yeah, that's what's up. No, you're doing some phenomenal things over here, bro. I think you got your own brand, your own product, and I think that you're doing well, man. And you should just keep going with what you're doing and continue to evolve what it is that you got going on. And I think that you're gonna keep hitting.
Yes, sir. 100%. I appreciate that. Tom, speaking of bullshit, edify me on Fight Club, because I missed that shit. The whole thing. The only thing I've ever seen was Baller X kind of review it. And then when the brothers come here that was on Fight Club, that be fighting back and forth.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here like, what the fuck is happening?
Fight Club was derived from, it was a Spirit of Moment idea. So I was live streaming one day. I think I was live streaming on the Millionaire Morning Show or something. And I'm like, yo, it was the night. It was the biggest drinking day of the year. I think it's like the day after Thanksgiving or something like that. And I just had a bad feeling. And I'm like, man, I think that somebody gonna get in trouble. It's gonna be some nonsense out there. I just don't want people to go bad.
Yeah.
So I told people, listen, I work late night. I work into the night. Why don't y'all just tap in? I'm gonna go on the Anton Daniels channel, and y'all can just come up and get y'all thoughts off. And that way I just can keep y'all in the house, and we could just do it, do it organically. And then we live stream, but then when I jumped off the live stream, they was still in the back talking offline.
Yeah. And
so, me, my brain is spinning. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm not gonna be just having people in the back and we not making no money. that's I'm like, we just turn the cameras back on. So the next week, we started doing it to where it was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And shout out to Brittany B and shout out to Aaron O. They were the architects of it because they was the ones that kind of overseeing it and everything like that. And they came up with a lot of the great ideas that we had.
Yeah.
But it wind up I had it on my regular channel, the Anton Daniels channel, and then overnight I wasn't online and somebody porn bombed me.
Wow.
And so it got the channel took down. I had YouTube reps, so I talked to my YouTube reps. I got the channel back up, but then that's when I broke it off to its own entity because I was like, you know what? You're not gonna mess up the money, the real money.
Yeah, the money.
And we're gonna separate this. We're gonna make it its own brand. So then it just evolved into its own brand, and it just kind of went from there. The problem with Fight Club though is that if you're not there, you can't moderate it and you can't control the people. You know, it started to affect other things that I had going on because, you know, I started seeing Fresh and Fit get demonetized, and a lot of people was losing their platforms and stuff because they was just saying some wild stuff. I would get hit up in the middle of the night. I'm getting woke up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. People talking about pulling up on each other and fighting. You know what I'm saying? They saying some of the wildest things that you could ever think in your life. And so it had grown to a point to where it basically, I couldn't be there 100% of the time.
Yeah.
But people started getting so outlandish to where it was going to threaten everything that I had built. So I was just like, skip it. Me and Aaron had a conversation. We decided that we was going to end it towards the end of last year. And, you know, let it be what it was going to be and then evolve it from there. And so it was a time. It was cool. It was dope. People started getting their energy out. They created a lot of the great monetization strategies that I think that a lot of people take advantage of today. And then on top of that, a lot of people leapfrogged and created their own platforms from creating a name from it. So we discovered a lot of people from it. You know, it's a lot of people that came up from Fight Club. And so again, it was my platform, but I would largely say that Brittany B, Aaron O, you know, and you know, some other people participated too.
Yeah.
They were the real ones that really pushed it and made it what it is because I couldn't be everywhere at the same time.
Indeed. And I just want to say, man, Aaron O, I look up to Aaron O, man, just how he comports himself.
Great guy, bro.
Indeed. So
he
sharp.
made a lot of money, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. And I met Brittany on Saturday as well. So she's a gem for sure. Awesome, man. Salute to them. Make sure you drop Aaron O's link in the chat. I know Brittany, she kind of fell back, but I think she has a channel. Somebody, Jordan, find it for me. I know you in the chat. Let's make sure you drop those channels. Show them some love, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So, Tom, in terms of the bullshit, we might as well just stay there. I got a boxing match coming up. So it's right there where we are, right? So essentially, they be talking shit back and forth, yada yada yada. I want a box. I said, oh, is that right? I said, well, I can get a waiver for you. I can find a gym for you. We can record it, get it popping. We will split proceeds, etc. Right? So essentially, because I said I'm going to make sure it gets done because I'm sick and tired of hearing people saying how much they want to fight. Right? So it's done. Everything's cemented. Shout out to Big O.
Why is that a thing though? Like, why are we the only culture that gets so heated in an online conversation where it translates into people feeling like they have to actually fight in person?
So do you watch the channels with like the white folks and such? Because I don't watch it enough to. And I know they fuss for sure. I've seen a little bit, but they never get to
hate each other. They come back and they like each other the next day. They never ever pull up on each other in real life. That's wild. That's only something that I've witnessed happen within our
for
culture.
us. I think I would have to vet out the reason why. But I heard it so much, and it was starting to irritate me. So when they were saying it, I said, okay, let's do it. So it was Mr. Fantastic. Shout out to him. And Joseph, aka the misogynist. Shout out to him. Unfortunately, he got into some shit. So now it said, okay, I'm not gonna
What
let
do you
it
mean
kill.
he got into some stuff? What does that mean?
If that, so I think we have 533 people here. They may know who the misogynist is. So Joseph got into shit that Joseph get into. And so if you know his backstory, which I'm sure you do.
Yeah, he threatened me on my platform.
Is that right?
Back on Fight Club.
What he said?
Absolutely. He said that nobody know me in my city and all of this stuff. He said he been to my city, and then I went back and forth with him, and I said, "No, you got arrested in Oakland County, not my city." You know what I'm saying? Oakland County is a suburb of Detroit. And he was saying that he was gonna pull up on me on 1200 Telegraph and all of this stuff, and I was like, "Nah, you're gonna get arrested before you get back there." Obviously, that manifested itself again too. So, God damn. Did he get arrested? And did he get arrested in Metro Detroit?
Damn.
Hey, listen, man.
Hey,
look,
John,
let this be a lesson.
I'm asking the questions.
Let this be a lesson for everybody that's out there. Don't you get in the way of other people crashing out. Some people, I call them can't get rights, right? And can't get rights is gonna sit there and they're gonna crash out, but then they want to take other people down with him. What I had to learn was that I cannot continue to live in a space where can't get rights is even in my sphere and around me. We got success to get, we got money to get. We 40 plus. I'm a 40 plus year old man, and so I don't have time for the foolishness. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, they gonna crash out anyway, and so you let them do what they do because you get nothing out of dealing with people that's ultimately determined to crash out. So let them do what they do. Okay. I didn't even know that. I had, and I told him. I said it. I said, man, I ain't even worried about it. You're gonna be arrested in a little bit anyway. Let these people do what they do. You think that they're gonna change their behavior just because they're around you?
Yeah.
Let them crash out.
Yeah, I agree. People don't change. I think they mask, and control certain elements of themselves, but change is tough.
Yeah.
So I just want to ask you, I got a bunch of phone calls. They hit me on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
They say Rilla want to box Anton. So I said, well, let me ask him directly.
Oh, Teddy Bear Rilla. Shout out to Teddy Bear Rilla. Have you seen him dance? He hip rolling everything.
So what about the boxing? You want to box him?
Man, I'm not boxing him. I seen him in person when we used to do the Peak meetups. He's so friendly. He got a family. I think he like 50.
Yeah, I think Rilla pretty old. Yeah,
listen, Hamp. Listen, bro.
Yes, sir.
You pulled up on me in person.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the way that they think it is.
Mm-mm. No,
I know a lot of people got a lot of theories.
Tom,
it's not what they think it is, and that's not even a threat. I'm just saying, man, let these people live, man. This dude got a family. He got to go to work in the morning. He probably got to go sell some phones or something. Let that man be, bro.
What is the sentiment, Anton? Like, what is people's sentiment about you about this pull-up game and etc.? What do you think they think? What do you think is the loudest?
It's because I'm unapologetic.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you ain't got nothing else to stand on, when we can't talk about the money, because I beat your ass in that. When we can't talk about the success when it comes to relationships and marriage, because I beat your ass in that. When we can't talk about the fact that they thought that I was going to lose and that somehow, some way that somebody made me, but I continue to excel and I'm exploding when it comes to the internet and success on it, I beat their ass in that. Mm-hmm. And so what happens with people when they can't substantiate their argument, they go back to the original thing of what we do as far as barbarians. They want to fight. Fighting is broke people's language.
Damn.
Fighting is broke people's language. Unless you are a sanctioned boxer and you getting the money as a result of it, fighting is a broke person's language. Don't nobody even fight no more. They shoot.
Yeah, there's a lot of shooting going on, that's for sure.
So, okay. I mean, you got to let them live. That's anger talking.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we all get emotional. We all got emotions, but you got to make sure that you do things logically and you don't crash out. I'm not trying to go to jail and I'm not trying to fumble some of the biggest things that I got going on in my life. I got contacted by some really, really, really big networks and I have some great opportunities around me. And you think I'm about to lose it over Rilla? Rilla? Who checking for Rilla? Honestly, who checking for Rilla?
Well, it's a real gym.
That's not even no shade. Would we even know Rilla if it wasn't for me? If it wasn't for me ultimately creating the spaces that allowed for him to even be able to operate, would we know who he is?
I like Rilla. I respect him. He one of the OGs.
I like him too. He's a good panderer for the women.
Golly. All right, he ain't here. So like, subscribe.
You asked, so I'm gonna tell you my authentic thoughts, right?
Understood. I just wanted to mainly ask the boxing question because it was asked to me, so I said, let me ask Tom. Get the likes up. Tom, we might as well stay on that course.
Yeah, we can deal with it.
I was doing my due diligence as best I could, right? And seemingly this is one of my takeaways that it looked to me, right? And I didn't see every single thing ever, that you lean into the quote unquote smoke or beef a little bit.
Absolutely.
One of the ones that I saw was just when you were inviting people up to have the conversation.
Yeah, I did a smoke show last weekend, 2 days in a row.
2 days
for
in a row.
For people to come up, anybody that had any issue with me whatsoever, So when y'all see and it was a couple content creators that came up, shout out to them. But for anybody that had a disagreement with me whatsoever, because anybody can make a video, but very few people actually, because I think that most of these people is fans. That's the theory of it. Like, most of them can't really create content on their own. And so, you know, they really fans. They watch hard, they subscribe to the channel, they type hard in the chat. And so I was giving them an opportunity. Hey, listen, you can talk to me personally. We can have a conversation. And I'm going to meet whatever energy you got for me. And so I gave them, I made the smoke show. I made it available for people to say what they wanted to say.
Yeah.
Some came up, some remained silent. I'm with it.
No, 100%. I saw the one gentleman who came up, and then the verbiage got to you a bitch, X, Y, and Z with him. And then there was a back and forth regarding, I'm going to send you an email. You come see me. We see what happened. Because that push back against what you just said about the value of fighting or not fighting, or was
I'm not about to see him in person, because the thing about me and the people that surround me is that even when I get to certain spaces, because we all push the boundaries and we all say stuff that we're not supposed to say sometimes, I got people around me that check me in real life. Not only that check me in real life, but check me online, right? And so obviously he was saying, well, listen, I want to pull up on you this weekend. You know, and I know that I was in Houston with you. You know what I'm saying? And so after you go to sleep and after you let you cool down and you let sane, you start to think logically about a lot of things. I don't impulse buy, I sleep on it overnight. I don't do things, I sleep on it overnight. What's the best possible outcome? I got everything to lose and nothing to gain. I got everything working on my side. Why would I go out and fumble a bag and crash out as a result of it? What if somebody get hurt and then it falls back on my shoulders? It's nothing good that can come out of it. And so when people started talking to me and saying, Anton, what is you doing? That ain't even the trajectory of where you going. I'm 42. What am I out here sitting here talking? Nothing good can come out of that. Zero whatsoever. And then when you go back to the inception of why we even got into it in the first place, we getting into it because I don't even know who this person is from left to right. The only way that I discovered him is because he decided that he wanted to go online and start talking disrespectful about what my wife would be doing on another nigga dick. That's my discovery of him. Crash dummies in real, and this is a married man, a crash dummy in real life, right?
Yeah. And
so I'm like, why would I sit here and go back and forth with a nigga online that I ain't never seen before in my life?
Yeah, no,
I'm not going to crash out. That's stupid. Like, I got to be smarter. We got to be smarter, and I got to be a better example for the people that surround me.
Okay, yeah, that part.
I'm gonna talk my shit though.
Yeah, so here's my experience, right? I'll see they'll come up to the panel and try to check me, right? Just for lack of a better term, right? But I always remain even.
They check you?
Well, they will be like, Hamp, you should do this, right? You know, just in terms of moderating and things of that nature, right? And so I stay pretty even, because what I see is they want a moment, I'm not going to give it to them, right? So I stay on calm and even, right? I'll even de-escalate, because I understand station. So when I look at your station and when I see you even get there, when you start talking your shit, I'm like, does that make sense for him?
Well, I'm gonna entertain you online because I like to create good content. I'm a content creator.
Okay.
And the smoke show generated a lot of views and it made me a lot of money. I had over like 114 super chats that I hadn't even gotten to at a certain point. So, you know, it's good for content, but in reality, you got to be able to separate the content from reality.
Yeah, 100%. Do you think that we can have as much fun as everybody else, given the influence you have over people?
It depends. It changes as you evolve, right?
Okay.
So, for example, right after the smoke show, I go viral for something that we having a conversation about on Q show when it comes to politics, right?
Okay.
So now, some people has contacted me from networks and they saying, Anton, you know, is it a possibility that we can do business or whatever like that? Or you start to get people that get in contact with you from sponsorships, and they start to get a little bit more scary about how they dealing with you based off of the type of content that you're creating.
Yeah.
So what I tell people is that be very mindful of not whether or not you're making money now, but what you're projecting yourself to make money from in the future, right?
Yeah.
If you want to, my platforms, and I always believe in continuously reinventing yourself. I distance myself away from certain content at certain points. When I hit milestones, I start to evolve the platform. As you can see, I'm starting to have more serious conversations, starting to talk about politics, still get a little bit dusty when it comes to certain channels like After Hours or whatever. But the Anton Daniels channel is completely cut off from that. The Millionaire Morning Show is completely cut off from that. And so, you know, I play around with the After Hours channel because that's kind of like a play around me and my friends. But in reality, my goal on here is not to interact with and play games with people that I ain't never met before. My goal is to get all of the money to ultimately look at the people that are being successful and leverage it and play it the same way that they play it, except for try to recreate it and make it better. So at certain points in your growth journey, you're going to have to reinvent yourself to distance yourself from the nonsense. And you can't entertain the same conversations that you used to entertain. You got to evolve to be differently. Otherwise, you're going to stay in the same space and you're going to plateau. You're going to hit a ceiling. And people that hit ceilings is some people that hit a certain number, they never have grown past that number. They may get 100 subscribers here or this and that there. Forget all of that, man. What we here for? We here to play the game, or we going to just waste our time online and keep having the same conversations over and over? If you notice, even on Q Show, we don't even talk about relationships like we used to talk about relationships. We get into politics, right? We get into cultural norms. We talk about a lot of the different things that happen within the culture, but we don't even, the relationship part of the journey is the very last thing that we talk about, but we wanted it to grow organically, to evolve. Now with that, we got the visibility. Now that we got the spotlight, every time that we go viral, we grab a different portion of the audience. And so we want to take them along with the journey. But people that are stuck in their journey, you can't do that. You got to, if you want to grow on this platform or you just want to keep it real, that's what you got to ask yourself.
Word.
Understood. And there's going to be some people that organically fall away from you that's not meant to go on your journey with you. And it's okay. You ain't even got to beef with them. We just growing in two different directions. You going to go that way, I'm going this way. I got confidence in the way that I'm going, and it's going to be greater.
Indeed. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Now, I certainly understand that, right? And you have the different platforms for different reasons, right? You can test things, you can do things like a smoke show on the channel that's a little bit smaller, and people understand if they go there, that's what they're there for. And there is a fine line between entertainment and real talk, you know? And I think once you find it, you can be uberly successful. So I understood that 100%.
Absolutely.
The Fleece Johnson.
Oh, that's my guy. Shout out to Fleece.
Shout out to Fleece, but how? Now I'm calm, right? I stay even, you know. I usually don't get knocked off my square. Ton, I ain't gonna hold you. That may have been one of them times when he said something to you like, I think you cute. I would talk to you. What was going through your head when he was saying that shit?
Well, you got to also understand that it's me and him on screen, right?
Yes.
But it's 7 other people that's behind us laughing. Because you see my security, for example. I don't go out of town without my security. I got Rita, I got his manager, and there's some other people that's hanging around. And they was laughing. They thought that it was the most hilarious thing ever. And so for me, if you see me, I kind of start laughing, but I'm kind of laughing based off of the fact that they making me laugh because they can't stop. And you can kind of hear them in the audio in the background. But then at the same time, it's hilarious, right? Because it's the thing that I want. It's the final moment that I want, because this is the thing that I know is going to go viral. I know this is going to go viral. And that's exactly, I couldn't wait to put it out. I sent it straight to my editors before I even took a flight back to the crib. But it was a conversation that we had, because if you ever met Fleece in person, he real humble. Like, he's a really humble. He just happy to be out of jail. You know what I'm saying? And so he asked me, he's like, yo, how do you want me to talk in this interview or whatever, so on and so forth? And I said, yo, I want you to just turn up and be authentically you. But I think that more importantly, what it did underscore was that Most of us, honest to God, most of us, we are not ready to go into prison. I am not interested in ever being a jailbird. And it shows you how green we are from prison politics. It's other people that's on these platforms, they've been to jail, they've been to prison. Absolutely, they understood what was going on. I didn't know nothing because I ain't never been to jail. I ain't never been to prison. That's not something that would make sense to me. By the time I figured it out, I had to figure it out because everybody else behind the camera was laughing. So I was okay with it because it's not something that ever happens in real life, but it illustrates a point. And more importantly, it should be a warning for those of you that have never been to jail or never been to prison before, that that's not a place where you want to go. One of the things that he said to me, he said, Anton, all of these guys that's out here that's feeling some type of way, he said they lying. And he said it on the interview. And I said, what do you mean they lying? He said, bro, they gay for the stay, bro. He said if they've been in there for any amount of time, they are gay for the stay. And when they come back out, they different. They gonna be regular for their wives and stuff. So I don't have no respect for these dudes that have been to prison. I think that the real flex is the fact that I ain't never been arrested and I never plan on going to prison in the first place.
Yeah, 100%. No, I don't think anybody really planned that.
And I made a ton of money from that shit too.
I understand that. I just so
we
one
got
thing.
Another interview coming up. I got a second one coming up with him.
With him, okay. Did you feel though in that moment? I'm saying feel, right? I just want to clarify. I'm saying feel on purpose. Before they say Hamp, it's feeling, facts over feeling. I understand that
for sure.
But when I watched it initially, right, I didn't find it that funny that he was like hitting on. Now he has a funny delivery.
You're supposed to have an emotional reaction to it, and that's how you know that it's good content. It's not supposed to be meant for you to feel like, oh man, this is just for play. If you don't have an emotion or an emotional reaction to it, if it's not something that people look at and say, man, that's stupid, or man, that's dumb, or I hate him for that, then it's not good content.
Yeah, it got to evoke a level of emotion, whether it's happy, sad, angry.
I was excited. I was absolutely excited because I knew that it was a moment that was going to help me to go viral, get more of an audience, get a reaction from it, and continue to run the bag up.
So when you heard it, you know,
I was cracking up. I was excited in the inside.
Was there anything in it you like, yo, fam, like, relax with all that? Like, did you have that thought?
No, because I'm confident in my sexuality.
Yeah.
I got a wife. My wife was sitting there right there. My bodyguards were sitting, well, not bodyguards. My security was sitting right there. What do I care?
Yeah. No, it didn't look like he was going to try. He was just talking. But when I seen, I'm like, damn, that shit is
gay. I'm cool.
Yeah. Word.
It's niggas that act tough as hell in real life and they didn't actually been touched on.
Jesus. Damn.
Like, people can feel some type of way about getting hit on, but what about y'all that actually hit some dudes? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about? Like, I don't care about what people think online. The only thing I care about is what happens in real life and running the bag up. That's what I'm here. I'm here for content to run the bag up and then hopefully add some gems in between the entertainment. Put the medicine inside of the candy. All the rest of that shit, I'm gonna let y'all argue for that.
Damn. I think this needed to be heard because I think that people always assume like how you respond to things, right, is because like you okay with it, etc. I think the one thing that they need to take away from this conversation is that you understand that the level of entertainment has to matter. Yeah, that's what I'm gathering.
Listen, if people stop talking about you, I would be more concerned if people not talking about me than are talking about me.
Is all publicity good publicity?
As long as you're not crashing out. If you listen, the one thing, you know who I learned from as a content creator? Bandman Kevo. For whatever reason, this dude stays in the spotlight and the algorithm. Now, I'm never gonna get to the point to where I'm putting people's faces and names and tattoos on my body or nothing like that, or getting a BBL or nothing. But the point is that he not here, and when he cut off the camera, he lived his regular life. But somehow, some way, he keeps people talking about him. And so there are certain content creators that I pay attention to, and I say, man, that's genius. Man, he got people talking. He got me. He made me believe that he was about to get leg extensions. And so I understand what content is. I understand it's almost like acting to an extent, right?
Okay.
Because people get mad when they see people in movies and they feel some type of way about whatever it is that they, whatever it is that they do. I've seen a lot of people get mad at this recent movie with Tyler Perry with Tia Mowry's ex-husband or whatever, right? And they actually was mad at him as though he was really doing something in real life.
Yeah.
That means it's great content.
Yeah. You know where we saw that the most? Higher learning. Do you remember how much people hated
Remy? Michael Rappaport had to basically rebrand himself after that because people really hated him in real life.
Yeah, it was me. He did a great job, right? Just to clarify, illustrate that point that you made.
100%.
So, let me ask: is the person you play online, is it a character?
No.
How do we?
Because I really feel how I feel.
Okay.
But it doesn't translate into anybody actually doing something to me in real life.
Okay.
But that's why I show the receipts.
Yeah.
That's why I show my bank accounts. But then you can't win for losing, because if I show my bank accounts and show my spending habits, or I show my brokerage account, or I show my deposits like I do inside of the Patreon, or I show what it is that I make on my regular YouTube job, right? And all of that stuff.
Yeah.
I live my life like an open book because it is a form of entertainment, but at the same time, it's an example of how it is that we're supposed to go about doing things. So you know who my wife is. You know that I got a daughter. You know all of these different things, but it makes me accountable also because let's say, for example, I was a fuckboy and I had a whole bunch of hoes that I did dirty, right? Or that I was sleeping around all of a sudden just because I got a whole lot of money and stuff like that. Go ahead, put it out there. I invite it.
But
it's a form of entertainment, but then at the same time, a lot of it has to be rooted in truth.
Yeah. Okay. I see. I understand your point. So speaking of hoes, let me hit this button. Oh, no. Let me hit this one.
Oh yeah, motherfucker.
So can you break that down? They said Anton got hoes. I said, is that right? What did that?
I travel with them. I keep them around me.
Wait. What is that? So define what that means. They come
to the studio. I meet them in real life. Sometimes I meet them in the streets and stuff like that. And we make them sign the paperwork and we bring them back to the studio. They're my inspiration. I love women. I love keeping them around me. Most of the people that work for me are women.
Understood. So that's your colloquial term for them? Did you change the definition? Because what I understand is hoe is also a level of intimacy or sexual intercourse has to do with it also.
No, that's just the way that we grew up referring to women. We misogynists.
So you saying when we used to be like, where the hoes at? That's what you saying.
That's like where the girls at.
So, and these are women that you actually invest in and care about, and you refer to them as hoes?
Well, it depends. If you busting down bags with them, I can get money with anybody.
So, okay, I just want to thoroughly understand, right?
There have been women, for example, that I've interviewed.
Okay.
And they've come on my platform, and some people will refer to them as a hoe. But we made a lot of money together, and it was a great interview.
Okay.
And hopefully people learn something as a result of it.
So Brittany Renner, I know you interviewed her. She...
Great person, by the way. Phenomenal person in real life.
Wow. She a hoe?
I think that some people would classify her as that. I wouldn't say that about her because, I've met her and I know her in real life. But some people will refer to that. Absolutely.
The majority or minority of people will refer to her as such.
Majority.
What about you?
Maybe. I don't listen. We might do business together again in the future, so I don't know. I got to make sure I keep that door open for that relationship.
Oh, understood. So the team, the team. So the team. See, that's where we get confused. So, like the team, you had the team with you. Like you had the picture. Y'all was out shopping.
Yeah.
and I met everybody. Everybody's
Oh,
super.
them my angels, not them. Them different.
Okay, so Q and them don't
right
qualify as
nah, them not hoes. Them my angels.
Okay, so all right, I think I'm understanding it. So you interview them, you do business with them, they do business with you. You keep them
there's
around.
women around all the time. If anybody has ever been to my studio, if anybody has ever been here, been on the black couch or whatever, we got music playing. I let people do what they want to do. I got drink over there. I keep drinks filled or whatever. It's people that be here having a good time, and sometimes we record content with them in the background, and they good, they're good people. If you listen to any people, I ain't gonna name them names. Some people that I bring in on an interview tip, they could be anybody, NBA players or whatever. I want to make sure that they feel comfortable. There's no way to make somebody feel more comfortable as far as a man than to bring some beautiful women in.
Okay, I understand it. So you are using it.
Listen. There's no better way to make a dude feel comfortable that you bring in for an interview and force him to kind of loosen up as far as being able to express and say certain things than to have women around. It is all the time. That's a life hack. Every single time it works. Every time.
I got you. I understand it. So you literally using the term how we've grown up using the term.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So I just want people to get it clear with the differentiation and who he's referring to and how he's using it, because we grew up the same way. Women gonna be there.
So why we acting like we didn't say that when we was growing up then? Why people acting like like we supposed to be PC? That's the way we talk when we was growing up. Listen, I would like to evolve and be a much more mature person, but I'm not yet. I'm still working on it. So I love the hoes.
Okay.
It is what it is.
Okay. I understand it. I'm hoping that everyone understands it.
It don't matter if they understand it or not. We don't give a fuck about what they think. That's the problem with a lot of us, is that we so focused on trying to people please. I don't care. It's not like they ever gonna stop watching anyway. As a matter of fact, it's gonna incentivize them to watch even more. We think that somehow us being nicer to people or appeasing the different people that watch these platforms is somehow, some way gonna elevate us to doing something any different than what we already been doing. Ain't nobody going nowhere. The same people that said that they didn't fuck with me is still watching today. And all of the same people that people said that they would rather rock with, ain't nobody listening to. Hey, what happened to Sarah Garvey? Is he still a content creator? No shade, but I'm just trying to understand. What happened to some of these people that said that they was breaking off on their own and they was going to be so awesome? I see content creators that stepped out and they then came back and made videos, said, I don't understand. Y'all don't fuck with them. Y'all mess with the people that entertain you, give you some insight, and you know who the content creators that's actually talented versus people that just created a platform. And it's a difference. It's people that I used to do content with. They can't buy a bucket of people to come and watch their content. Engagement is in the toilet. It's people whose platform can't even get 1,000 subscribers more since I left. It's a reason for that. And so they could feel however they want to feel, but the numbers tell me differently. The engagement tell me differently. I don't go by what people say. I go by the numbers. The numbers tell me that it's different for me over here. Last year, and you can look it up, between just two platforms, just between the Anton Daniels channel and the Millionaire Morning Show, we did 100 million views, no shorts. 100 million views, no shorts. You can only imagine what the watch hours are.
Yeah.
So they could talk, but I know for a fact what people really about, because the engagement is crazy. And then they do the reaction video. We don't react to them, they react to us. And so we cool with that because we're gonna run up a bag.
Indeed, 100%. And last question, this is yes or no, but you can expound if you like. I just want to get it clear. Rita's okay with you having hoes?
Yeah, she be around me. What do you mean? Was she okay?
What you mean?
Am I okay with allowing her to be around me or to be around certain elements? Sometimes she got to go home. It's not good for wives to be in that type of element.
So that element, the drinks, the liquor flowing, people having a good time, those type
She
of
used to be
elements.
protected. She used to be exalted.
Gotcha.
And so sometimes it's okay to be around some certain environments, and other times, you know, she needs to be home.
Interesting. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. The community, Anton. You know, I think you, based on me trying to do my due diligence as best I could, people took a lot of exceptions with that Pearly thing incident and etc.
Oh, shout out to Pearl. That's my girl.
Yeah, I haven't watched that much of her, but you know, just generally, I was trying to just research as best I could. And so also, you know, like at the meetup, you know, it's 99% us. You know, and I heard you say you rock with people not because of color of their skin, but the content of the character.
Correct.
But when I saw your team, with the exception of maybe the security,
my security is a white man.
Yeah, and
With
everybody
cowboy
there.
hat.
Yeah, the old dude. You know, there I see it's all, and I'm gonna say us just because I like to. It's all us, right? So where do you actually stand when it comes to the community, the Black community? One, do you believe we have a community? And two, are you really aligning with everybody depending on who they are? Or are you with the people that look like you more so, based on what I saw?
I'll rock with who rock with me. I don't care if it's majority Black, it don't matter. I don't give a fuck about color. Color don't mean nothing to me.
Why?
At all. It never has, it never will. I've never changed my stance on that whatsoever. Now I have a preference. I like Black women. You know what I'm saying? The people that surround me the most are Black people, but I don't rock with them because they Black. I rock with them because they dope.
So they just happen to be Black.
Correct.
But do you think it's coincidental or is there something to it?
What do you mean?
Like, is it so? What I'm alleging is you actually have an affinity for them. They have dope content, but because they're Black, I think you are drawn to them as well.
No, it's not because they're Black.
So you think it has zero to do with it? You think it has zero to do with it, Tom?
I rock with people that rock with me. I didn't go out and seek people out. I don't go out and seek people. Everybody that's a part of my team, they rocked with me, or it was just an organic thing.
Yeah.
It's never been, oh man, I need to get them or I need to get them. It's never been. As a matter of fact, I believe that when you do that and when you actually go and chase people or you say, oh man, they dope, I need to get them, it's ultimately going to be the worst thing for you. It always fails 100% of the time. Whenever I've spotted somebody and I said that they a talent or they awesome or man, they need to join a team, I need to recruit them, it never works out long term, ever. The people that rock with me is people that's just organically rocking with me.
No, 100%. Yeah, no, and then just to be clear, I don't think you seek them. I just think that, like, when I see people that look like me, right? Like, if I go to let's say I used to do a lot of networking, right? Just growing my businesses.
Yeah.
Oftentimes I get in a room. You remember when you was young, you go to a party, you might dance with a girl that's average, right? Just to get your mojo up, and then you'll start moving.
I never went to parties.
Okay. So what I used to do, like the basement party with the red light and all that, I go, so a girl, maybe I knew her and she was like a 4. I go dance with her. Now I'm feeling myself, and then I'll start dancing with the 7s and the 8s and the 9s. You know what I mean? I just got to get comfortable. So, so I go to a networking event, right? I see faces that look like mine. I'll talk to those people first, and as I get warm, you know, in the spot, then I'll start to move around. You know, does that make sense for you? Like, do you see it similarly? You don't get drawn to Black faces?
I go and I show love to everybody. The same way that I was in Houston, is how I am, how I've always been my entire life.
Yeah.
The exact same way. And you seen how I was in Houston.
Yeah. No, I saw it.
I don't care who you look, what you look like, how you rock out, none of that stuff. If you there and you got good energy, I'm gonna show you love, and that's what it is that I'm a rock with. I'm gonna kick it with you as long as you want to talk. We can shake hands, we hug, we take pictures, we flick it up, and I'm gonna sit there for hours and kick it with the people, and I'm gonna make sure I talk to every single person multiple times inside of the room. If you rock with me, I'm rocking with you. I don't care who you are. Even my man, the white boy with the suspenders that came out to see me. That's my guy.
I saw
that. I'm not going to disassociate myself or associate myself with somebody because of any other thing other than whether or not you rock with me or you don't.
100%. So when you got the pushback you received, could you see why you
from the
got
Pearly Banks thing?
Yes, sir. Could you see why that was happening, or you thought it was misplaced?
Yeah, because it's the same reason why people vote the same way that they vote, because of identity politics. Man, listen, man, most of these people don't even like each other. If you want to bring black people together, all you got to do is unite against a white person. When they want to fight you. They can't even have civil conversations long enough to where they don't want to actually meet up and box in real life. And so if you sitting here and telling me that these people are united, they can't even get their own households together. They can't even get their own women together. They can't even get their own communities together. Your communities is fucked up. Your churches is fucked up. Your families is fucked up. Your women is fucked up. You have nothing and no one to turn to. And so the only thing that y'all can unite behind is hate towards somebody else. And that's what you see from the community. Ain't nobody threatened by black people.
No.
The last thing I was worried about is getting canceled by black people when they decided that I was rocking with pearly things. I'm like, what do I care? What they gonna do? They can't even do anything within themselves. Listen, the most insignificant actions come from the people within the community. Do you think that I care even a little bit about what black culture thinks about me? I don't at all. They have no power to do anything to me whatsoever. All they can do is complain. All they do is protest. They ain't got no power. They ain't even got no power to change things within their own community. They can't even remove the mayors that they don't like within their own cities. Tiffany Hinger's still mayor of Dayton. Brandon Johnson, they elect people based off of identity politics. They don't even think for themselves. Everything that they given is basically programmed into them. Why would I fear a group of people who can't even fix their own households? Who can't even control their own women?
What do
backlash?
In terms of the women, do you think?
Do I look like I'm scared? Do I look like I'm outside every day? Every day.
You don't
nobody run up on me. Don't nobody say nothing to me in real life.
Yeah, no, you don't seem worried. I wonder, but your analytics though, who are the biggest support?
It's different people. It's usually between younger men. It's younger men between the ages of like 18 through 34. Yeah. And usually they are black people. But see, those type of guys, you got to also take into consideration that there's a silent majority that don't talk. So these are the people that run up to me and they say, man, listen, I ain't saying nothing publicly, but I rock with what you saying. And so there's a bunch of people that think like me. There's a group of guys and a group of women out there that 100% agree with me. They just not saying it to y'all. So when you see this little chatter or people that's getting mad in real life, that's a small minority of people that's just talking. They the loudest ones in the room. It's a group of people. Listen, I got 8,500 Patreon members. Damn. 8,500 people that has subscribed to what it is that we doing. 8,500 Patreon members.
Damn.
Do I look like I'm not supported? Do I look like I'm worried about backlash? Fuck the YouTube. People fuck with me in real life.
Yeah, that's a lot.
What do I look like? I'm not worried about people. Let the chips fall where they may. The people that love me gonna rock with me, and the people that don't, they still gonna watch. They gonna hate watch. They can't take their eyes off of me. It's the Floyd Mayweather effect. They're going to watch to see you win, and they're going to watch to see you lose. As long as you're watching, I think that the people that hate actually is the ones that's the biggest fans because they give me the most watch time.
Damn.
Do I look like I'm fucking worried about these people? Listen, my numbers grow in the last 28 days on the Anton Daniels channel, I've jumped 20,000 subscribers. That's a fact. I'll show my numbers right now. I have no problem with the receipts. These dusty motherfuckers that complaining in the chat and shit like that y'all whining about, they not supporters. They don't donate to y'all. They don't help y'all. They don't show up when y'all go up to these cities. When I show up to a city, that shit is packed. It's packed. Do I look like I'm worried about people that's not worried about me?
Damn.
Get the fuck out of here.
Well, that was clear. I think they definitely understand that stance. In terms of the community, were you gonna show a number? I wasn't sure. My bad.
I'll show you. Can keep talking.
Okay. So in terms of the community, right? You know, it's
I'm
definitely
sorry. It's 21,000.
and that's the last 28 days. It's blurry a little bit.
Hold on. Don't worry about it. I'll pull it up for you. Let me see if I could turn this down a little bit. I'm gonna turn this.
Well, let's see. You know you did something different. Let me see.
No, I'm gonna turn it down.
That's all right. That's all right, right there.
Do I look like I'm concerned even a little bit? At all?
Okay.
I don't have to cap. I could show every single number. I'll show my bank account. I'll show whatever.
No.
The little small peons, they're gonna be there.
For us that do this, 21,000 is a huge number.
In 28 days on one platform. Has nothing to do with the other platform.
Yeah, that's one channel. Because when you pull up your YouTube analytic page, you got to go through each one. That's not combining them for sure. That is a lot. So I understand that. In terms of community, I tuned in one show and you were giving smoke to the Israelites. So when we look at the community, I would argue, and I want to get your thoughts, that is a group of black men specifically who are bringing black people together under a banner with standards.
Wait. Say that again.
So that's a group of black men.
The Hebrew Israelites?
Correct.
That's not what I see. Maybe it's a different sect.
What do you see?
I see them bothering people on the streets, calling them Esau.
That's
telling
one
them about how they gonna go to hell and they full of the devil and we hate white people.
So just to finish articulating the point, what I'm saying, they're bringing the community together, right?
What community?
Blacks.
You can't bring people together through hate.
Black people?
You can't bring people together authentically through hate.
Okay, authentically may change the answer, because what I was thinking was, remember you said people will come together if you put a white person as the target.
Yeah, so, but it's not fruitful. And so as a result, I'm not going to support something that's not fruitful.
So when you have the conversations, they're talking about white people to you?
I see them talking about white people on the street. I walked up to them in real life. Me and Mika walking down the street by myself.
And what happened?
No security, no nothing. The same people that was recording my car on the internet and stuff like that. I walked up to them in real life and I said, "What's going on, y'all? What's happening? Y'all had a lot of talk. I'm right here, right now."
What happened?
They had shit to say. They didn't have nothing to say at all. And all of them fucking videos stopped too, didn't they?
I didn't see the video. Break it down.
They have been making a bunch of videos and all of that shit shut down. All of it stopped. I'm not going to talk about the conversation that I had afterwards, whatever, so on and so forth. But all of them videos stopped.
Do you ever see, right? When
everybody tough online.
Yeah,
everybody is tough online. Everybody.
So when you approached the group, they didn't have nothing to say? What the fuck? That's interesting.
They recorded it. Tell them to release the footage.
I'll see if I can get in touch with one of those brothers. So what I'm telling you is, do you agree that viral things are viral? Like, for instance, I think this happened a lot with Kevin Samuels. People will look at you average at best, but ignore the whole other 4 hours of the conversation. Do you think that's say again?
Yeah,
sir?
I mean, but again, like I said, bro, I don't go by all of this internet shit. Like, I entertain the internet stuff because it's entertainment. But I enjoy life and I live a phenomenal life. A phenomenal life, bro. And so I just think that people are going to pick and choose the stuff that they want to hear anyway. You're not going to force somebody to watch the full content. You're not going to force somebody to look at the entire picture. And so the people that's going to do what they want to do, you let it fall where they may. You're not doing it for them. You're doing it for the people that's a part of your niche.
No, I got you. So your premise on the Hebrews is because of what you saw or what you saw on the internet?
I deal with the people that I interact with in real life.
Okay.
And I think that they dusty. And when I see them, they hair be beaded up. They got the white man's clothing on them. They were.
What you mean?
All of their products that they say that they hate from the white man, they work for the white man and they buy his clothing.
See, it's hard for me to break it down because I don't know exactly which group that you're talking about.
I don't either. They know who I'm talking about when I talk about them, though.
But so let me just so the yelling on the corner and stuff. All that's biblical though, right?
Listen, they could do whatever they want to do. They can have their opinion. I believe in freedom of speech, but you can't control my right to respond to it when I want to use you as an example.
No, 100%. But that's biblical though, right? Like,
what
is that
part? Preaching on the corner?
Yeah.
Good for them.
So, but I mean, if it's
I don't
biblical,
care how much you preach on the corner, that don't mean you're right.
Mm-hmm. No, 100%.
I don't agree with what they're saying. I don't agree with the premise behind what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That you may know scripture, the devil knows scripture.
But what's the premise you think though?
Of what they doing?
Yes.
Because they bored.
What you mean?
They ain't got nothing better to do. That's what. Listen. Nobody listens to street preachers anymore.
Well,
nobody listens to street preachers anymore.
So a lot of people have left the church though. So you got to go get them somewhere.
The church is not a building.
That's true. But what I'm saying is,
I got a whole community of people that rock with me that absolutely believe.
But doesn't that mean you have to go out and get them if that's what like the Bible says do?
No, that's not everybody's calling. It's some people that's meant to preach the word. It's some people that's meant to teach. It's some people that's meant to pray for people. It's different talents and different purposes for different people. You can't ordain yourself to just go and do something. Then you can absolutely ruin it and lose a soul because you can turn somebody off from something that they ultimately would have came into had you not been the one that ruined them. Yeah, a lot of people say that, see, we want to forget that other part of it. A lot of people say that they left the church. They left the church because of the things that they seen in the church. So then you become responsible for losing souls just as much as we want to act like we gaining souls. Some people turn people off from going into the church in the first place or from turning themselves to God in the first place. And I believe that they are one of the people that absolutely do that. They turn people off from what spirituality is supposed to be because they look at them and say, if that's what it is that we got to deal with, then I don't want to be a part of it. And so we only talk about one side of it. We don't talk about the losses. We only talk about what people think that they doing. Yeah. Some people ain't meant to even be out there doing that in the first place. You might be a move the chair ass motherfucker. You're supposed to be in a supportive role. You ain't supposed to be out there doing nothing. Your life is supposed to be a reflection of what you would want people to follow. The words is the caveat on top. That's the sprinkle. Mm-hmm. If you're not living it, if your life is not a reflection of it, if you can't attract people with your light, if people don't want to follow you and listen to what you got to say based off of what it is that they see, and it's only based off of what you call them on the corner, that's why people are walking away from the church in the first place.
Okay.
It's because of what they experience, not from what the actual word of God says.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. I understand that. But there are a lot of successes. What if I told you that there are 1 million black people on the census that put Hebrew Israelite?
I don't care. It's a bunch of people that say that they Christian and they not.
No, 100%.
People declare themselves to be what they want to be. I want to see what your life is like.
100%.
I don't care what the census say. That don't mean nothing to me.
Yeah, no, I got you. But when we're looking at traction,
are you a Hebrew Israelite, Hamp?
Yes.
I knew it.
Why? Why you said
because of your line of questioning.
I think I'm asking pretty clean questions. I just want to get you.
Listen. I pay attention to the things that people say, as well as how they say them, and I could tell that you're a Hebrew Israelite. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, because I just want to understand it because when you be like they dirty and dusty, I'm like, damn.
Yeah, but I also said that might just be that particular set.
Yeah, that's why I had to kind of back up when you were sick because I don't know the group that you were talking to. And so I see
the ones that be out on the corner with the fringes on their shirts.
Yeah, that's like everybody. that's like everybody. That's everybody. So that's why it's hard for me to define it because I can't dispel what you experienced when you were out there. You know what I mean? Because I wasn't there for it. But just generally, obviously, when we met, I hope I wasn't dusty. So I think that's good.
You was cool. But see, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I evaluate each individual person based off of my experience with them.
Yeah.
It's evil people that declare themselves to be Christians. And so for me to sit here and try to defend every person that labeled themselves as a Christian is wild.
Yeah.
But I know that y'all feel some type of way about it because, you know, you identify as such.
No. What it is I have to ask because you said it. So if we got an interview, there's no way I don't ask about the dirty and dusty comment.
You
know
ask me anything, I'm with it.
But when when I initially heard it, it felt more, and I'm saying felt like unjust, right? Mm-hmm. People throwing jobs, like I don't know if you know a comic named Uncle Jeff, but he's like, you know, the brothers that dress in Power, he say brothers that dress in Power Ranger suits, right?
Yeah, so, absolutely.
Yeah,
100%.
So
they be dressed in Power Ranger suits.
Yeah, that happens, right? Like, so that people talk shit all the time, you know. But more so, the one thing I wanted to just kind of define out, if you don't mind, and we getting closer to time, so let me know. I have like one more question after this one.
I could probably do like another 5 minutes, but yeah, we can kick it.
All right, yeah, man. You gotta, would you act, call out sick for the next one. I'll send you $10-15.
No, I gotta do a photo shoot for Randy Rosario's show, the season 2 of Let's Rant About It. We about to go.
Oh shit. Okay.
So we're gonna be shooting that soon. So shout out to Randy.
Word.
Yeah, that's my homegirl.
So it was a shout out to Randy, man. That's dope as hell. So let me just show you this time. Let me get your breakdown on these, and then I got one more question. I'm gonna try to stuff it in. Pause. That's crazy. You can't say nothing like that nowadays. Let me just show you these and get your 2 cents. All right. So this one, what you think about this verse?
Ham hitting me with verses. Okay.
Well, I know you be on it. So
would say to the seers, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not unto us right things, speak unto us smooth things, prophecy deceits. Now, what I would challenge you to do, Hamp, is to bring up here the first 5 verses that's before it and the 5 verses that's after it.
Okay.
And the reason that you do that is because you want to get the full context. 100%. A lot of times people can take a verse and they can make it to mean whatever it is that they want to mean, but the full context is what goes along with it. So I'll give you an example. Right?
Yeah.
God promised Abraham that his seed would number the earth as like the sand, right?
Yep.
And that's all in the Old Testament.
Sure.
But if you only say that, then a lot of times people will try to figure out, or they'll try to disprove what the word of God really means, because they'll say, well, how is that really possible? But when you start to go over to Galatians and you start to get into Acts and you start to get into Romans, what happens is you find out that the manifestation of that was Christ dying for our sins, which then made people that gave their life over to Christ a seed of Abraham. That was the revelation in the New Testament based off of what was given in the Old Testament. And that's why you got to read the entire word of God. It's not just based off of one verse. And so even when we having context and conversations, I want people to give me the entire context behind what happened before it and what happens afterwards, because the context matters, not just the verse itself.
Yeah, no, good. I understand that. I think that's a fair point. So what do you think about this verse though?
I don't know. You tell me. What do you think about it?
Well, what it's saying is simply, right, people want to hear what they want to hear. They tell the prophets, tell them things that are good on their ears, right? People often avoid correction. Do you agree with that? That people like things that are sweet?
Absolutely.
You think the minority or majority of people like to hear things they want to hear?
Well, the majority of the people is going to hell. That's what the word says. Hell,
yeah, 100%. Straight is the gate, but narrows the way, right?
100%, but it doesn't remove the responsibility. Sometimes you give people the insight and the information just to be able to warn them or to help them to be able to make the decision for themselves. So you can't say that you didn't know better.
Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. Let me show you this, Twan, real quick. I know you got to go. Just because I often hear, the context argument. So let me just get your synopsis on this right here. Can you see my screen?
I can see the Isaiah 30 and 30.
Oh, 1 second. My bad. So this right here, right? This is Luke 4.
Look at them. What you looking at, Hamp? What is that advertise? Oh, that's for Timo. My bad. All right.
Yeah, that's Timo.
I thought your algorithm was messed up, Hamp.
Hey, look though. What I can't do That's why what I can't do is search in my search bar on screen. I gotta search off screen. So that
you can close that out, Hamp, right?
Can I close it?
Yeah, just hit the X, man. There you go.
Timo hating. Stop hating, Timo. So here, Tom, what I saw, right? So this is Jesus they talking about in Luke 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he goes into the he's in he came to Nazareth, right?
Yep.
And so he goes into the synagogue on the Sabbath. He said, and there he was delivered unto him the book of the prophet Isaiah, right? And when he had opened the book, he found the place where it was written.
Mm-hmm.
And then he reads the gospel here.
Yep.
Right. He said, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me. That's Isaiah 61.
Mm-hmm.
To preach the acceptable year of the Lord. And he closed the book.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm just showing you this to get your 2 cents on. When Jesus got the book, he went to the part that he wanted to get, read it, and then closed it and went on his way.
Correct.
So you see what I'm saying? So it's not cherry picking. It's just finding a place that makes sense. But you're right. You have to find it in context. 100%.
No, but at the same time, the word of God also says, in everything that you do, get understanding.
100%.
Everything that you do, get understanding. And even to the point to where a lot of times Jesus would go and preach in parables that was misunderstood by a lot of the people that ultimately heard him speak, but then he would give the revelation to the disciples.
Yeah, no, he
definitely, because it wasn't meant
up
for the people to actually understand it at that particular time.
100%.
But at the same time, people needed to get understanding as to what it is that they were doing so that they can make an informed decision and then they can actually go forth and be fruitful. So on one hand, you can say this is what Jesus did, but he did it for a reason in order to illustrate a point. On the other hand, when it comes to us mimicking Jesus and ultimately becoming vessels for God and seriously living our life for God, it really comes from understanding. And to see people just saying some wild stuff on the corner, just to people that's passersby, and they have no clue as to who it is that they're talking to or why, honestly is a misunderstanding, in my opinion, of what the word of God is supposed to be doing as far as saving souls.
Okay, 100%. And I don't know that group, so I take your word for it because I know that there's a lot of hyperbole and when the brothers are teaching. I was just going to illustrate, but I know you got to go that there's several verses in which they're following directly, which is the reason why they teach how they teach. Jude 1:22. You may be able to teach some with a soft hand. Other people need a heavy hand. And Timothy,
he said he gives you teachers and preachers after his own heart, not based off of what we think is best for people. He gives them teachers and preachers after his own heart. That's 100%. What the word of God says.
Yeah, and it says in the Bible, Luke 19, it says Jesus was an austere man. So, cold, strict in manner, unforgiving, right? Remember the nigga owed him his pounds and he was like, yo, my bad. It took me so long. I was kind of scared. So Jesus had that, that you don't go in the temple as a little dude and be flipping tables and shit, so Jesus definitely had it in him. But of course he was kind, he had a balance. So I don't know what those brothers were doing, but so I can't discount it at all. But I just was showing that it definitely has a biblical spirit, and there's nothing in there that actually says to hate the white man is a commandment, right? So that's not even one of the main teaching points. I think that the videos, that's the most entertaining part, but again, it kind of just perverses all of it when you actually get into it, because it's more so about me and you interacting, not everybody else.
100%.
So. Because I think the bill would be dope. Like we went through all the verses. Like it took us 10 minutes.
Listen, this is my angle. This is what I love to do.
Yeah. 100%.
That's why I say you can ask me anything, because I'm down to discuss anything.
Yeah. Real shit.
And let me also add this caveat in there.
Yes, sir.
I'm open to the possibility that I'm wrong. And so if somebody show me where I'm wrong, and which some things I'm just naturally wrong at, like I curse, and so that's something that I need to fix.
They was cursing like shit in the Bible. You all right?
Well, I'm not gonna validate my behavior by other people getting away with it, though, right? You know what I'm saying? It's some things that I still need to grow in, and work on. But I am open to the possibility of getting more insight and information, so I can make better decisions throughout my life. 100%.
No, that's real shit, though. Because I just want everybody to know Jesus looked just like you. But he's probably a big ass nigga. That's all. You know what I mean? And his shit was grayed up. But yeah, that nigga was mean. He didn't give a fuck. Y'all probably the same nigga. It's a mix between Anton and Mr. Fantastic. That's how Jesus looked.
Listen, well, I hope that Mr. Fantastic, if he listening, Don't get in no boxing match, bro. It's a zero. Well, I don't want to mess up what you got going on here.
No, it's me and him. It's me and him. So
I don't think that y'all should be fighting, bro. I think that y'all too intelligent, y'all too smart. And I've even disagreed with Mr. Fantastic and apologized to him before. I think that y'all too smart. I think that y'all too wise. I think that y'all are stronger, even if y'all disagree, with displaying y'all intellect and showing people how it is that y'all can debate when it comes to the different issues. And I think that fighting is for children. I think that once we get past the ages of 18, 19, and 20, I think that y'all too smart and too intelligent to be sitting there, putting on a fight that ain't nobody gonna actually benefit from. It's silly. And I think that y'all too, even if I disagree with y'all, I still disagree. If I disagree with your statements or your premise, I don't agree with the idea that y'all be out here crashing out when y'all too good for that. Y'all don't need that. Y'all too good for that, bro. And it's gonna live forever. It's always gonna be a stain because you're gonna want to grow to certain spaces and people are always gonna be able to refer back to that moment.
No, it's interesting. I'll definitely take heed and assess it. Because me and Fantastic tight, like that's my man, I just didn't want it to fail. So me and him gonna go, go how it go. But it's time to your point, right? When men start going, right? If he hit me with some shit, I'm gonna hit him with some shit. Like I go, like because a spar is like 80%.
Oh, but if y'all spar, I thought you was talking about like we need to settle this beef type stuff.
No, we got headgear and all.
Oh, that's different. I thought you was talking about like y'all had some kind of disagreement that y'all need.
No, so I stepped in for Joseph because Joseph can't do it. That's how it manifested. I didn't want it to fail. You see what I'm saying? Because everybody was.
That's a whole nother conversation. Yeah, y'all just doing it for sport, then that's different.
Yeah, it's probably a 50% chance I'm gonna kick his ass.
I feel you.
So damn, man, I got that. That's a dope build. So I humbly appreciate it. Like I said, I appreciate you listening to like just a little bit that we shared, and then that last part I think people need to take away from. I just think you always said you said I'm open to the. How you always say I'm open to
the possibility that I'm wrong.
Yeah, like that.
But let me throw the other part in there, but I doubt it.
Shit like that.
I'm open to the possibility that I'm wrong, but I doubt it.
Hey, Tom, it's called self-esteem, not we esteem. You know what I mean? So, damn, man, I know you got to get going, man. I humbly appreciate it. Maybe we got to do like a part 2 because I got 1,000 more
questions. Hit me up, man. I support you, bro. And,
yes, sir.
Like I said, we chopped it up in person and all of that. So man, just let me know what's happening, and we can go from there, bro.
100%. I appreciate you, man. Good luck on. Well, you about to do a photo shoot. You can't fuck that up. So be safe. I'm gonna hit you for sure.
All right, bet. All right, big dog.
Appreciate you. I got the Anton's link to the Patreon in the description as well. He had a tight window, man, but I humbly appreciate Tom showing up in such short notice to come and have the conversation. I haven't been looking in the chat. I apologize. I hope you guys like, share, and subscribe. I dropped the link if anybody want to converse about the questions or any of Anton's comments. And we could kick it for a second, man. Let me read these super chats. And we definitely got to do a part 2 because there's so many questions to be asked. I try to hit on the things. Mr. Fantastic, what's popping?
Brother. Yo, what up? Am I coming in clear?
Yes, sir. What's good?
Shit. Hey, man, you see it on this road, man.
Yeah, I know. I see you. Damn, man. That was good. Let me read these real quick, and we can have a conversation. Here for the team with the $5 set. What up, JP? 19,000. Goody. Yeah, man. We getting there, man. On the road to 20K, B. Struggle Lover with the $5. What's up, Hamp? I've been waiting for this collab. I got 2 America's Most Wanted at the same motherfucking place. Struggle Lover, salute. That I used to watch that song. I used to listen to that song on repeat, bro. Ezekiel Shalom gifted 10 membership. Appreciate you. Black Male with the $5 says salute to my favorite content creators. Thank you, my brother. Hope all is well. Appreciate all the just the energy you be having in the Discord too, man. That really helps. Yo, what up, Cheeky? Cheeky been a member for 5 months. She said it was a time. Shout out Aaron O and Brittany B. That's a fact though, 100%. And I was able to meet Brittany at the meetup. She cool as hell, man. Cool as a fan. Son Kiss, Shalom. As able to find out, says Anton, we need more Antons willing to share their mind with us. Much respect, sir. You want me to? Oh, there you go, Jake. Okay. Ray Min, what up, Ray? He said, "Let's go, FC alumni." Indeed. Christopher J with the follow says, "What up, Hamp and Anton? Salute to the chasers." Hey, I put Anton's bag chaser Patreon link in the description. If y'all want to join as well. Black man with the $2. I disagree with half of what Anton say, but he real. Yo, who that? Chi-Town. What's up, Chi-Town with the $2? OG Hamp. Love to the family. Fire show. Thank you, my brother. I miss you. Black man with the $2. Yeah, the dude lost the argument, so he wanted to fight. As Abe with the $5 says, be mindful of not just what you want now, but what you want to make money in the future. Wow, teach me, Anton. Jeremy, thank you for the $10, bro. Appreciate you. Witch Dr. Sloop been a member for 8 months. Black Male with the $2 says, oh, Witch Doctor be making all my beats too, man. Hit him up. Black Male with the $2 says, prison is cool if you badussy or man ass. If you like. Right. As Abe with the $10 says, wow, Anton, ellipsis. Did you say that they are gay for the state? Do you really believe that? Teach, Anton. It's niggas that act tough in real life that actually been hit on. Wow, loving you more and more. You are so smart. God damn. Right. As Abe with the $2 says, Anton, you are giving me game. I'm gonna get this money. As Abe with the $5 says, I'm sure she doesn't mind going home because she knows she is well taken care of. I'll go home too. She knows the man she has. Who is it? How do you say? Forsaken Archives was popping with the $5 says, good show. Anna was good with the $2 says, him and Anton crossover. I didn't know I needed. Mr. Payne, what up with the $5 says, salute to bro Hamp and Anton. Another great discussion. Thank you, Mr. Payne. LL Music with the $5 says, DJ Hamp, what up? This is a good look to have AD on the show. No matter what they say, he's goated. Laguerre was popping with the 50 ball. Says, shout out to Anton and Ham. I gotta play this one time, and I definitely want to get the conversation back going, but I gotta play the classic.
Weather outside is humid. She turned up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
Salute. Thank you, Laguerre. Hope all is well, my G. As Abe with the $5 says, teach people with no power. End quote. How do you feel about black men or manosphere or red pill? Are these strong men and powerful because they sound like it? I'll definitely log these questions for later. Enos with the £2 says, we love the haters. Don't stop. We love you all. As Abe with the $5 says, everybody tough in line. I find that the manosphere red pill are the toughest against black women. Ellipsis helpful. Do you talk against black women too? So yeah, if you watch Anton content, he'll definitely say what he had to say in regards to black women and their conduct. Walk the talk with the $2. Salute Anton, the original conservative douchebag. Andre and Andrea love crossing with the 40,000 Colombian pesos. Says, excellent interview, gentlemen. Keep up the excellent work. Detroit, shout out from Cali, Colombia. Salute. Machine was popping, my brother, with the $5. Salute to both you gentlemen. Online is the thing, is one thing, and offline in person is another. But see y'all solid. Thank you. Sexy Red was popping. Thank you. Sean Brewer with the $2. What up, Ham and Anton? Pound. Trump 2420. Let go. I think he said it backwards. As Abe with the $2. Anton, stay for super chat. He had to roll. Sean Brewer with the $2. Trump 2024. My bad, Ham. I thought you messed that up. Christ, damn, with the $2. Anton still think Hebrew Israelite wives are dusty. As Abe with the $2 says, thank you, Anton, for saying that. Sean Brewer with the $2 says, all that shit Joseph's talking, he can't make it. Yeah, he can't make it, man. Shadow Dragon been a member for 7 months. Thank you, my brother. Ezekiel with the $10 says, congrats on 19,000 subscribers. Yeah, man. Trying to get there, bro. Trying to get there. Rainbow with the $5 says, I rock with Anton, but he don't like when I talk about his girl, Candace Owens. Ray Sean was popping. Shout out to your work. Thank you, my G. I appreciate you, man. Let me play the EBD. EBD for Ray Sean, man. Hold on, where is it? I'm gonna just play a little bit of it, man. But thank you, my brother. I appreciate the love and support. It goes a long way. It means a lot.
Hey, hey, get him, That's what I want. That's what
Yo, even you gotta stand up, bro. You gotta stand up. You gotta stand up. Stand up.
Hit him. Okay. That's how you do it. That's what I'm talking about. Hurt him. Traveling. This one I'm traveling. Yeah. That's what I'm talking.
Little DVD, man. He's a goat, man. I'm telling you. Got one more, man. Oh shit. This one allowed me to play. Hold on, one more. John, what up though? The 20 ball. I could get my mans out the way real quick, man. Salute. Didn't fit. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel.
Brother.
Mr. Fantastic, you there?
Yeah, yo, am I good?
Yes, sir. What's popping?
Shit, man. Hey,
you breaking up like a motherfucker.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out. Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Bro,
Damn, he breaking up. You breaking up. Let me mute him. He muted right quick. That's all right. He'll be back, man. Damn, man. What y'all think, man? I was able to get through a decent amount of questions. But you know, he had some substantive answers. He only had an hour. But I think it was decently good. I was gonna press a little bit more on the Hebrew stuff, but I don't know the group he was talking about. Plus, I haven't heard all the rhetoric, just some of the things he said. But what I liked was when I was able to actually get into the verses, he took a step to understand them, right? Because people make jabs all the time. You hear, shout out to Uncle Jeff. Y'all niggas dress like Power Rangers, etc. Like, you know, it's what it is, you know. But there's so many verses that actually go along with the garments and shit like that, you know. But yeah, man. What's up, Mr. Payne? What you think?
Yeah, man. Good interview, man. How you guys doing?
Pretty good.
Too. Hey, man.
Pretty good.
I think it was a good interview, man. You know, I watch Anton all the time. I watch his stuff too, so it was a good collaboration, man. You collaborating with everybody who's up there, man. So you got you're getting some good stuff, man.
Yeah, man. I'm trying. And you know what it is? For some reason, Mr. Payne, they see me and they like, hey, yeah, I'll definitely do it, you know? And a lot of the names that you see, they don't even press me about much of anything. They just tell me, give me the link, let me know what time. You know what I'm saying? So I think that they see value, which is like inspiring. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you got the good interview style, man. You know, so it doesn't mean how big the content creator, because Anton has a large platform.
Yeah,
you know, Crimson Cure has a nice platform. So these people, you know, see benefit and come in and talk to you with your platform.
100%. Yeah. And Crimson was actually just in the chat earlier. Damn, I missed this one. My bad, y'all. Oh, Big O, what's poppin'? My bad. He said with the 50 ball says to Ton Dog the GOAT, and he's still the leader. The bag chasers are strong and alive. They're all gonna hate, but you are great, my brother. May God continue to bless you and your family. You continue to represent a black man walking in his act. Big O, I appreciate you. My bad. I don't know how I scroll by this one, man. Let me play this real quick for O.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like $25.
Indeed. Mr. Payne, did you have any other questions or just comments on it?
No, yeah. When we let's go around the horn, man.
Move around? Okay.
Yeah, come around the horn.
Yes, sir. I got you. Who was up here? I think JP was up here. JP was popping.
What up, Hamp?
It's goody though.
And now, what's up, everybody?
All right.
Okay. With the last one when he was talking about the Israel and stuff like that. Well, I view Christians act the same way though, right?
In what way?
They forced upon. Okay, like he don't like the way how the Israelites go about doing things, forcing their beliefs on people and stuff like that, and turning people off. Christians do the same thing too, because if a Christian asks you, do you believe in Jesus as your Lord and Savior, and all this other type of stuff, and you come up with and you say no, and you try to give context, they're not going to hear you. They're going to say, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. You going to hell," and all that. So they not really open minded to other people's beliefs. You can bring them different type of evidence of something different. They still gonna be like, "Who out the bam?" So
yeah,
that,
you know
when it comes to that, huh?
No, I'll just listen to what you said. You know what he probably experienced too, JP? You have young brothers, so like the fraternities and such, right? When brothers first get into the fraternities, like the Q, Omega Psi Phi as an example, they bark and they wear their boots everywhere. Gold boots don't match with nothing they got on. They will be wearing them 100%. When they see other brothers, they gonna try to check them and test them. They be trying to wrestle, but then as you grow, you understand like I don't gotta do all that. I'm still cool, you know. And so what I'm speculating that he ran into was a group of young brothers, right? Because if you notice, when I edify, I very rarely over pursue. But I could show them enough information where they'll consider what it is I'm saying, as opposed to having to attack them for not believing what I believe at that point in time. Mm-hmm. You know?
And I agree. And this is another thing that I was having conversations with Anton about the rich thing, right? I wish people will promote. It's two types of richness, right? People always promote the financial richness, which finance plays with your emotions. It's not stable, right? One day you can be rich today, the next day you can be flat broke. But they never talks about being rich inside. Well, a lot of times when I see rich people, they don't make being rich look good. Outside of the cars, the houses, probably women and trips and stuff like that. But just them in a grip of who they are, a lot of those people, I'm broke and I smile harder and every day more than they do. It appears like. How are you rich and you don't keep a smile on your face? You should never frown. From a poor man's perspective, we think rich people smiles all the time. They don't have no reason to be upset, right? Unless somebody done died, is uncontrollable types of stuff doesn't happen outside of that. And that's the conversation I used to always have with Anton, you know, like I used to always tell him, like, he overcompensated, and a lot of these people use money as a shield, right? A lot of these people, they didn't get attention when they was from their family who coming up, so they thought by making all the money.
What would you do if you had $1 million?
What would I do?
Would you be the same? Would you be the same?
I would try to do more stuff to enhance my substance inside.
Would you be the same? Do you think that you would be the exact same person if you had $1 million that you had access to?
Well, speaking from an ignorant perspective, because I've never been rich, I would say that I would want to maintain myself, being just being me, right? I don't think money should alter who you are, right? If money is able to alter who you are, you cannot be trusted. Yeah, because that means if you broke and somebody offer you $1 million to cross somebody, a lot of people allow themselves to compromise who they are because of money. So if you're not grounded of who you are easily to be compromised. All they got to do is offer you a bag, especially if you in a desperate situation. You're gonna compromise your whole.
What I've seen this argument happen, when people are looking up at people. Oftentimes, the argument isn't coming from the people who are up. right? It seems like people are looking at somebody and saying, hey, you're different, you changed. But did we even know that person when they didn't have money? So we're kind of breaking them down, but we don't even know them in the first place. So he could very well be being who he always been. It's just that now that he's popular, you can see him, and so we're making a judgment call, but we don't have all the information.
No, okay. Well, perspective. Okay, like for example, when we talk about Anton specifically, since he's the envy of the show.
All right, now let me get Mr. Payne after. So just
real quick on that point, because you made the point, Hamp, about what he was before. I think Anton has pretty much always been arrogant. I think his issue is that he's got to make sure it doesn't slip into hubris. So that's that, but even I think he's every time, as long as I've seen him, he's always been his attitude. I know he wasn't always as rich as he is now. He shows receipts more now, but I think he's always been kind of arrogant. And that might have got him to where he's at now. But if I had a chance to talk to Anton, that's the one thing I would talk to him every so often. That he's very close to slipping on the other side from arrogance to hubris. And I'm not saying he's there, but that's the one place that he can go.
So, Mr. Payne, let me ask you a question just on that point, right? So me, when I'm sitting there, when I look at Anton's content, there are things that I don't do, right? Like that thing, I'm not going to get in a fuck you, this nigga that on here, right? Like I'm just not going to do it. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people do that, I just don't fall into that. But when I see him, I'm not bothered by his, if let's say we just use
self-confidence.
Hold on. Check.
I'm with you.
When he, let's say we just use arrogance, right? Since that's the term on the table. When he's exuding his arrogance, it doesn't bother me. Why do you think that is?
Well, it doesn't bother me either. I just think that's a natural thing that we all have some element of it. And some people use that to help you get. So it doesn't bother me at all either, and it doesn't bother a lot of people. And I think all of us should have a little bit of arrogance and pride in what we do. And if you look up the word arrogance, it's not necessarily negative.
Yeah,
right? It's not negative at all. It depends on how you wield it. Right?
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Payne.
Hubris, right? Let me just say this: when I say hubris, excessive pride. That's when you can get into that. Go over the limit. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not accusing him of that. So nobody get me wrong. But you could trip into that though. You could trip into it.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. And so it's no disparagement. So that's what I was saying to Jay Prince, because he said, well, how was he before he got the money? I think he was always had a little bit of arrogance even before the money.
Do you think though that can we substitute the word confidence, or are you saying arrogance purposely?
You can substitute the word confidence, but I think we should sensitize people with the word arrogance is not necessarily negative in the context of confidence.
Yeah,
maybe that's how I look at it.
Okay, Kenny, go ahead. I know you wanted to kind of say something on it.
I see my man Kenny. What's going on?
I know, and fellas, I apologize. I know Kenny got up here late, but I see his body language, so I know he want to speak to this specifically. So I want to get him in, and then I'll get Big GL. GL, what's popping? After Kenny goes.
Yo,
go ahead, Kenny. What you think, bro?
Peace to the fellows. But listen, Payne. I listened to that whole. First of all, let me give Hamp a big shout out for, having that type of interview. Anton is a polarizing figure, great businessman. He actually has results for the effort that he put in, so he could talk his fly. When you say hubris, he will tell you that I am arrogant, and he will say, so what? You understand? And what you touched on, Payne, is true, because sometimes you can be drinking your own Kool-Aid. And his life experiences, if yours don't match up to his, he has a way of denigrating you while he says he's coaching you up. I took his coaching calls. I've known Anton a while, but not everything I agree with. When he said the thing about the Israelites, he wasn't just grouping a small portion. He was saying Israelites. When you say, oh, I'm taking shots. This is where he falls short. Oh, my platform is doing this, and other platforms that I once dealt with, they could barely get a handful of crumbs, pretty much, paraphrasing. He's talking about Lapeef.
Well,
let's say it.
Well, I
think that's corny.
Yeah, so I don't know if he's talking about Lapeef.
And I think that's corny.
But
okay,
so let me just be clear.
Well,
because I don't really want to do that too much, right? Because JR showed me a lot of.
Okay, so
real quick, JR showed me a lot of love. He had me He had me moderate a show. I was invited to a show. That's one of the bigger platforms where, as I was growing, that really showed me love. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of channels that came from the Anton tree based on me doing my due diligence. I see basically all the platforms I know. There were a lot of people who branched from the Fight Club. So I just want to make sure that for us to pinpoint it down would be slightly disingenuous simply because there's so many channels that came from that tree.
Okay, I could do the disclaimer. My thoughts are my thoughts only. Kenny P. Those are my thoughts only.
I know, but people
clip
stuff. People clip stuff, right? And I'm sitting in this top left corner, so it's gonna be likened to me regardless, because they may not. What they'll do is they'll clip out your disclaimer and still put it. You see what I'm saying?
All right, I'll make the necessary adjustments. Let's not call no names. That thing when you're successful and you're punching down, because that's what I looked at it as.
Okay.
That if you're that biblical man, where in your righteousness does that hold credence? And you speak so eloquently about what you consider a good book and have those type of discussions, but you still could talk your fly and be arrogant and step down on those that are not as achieved as you, that may have came off your tree or may have split because of, God knows what, disagreement. I don't like that, because if I'm a man of success and I'm reciprocating what he said, I'm putting out in the world what I wish to reciprocate. That kind of make you a hypocrite when you start doing your fly like that and talking arrogantly. And I've listened to the show where he's like, I brag about my cars, this, that, and the third, because I've worked for it. Okay, you're allowed to talk your fly, but when you start that line of denigrating people, that's when you really make my eyebrows start paying attention to what you're doing, because I know that's a good man, but we are all flawed, but you keep pushing this. So where's the real growth, or is that part of you now? Because when you get money, it just quantifies what you originally are. So when JP said, when you offered the question, JP, if I was to give you $1 million, he said, I will work on me inside. Why do you need the money to work on you inside? That was one of your first statements. And I was like, nah, it just makes you more what you are.
Yeah, 100%. What do you say, Kenny? No, you're good. I think you have a little bit of delay too. It's not bad. It's not bad though. It's not bad. What do you think though, right? About like when I met him, instantly he like, this the man right here. He introduced me to everybody, etc. And when I halfway got out mentioning to do this interview, but I think he maybe saw me interview other people and was instantly like, yeah, let's do it. I'm with it. Right? No type of I need this, nothing, just that. Would that push back against the punching down argument?
No, because he knows how to balance that. I met him when he came to New York. He's very outgoing. He's a good person to move through rooms. He's a great conversationalist. But then again, like I said, we are all flawed. But if you're preaching a certain thing on your pulpit, then your word has to be stronger if you're cut from that cloth. You're still punching down if someone dares challenge you, and you'll say, I'll find out everything about you and crush you. Okay, that's punching down. I've watched that up to recently. You understand? So we should be held accountable for the things that we say, no matter if we're the guy down here, Joe Regular, the man up on top of it, 2 loaves of bread and a sausage under each arm. That's all I'm saying. It's not taking away. He's a great conversationalist, great businessman, great mind, great speaker. But we all got critiques about certain things. When you ask certain questions, the conversation can be had without malice. It's a conversation. I'm attacking his points, not the person.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think I understand your sentiment. Even when he said the Hebrews are dusty, right? It wasn't confined to that group. I think that's why I was kind of asking specifically how many interactions when I realized it was one specific group, and then I'm imaging myself in the box. You know, because I just try to see exactly what people are saying. But I understand your premise. Big GL, what's popping?
You heard what you just said. To label.
Sorry, go ahead, Kenny. Go ahead. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, but to label Dusty, that's like off track, because now you already have an idea of how you see Israelites, and then you group them into that, because he did not say I have met one group. He said Israelites. He did not parse it out.
Yeah, no, 100%. Hopefully the parse was made, but you know, I think we definitely have a follow-up conversation because there's so much to ask, you know. And I had a bunch of verses here that can kind of help them see it, you know, but we just didn't able to get there, you know.
So can I ask you a question before you move on?
Ask me an actual question without context. Yes.
Do people? Okay, let us say if I'm at the bottom, right? I proclaim to be at the bottom. I'm at the bottom. Do people that's at the bottom, when people that's considered to be at the top, because I think being at the top is relative, right? Depends on what individual goals are. But do people that be at the top, let's say financially, do we automatically got to just start, when that person come in the room, do we automatically got to start bowing down?
What's the question, JP?
You know, kissing ass? Do people at the bottom, when they see somebody, because they be like every time you critique somebody that's at the top on the bottom, they say you hate it. So people that are considered to be at the top financially and people that's at the bottom, the ones at the bottom, do the bottom people always gotta just bow to their knees, conform to anybody that's at the top?
No, and I don't think anybody's articulating that. I think here's the key. If you're aspiring to where someone is, then I think people need to shut up and listen more, right? If you see that person is doing well, then what they're saying needs to be taken in and assessed and see if you can apply it. I think what happens is people are like, nigga, don't nobody care that you up there. You arrogant because you up there. But if you aspire to do better and you see that person is doing better than you, it would behoove you to be quiet and listen to what they're saying, regardless of if you like it or not. You know, so like me, I can have the conversation as a tangible example about Dusty Israel, right? Because I know what I am. I know how I look and how I present myself, right? And I understand people make jokes and speak in hyperbole, right? But I can separate myself from that if it makes me upset and have the conversation to properly mine it out so he can get more understanding. Because if you notice at the end of that, he made sure he put in his, I'm open to the fact that I'm wrong, but I doubt it. But he put it there because I showed him some things that he maybe never quite seen before. So you got to just take it and keep on grinding it. You know what I'm saying?
But why do everybody assume that everybody has the same goal? I think that everybody assumed that everybody's goal is to be this rich person. And if you say that you ain't trying to be rich, being broke, saying that, they just saying, oh, that's some broke nigga talk. But one of that's how you truly, genuinely feel, though.
No, 100%. I think what it is people will take all the information about the person talking and use all the information that they have regarding that person to make their assumptions. So when you read in the chat, they may be listening to you now, but they may also be thinking about what you've said previously and then making their determination based on that. So it's not just siloed to this one comment at this one particular time. Let me do this. Let me get Big GL in. Because I think this is his first time up here, and then I want to get Granny in because it sounded like he wanted to respond to JP. Zagu, what time you going to hit the bag now? All right, let me get Big GL in. I'll get you in real quick. All right, because I know you're about to hit the bag. Say again, please.
Yeah, I just had something to say real quick, and then I was gonna come back after.
All right, it's quick. All right, let's. All right, go ahead. Cause I know. All right, Big GL, what's popping? You can hear me?
What's good, dog?
That. Yeah, I can hear you. What's good? How you?
I'm straight, man. I rock with Anton heavy. I rock with most of the things that he talk about. Like I would say, like about 98%. You know what I'm saying? But when he gets going on about how like You know what I'm saying? He don't really understand how black people are in this situation and that situation. I'm like, come on, Tom, dog. Like, come on now. Like when you break down the history of society and like when you break down how societies work, you know, aside from history, then you start to understand why we're in the positions that we're in. And I think that he's too intelligent to disregard that. But like, you know, and I also want to talk. This is very basic to me. When he be talking about Hebrew Israelites, Jesus Christ was a Hebrew Israelite that founded Christianity. That is a fact. He was a Jew, which is a Hebrew that was born in Israel, Bethlehem, that later founded Christianity. This is like it's irrefutable. I honestly think that I think that Hebrew Israelites are a sect of Christianity. Honestly, I think that they are the originators of Christianity. And the reason that they separated themselves from Christianity is because they tried to normalize the Hebrew Israelites, which were the original followers of Christ, to the rest of the congregation, because they seen it as, you know, they tried to equalize it as a new religion amongst Christianity. You know, I think that that's a pretty fair assessment when we're speaking about the history.
So real quick, GL, just on that. So essentially, Christ, Jesus is the Christ. They were called Christians first in Antioch. And Peter is actually the rock of the church. But you're right in terms of Christians. Hebrew Israelites are Christians because they believe that Jesus is the Christ. But the reason why there's a separation is because the religion of Christianity and the dogma that's in that, the Hebrews don't subscribe to that stuff. That's why you have to make a differentiation. You know what I mean? Which you kind of said that, but I just wanted to break down you know what I mean? Just the Christ and who, you know, so on and so forth. But go ahead, my bad.
I totally understood. I'm not even a Hebrew Israelite. You know, I have a foundation in Christianity. I'm very heavily based in Christianity. The more that I learn about theology and history, you know, because history, I think the Bible is the original history book. You know what I'm saying? I think that the Bible reveals itself through our history textbooks, our math textbooks, and all of that. When you read the Bible, it's pretty much a culmination of everyday life back then. And so now, as time has developed, you know, and education has become more sophisticated. There's like a whole bunch of spawns off of the original purposes of the Bible. So like, instead of generalizing like what life is, you know, in the Bible, now you have these specific subjects, you know, to harp in on. But all of these subjects wouldn't exist without the acknowledgement of God, because they acknowledge, you know, what do we ask for? We ask for knowledge and understanding when we pray. You know, so if God didn't give us the ability to have knowledge and understanding, then we wouldn't even be able to separate these things and compartmentalize these very specific things about our living. You know, how we choose to habituate ourselves. You know, so and then I kind of wanted to speak to like, you know, everybody else point. You know, generally talking about Anton. Look, my thing is, bro, I'm gonna talk big shit to a big dog if he talking shit to me. So I don't really give a fuck what he gonna say. You know, as long as I'm not provoking the big dog and he come up talking shit to me, I'm gonna talk shit back. But you know what I'm saying? Just like there's punching down, there's punching up, and sometimes like you can kind of see it with like the whole debate about like in combat sports with journeymen like Adrian Broner as compared to Floyd Mayweather. You know what I'm saying? Adrian Broner is a great journeyman. Floyd Mayweather is a great champion. You feel what I'm saying? And you can take value from both, but the champion is more valuable. You know what I'm saying? The journeyman he takes his losses.
Yeah,
you know, but the champion usually doesn't have any losses. You feel me?
But GL, if we stick on that analogy, would you learn from Adrian Broner what not to do? Or would you?
He's too braggadocious. I think that he's unrightfully braggadocious. I think that Adrian Broner.
But Big GL, not necessarily him. But what I'm saying is, when you assess those two and using the analogy,
answer the question.
When you look at Adrian Broner, are you learning what not to do by following it? Big GL, can you hear me?
No, I hear you. I don't like. I didn't even, say anything to the dude, and he trying to disrespect me, like you not having a conversation with me.
I be on big
point
deal.
about
It's not super duper deep. So what I'm saying, pause. God damn. Let me not start that shit.
Yeah, pause. Hey, no Diddy.
I be wild. Yo, yesterday I had
my bad.
That's so good. Yesterday I had Slimmy. I had like 30 pause moments. I'm like, yo, what the fuck am I doing? Like I was doing this shit on purpose. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? So big GL. But when you assess those two, do you use Adrian Broner to figure out what not to do though?
Yeah, I could say that because like Adrian, I think that there are people who are rightfully, boastful. You know what I'm saying? Where I think boasting is okay. I genuinely think that if it's in the right context, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. But who's the boaster? Who's the boaster? Adrian or Floyd?
Adrian for sure. Both of them are, but like Floyd.
Let me clarify. Who should be the boaster?
I mean, I think they're both great men, so they both have things to boast about. It's just to the degree of how much that person boasts.
I think you're right.
I disagree.
Who should be the boaster? Who should be the boaster? So if you had to pick one, who is the boaster?
I genuinely think both of them should have the right to boast. Like I genuinely think that. I just think that Floyd Mayweather has more.
Let me say this. I agree. However, pick one. Who should be boasting?
More than I think that Floyd definitely deserves the praise.
And then who should be doing more?
I think that he deserves to do that more.
Who should be doing more listening?
100%. Adrian Broner. That's why his head got too big.
Well, Big GL, slow down.
Not
so
listening to Floyd.
What we're doing is assessing the analogy, and what the analogy is actually defining is just that. The man who has made it to the top is the one that should be listened to and should have more arrogance than the man who is either still climbing or hasn't made it at all. That's what that analogy actually defines. But good shit, Big GL. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move the microphone around, pause, and we'll keep getting back into it. So feel free to chime in for sure. Zach Good was popping.
Peace. What's up, man?
What's good? Hurry up so you can get on that bag, baby boy. I just saw CJ yesterday.
I'm about to right now. Yeah, CJ was talking big shit yesterday.
He talking hella shit yesterday.
He said he more scared of hot water than Big Hamp.
That's crazy.
That was wild.
He might be right though.
Go ahead. I did want to say to Big GL, I get the point that you was making, but Adrian Broner is a multiple-time world champ, so he's no journeyman. But I get what you're saying, though. Comparing him to Floyd, definitely. But he has a right to be arrogant, especially speaking about fighting to damn near 99.9% of the population. But, that's here. But about Anton, what I want to say. I agree with pretty much a lot of it. Go ahead.
No, my bad. Go ahead.
I agree with pretty much most of what Anton says. I like his content, and I'm glad to hear him say it. Pretty much a lot of it is like acting when I see him, because he's different from show to show, from channel to channel that he has. But one point where I would separate myself, or either I need to learn, and I see you kind of had a look on your face when he was saying it, was basically I'm trying to figure out what's the dollar amount to where you can turn on your don't give a shit no matter what somebody says to me. It just don't matter. It's just water off.
Oh, good morning, DJ Hamp.
$4.8 million.
Good morning.
Are you saying good morning? Are you saying fuck you money?
Yeah. At what point is that? Because I mean, do you have it yet? Because I pretty much know there's something that anybody on the street just ain't gonna walk up to you and say I don't think you know what I'm saying, Hamp. I know that about you as far as that, and we haven't even met personally.
Do have what? Fuck you money?
No, I'm saying I think that there is a line that if somebody walked up to you and said or crossed it, you finna mix it out.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Security there or not, you're gonna mix it out.
Yes.
So I'm trying to figure out what that line is. I'm not saying it's a good or bad thing. That's why I said I might need to find it for myself, because I don't have it. There's a line that that you can't. I don't care how much money I got at this point. I've had a lot more money than I have now, but certain things ain't gonna fly. That's all. I was just trying to figure out that. Or is that a part of the act that he's saying? You know what I mean? Because I've never met him personally. I don't know him personally, only online. So I don't know if that's a part of the act or,
Yeah. No, 100%. I think the key to that, if I just answer, and I think JP probably mentioned this before as well, people aren't having a lot of these testy conversations in person per se, right? So very rarely are you getting to these points often. And I think if we're having a business conversation, there'll be a specific topic in which people will speak their piece on it. You know what I mean? So if we're in person talking about money and how to get it, I would maybe align something in terms of entrepreneurship. Others may align in terms of the corporate world and climbing up the ladder, and we would talk through it more often, right? That I don't think there would be a need in person to call each other dumb or stupid at that juncture.
Right.
You know? So I just think how it would manifest, we can still have the conversation, but the manifestation of it is different. How many fights have actually happened in the barbershop when we talk face to face? You know, and we be talking mad shit, but don't nobody really be. And then the crazy thing is when the kids come in and the ladies come in, we all shut up. You know, you stop cursing so much. And then when his mom leave, you say, man, boy, your mom got a fat ass. And he get mad at niggas and then niggas go back to, like, you know what I mean? So it's never, we just gotta, when we actually see it in real life, like what actually happens. You know what I'm saying? That's why when people like, nigga, you talking tough online. Well, the truth is, everybody got low energy when you in your room in your drawers, you know? But when we outside, everybody, most time people be chilling, you know? So,
yeah, I was saying that because like, I don't know. I'm a jump off the porch type dude. Like, that's probably why I even took this fight. You know what I'm saying? But it was just like,
yeah.
I don't know. I just feel different about that. Like, even with what you're saying, it makes 100% sense. But it's like, I know there's a line. I'm just wondering, do we have it? Like, so say if he's out in public, like when he was walking with his girls and somebody walked up and said X, Y, Z, he would probably let his security handle it. I mean, something disrespectful to him. I seen you online, X, Y, Z, the SMD shit, which I know most men ain't having that. You tell me SMD anywhere in public, we gonna have to mix this out.
Yeah.
So that was it.
So based on the energy that I got from when I met him, I didn't feel pushover energy.
Okay.
You know, like you perceive people online, you be like, man, this nigga. But I didn't have a presupposition, but nor did I feel that type of energy when we interacted. Feel me?
How would you react to that? Because I think that's the content that we trying to get.
Last piece, I'm gonna get to the bag. Great.
He almost done. He's got to go work out. That's all.
Gave me the opportunity to get a lot more insight on somebody that I actually been watching online and implementing some of the things he says into my life and what I coach and teach. So I appreciate that. This was a great interview, and it gave me also insight on some of the parts where I was like, had some skepticism about him. So appreciate it. Great interview. Thanks for setting me up on the channel.
You already?
You got it, JP. I'll be back later.
No, so Hamp, how would, because I think this
how that nigga gonna jump the line, dog?
So sorry. So real quick, but yeah, that was just my general sentiment, Zagu. You know what I'm saying? But I see my assumptions aren't I'm gonna win every fight too. When I go into a fisticuffs, I'm figuring I could get my ass kicked in this interaction.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I people talk to me about that, I say somebody gonna get beat up for damn sure. But I'm into somebody, you know. Right. But you go. I'm gonna give you all I got. Pause. That's for damn sure, you know. So that's how I approach shit, you know. So, but usually fighting me come with upset stomach, diarrhea, bloating, and you know, etc. So, Pepto-Bismol, Granny, you fucked my joke up. Granny, what's popping?
What's going on? A lot of you niggas be hating on Anton, bro. A lot of you niggas be hating on Anton, and I don't like that shit. Y'all always like to bring that nigga flaws up, which I really don't think he has flaws. Outside of being an asshole, everybody an asshole. A lot of you niggas done said shit that y'all wish y'all would have took back. At least he stand on his shit. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, that nigga built a space, bro. He built a space. For the majority of these niggas that come on this panel here, most of these niggas wouldn't have been panel comfortable if it wasn't for Anton going live on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, my nigga. And Anton used to be on that panel with us, chilling with us, having the conversations and shit. I would have never met Cheeky. I would have never known Aaron. I would have never known Brittany. I would have never known Omar, Love C, Callie, Bev, Sherelle. I would have never known these people that I care so much about if it wasn't for Anton just coming to kick it with us every fucking evening or morning or weekend. Man, that man gives so much back to a lot of people around here that he doesn't even, Anton don't know me. The most Anton ever talked to me, I ever talked to Anton. Because I used to try to duck and dodge Anton off a Fight Club. Every time he come up, I just drop down. And he just called me one day and he banned me for not having a fucking haircut. You know what I'm saying? So I get it. He's a bit of an asshole, but the nigga got a good heart and he do right by people, bro. He do right. I ain't got a haircut right now. I'm dusted in the motherfucker, with camera dusted and all that. But he do right by people. And y'all niggas need to stop hating, bro. He may say some awful.
This might be risky.
You ain't gonna come on my panel without a haircut, nigga. You think you gonna do me like that? Huh? Nah, fuck that. You gonna treat me like a stunt double?
So, Ham, can I ask you a question?
No, nigga, I ain't that. Anton eventually let me back too. You know why? He's a good fucking guy. He's a good fucking guy. This is what y'all gotta understand, though. Y'all niggas gotta stop hating on that man. That man been married for almost 20 years. He treat his wife right. He do right by his kid. He put money in people's pockets, and he in his community. And he gives you niggas entertainment. A lot of you niggas addicted to YouTube right now because you were sitting there watching Anton over the last 3 fucking years. You can't even watch regular motherfucking TV no more because of Anton Daniels from AntonDaniels.com. Patreon pinned at the top and in the chat. Hear me, link in the description. Understand that shit, nigga. Respect that shit, nigga.
That's crazy.
Anton a real ass nigga, and he put niggas on, and niggas done goof up and then drop that bag, like he said, that bag. Shout out to the bag checkers. Niggas done drop that bag because you was retarded. J Prince. But anyways, back in the day. So I need y'all to understand that Anton Daniels from AntonDaniels.com is a good guy. He's just a bit of an asshole. Shout out.
I think people that talk like that. I think that people that talk like that, you can be a groupie all you want to, just because you do stuff.
Yeah. I know. So I'm an antisocial fucking kid that ain't had no friends, nigga. You all come on. The same niggas like you, the same shit every day. Just like you don't try to say the man got a Napoleon complex just because he got fucking money and he quote unquote punches down on broke niggas like you. I'm sick of niggas like y'all. You know what's the real part about it, Hamp? You know what's the real part about it? If most of you goofball niggas actually got into Anton's Patreon and actually watch the videos where he breaks the motherfucking things you need to do in life down like a fucking audio book, because most of you niggas can't fucking read in the first place, he break the shit down like an audio book and bring it down to C level because he's a C student, like he says. So dumb niggas to understand it too. If most you niggas will take the time out for $15 a motherfucking month, you get a deal. If you buy the year like I did, you will learn something in fucking life.
Man, that's your adopted father. This is my thing. First, I want to clear up.
I got a real fucking dad. You know why I fuck with Anton? Because Anton one of the few niggas outside of my family that actually make motherfucking sense.
Hey, Granny. All right, Granny. Let him respond. Granny, let him respond real quick. Go ahead, J. Prince.
All I'm saying is you're not gonna make me suck no dick because you enjoy sucking it.
Oh my God! Now you look like a black bitch. Now all the niggas gay.
Yo. Let's bring it down one. Let's bring it down one. Go ahead, J. Prince. Make your point.
I think the way Granville's talking, he more talking from a. That's what women do. Women do all of this. But, hold on. Just because, let's just say if I go to a whole bunch of homeless people, right, and moved into my house, because I got stuff going on, I'm doing a little bit better than them, right? Instead of competing with somebody either on my level or higher, I bring these homeless people in, then I treat them any kind of fucking way because I gave them some bread, I gave them a roof over their head, I did all this, so now I get the right to disrespect them. This, so I want to ask you, Hamp, if somebody walk past you on the street when you was basically saying that you got to be quiet when somebody is in a higher level. So if you on the middle of the street and a rich man and a broke man, he come up to you and say, move the fuck out of my way and do what the fuck I told you. You ain't gonna go with that. But if you find out that man got more money than you, would you shut the fuck up and move and do what the fuck he tell you to do? It don't context the messages. How can I put this? When you try to receive a message from people, the delivery does matter. Y'all stated months ago.
Delivery matters. No, delivery matters. So, am I gonna just move out the way? No, right? Yeah, I'm gonna check whatever needs to be checked 100%. Now,
at that point, if he keep talking like that, you not listen to nothing else he have to say, right?
Mm-hmm. No, now I will check how somebody's speaking to me, right, or the tone, but I can still hear what they're saying, right? Also, if I subject myself, see, here's the other thing, right? I think what Granny articulated that I would like you to respond to is people. He didn't force anybody to go there. He didn't force anybody to be on those panels. He didn't force anybody to be around them. So now, if you see somebody's modus operandi or mode of conduct, and you don't like it, but yet you continue to subject yourself to that person, at a point, you either remove yourself or accept how it is they talking to you.
Right, but now Anton always had this thing that he can be corrected, right? He's not above everybody else. He can be corrected and checked and all this other type of stuff. It was so many men that's like Granville just because he tell y'all that he rich and all this other type of stuff, and a lot of men just be folding. And then when you got other men like myself that's not gonna fold and gonna call out bullshit when I call it out, now they looking at me like I should. No, you can't do that. No, you got me fucked up. I don't care in real life.
Let him finish. Let him finish, Granville. Let me tell y'all something. Stop doing. And this is what I'm telling you. JP, you do it. Granny, you do it. Okay? Stop doing that. When we hear something that we don't like, we just automatically interject. It doesn't further the conversation. It sullies the conversation. All right? And I'm asking. You guys, obviously, right? I'm asking y'all not to do that. All right? I'm asking. Okay?
All I'm saying when it comes to that time, right? I think that, how can I put this? Because y'all had said something. Granville said that niggas just hating on him. Anton could be a hater of a lot of us. Anton might got more money than you, but we all heard that somebody could be doing way better than you, still hating on you because you might got a different type of personality than him. You might have the crowd still fucks with you and love you to death, and without having to have not $1. Like when you think about all of the celebrities who have passed on, you think about men of the black race who have done a lot for this race with no dollar. They is more remembered more than Kobe Bryant, all of these rich people. If Bill Gates died today, people gonna say, damn, he was rich, who out the bed, but he not really connected to our souls. Just because you got a lot of money don't give you the green light to just mistreat people or disrespect people because you feel like, well, I'm at the top and you at the bottom. So you gotta do what I say as grown man.
All right, that's a
female supposed to be anti.
All right, that's a good point. All right, so that the point is made. The point is made, right? I understand JP's point. Granny, do you want to respond directly to that point? Then I'm gonna rotate the microphone around a little bit. Pause.
It's funny that he called niggas dick suckers, but he was the nigga with a show. He was the nigga with a show Sunday evening before Fight Club called Jay Prince for President. That was on Anton Squad every Sunday, every single Sunday. But it's crazy that you called me that. I ain't never asked none of these niggas for a show. The only nigga I ever asked to go live on this show was motherfucking Cheeky.
I never asked him. He gave it to me. Oh, I'm sorry.
Come on. He gave it to you?
Granny, don't get knocked off your point. Continue to make your point.
I'm about to make it. I can make it because this the same nigga that say he's staying on business. All money ain't good money. But as soon as a nigga gave him a little bread and he was edifying him a little bit, give him a little upkeep, get in his little fucking mental, he was doing that show every motherfucking Sunday. But this the same nigga that'll get up here and tell me I'm sucking dick because I'm just telling it like it is. What Anton does, Anton actually helps people out. He may be a bit of an asshole, but if niggas will just take the time out and actually go pay a little $15 a month, because yes, niggas need to know information and he's providing the information people need to know. Okay. I don't care about his YouTube shit. I'm talking about the man at his core. That is a black man that is married to a woman almost 20 years, taking care of his motherfucking child, baking that fucking bread, and living life.
Yeah.
That's what most you niggas trying to do. But y'all hate that nigga because he say something because you disagree with it.
Yeah.
That's gay shit.
So what that is, you definitely reiterated a point. I think it's a clean point overall what you're saying, Granny. Does everybody believe that they're in the pool of people in which you're talking about? Yeah, I think that's the point of disagreement. But essentially, JP, remember on the show, you touted those things that you have been able to obtain that other men haven't. And seemingly those things that you were able to obtain also align very directly to what Anton has.
But not necessarily, right? Because
I'm just saying, like the wife, the family, even to have a woman under your covering, she doing the thing that you asking her to do. Yeah, those things that really matter that Anton also talks about. So I just want to point out that money aside, there's a lot of things that you actually align with him on that he speaks positive about that you've actually obtained yourself.
I don't think. See, then that will you been.
Then I'm gonna get August and Slimmy
as a gatekeeper of all of this stuff that people do in real life. Anton not the gatekeeper of nobody's success. Anton is not the gatekeeper of marriage, right? We don't know what goes on in his marriage behind closed doors. He only tell you what he wants you to see.
Yeah,
so
but
he's not
that's
the gatekeeper.
But why? Understand now. Let me just ask: why is that relevant to what I said in terms of what you guys have? We actually don't know what happens in.
It's making it seem like without Anton, I wouldn't have been thinking about this type of stuff.
No. I was saying that the things that you what I'm saying, just to clarify the point, and then let me get some new voices, and then we'll circle back. Is simply this: the things that you obtained and you held value and said that, hey, I've got what these men do not have. He has those same things. So I'm saying that the values that you value, he also has as well. So there's a lot of alignment that we're not even acknowledging. I'm not saying he inspired you to do it. I don't know. But I'm saying that you got those things that he had and you both value them equally. That's all. So just think on that. You'll definitely get back in. I'm moving the mic around. Trying to
drop, man. You can bring somebody up, bro.
All right, Grant. I love you. Be safe.
All right.
I'll be back, Hamp. I'm right here.
All right, no doubt. All right, I got you. Who was up here? Was it August or Slimmy? I forgot.
That was somebody before me for sure.
August was popping
before me.
Okay.
He's popping, bro.
Hey, what up, Mr. Fantastic? Oh shit, Mr. Fantastic, you got that Android. You feel me?
Yo, get the fuck out of here. Don't start.
No, did you try this? Try this real quick. Take that piece of shit and throw it against the wall. Maybe it'll work better.
Nah, it's working perfectly fine right now, brother, because I'm stationary. Y'all niggas don't know how motherfucking satellites and phone antennas work. And who is this motherfucker Terrence Crawford up here? Is this Terrence Crawford XL? This brother? Is that?
What?
Nah, Slimmy.
That nigga look just like Terrence Crawford, man. I was like, goddamn, have the heck motherfucker Terrence Crawford on this motherfucker.
Terrence Crawford. Hey, I'm gonna tell you what. Either you, I know niggas is getting BBL. Mr. Alignment, not Mr. Alignment, I'm bugging. Mr. Fantastic, most people getting BBLs. You saying your mic is working correctly? Did you get a voice box change? You sound like T-Pain.
What the fuck? How you feel?
That mic is trash, bro. That phone sucks. Is what I'm articulating to you.
Hold on.
Cheeky, is he? Did he get his voice? He can talk like T-Pain now? Is that what it is?
No, it's just a bad mic. Fantastic.
Exactly. No, bad phone. That's what I'm articulating.
It should be better now. I was on the Bluetooth.
I told you spend $100 more, but you got that S23 being cheap.
I was on the Bluetooth of the car I'm in. Get out of here. Anyway, move on to the brother Terrence Crawford fucking XL, man. Let them brother talk.
Damn, man. Who was up? Slimmy was up. Slimmy was popping, man.
Hey, man, y'all skipping me, man. Hey, hold on. Y'all skipping me, bro.
Oh
yeah, my fault.
My bad.
I said what's up, and that was it.
That was your turn. I was trying to get Sean too. I know Sean phone be acting up. August, what's good?
What's popping, man? How y'all been, man? How y'all been holding up?
We doing the right thing, man.
It's the word.
I'm ready for that boxing match, man. I got my tickets on deck. I'm gonna be out in Philly.
Word. Yeah, man. It's gonna be a good time for sure.
What's good though? I wanted to chime in on it, man. It's the one I wanted to say, like, it's the ones that that have a lot of hate in their heart, that it hit the worst when Anton be talking like that. It's either two responses that you normally get. You either get energized by the shit that he's saying and how he moving, except for some of the Israelite shit. But you either get energized from it or you get like hurt by it. And so you see the ones that's not on the level where where he's at, and they secretly want to be there, but they can't. Everybody got the same amount of hours of the day. Everybody got the same amount of time, same 24. And whatever you choose to do in your 24 and whatever you choose not to do in your 24 is your business. So you see the people just coming on here hating, getting upset, saying he punching down. I think it's important for a man to talk that shit so that they can know what it is. And it's crazy because it's like a catch-22. You wouldn't even be able to see him on this level, on this platform, if he didn't talk that shit and show how, because with black people, you got to show it. You got to show the bank account. You got to show the followers. You got to show the subscribers. Or else they ain't going to believe you. That's how they go based off of what they see. And when he do show that shit and start talking that shit, niggas be hating. It's like, bro, I get energized when I hear him talking that shit. I done made 20 racks. I done made a 2 million. Man, talk that shit. You supposed to. That's how I look at it.
And what does it do for you when you hear it?
It motivate me. It's like I can aspire to do that, and it motivate me to bunker down a little bit more. Focus a little bit more.
Yeah.
Edit another video instead of doing 2 videos a day. Edit 3. You know what I'm saying? And climb artists. It's like an inspiration of where I could possibly be at, because he's already carved out the path, and it's through hard work and perseverance that he got through that. You know what I'm saying? Dude be working hard. So
let me ask you a question. Yeah, 100%. And that's one question that I wanted to get to in terms of work-life balance with him, but hopefully be able to do it again. But August, what I want to ask you is, do you think the majority of the minority of people respond how you respond to it?
I think the minority do. And the reason why I say that is because I don't think people have the conviction to actually put the work in to accomplish what he's accomplishing, so they resort to just hating on it.
Okay.
Like, stop saying what you're doing so loudly. We don't like to hear you talk all that shit, all your accomplishments and who you better than. We don't like hearing that. You know what I'm saying?
But your answer stands that the majority of people don't respond well to that delivery.
Right.
As a leader or a coach, what do you do if the majority of your players aren't responding well to how you teach?
You got to make an adjustment. My turn over, man. I'm done.
I love you. Slimmy was good.
My guy. Hey, man, I just want to say it was a blessing to meet you in person.
Yes, sir.
That shit was amazing, man. Like,
yeah.
I had a time of my life.
That shit was dope, man.
And for this interview to happen and the way it went down, this was just amazing. You did an amazing job. You asked the hard questions. You got to it. Like, and I respect it, man. I respect the way you went about it. You could have easily just been on some other shit and just, kind of dodge shit, but you went straight to it, bro. I respect that, man. That's how the shit's supposed to go.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And again, to him, he gotta be willing, right? He didn't put no parameters on it, et cetera, and we had the conversation, man. But I appreciate you seeing it how you see it and acknowledging it. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks for having me up too, man. But I do want to say one thing. I did notice a little bit of some untruth that took place up here, because even though people may not know it, I've just been around for a long time and I've been watching. And JP, you definitely asked Anton for a show. I heard you do that with your own mouth, but that's neither here nor there. But you can't knock somebody for something that you did too. I know Kenny P said he had some smoke for me too. So what was that about, Kenny? What you got for me, man?
No, I don't even feel like bringing it to the show. You know that show when you came up and you was bootlicking when 2K called the woman I used to deal with a B. And I'm still waiting to see that cat. And you was up there like Kenny was tripping. You understand? Y'all got to differentiate bootlicking from hating, critique from hating, and certain other things, because I've done his coaching calls. I've done his Patreon. I've donated countless amounts to Anton's show. So I'm allowed to critique a great man. People cherry pick what they want. What you heard was he's a great businessman, great speaker, devout father. You missed all of that but it's considered hating when you critique something from a great teacher that looks like he's punching down. It's considered hate. Why would I hate a man that I do a coaching call with, constantly support, call big coach and certain things? That means you're beyond reproach. You can't, the correction can't be had because you're at the top
Nobody
1%.
is beyond reproach. Nobody is beyond reproach. Nobody.
But my beef with you is that certain things were said. Okay, certain things were said, and you hopped on their bandwagon when no one was disrespected. Because the general consensus, since you wanted to touch it, like I was different. Okay, so I can't get it off so you can respond. So the general consensus was, because you clicked up, you thought I made a reference to Mika. I asked her why she laughing regarding 2K calling a woman that I once dealt with a B, and she's in the background laughing. Wouldn't that be, that don't sound right? Because I said, what are you laughing at? Everybody, oh, you attacking her, and then you jumped up like I was going crazy, and you went in the bandwagon. But that's not for this time or not. I think you're a good guy, but you got to pick your arguments well. And I ain't scared to call a spade, and I'm open for correction. I'm on LaPeace Network. I'm on other network, Flip the Network. I'm open for correction, but men have talks. You understand? It's not hating if you critique a man. That man is successful. He's arguably the model of the nuclear family.
Kenny, let him respond.
Kenny, I never said you was hating. What you was saying was some incorrect info about Mika. You attacked her and it was wrong. And you was wrong. That's all it was, nigga.
Okay, how? Okay, wait. See?
Wait. Can you let me respond? Or you gotta let me land my plane. And
you got you.
I gotta correct you, bro, because you said something about Mika that was false. You said that she can't get a man. You said some other shit. That's not true. I'm not about to tell her business.
I did it.
That's not.
I did it.
You know that was.
I did it, and I could provide. Wait. Yeah, it was recorded. It was recorded. What you just said was a Okay, what you just said was a mischaracterization. Nobody bashed her.
No.
Okay.
I said
wait. You presented to him. Wait. Just so we don't waste the time of the other men on the panel. You provided to Hamp where you said where's video clip that I said she can't get no man. And then I will come up here and publicly apologize. Okay, let me finish. I would publicly apologize.
What is the art? I'm not understanding.
I don't know what Kenny getting at, man. Like he said I was bootlicking.
Okay, now nobody know what nobody's saying.
You said I was bootlicking. I'm trying to figure out how.
We don't. The reason why it's tough is because we're trying to understand it, right? So you may have to speak. Hold on. You may have to generalize it, right? Because there's 800 people here, so it's something that's very anecdotal, and I have no clue what you guys are talking about. So it's not. It's gonna end up loose. Okay, now it's just a conversation.
Real quick, on that platform. Okay, to make it real quick on that platform, I came up and me and 2K got into it regarding a certain subject. I mentioned like a celebrity I once messed with, and they said, "Oh, you name dropping or something," and I said something about my prior relationship. See, you see him laughing, right? So now, see, that's where it gets escalated. That's where it gets escalated. Okay,
go ahead. Just finish, so we can move forward. Go ahead, Kenny.
So, 2K called my ex a B, and I'm looking around for the room. I asked Anton, so this is what's gonna go. Pretty much. And then I hear Mika laughing in the background. And I know she's a female. So you cool because it's your clique that men talk that way about certain females in their life. I didn't say that she can't get no man. And if he could provide that clip, I will come back up here and apologize. But then when I got thrown off, oh, we got to defend her. You jumped up. I ain't gonna call you no names. You jumped up and was like, yo, he going crazy. He's bugging.
Okay, so
it's guys like you that come up here. You really didn't come up here to have a conversation. You came up here to be an ear for Antoine. Anton, pardon me.
Man, I came up here to
Yeah.
say what's up to Hamp because I met him in real life, nigga. Calm down with that bullshit, bro. You tripping. Kenny, you are
I'm
really
tripping?
bugging right now. You are bugging right now. You told
That's the
as soon
same
as I
thing we
got up
did.
here.
Yeah,
That's the
hold on,
same
Hold on,
thing we
wait.
did before.
Hey, Hamp. I'm just gonna say this, and then I'm not gonna. Hamp, I came up here to shout you out. Only I heard Kenny say, something in the background like, "Slimmy, I got smoke for you too." I'm thinking like the nigga was
Wait, are
joking.
we airing out beef online?
I'm thinking this nigga was joking. This nigga serious. Like, Kenny, bro, I don't have no smoke with you, bro. I don't have no issues with you. You said a woman's name.
Anything
Wait,
you
Kenny,
mischaracterize
Kenny,
in me
Let
or
him go
mine.
ahead and let him go ahead and finish.
You gotta stop talking because I don't want
on,
this to
man.
carry out on somebody else's show. This is his platform, bro.
Yeah, because we
bro.
lost. We lost. So we're gonna end it here. So let me
man.
just say your last point.
Yeah, bro.
and-
Hey, Hamp, it was great to meet you in real life, bro. I thought homie was joking. I fuck with Kenny P, so this is kind of shocking to me. Like, I don't know what's up, man. Like, but yeah, Hamp, it was great to meet you in real life, bro.
Yeah,
Hey,
100%.
whoever next, man, go ahead, speak your piece, man.
100%. What do you think though about the sentiment, Slimmy, in terms of just how people see Anton? Do you think that he brings it on himself because of just the different conversations and presentation, or do you think that they're looking for it, a reason?
When you're a polarizing figure, man, like, and this is just the truth, it's gonna be one side or the other. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be one side or the other. You're gonna have people that love you, and you're gonna have people that hate you. There is no middle ground. That's just what it is. And people are going to pick a side, without knowing. Like, I guarantee you, if everybody up here knew him in real life and they met him in real life, it'd be totally different. It's just like with me. Like, I'm a very polarizing figure as well. I just don't have a platform. I'm not a content creator. So when people meet me in real
That's
life,
what they all say.
oh,
yeah, chill out, Indy and Michael Jackson. Be quiet, man.
Theory.
Don't
Yeah, we don't need you to chime in, Theory. Go ahead, Slimmy.
No, but like, this is just what it is, man. Like, people gonna love you or they gonna hate you. It's one or the other. Now, some of the things Anton says, they get under people's skin, bro. Like, just for real. Like, and then he says things that aren't popular. He doesn't say things that align with groupthink. So that's another thing. When you don't align with groupthink, now it's even more people that's just like, man, who the fuck is you? You know what I'm saying? So and then he's black and he's someone who does not advocate for the way black culture is.
Okay.
That's another problem.
Can I ask you a question, Slimmy?
I'm not going to.
No, hold on. No.
It's just
Go
the
ahead,
way
Slimmy.
things. It's just the way things are. You know what I'm saying? And like, when you're doing all these are red flags to some people. So they're not gonna fuck with you. They're gonna hate you.
So,
and for other people, it's truth.
So what happens, Slimmy, though? Like, do you think that, and this is generally speaking, but obviously we have a person who is the subject, the subject matter here, right? Is it a problem that I have to meet you in real life to see how authentic you are?
I think that depends on the person. Like, so for instance, me.
What you think though? Like, just speculate. And again, you could Anton, but everybody, right? Just speculate, right? I know we can't meet every person and see, but is that potentially problematic?
No, because for one thing, when you on YouTube, this is a show. It's entertainment.
Okay.
You can't, and so for instance, nobody asks a rapper who they authentically are in real life. Nobody asks a rapper that, and I know because I used to rap. You know what I'm saying? I was very good at it. But the thing is, nobody asks a rapper or actor who they authentically are in real life, even though they're entertainers. Nobody asks them this. It's only because, like, you might see somebody on YouTube and they're talking against certain talking points that might hit home for some people. Now we got to know who you authentically are. I guess that's what the issue might be.
Okay.
No,
I understand the analogy. I think the rappers, I think we kind of vet them more so, but regardless, I think that I understand your point, and to be fair, right? Like, I'm pretty much the same here, but in real life, I could go there right? Like, so certain things you won't say to me in person
Facts.
that up here, if you said it, I may not have the same response. But if you say certain things and we're face to face, I'm more likely to pop it off. But my like how I am is the same, you know. But I have a shorter tolerance for just people just saying anything, you know, in person. So I definitely understand that, how there'll be a little bit of a difference in a person, but not so much so that you wouldn't even know that person is authentic. That's the part I wrestle with, you know. Like, damn, I got,
no,
you know.
Maybe
So.
get to know
But also, like,
Mhm.
I will say this: it wasn't that type of energy. It's not that type of energy around though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I think if you get a certain type of energy around you, well, then we gonna see the real you that come out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think that's the
I think that's a good point.
Yeah, like nobody goes
He's
out looking for
glossing
negative
over.
energy like that. Can you let me land my point, Kimmy? Come on, bro.
Glossing
Like this,
over.
you starting to make this a little too
Oh, they
personal,
beefing
my guy.
again.
Come on, yo.
No one's talking
Go
to
ahead,
you.
Hamp.
I'm talking about
Go
the
ahead,
point.
Hamp. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, so I like what you're trying to do right now. A lot of people got virtual courage behind this friggin' laptop or phone, and you really have, you know this best. A man can really be weighed and measured if you right in front of him to see if he's really cut from that cloth or he got those type of minerals. I've met Anton. I've shook his hand. I watched his security detail in New York scout the place before he come in. I saw the whole drop when we was downtown. Then he came through with his lovely wife. And the thing is, no one hates Antoine. It's a problem when you're able to critique somebody in the 1%. That is not hate. There's no malice in the heart. And I'm hearing, oh, you hate. I heard Granny say, oh, you hate. I heard the other brother August say, oh, you hate. You know what hate? Did you look up the definition? That means they're untouchable. You can't say that. You preach a good word. I'm invested in it. You're showing me a blueprint, a couple of things and nuances I need to adjust so I can make the leap forward to where I need to be. But I'm unwilling, or I should be unable to tell you, Coach, I really don't like that type of language because it just throws me off from the purpose and the direction and the positivity that you're pushing to me. So I don't want to do that. Oh, that's hate. What? And I actually have results. Like the other one came up. You don't even know me from a bag of rocks. But I got results. But you would think it's somebody that don't have results. Not everybody gonna be the 1%, but if he's leading you progressively to a certain place so you can be a better person, you should also be able, if he considers you his brother, part of his village. Yo, Coach, I don't like that type of talk. I'm trying to stay away from that. And you say you're working on yourself, but why do that? How dare you tell him that? And that's considered hate?
No, I got you.
All you hearing is hate. It's either one or two extremes.
It sounds like you're trying to tone police him though. That's the problem. It's like, you know, you're trying to tone police somebody who has
How is that
elevated
tone police him?
because you don't like the way something sounds to you, like the way him brag. Because the critique is, and that's the thing is what the critique is. The critique is how he's talking, how he's bragging, punching down, that type of critique. So it's like, you know, you want to tone police somebody, and what got them there isn't being tone police, and so that's where it comes off as hate. Like that is vested in something else. You want to tone police them, but you look at them as a coach at the same time. You know what I mean? That it just
so August. Let me ask you.
It's almost like trying to tell your leader how to lead. Go ahead.
Well, let me do
August,
this. Let me do
ask
this
you
real
something
quick.
before.
All right, make it quick. I need to read these super chats, and I got to get Mr. Fantastic and Cheeky, and then I'll move the mic around some more.
Okay, before he became a man of wealth and he still held his way, would it be different if he was wealthy or he was just a common man and you gave a critique to your brother that, yo, I really don't vibe with that? That's tone policing your brother, or telling them how you feel about that certain conjecture that has been problematic, that has made people, if you know the stretch of Anton, certain people wanting to go see him and fight him and threaten him online.
You answering your own question.
Thing that
You
The
answer
thing
my
about
question.
it, the thing about it is you can't look at him in reverence and say, "Hey," you can't look at him in reverence and say, "Hey, you're leading me," but I'm going to critique you on how you're going to lead me. That doesn't like
just
it,
don't.
the two can't.
Stop letting him coach you. Like, it's
The two
self-inflicted.
can't
Respect
exist. So
it.
you can't.
So that's
Yeah,
what we're saying.
you can't be on an equal level with him and then say at the same time he's my leader. It don't you like you double talk.
Equal level.
Yeah, well, I'm
Yes,
not saying
yes,
double
you
talk.
try
I'm
to
just saying
as if
I think we making it way too personal.
leader?
That's what I'm saying. Well, just real
that's
quick.
what you said, coach.
Yeah,
Fantastic,
fantastic. You got the floor. Let me just read these super chats. And I think that's one thing I was kind of talking. JP and I were talking about, but you can expound on. Let me just read these. Lord Lou, appreciate you. Gifted 1 membership. Thank you. Whoever got that, please maintain it. As A with the $5, I thanked him for saying DJ and Fantastic are more than a fight. What are you talking about? He actually, once he understood the context of it, he said what he said. Omar Smith with the 20 balls. He said, what, my 50 super chat wasn't no good? My bad. Oh, I read it though. I skipped that shit. I don't know how. KG with the $5 said, Shalom, when you doing the meetup? I got to plan it out. I got to see what the logistics are, what's necessary to make it successful. So I keep you posted 100%. EBD with the $2 says, shout out to the family. Thanks for the money for the channel. Indeed, EBD, appreciate you. KG with the $2 says, DC though. All right, we got to do it in DC, right? Lauren Matt gifted 5 minutes. Appreciate you. Whoever got one, please maintain it. Shadow Dragon TV with the $2 says, JP was hoping Anton would talk to him again. Lord Lou with the €6 says, salute the Hamp, salute TMBR panel. Great interview. Keep doing your thing. Thank you, Lord Lou. I appreciate you, my G. Crimson was popping, man. Hope all is well. He says, Crimson with the 20 says, contrary to some people's beliefs, money exacerbates who you really are rather than who you portray yourself to be. Also, just as there is a test of poverty, there is a test of wealth. Wealth has its own challenge. Due to the more money, more problems, huh? Walk the talk with the $2 says, salute Tom for trying to raise JP the right way. Omar Smith with the 20 ball. Oh, with the 20 ball says, a few things will change by default. Zip code, children's school, and your self-respect for being able to provide for your family.
Shit like that.
The way your wife looks at you will change also. She may even let you have more than one.
Wow.
If you don't get it, you won't get it. Jonathan with the 20 says, JP always projecting. Anton even speaks on not doing business with people without character. He speaks on being the reflection in the community as a man in a family. Dudes just hate when they don't act. Ari with the 2 says, arrogance versus confidence are two different things. Ezekiel Ben Israel with the $5 says, did you hit the like button? Please get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up. Jim Uriah was popping with the $2 says, they love you equals confidence. They dislike you equals arrogance. Damn. CJ with the $5 says, Hamp, his mind wouldn't let him ask the question without context. CJ with the $2 says, I'm on the way to the gym right now. Zagu better be working. Omar Smith with the $5 says, Zagu, Anton just was fighting last Thanksgiving on some shit. We all know our best behavior is to control our anger, but sometimes we fall short. Glow was popping with the $10 says, I rock with you, Hamp. You are a real humble dude and you run your panels well. Thank you, my brother. Omar Smith with the $5 says, niggas be like hoes with bad. We saying pussy. Somebody mute. Somebody playing the show, I think. Bitter and talking shit about you, then crying about why you ghosted them. Personality worship is shirk. Haram. Granny with the $2 says, stop hating on Anton. You hoes hating. Glow with the $5 says, Anton closed everybody tab at the meetup. Quiet as kept. Man. Omar Smith with the 20 ball. He says, August, I hope I got the name right. I'm old and wear glasses. I agree. I love the shit talking and big spending. I disagree with making the adjustment because most people won't get it, or we would all be getting money. So I think that was the discourse we was having. August, he commented on, which is a good point. Glow with the $5 says, it was either him or one of the other chasers, but either way, whatever environment fosters something like that, he created it. Keisha was popping. Man, that's a hell of a compliment. Mr. Fantastic, can you read this for me?
Hamp is the host of the year. 100. You know what I'm saying? Strong arm. Great interview. Great at articulating points. Asking thought-provoking questions. Great at moderating. Great at not getting triggered. Setting a standard. Appreciate you. Shout out to
brother.
That's a fact.
That's a great read, man. Thank you, Mr. Fantastic. I appreciate you sharing those sentiments that you also agree with. That means a lot to me, man.
I just read super cat.
Omar Smith with a $10 says, August, there is nothing fair in this game of life. If brothers are not going to jump, thank you, Keisha, by the way, I appreciate that, sincerely, not going to jump in the passenger seat and take game, then leave them reaching from the door handle while you punch the gas. Quentin with the files says, Kenny was talking shit about Mika not having a man, but she's married. Reaper with the $5 says, salute DJ Hamp in the panel. Salute, Reaper. We need another Dipset East Coast DJ set. Man, get a little fade and move down south and forget his roots. Shaking my head, LOL, salute. That's crazy. Last week, 2 weeks ago, I got busy, but I was playing shit from everywhere. Aaron with the $2, because Slimmy, I DJ on Fridays before I do the show, so he telling me, you know what I'm saying? I got to go back up top.
Yeah,
Aaron with
man.
the $2.
I'm gonna tap in too.
Indeed. Aaron with the $2 says, I love Ton channel, but keep that shit over there. Omar Smith with the $10 says, August, don't let your sympathy get in the way of your goals. Ellipsis. We already behind those who don't want to get on board have to be left behind. All love to you, bro. Jonathan with the 20 ball says, our self-awareness as men is horrible. Dudes do the same thing as females. Feel the temperature in the room while you're talking about personal stuff on the channel. Reaper with the $5 says, salute to the brother 111 theory. I follow his advice for police encounters and got shot up. Even my mom says she agreed with the cops. Thank you, bro. That nigga advice was crazy. Ezekiel Ben Israel with the $10 says, the chat is undefeated. Omar with the $10 says, Hamp, black men don't see themselves as great! Exclamation point. How can we see excellence in others if we can't see it in ourselves? You can give these brothers a clear path, and they free and second guess themselves. Damn. Aaron was popping with the $10. Says, what's up? Great seeing you this weekend for sure, bro. Hope all is well. I'm glad you make it back safe, B. Omar with the 20 ball says, Hamp, a big problem with a lot of us is the fact that those who don't know think they are equal to those who know. All this bullshit about learning from losers and all that bullshit. Some men are better than others. Adonis with the $10 says, it's crazy how non-millionaire believes in their soul they can tell successful millionaires how to be better. In what world does this servants control the masters? Ezekiel, salute. Gifted 10 membership. Whoever got one, please maintain. On our way to 1,000 membership. Aaron with the $2 says, please ban androids on the live. Sound choppy. Thank you. Somebody had to say it. Mr. Fantastic was good.
Brother.
And then we go on to cheat.
Samsung's the greatest. That's who's good. And hey, fuck that DC shit, man. We already gonna be up top. Make it in Houston. Just give everybody penicillin, condoms, and some mosquito spray. Okay, that's just mandatory. Okay, all right. Penicillin shots, condoms and mosquito spray. Everybody be all right. Jeez. But shout out, man. Like I said, great interview earlier, and the titling, bro. One thing you'll give Anton, bro. Anton's always been Anton, right? And once he started studying, and one of the greatest, I'll say, pivots or evolutions from social media standpoint. Because like I say, he used to just do the vlog shit or whatever. I didn't even know he was doing it that long. And then he got into, he's a married guy, but now he with the hoes, man. So he the married nigga with the hoes, and you hoes need to do better. He came around, man. Anton has finally came around because when he first started, talking to us or whatever, right? Start having a conversation. It was like, no, you guys, women this and women should be that and all these different things. And he's finally seen the light, man. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's just the evolution of a lot of brothers that they can do it, right? They do it. But again, because they don't feel like they can tell the truth and still have favor with black women or black community, but black women especially, that's why they keep quiet. This is why they always use the shaming language with us. All you niggas don't get no pussy. All y'all socially awkward. Because we do what most niggas scared to do. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We do what most niggas scared to do. We tell the truth, bro. Like you said, I stand on everything that what Anton talk about. That's what niggas respect. Niggas respect the money. Niggas respect niggas respect being braggadocious, being arrogant. That's what niggas love. So again, Antoine is a nigga. Anton, I don't know. Y'all niggas got me saying this shit. Anton is a nigga expert, bro. He's a niggaologist. All right. When he first came up, he had the fucking Versace robes on, Versace this, Versace that. I'm still that nigga. I swear this nigga got a Versace contract, right? But you know what I'm saying? It's those things that niggas only pay attention to you if you got it. If you don't got it, niggas is not gonna listen to you, bro. We know this. And when we get, bro, I'm tired of this poverty preaching shit, bro. Bro, if you poor, shut up. If you a poor man, just shut up, bro. Especially like a poor grown man, a poor man over 30, shut up, okay? We and shout out to Omar and shout out to the other brother that was saying this. Black men, we need to set a standard and be fucking like, hey, this is what it's acceptable and this is not. If you're not at the standard, cool, work on getting there, but be quiet in the process. There's way too many motherfuckers at the bottom of the bottom, and this is why we so fucked up, because the people in the projects, the people in the hood, the people in the street is who we listen to. Them niggas need to shut the fuck up, bro. Okay, you have nothing to tell me if you're 40 years old and you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You ain't. You know what I'm saying. You still getting evicted. You know what I'm saying. If you own government assistance, man or woman. Okay. So again, these are the people though we somehow value their opinion, and I just think he definitely seen this thing. He didn't talk like this. The arrogant shit. The nigga always been arrogant, but the criticism of the black community that he had, this is fairly new, but it's accurate. And then too, like I said, from the YouTube standpoint, I mean, the dude is, like I said, self-evidence, bro. Like this shit, he said a lot of things that a lot of people don't understand, you know, and shout out to all the supporters, but bro, if you're not doing this shit, bro, everybody think, oh, you just turn on the camera and you just talk. Or you just, bro, this shit is not easy. But everybody swear it is. But again, still, hey, Hamp, how many people that's long time supporters never ever hit this link? You know what I'm saying? And shout out to the brothers that's up here now. Very, very few people even got the courage to put their face out there. You know what I'm saying? On a complimentary shit. Not to mention, you know what I'm saying, you being the lead of the channel, the brand, and whatnot. So again, man, like I said, shout out to Anton. He, you know, I still don't believe none of this shit he be talking about. I mean, you know, come on, man. A lot of the shit Anton takes too far, but that's his personality. You know what I'm saying? And you got to be willing to deal with it. Either talk your shit to him. You know what I'm saying? You gonna lose in the money shit, but nigga, I'm gonna roast your ass up. Everything else, rich niggas. You know what I'm saying? Rich niggas can get clowned too. You feel me? And I just think that's a part of it, man. Listen, we should all be striving to be as best as we can be in all sectors, right? But bro, most people not gonna be millionaires. Most people aren't. So the nigga might got that one, but any everywhere else, bro, that I know I can max out. All right, nigga, we match up there. You feel what I'm saying? If it gets into that, but for the most part, I think it's a successful thing. He's doing definitely more good than harm from, you know what I'm saying, perspective and shit. He pop off sometimes and get out of pocket, but again, we all grown men and that shit happen. And you know what I'm saying, you take it for what it's worth.
Okay. Now, when you say poor, is 40,000 poor?
No. Poor would be what's the poverty rate? The poverty rate is anything under, is it 32,000 or 28,000?
It's 20,000.
I think it's higher than 20. It's got to be higher than 20.
29.
What is it? What is it? Sorry, what is it?
Somebody, I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure it's somewhere between 20 and 30,000.
Yeah.
As far as poor goes.
If you're going by the tax code, that's right. Between 20 and 30,000. If you're going by the tax code.
Yeah. I'm talking strictly, not my opinion based on whatever. What the poverty rate? The poverty is something around. I think it's in the 20s, maybe in the low 20s.
Well, it says
under 30.
29,000 for a family of 4.
So okay, so make it a family of 2. Make it a 3, or like, so make it 2 because you're only gonna be a mom and a kid, or 3, so 2 or 3, so whatever it is for that. So between 29,000 4, so 20, yeah, so 20. Yeah, that right. So yeah, 20. If you qualify for fucking what's the name? My bad.
So it says various states in Colombia. Oh yeah, 20,440, and then it gives like different states.
Yeah. So like I said, so if you qualify for fucking government assistance, you're poor. Is that
So are
that's a
you
fair statement?
poor? So are poor and broke different?
Yeah, because poor is a status and broke is a mindset, right?
Well, what I'm saying,
So
a man making 40K, is he broke?
he, I mean, he more likely than not, he could be broke. But then too, we got to, and that's why I say too, right? We always talk about 100K no money, and then we name the less than 1% of places as to where 100K is the standard. Like, okay, the other 99% of the country, 100K is a lot of money.
Okay.
Over
Yeah,
99% of it.
So I had this matter of fact, Angry Man was up here, salute to him. We was kind of talking about poor and broke. And so for instance, like when we bought this house when we moved to Texas, after that, I was like, nah, I'm broke. You know what I mean? But does that make sense? Like, would that be an analogy?
Yeah, you have, So yeah, like you said, broke does is totally different. Like, hey, you can be broke from investments. You can be broke from getting assets and making wise decisions. Hey, all the money I have is the bills are caught up, right? But I'm putting that into something positive. So you're broke. You don't have that extra money to splurge and to, do like fun things. You're focused. So broke is just saying like, hey man, I ain't got the extra money. Not my lights cut off and I can't feed my family. My lights cut off and I can't feed my family is poor. But hey, everything's maintained and we can't just do some extra shit right now. That would be broke.
Now, what happens to a person like, let's say like a Gandhi or a Mandela, right? Where let's just say they're poor, they don't have any money, they're broke. Are we to ignore them, or how do we differentiate those people between the people that need to shut up?
Well, no. Well, let me clarify. So of course, those people, because even with MLK, some of the greatest speakers and so on and so forth, would be quote unquote poor, right, from a financial standpoint. But if you're able to override that through galvanizing the people and having such a strong message, or giving such, being that great of an asset to society as a whole, by all means. And Gandhi's a piece of shit, by the way. Don't use him. He's a fucking one of the worst human beings to ever live. So whatever. Yeah. So if your asset, and again, money is a thing, right? But again, there are some things that supersede money, that transcend money. So again, if you're a person that's one of the greatest minds, or one of the greatest personalities that's been able to, you know what I'm saying? Because hell, think about it. Tesla was broke, literally poor. He died poor. But Tesla, like the whole electricity and anything to do with industry and stuff like that, he's responsible for it. Same thing with Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein wasn't a millionaire. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you can be truly great and not be a rich person or be actually poor.
I know. I just wonder though, how do we, if the broke man should shut up, how do we learn, right? Because those people created things, right? But that's why I kind of that's why we know.
So what is he talking about? So what is he talk? So this is what I'm saying. So if the broke man, and I'm speaking strictly to finances. When I say this, I'm talking about strictly finances or leadership from a standpoint of where money's going to be required, or you're trying to pretty much judge other men, bro. Again, we just got to get out of that habit, bro. It's way too many people at the bottom yelling and trying to direct the people at the top. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, don't tell me, bro. You can't tell me anything about life if your life fucked up.
Yeah,
you see me? My bad.
Well, no, I've seen it. Just to make an analogy, because as we know, football is the key to life. I saw people. Why do basketball players yell switch? Well, whatever. So I saw people do this, like the players, right? The two fumbling ass running backs, right? Them two niggas get together at practice and they hang out with each other because they both fumble. It was slippery, right? Yeah, it was slippery, man. I don't know what they find solace in each other.
Yeah, and they both
be fumbling like shit. So is that the analogy? Yeah, essentially that's the analogy. Like, are people going to default to what's easiest or comfortable?
Yes. Exactly. Listen, Hamp. People are creatures of habit and are going to choose the path of least resistance. That's why everybody fat as fuck. That's why people are not, you know what I'm saying, are poor or broke or whatever. They don't want to take and do the work that's necessary, Hamp, in order for them to be, because that work is hard. We say this all the time, and I don't think people understand it. You cannot get better in life without stress. You cannot. You literally cannot. If you never have to overcome anything, that you're gonna stay stagnant, or you're just gonna what do you call it? Deteriorate. You're gonna either stay where you're at, or you're gonna get worse. In order to get better in life, you have to challenge yourself. You have to overcome something. And a lot of people think that life is like, oh man, I don't want to have no problems. I don't want to have no stress. I don't want to have no, bro. That's not life, bro. That's laziness. But and like I said, once you learn to, and that's the major part. We always had this conversation about masculinity and manhood. Not only accepting that shit, but embracing it and trying to motherfucking beat yourself, if not know everybody else around you. You know what I'm saying? Every day. That's what makes you a better man. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you know what I mean? All the other shit, even the money, right? Hey, if all this shit go to shit tomorrow, bro, and the purge really happens, or we got anarchy, that money ain't gonna help you. I can tell you that today. So that's why I say, yeah, it has a place, but that's why you have to be, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you can be, you know what I'm saying? You want to be a motherfucking, I'd rather be an 80 in all areas than a 99 here and a 50 in, you know what I'm saying? I got motherfucking 99 speed, but I'm weak. I ain't got no hands. You know what I'm saying? All my other motherfucking Madden attributes is trash. You know, you feel me?
I understand what you're saying. Okay. Well, I don't know if he was. I don't think he was referring to you directly.
It was indirectly. Everybody know who he was talking about.
No. And just so that's why I made sure I said women, bro. I'm not, brother. You're not the only man that's poor, dog. You're not the only nigga that's broke. Don't make it personal. Don't take it personal. But if you do, hey, you know how to go end up.
That's not really what I want to. I just want to say something.
Well, let me do this. Cheek been waiting a long time. It's on him. If he's gonna oblige you to have 2 cents, then I'll ask him directly. Cheek, do you want to relinquish the floor for Jay Prince to give his 2 cents, or you want to go ahead? Because I know you've been waiting. I kind of been wanting to hear what you had to say as well.
Yeah, I'll wait. He can say what he needs to.
Okay. One thing I would say, because like they were saying, people that's doing good can brag, right, and boast, right. So I think the difference between me and these lot of dudes, because like Granville say, a lot of people came from Anton's show, Fight Club, and stuff like that. I think, and Anton asked me for the opportunity because I had came from another big I had went on a bigger platform. Then he told me about this show that he did. I ain't know nothing about. He gonna give me a show and all this other type of stuff. I think what make me different, since everybody get to boast and brag, what separate me from a lot of these people from Fight Club is that I had natural talent. And with my natural talent, with the right management, no matter who it was, it could have been Anton, it could have been anybody that's of some type of status. I could, even till this day, I could still get with the right management and still blow up. So I don't have to shut the fuck up. I got talent that my talent speaks for me. I think the ones that don't have no talent, the ones that's kind of boring, the one that's lame, you need to shut the fuck up. You have to conform. You have to get told what to do by another man that you never even met. For a lot of you, I'm not speaking I'm speaking in general, not personally. So I think that maybe I went too hard on everybody, because I'm thinking that everybody share the same mindset that I do. But I think that what separate me from a lot of y'all, that people gonna fuck with me regardless. I have something that's special, that a lot of people find special and can relate to me and all this other type of stuff. So maybe that's why a lot of y'all group me into y'all group and try to make it seem like we on the same page. And I wanted to ask August if you got a channel.
Do I have a channel?
Yeah.
I just started one. I started growing.
You just started one?
Yeah.
How many subs you got?
I think like 81.
81. Well, I got more subs than you, so you need to shut the fuck up, right? You need to do what the fuck I told you to do, right? You just said that if we try to meet the same goal, right? And since I got almost 7,000 subs, and you just not getting into this, and if I'm talking about something, you shut the fuck up.
Right.
Listen,
That's what
let me ask you, can I talk my shit to you?
No, that's so because I just started a channel and you get
the pick on who. I thought it applies across the board. And so
I got a question.
to do something. You trying to inspire to do something, right?
Right.
And I'm beating you at that, as far as like the channel and the numbers. How you gonna pick on who you will listen to? Because it's people richer than Anton. It's people out there.
All right, so let him answer or respond.
I got a question though. How long did it take you to get to that? How long you had your channel?
Well, I got monetized. I had over 1,000 people sub to me within a month.
But I'm saying, how long have you been growing your channel? How long you been working on that channel? Because
I had over a month.
You bullshit right now. So you did it it took you a month to get there. You had your channel. It took you a whole 1 month. Okay, I think you bullshit. I think it was
even more like 3 weeks to a month. Yes, it was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you full of it though. I think you had that channel for a long time, and you finally grew it up to where it needs to be at.
That's my thing. To prove it to you, right? If we don't talk this shit, let's talk this shit. Shut the fuck up.
So wait, is the so JP? Is it because somebody could be doing better that everybody should be silent? Like, what is the basic?
That's the notion that these niggas painted though. The notion is that if a motherfucker doing all this type of good, you got to shut the fuck up. So that means Fred Hampton got to shut the fuck up. Malcolm X got to shut the fuck up. They don't want no rich niggas. A lot of these niggas, see, this was what I be saying about these spaces. A lot of these dudes is not solid dudes. They don't stand on no fucking principle or integrity. A lot of these dudes is compromised. All you gotta do is give them a bag and they gonna shake their ass. They'll let a nigga slap them on the ass for 100,000. I guarantee you.
So
but hold on. Who's the only person up here that was shaking ass on the channel? Anton birthed you, nigga. Anton birthed you, literally. So you talking about yourself. You just fucked up your bag. You fucked up your bag.
And y'all don't got talent. Nigga, we all
No, brother. Address what I said. Tell me I'm lying. Hold on.
What did you
Anton birth you?
No. I feel like the fuck you want to say.
Did Anton birth you?
What the fuck you talking about?
Did Anton birth you, brother?
JP.
Anton birth you.
JP. Wait a minute. You're not gonna make a mess here, right? Finish the conversation, man. Stop the yelling. Let him say what he's gonna say and then properly respond. People can't understand what you're saying, so even though you're rebutting it, they can't hear you.
Okay, a lot of us was on that Fight Club and stuff like that. Even this nigga.
Wait, JP, do me this favor, real quick, Mr. Fantastic. What did you say to him, and so he can respond accurately?
I said, did Anton not birth him? We would not know who you were without Anton.
Okay, JP, what do you? Let me ask you a question, JP, just on that, if you don't mind, real quick, and then you can respond. So, when you started your channel, did you already have the associations of Fight Club and Anton when you started your channel, or?
No, I was with Anton.
Okay, yeah. So would you speculate that 1,000 quick followers came from the association?
No, I think because I got a lot of people from my Facebook days and from knowledge. We're gonna talk about birth.
Okay.
I was on Nala and Cynthia G and Taz, and we damn near went viral before I even met Anton.
Okay.
Or even knew about them. See, that's again, they trying to equate me with them. And we was all on what I'm trying to say, we was all on Fight Club.
Okay.
Right? And they try to make it seem like Anton just point me out to everybody into like and gave all this. No, these was some jealous ass niggas because Anton didn't see nothing special in these niggas. Anton didn't see
but he saw something special in you?
Hold on. Nigga, you've been on these platforms way before all us and you still losing. Anton
How am I losing?
Hold on.
JP, finish what you're saying. Go ahead.
Anton
just condense it down so we can move the microphone around.
So all I'm saying is Anton didn't see nothing special in these niggas because these niggas don't got no talent. They born. They don't got no life story and don't nobody care to listen to them, right? So Anton is an opportunist. If he sees something they can make him a buck or do whatever, he gonna hop on it. Ain't nothing wrong with it, right? So when he see me, especially after I came out of Kendra G and all these other big channels, Melody King, all these other people, that's when he offered me a show. and because he seen something in me. We was all on that stuff. So it wasn't like he was doing me a favor. He said he looked at it like a Don King and said, look, I can make something from JP. Them other niggas ain't doing nothing. How come y'all didn't get no show? How come y'all didn't do a one-on-one? I guarantee you, if you had
Can I ask
some
a
type
question
of
real quick?
Yeah,
y'all would have had with him.
Well, real
Hold
quick,
on, let me respond.
JP, good point. Let me ask a question based on what JP said. Does there need to be an acknowledgement of what he said in regards to Anton giving him a show specifically, and maybe not everyone else that he did come into contact with from Fight Club? Does that give credence to the fact that he saw something different in
No.
JP or no?
No, it doesn't. And I can break this down, man.
Hold on. Before we go there,
Negro Nation of the Black House, and I approve this message. All right, I'm out, y'all. Y'all be cool.
Yo, JP, be safe.
Don't run.
I run
you
from
gotta
jealousy.
take care of business. But the first person to honestly catch, I guess, maybe Anton was Fatty, and then Fatty turned it down, and after that it was JP. I mean, it's not even like I'm trying to. I don't care for none of this. I'm just giving I'm trying to be objective.
The truth, brother. The truth. You telling the truth.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be objective. None of these things really matter to me. I came up because I support the show and all of that. But the first person to catch Anton's eye was Fatty, and Fatty caught his eye because of the conflict that Fatty would always bring to Anton continuously through Fight Club. And so Fatty,
by conflict, do you mean pushback by chance?
Pushback, yeah, because Fatty was
just so we can understand. That's all.
Yeah. Fatty was one of the people that would, directly go at Anton, Angry Man. So the person that caught Anton's attention first was Fatty, and then Fatty turned it down because Fatty didn't agree with how he ran business or his character as a man, and that was a thing. And then after that, Jay Prince, was the next scouting opportunity. And Anton being Anton, he just made a good business decision because he saw good business from JP and his reactive, behavior. So
antics. And hold on, now let me help you out. Let me add.
I'm not going to say antics because the implication of that to me it seems to be disingenuous. I think JP is who he is, which is why some people like him and some people don't. So, yes, Anton did see something profitable and even enjoyable about JP, which is why he got offered the position. But to be fair, JP did say, hey, he said this very frequently, hey, Anton, when me and you gonna do a show? And that was something that JP had said for months. Like, I remember hearing it. So JP had always said,
Cheeky, hold on. He's not here, but we got to address it. Now, remember, he said if y'all were given an opportunity to make $100,000, y'all let a man smack you on the ass and all this, homoerotic shit. Did he not? He said that, right? When JP was up here, he said that, right? Y'all don't remember him saying it? He said that. Okay, so he did exactly what he projected every other man would do for far less than $100,000. I will bet my house. I will bet my life savings. I'll bet all the money in the world that JP did not make $100,000. Anton did not pay JP $100,000. Okay, not to mention how he motherfucking flame broiled you and threw your ass away, nigga, and used you as a sacrificial lamb to Charleston White. Nigga, you are the person that you're talking about. And this is shit we be saying. The main niggas that these niggas be projecting, bro. These niggas can't even see themselves in the hypocrisy they be talking about. Ain't nobody solid. Ain't nobody this. Nigga, that's you. The call is coming from inside the house, nigga. Anton birthed you. You were his pet project, nigga. You were Anton Jr. Let's stop the fucking cap. Stop the bullshit.
I think
my bad. Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah. Just to be fair, I think that Lapeef and Anton is responsible for at least ranging from 50 to 70% of the people now. Hamp, that would include me. Okay. I was on the Lapeef network. I was a part of a show called Broken Dusty. Okay. And, JR was the one I was in contact with most of the time. I never really talked to Anton like that. Okay. But I'm assuming because they're business partners, if I got on, which I did, it's because Anton approved as well. So Anton's hand and JR's hand and influence within this space is very large. And I think you saw the show that I did when I was saying this might be risky is at risk. I was talking about the merger. Most of the people that you see that are content creators and that you've talked to come from that space. Fantastic does not. Fantastic stands on his own. I don't even know. So if anybody tried to say Fantastic got help from, that's not true. Fantastic was on his own. But me, Aaron O, Brittany B, Fatty, JP, who else? Sean got his own thing going. I mean, a lot of we all stem from Lapeef or Anton, and I don't think that's anything to be ashamed of. I think it kind of speaks to the genius of the network that they created. Unfortunately, it didn't last, but not everybody, a large part of this portion of YouTube that merged over with you stems from that audience, and that includes JP. So yeah.
Okay. That should make a decent breakdown.
I got a question. If JP so talented, why he broke?
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
that's a question. That's a question for when he's sitting here. I think well, I know, but that'd be a question directly for him, and then he could answer based on his perceived talent. Because is there a consensus on the panel that JP is uberly talented? If not, then it's hard for us to answer the question.
No.
So that's what I'm saying. It's a broken question because we would have to agree.
It's a lot of bias in it, so you'd have to reassess.
And I think he has something. We would just assess the levels of it.
A pulse and a heartbeat. Yeah.
Nah, bro.
He entertaining. He funny. I mean, he's funny and etc.
JP is.
I got to take a little pushback with Cheeky. Because he forgot me. I was on the Trigger Mike show. He forgot all about it.
You better correct that shit.
I'm not joking.
That's Lapeef too.
Don't take that shit, Mr. Payne.
That was Lapeef as well.
Yeah. Cheek. Is that because seemingly the association? It's almost like people are pushing back against the fact that they got their start somewhere. Do you hear that, or is it just me?
I don't know. I think it's hard to tell because most of the people who I do hear talk about it, they don't mind giving Anton credit or Lapeef. I think it's pride behind saying somebody helped, but for me, I just tell the story as is because it's just true. I try to be objective, But I think there's a lot of pride behind being a self-starter. But to be honest with you, let me not say no one. The majority of people here in this space, you're not a self-starter completely. You ever heard how like rappers will say I'm independent, and then you look, they got a distribution contract with Sony, and it's like, okay, yeah, you independent, but so I think most of us are like that in a sense.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Do you think that the birth you is what take exception to, or this the somebody giving you a jump?
Say what now?
Because Mr. Fantastic he said birth you. Do you think that's why it was hard to hear, or
it's hard to hear just because of who it's coming from, right? Like Fantastic and JP,
but it's true.
Have an extensive history, and hearing it from him and the undertones behind that, right? Saying you birthed somebody, you basically saying that's your son. It's condescending. If it was me and I had an issue with
Kiki, is it true? Did I lie? Did I lie though?
No, he didn't.
All right,
him.
that's all about.
No. I'm not agreeing with you. I don't think Anton birthed him, but I think he
birthed him, bro.
I do think he raised him. I do think Jay Prince.
If Cheeky said I will shout to Cheeky. If Cheeky said he raised him, I will retract my statement of birthing that man. But he definitely raised him, okay? And then he threw him back out. And then he adopted that man, then threw him back out in the streets, okay?
So
with a dirty pamper on.
They're so petty, like, bro. Y'all fight somewhere else, my nigga. Come on.
What are you talking about? This is me talking.
Like,
this ain't you.
Anyway, the truth of the matter is, Jay Prince does have this natural talent to make people laugh, whether it's at him or with him. He's entertaining by providing some super exorbitant or outrageous reaction, and this is why people enjoy Jay Prince. He just seems to have a problem managing it or marketing it without the help of others. And that's kind of been his story thus far. I'm not saying, and he may have some rebuttal against that, But when he has somebody behind him that can manage and put things in line and put him on a track, he tends to do well. Or at the worst, he does okay. At the best, he thrives. Right. So I just think that's a fair assessment of Jay Prince and kind of how we all got started. I don't have any bias towards anybody, to be honest with you. So yeah.
Okay. I think that's
Jay
a good
Prince
synopsis.
has a good talent in being a heel. He's a great heel.
But now, hey, that tree is big though, Hamp. And I guess, like you said, the way it grew, that they even though, like I said, they not cool now, or they they no longer doing business, or however you want to look at it. The boom they had was definitely, like you said, some some phenomenal shit. Because like I said, a lot of people came from that tree, and then to bring attention, even though it was space adjacent, again, because they had a lot of the in the earlier stages, they were I won't say anti, but they were juxtaposed to Manosphere, Red Pill, all those different things. So a lot of the interactions had and the stuff they had was pretty much like these men that are, and they weren't being as incendiary to call it incels, but pretty much dudes that can't get women and stuff like that. That premise made a lot of stuff grow a lot, and then like you said, just the piece, and then Fight Club too is like, I guess, like, and he not gonna admit this, okay? The Lapeef Anton niggas not gonna admit this, bro, but the OGs know, bro. That right there, the fucking Sunday Rumble, like 2.0 or advanced. And the one thing that I hate the most, but was the marketing fucking genius, was the bounty shit. The bounty shit, I fucking listen. I completely totally am against the shit, and I hold to the point where I'm not doing it. But from a business standpoint, and this is why I say what you want to say about Anton. The nigga understand money. He understand business.
That was Aaron O's idea.
That was probably Aaron O.
Oh, my bad.
And that's the thing. Like, so the thing that I can say about Anton is his ability to pick and find ways to profit with people or from people, whichever way you want to look at it. I don't want to make it sound like he's a parasite, but he has an eye to identify profitability, and he will do it. And if you are somebody who's no longer profitable, I mean, like most businessmen will do, you will be tossed to the side. But the fact that he can spot it and find a way to try to make it as beneficial for both parties, at least that's kind of been what I've seen. He's good at it. And Aaron O introduced this idea of bounties and paying for people, and that took off. I mean, it was the moment it happened, it took off. It's so memorable the day it got introduced. It was like, what is going on? People up there for 2 seconds getting dropped.
Yes.
So hey man, let me get my bad again. We gotta retract those. Shout out to Aaron O for creating the bounty system again. That shit happened while I was gone, so I thought that was the Anton concept, but it's Aaron O. Shout out to him.
Yeah, the first time I saw it was on Chaotic's channel. And you can definitely, just to be 100% transparent in terms of that, you can definitely see the difference monetarily. Like how when I turn it on as opposed to just having it on, it's probably like a $200 flip for sure. Like just for like a week, 100%. But it'll halt a conversation. Right? So it's just, you got to figure it out. So that's why I chose to turn it on as opposed to just keeping it on, because then it just, if you don't like a motherfucker, he gone, pretty quickly. So let me read these. And then Sean kept on losing service, so I just want to see what he had to say. Homeboy with the 10 ounces. It seems like it's based on the person, whether they can brag or not. People love when Jay-Z talks his shit, but they don't like when Dame or Kanye does it. No captivity. What's up, Freezy with the 10 ounces? Money ain't gonna raise your kids right. You do. Money don't exemplify great leadership. You do. Money don't make you a great man or woman. You do. If money makes you, you lost for real, for real. I know from experience. Harrison Davis. What up, Harrison? Salute, my G. T.O. with the 10 ounces. Talent Rebel Rose of the 10 houses. There are more pros than cons to Anton. I don't like the tough guy pimp role he plays, but he inspired me to be more productive and more accountable, and that's more important to me. Omar Smith of the 10 houses. It's true, August. Everyone with 1,000 subs from Fight Club. I'm the only one who was trash and didn't get any subs. Shaking my head. Well, Fight Club blessed me with Mississippi Vic, and I added 250,000 to the business. Long live Fight Club. Walk the talk with the 2,000s. Fatty adopted JP after Anton disowned him. T.O. with the 2,000s. At Kenny a hero. American Negro with the 5,000s. Hand. Please understand and let it be known that Fatty turned Anton down several times because he wanted to be loyal to JP. Docs was popping with the 5,000s. As it pertains to JP, having no education and lack of self-control is not talent, it's stupidity. See through you with the 2,000s. The owners of YouTube is the daddy, not Anton. JL with the 5,000 says, "What's up, fellas? Good show. But I'm surprised you all haven't given any credit to Kevin Samuels. He opened a lot of doors too. He's called the Godfather. Yeah, I don't think anybody was ignoring him. It's just that we interviewed Anton, so we're sticking on that point. But if we had
that's inaccurate too. And Hamp, if we can go over briefly after you're done with the super chats, but that's not accurate.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of brothers who've been. I mean, I've heard when you look at the content and then you listen to Patrice O'Neal. I'm like, he's been saying that shit for 100 years, God bless the dead. So I think, you could just look just like that, even like the white boys, like Tom Likas, like a lot, they were sharing a lot of these sentiments too, just in terms of older, so EBD with the 2,000, shout out to Aaron. Oh, shout out to Fight Club. Granny with the 2,000, bounties ran my pockets 20,000. You wow. Willa with the 20 ball says, drop the link. Then one of these niggas so I can address the sack chasers. 1 second, Rilla. Let me drop this link.
It's about to go left, right?
Left, right, or left, correct?
Like, it's about to go left.
Left.
Right.
All the way left.
You don't know if you don't understand what that means, you're going to find out, buddy.
See, cheeks. So Omar Smith for the 20 ball says, Mr. Fantastic, I love the bounty. That's the way we were introduced to each other. You are one of the kings. It was an honor to clip you for 500. Damn. Brother. Now, look, we're going to be in Philly playing Shy Brother in the NBA. Omar crazy as hell, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Sean, what's popping? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Hold on, Theory. I'm gonna kick you at the back for a second, and you come back up in just a minute. Yeah, Sean, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's popping?
Not much, man. Nah, that was a great interview, man. You did a great job moderating. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, bro.
I think a lot of times people get caught up in having to inject too many of their personal opinions in interviews. So you did a great job of, just listening and allowing him a platform to talk. You know what I'm saying? So that people can make a determination on their own. My thing with Anton, man, people a lot of times, with people like him, people a lot of times like to criticize the things they like to criticize instead of me. Me and Anton agree on a bunch of stuff, politics included. But that don't mean that there aren't plenty of things that I've benefited from as it relates to Anton. You know what I'm saying? And people have heard this story before, but for my business alone, y'all seen him wear my hoodies. Like, I made a lot of money, like $30,000 in 1 month, the very first month. You know what I'm saying? And that was just him doing it on the love. And I told that story before, but some people didn't hear it. You know what I'm saying? And so just in general, I think Anton is a mindset coach. Now, I'm not saying this man is perfect. And I know my boy Rilla is going to speak to that. You know what I'm saying? But for me, he's a mindset coach. And if you want a certain type of mindset, you fuck with it. If you don't, certain people, to y'all point, certain people he did put on, and they were the reason why the relationship fell apart. Some relationships fell apart, and he was the reason. And I think it's fair to call it, the balls and strikes, however they come. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna get up off the floor because I know my boy really got something to say.
Sean, quick question on what you just said. Because I generally stay away from both in some. The majority of things that dissolved, albeit unfortunate or not, do you think Anton was the catalyst, or you think that it wasn't on him necessarily, and it's speculation, right? So I'm not holding like what you about to say is law,
I'm gonna
but
be honest. I don't know details. Like for him and JR, I don't know details. Him and Rilla, I don't know details. Him and Jay Prince, I don't know details. You know what I'm saying? So I can't even say. You know what I'm saying?
That's
But
fair.
I'm not gonna act like this man is out here innocent. I don't know.
That's fair.
But I'm not gonna act like it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you just saw what you saw, right? So
Yeah.
somewhere it lies somewhere. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Rilla was popping.
Perfect.
He said, "Hold on." I can't hear Rilla if you're talking to me, but I think he said, "Hold on."
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So hey, in the meantime, let me clear up the thing I said about Kevin Samuels. Can you hear me? Listen, I'm not saying.
Who's
Yeah,
that?
can you hear me? Nope. Hold on. It's fantastic.
Yeah, we can hear you,
said-
Miss Rilla. We can hear you.
Yeah, he said. I think he on a phone call. Hamp. I think he said he's doing something right now.
Oh, all right. Go ahead.
So that's what I'm saying. So this is what I'm saying. So the Kevin Samuels thing, that's not to slight him. That's not to, you know what I'm saying, say he had no impact. I'm saying he's not the beginning. A lot of y'all got into this space and everything about it because of Kevin Samuels going viral. Kevin Samuels was, again, bro, like you said, he had a 2-year run, but he had already been doing this for years. I say at least 4 to 5 before he really blew up, popped off. 3, not 4 to 5, 3 to 4 before he popped off. Okay. Again, his whole thing. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I said okay.
So when people are saying, like, you know what I'm saying, like Kevin Samuels didn't put nobody on. He was actually super hyper individualistic, and like I said, people pretty much try to copy his content, or they use his content as a way to put themselves on. So I'm just saying it's not the same thing of like where, you know what I'm saying, the panel shows and all this stuff and so on and so forth. He was super individualistic, bro. And like I said, I mean, everybody knew that about it. Knew him.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Put on is different than him bringing eyes necessarily.
Yeah.
Okay,
He's not putting nobody on, though.
Okay. I understand that. Somebody was saying something?
I was gonna you answer the question because I'm like he did bring a lot of eyes to the space.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Rilla was popping. We can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay, cool. I ain't finna be up here long, man. I ain't finna do you to pay attention to one thing. Because certainly appreciate you for issuing that challenge, right? And I only heard the first part, and I heard that, and then you know what I do. I jump where I need to be. And he's not up there, so
yeah.
And I wasn't there. So let me
Rilla, it's breaking up. Rilla,
I want y'all to,
it's breaking up just a little bit. I want what you're saying to be heard clearly without me having to repeat it or reiterate it. Say something again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, is that an Android?
Yeah, you can't hear me still.
Yeah.
No, it's one of the many phones that I gotta sell to keep a light on.
Okay.
I'm a phone salesman.
Got you. All right, I think it's better now, Rilla. You just have your little delay, but you'll be uninterrupted. So go ahead.
Yeah, it's gonna be quick anyway. But I want people, and in particular, young bloods and whoever else in the space that follow dude, right? Pay attention to when you issued the challenge and asked him, did he want to fight me? Notice what that nigga said. That's the broke people's language. Okay, cool. Right? That's broke people language. Cool, I'm broke. Okay, you got folk beat with marriage and all that, and I'm a teddy bear. You right, I am. I'm a family man. You right, I am. I get up and go to work in the morning. You right, I do. What the fuck that got to do with us fighting? Notice motherfuckers quickly and conveniently retreat to, well, I'm not gonna risk everything. So don't run around this motherfucker calling nobody out their name then. Don't do that. And don't even sneak this. You could have kept it player. You could have had a conversation over here and kept it player. You understand what I'm saying? But I want people to pay attention to how niggas duck that smoke. Don't go on your show and host a smoke show. All that YouTube shit, all that's cool. And my issue with dude is a real issue. This ain't no YouTube. This ain't no play. He know exactly what it is. So if he don't want to throw them things, I'm cool with that too. But don't get up here and make it seem like, well, I got more money than you. Cool, you do. My marriage better than yours. Okay, cool, it is. All the things that you can say, but what you not gonna say, your security is better than my security, right? Cool. What you not gonna say is you gonna throw them hands. That's what you're not gonna say. All right, y'all gentlemen have a good day. Fuck that whole stud. I'll let y'all later. Peace.
Be safe, Rilla.
That was strange.
Yeah,
that was not strange. That was
it wasn't strange at all.
Stud is wild. A stud.
Like, he just essentially
Real
responded
quick,
to.
yo, Slimmy, you caught my message?
What message?
Fact check.
I mean, oh, okay.
Doc, what's popping, Doc?
What's going on, Hamp? How's everybody doing?
How you?
I'm doing well. I was called up to say, as far as Antoine goes. So when I first heard him, like most people, I didn't really agree with him. I didn't like him. But after some self-reflection and asking myself why I didn't like him, because a lot of things he hit home for me. And you know how they say the truth hurts. I just heard Rilla talk about his disdain. I heard the conversation with you and Antoine had earlier. And when you issued the challenge to him about Rilla, he says, that's a broke people's language. And then you alluded to the fact that, well, when on the other counterpart, the white people panels, for the most part, do they not get into confrontations and want to go at it like this? And his statements was they'll argue with each other online and then they'll come back next day as a friendship. Now, I don't know the disdain between him and Rilla, but my personal opinion is a lot of that, what I just heard from Rilla, and this is not riding on Antoine's side, it just comes from a hurt place for real. And what Anton spews or what he says, whether how you take it or not, like August said, well, I know you're doing that. I don't know what that means, but like August said though, you can look at a lot of what Antoine says and for edification for the most part, and say, hey, if it applies to you, ask yourself where you want to be in life. Does it apply to you, and what are you not doing? In my case, Antoine gave me a little bit of more, I guess, structure and a little bit more clarity as far as where I wanted to go. And so he was a truth teller for me. And sometimes the truth hurts for a lot of people. I think I said this before. It's a parable in the Bible, a part in the Bible says it's going to become a time when people are going to turn away from sound doctrine, and they want to have itchy ears, and they want to hear fables, and they're going to turn away from the truth. And I see that a lot of times when he speaks. It's not necessarily something that's painted with an easy brush, neither Kevin Samuel. And what I learned is a lot of people, when you start speaking truth, you start getting hated for it. And that's all the way down the line, even down to Jesus Christ. So I just want to say that part, man. I'm going to mute it up and continue on with the conversation. And thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no doubt. Anybody wanted to ask Doc something based on what he said?
Yeah, I wanted to add on to what he had to say. Isn't it, and I want to know what y'all think. Isn't it a primitive way of thinking to think that the way that we supposed to problem solve, us as black men, is to squabble? Like if they did allude to how you go to other panels in the white community and these guys can have a conversation and articulate their thoughts, but it doesn't go to blows. Do y'all think that that's a primitive way of conflict resolution? Or
let me ask a couple questions. Do you watch those panels?
Yeah.
You do? I
watch them as well.
I can't get into it, man.
Well, because I get to see the other side of what's going on with them.
No, so what I'm asking, so I saw a viral clip. It was a on stage show. It was this dude. It was a white dude versus the dude that they say can debate well.
Andrew, the dude named Andrew.
I forgot the dude's last name, but I know who you're talking about.
I know you're talking about. I know that clip you're talking about.
They ain't paying no bills over here anyway, so you don't gotta say their name. But
my bad.
The white dude got up and was like, "Yo, I'll whoop your ass." It was a big,
he was right.
White dude with tattoos and all that.
Yeah,
it was on the stage.
I know what you're talking about.
I know what you're talking
about. Yeah.
So I'm like, so instantly I'm like, "Oh, what the fuck?"
That was in May.
Yeah, that was yesterday. He just challenged them. He wants some smoke, and it was two white boys. That's what I'm saying. Do we see? I think that I get weary of that when we talk about what the white people don't do. Because when you watch that show, what's the whatever show? them white girls be doing all the same shit, saying all the same crazy shit that we say the black women say. So that's what I'm saying. When we make those statements, is it more assumptive than actual?
I would say no, and let me say why I would say no. I would say no because if I look at things subjectively and look at look at our group as a whole, objectively, and look at black people as a whole, right? Could we say that we're winning financially? No, we're not winning financially. We're not winning when it comes to education wise. We're not winning when it comes to health wise. So when I look at things, no offense to anybody, I pride myself on being a black man. But when I look at other cultures and everything, right, I look at it and saying like this: what they do, what we're doing, the things that we're talking about highlighting from what they do is not going to get highlighted the same, especially in this culture in our country. I think we're doing a lot of things that's denigrating to us, and they're going to highlight some of those things. But again, on those shows, that particular show that you're referencing, I saw the guy get very animated. But at that time, that I think it was going to become a physical altercation because the other guy was just pretty much like, "Hey, I'm going to beat you with my wits." Versus what we talk on here a lot of times, we'll get so emotionally involved, and I know I had to dumb it down sometimes too because I get passionate about debating or arguing. We get so emotionally involved when we lose it, when we're losing a battle financially, like Antoine said, or mentally, whatever. Now it's like, all right, well, I can't beat you when it comes to the marriage thing. I can't beat you when it comes to the money. Let's throw hands real quick. And so that's what we resort to, that barbaric type of attitude, animalistic type of attitude, and then we lose our. I heard that Hamp, you did a great job with shows like being stoic and remain in that frame. And the minute we get on these panels, sometimes we get so passionate. And you also did another show that was real great about, can you take an L? Can you admit that you were wrong? And a lot of us have so much pride, we can never, ever admit that we're wrong. No matter how many facts, statistic data is provided to us, we will die on that cross, on that hill. So me personally, I do kind of look at the African-American community, black people, and sit there and say, we do have an issue. We're losing in life and in general, as a whole, not individually, but as a whole, collectively losing. So we got to do things differently.
I got to chime in, man.
Okay, I have a couple. Yes, I have a couple responses, but I don't want to monopolize. Is that the right word? Fucking.
Can I chime in real quick?
Because there's a couple things that Doc said, but maybe. Hold on, Mr. Payne. Can I finish setting the floor? You just going to overtalk me or not listen to me?
I'm sorry.
Now, Mr. Payne, you know I'm gonna talk about you in the back chat because I know you don't check it.
Oh.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Payne. Go ahead. Man.
Real quick on that point. One of the things.
And then Cheeky wanted to say something also. I think too.
I'll be real quick, unless you can put a time.
No, you won't. No, you
won't.
One
of the things that I don't think we do as black people is this: we got to understand the programming we're under. They show the worst of us, and they hide the worst of white people.
Damn.
They don't show. You know that you really don't see. Listen, you really don't see them arguing. Like they'll show our ghettos, but they don't show the ghettos of Appalachia and all the poor white folks. Right? They'll show all the crime in the poor neighborhoods, but for us to think that white people are doing so much better than us on average, it's not really true. I mean, there's a lot of black people doing okay. I mean, I'm serious. I'm talking about the percentages. The percentages, so we focus on the negative, which is substantial, but that's what they like to show us the most on our platforms. So, and we kind of ignore the fact that there's a whole bunch of people who got it out of the mud. When I say out of the mud, don't mean you're rich, but you're taking care of your own, taking care of your family, you're taking care of whoever you need to take care of, and we don't see that enough. But we see where we can get argued. Now, we don't always go to blows when we argue with each other, because just like you said, Hamp, that when people are face to face, right, we also understand that sometimes we got to chill out on how we say it as opposed to being on these platforms, right, where we're protected, right? So I'm just saying, I'm not saying that the brother Doc is wrong. I'm just saying we kind of react to what we see in general. That's what I'm saying. I think they show us the opposite when they look at white folks, and you saw that with those two white guys getting ready to go. That's not an aberration.
So
that shit happens all the time.
I want to hear Doc respond real quick. So let me just say this. So Doc, in terms of when he mentioned numbers, let me give you a few numbers before you respond. And if you are in contention with Mr. Payne, you can respond at the Doc. So essentially, black men in prison Black people in prison is a number around 700,000. There's 42 million black people here, right? Because we focus on these numbers. I just want us to understand them. The prison rate has also been dropping for everyone, but for us, we're included in that everyone. Another thing in terms of black men, because that's what we're talking about, being out of shape. We have a high overweight rate. You know, I think it's like 70%, but that's the whole United States. But black men, other than Asian men, are the least obese. So we're actually the least out of shape in comparison to our counterparts, with the exception of the Asian. But you know, that little motherfucker, he's only 5'3", 160 pounds. Who gives a fuck about if he, you know what I'm saying? Sorry, that's too much energy for the Asians. Salute to the Asians, man. But so Doc, when I just give you some numbers around with Mr. Payne in terms of percentages. But go ahead, see what you think.
Yeah, no. So I do agree with what Mr. Payne said. And understanding this, that in this country, this is no escape. But in this country, this is how we're going to get highlighted, right? In the minority, a lot of times, like you said, and most we don't use some. In general, most people in the black community are decent people, in my personal opinion, right? And then you have a few niggas out here, right? That's going to make it bad for us and going to get highlighted. Recently, a good friend of mine, they're looking to join the police department, and we had a conversation. Young cat, real intelligent, and I gave him the heads up that, hey, just be careful out here, because right now police are not on everybody's purview. What I mean by like this, I used to be a police officer. 90% of the police department, honestly, I can say are good men and women who actually want to do their job, go home. It's 10% like the guy who just had that shooting with the young lady and the guy who just punched somebody else in the face. They get highlighted. So we tend, in our culture, media in particular, we tend to highlight negative things. And when we highlight the negative things, what happens is it just takes a larger spectrum. So now police in general are bad. Or when you see the people out here, I separate black people and niggers, right? So when you see niggas doing nigger things, it just happens to fall on black people. As far as the numbers, Hamp, you're right about those things. But when I was alluding to health, it wasn't just obesity, right? It's all overall health in general. Right. And the percentage in jail, yes, things are improving. And I don't want to sound like a Debbie Downer. I'm just quoting the numbers. So the numbers are just the numbers. As far as the numbers for jail, we still, as percentage wise, have more people in jail versus the other cultures. It really falls down the line. If you look at the link, I really believe, I forgot who was talking about it, but I really believe it does start in our community with the nuclear family. And then from that breakup, I think everything else deteriorates from finances, because two incomes are better than one. Households that grew up with two-parent households, things like this. I think it all just falls down there. So, Mr. Payne, I'm not disagreeing with you all. You're right. Our negative portions are being highlighted. Unfortunately, when it does get like that, the numbers still support what I was saying as well, as far as we're still last place in income, last place in education, right? So it's just not a good look for us. But these panels do not. People might have their own opinions about it because we can get argumentative. But I hear a lot of intelligent individuals over here sharing a lot of good thoughts, and I believe just being on these panels and hearing you all talk inspired me to do something. My bad, I'm hanging up like that.
Damn. You got niggas running out the way on the runway. That's how Doc playing.
It's glad to see somebody else get the plane besides me.
I'm gonna chill out.
But I understood the information. Also, that was a good rebut in terms of the jail. I left it out on purpose. But then when you said percentages, I'm like, well, you touche on that, you know? Because it's 31% of us in prison, 32% of whites, but they're also 60% of the population, right? So there's something to be said with that. August, go ahead, and I want to hear what Cheek had to say. Cheek, if you remember, I looked like you wanted to kind of respond to what Doc was saying. So it might be right in line with what August about to say too.
Real quick, I just want to push back at what Mr. Payne was saying with all due respect. A lot of us don't even pay attention to what those white panels are doing and different things like that. And we live in a whole new age of information. So social media allows us to take a look at what is going on with white people. Like one of the things that dude was talking about, the Andrew dude we was talking about, that they do that we don't do is they do family planning. So they have an idea of when they want to get married. how they want to do things. And in our community, our women just having babies left and right without any financial planning. Now, the thing about that financial planning thing is that it's causing them to have less children because their women want to wait till they get college degrees and wait till they're in their 30s to be able to start planning for their family, and they planned it that way. Our women, however, we still low on the totem pole when it comes to repopulating ourselves, but it's not as worse as they are because our women just having babies just left and right because we don't do financial planning. That's some of the things that they are aware of. And so when we look at it, we see them, they OnlyFans chicks, or a lot of the women, a lot of these white girls is OnlyFans. They don't have no problem with it, embarrassing their family. I mean, you can see the bullshit that's going on in their community as well. So I'm just saying that, you know, we're not in a TV age no more where what we see is being controlled by someone else. You can go and tap in and see how they act on their plan. The ratchet, I mean, real ratchet white people doing ratchet shit. So, you know,
but,
that's
you know,
all.
I don't see the real pushback, except that, you know, the internet and these spaces we're in, that's programming as well. I'm not just talking about the TV age. Listen, the white girls are OnlyFans and all that planning that you call planning. There's a whole bunch of them ain't planning shit. They're going through their whole phase. And maybe their men might accept them when they're all used out, but we got plenty of black men who accept sisters when they get all used up too. So we can't deny that either. So all I'm trying to say is, but that wasn't really like where it's coming from. All I'm just trying to say, I hear what you're saying. We don't really have an argument. We really don't have a big argument.
Yeah, I don't think he disagrees. He was just saying he's alleging propaganda. So they'll prop up the negativity for us and then water down the negativity.
Exactly.
Well, I'm saying if you actually paid attention to what's going on, it's not hidden. Their shit is right on the internet the same way our shit on the internet. The internet.
And that's why I'm including the internet. I'm including it.
So, Mr. Payne, the argument that August is presenting is algorithm, right? So you can get a lot of crusty ass crackers if you go look for it.
Yeah, no,
you see what I'm saying? But like if you look at my Explorer page on Instagram, there is no big butt white women, only big butt black women. But out there's probably some big. You see what I'm saying? So hey, y'all better not. If y'all ever share y'all Explorer, don't do it, boy. Explorer page will tell on you.
I done shared it, and it ain't nothing on there. And everybody be like, "Bro, what you be doing?" Like nothing. Nigga.
Go ahead, Cheek.
Gotcha. I just think that trying to make it a race thing doesn't really make too much sense. I think in majority of cases, men just naturally are more aggressive, and that's always been, you know, an expression of conversation if talking isn't enough. But I do think it is primitive and it's not acceptable today because of how we are just as human beings, socially speaking. All right, like we're a little bit more sophisticated than having to throw a fist because of whatever the reason. But I will say, due to the way that black people, you know, I think we are more aggressive and we're known for it. Like the phrase "pull up" is a hip hop, rap, you know, urban, whatever you want to call it, African American phrase. And guess what? When people say I'm gonna pull up, it can be white, black, or whatever, but you know where they're getting it from. You know where that where that term is coming from. That colloquial term is coming from hip hop, rap, black. It ain't coming from nobody else. Nobody goes, I'm gonna, like, when you hear the word pissant, you know that ain't come from no nigga. Like, pissant, what is? It's a white man. So again, a lot of the things that I think you know, black people are kind of known for is because it's made popular, not by just the system. I hate to make it about the system every time. It's because it's what's enjoyed. It's what black people like watching. World Star was big because black people was all on World Star, and then guess what? Other people got it too. But when you watch these videos, when you, like, for example, I don't know if you've seen the stepdad taking his son to the barbershop.
Oh yeah.
Listening to what I just said, barbershop. What do you think the race of the person is going to the barbershop? They black. All right. So it's like some of the stuff. And guess who's holding the camera? Talking about, you gonna let him talk? Instigating. It's just, so it's like, we know what niggas do. I'm not saying that represents all black people, but it's seen. I think the most violent people of each race tend to be the more ignorant. All right. That just seems to be a pattern. Like when I see white people fight, it's typically not somebody in a business suit. It's typically some country hillbilly hick that's just running his mouth to Jim Bob over there, and then now they about to get into it. And I seen two girls in a bun getting into it, and both of them talking country as hell, fighting. One girl got hit with a shovel. But guess what? It's the lower end of their racial representation. The same thing applies here. So when we start seeing people who say, "Yeah, I have a job and I make 70,000 or 70,000 to 75K," and they talking about pull up on a panel, what are you emulating? What are you representing? You're representing what you think you know, what you think you should be, and that's ignorant and violent. And that's fine if you want to do that. Just know, Anton, I think when he said that's broke people thing, he's speaking more so to the connection on an economic level as well as the mentality, not necessarily just the financial status. I think I see more. Every time I've gone to a higher end anywhere, I don't worry about having to fight nobody. Hamp, when you see a white boy, you don't think to yourself, "Oh, he can beat me up." When you see a nigga, you go, let me size him up.
I will say this.
Now, why do you do that, Hamp? Why you don't worry about the white man, but you worry about the nigga that look just like you?
I will say this. There is a risk and reward. It's a risk and reward thing. And Antoine just needs to be careful because the reward is, of course, the income and all the notoriety, but the way he does talk will incite somebody who maybe have less intelligence or jealousy to want to put hands on him. That's why he's walking around with security now. So it is a risk reward. You know, a lot of content creators will talk a lot of stuff, and then online, and in real life they were like, "Okay, well, I wasn't never meaning to be like that," but then they're taking it for real. So no different than somebody watching a movie and saying, "Oh, you played this role. I don't like you, Cameron, because you played such and such and paid in full." So.
Well, okay, that makes sense. That's a slightly not the same as what Cheeky said, but I kind of want to talk more. Ask like Cheek, did the gladiators seemingly resonate with that? You know, because I think you prefaced your statement by saying, like, men in lower class, right, tend to lean to violence. It wasn't particularly black, right?
No,
and so
you're right.
Yeah, and when I look at the gladiators, right, they were slaves, and many of them, warriors, yeah, and every single person who was in 100 miles of Rome would go see them fights. People are just something about fights. You remember when YouTube really was popping? The only thing I knew it for was fight compilations at first, right? Like that's the only thing I thought YouTube had on it, like just fight compilations, you know.
But like for people who were not like you, because I knew YouTube for video games, so it just goes to show the difference between how we think, and why somebody would go, look, people that just be looking at YouTube for fights and stuff, they would probably be viewed as more ignorant and more prone to violence versus me, because I'm not somebody that's just prone to violence. I'm not a very
100%, but I'm 10 years older than you, 12 years. So your YouTube looks different than my YouTube.
It wouldn't look that much different because I still got the internet before you. When did you get the internet? Around the same time I probably got the internet.
Don't talk to me like I'm a damn dinosaur. First off, nigga, I had AOL dial-up in '96.
Right, and I may have been born in '96, but you only had it for what, like maybe 5-6 years before I was able to get it.
Let me just say, we not the same age, right?
Yeah, but the internet came.
Bro, by the time you were awake, I was getting on the bus by myself, my nigga. By the time you said Google Gaga, my nigga, I already knew multiplication, baby boy.
That's because you was a warrior. You was raised in New York. You always got to walk sleet and snow. I get it. 50 miles to school, man. You had to fight the car going away, like Leonidas. I get it. You know I'm saying? Everybody older is just made like.
Salute the Sunshine. Thank you, Sunshine. I appreciate that. You know. But
I got a question.
Hold on, August. Can I finish between August and Mr. Payne? I feel like Rodney Dangerfield up here, man.
I get no respect.
Yeah, like what's like? Did I do something to them two niggas? Y'all don't like the right corner? Let me move them out the right corner for they goddamn. All right, y'all good now? Go ahead, August. You cut me off. I cut you off while I was talking. Go ahead, August.
My bad, man. My bad. I got a question. My question is that if you defeat somebody's point with logic and then they go and say, well, I could beat you up, do that make them right? No, it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I look at it like, you know, if we as black people just divulge to violence all the time when we fucking wrong about shit emotionally, how do we advance ourselves as a culture? That's what I want to know.
Well, consider this, and I want to get other brothers' thoughts in on this, right? Because we're calling it barbaric. If we can't come to terms, and I'm questioning your manhood, and we're leveraging bravado against one another, I say, okay, come fight me. Let's box it out in a controlled environment, since we have vitriol and can't come to terms.
Why would we have to question manhood when we having
I don't know why we do, but we do it.
That's what I'm saying. That's something that we need to look at. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, the just because you question someone's manhood doesn't mean they have to respond in the way that you should, which is why people that say that they're smarter say, no, I'm smarter than you. You're not even worth that energy, right? Now, because the thing that tends to happen is, oh, you don't want to fight, so you can't fight. And then that's when, you know, certain intellectuals and nerds, like John Jones is a nerd. Okay. And guess what? And another thing too, most people who are trained are nerds. Karate people, nerds. Brazilian jiu-jitsu people, they tend to be really weirdy, nerdy people. And then they will actively turn away just to avoid fighting. But just because your manhood gets called into question doesn't mean that your response has to be stupid or barbaric. Let me not say stupid. Just say barbaric. It doesn't have to be barbaric, which is why when the years progress, it's become less and less acceptable, right? Which is why you get suspended in school when you punch some kid in the face, even though you may have been right about it. You still get suspended because this is socially unacceptable. And here's the consequences for your socially unacceptable actions. Now, if you go home to a caveman dad and go, "Did you win, son?" "Yes, I beat chest and win." Okay, well then that's your response. And now you're building up your son to be socially anti against the rest of society. And when you do some shit outside, he going to jail. So, you know,
but here's my pushback to that. Why are we having dialogue where we have to resort to questioning our manhood? That's what I'm saying. I know he agreed, but my question is, why do we have to have the dialogue that resorts to us questioning each other manhood? Like, you're not a man because you beating me in a conversation and I beat your ass in real life.
I got an answer for that.
Well, August, I guess my question would be that question you should answer, because you'll tell a nigga, if you broke, nigga, sit the fuck back and shut the fuck up.
But that's not me questioning somebody's manhood.
But
I'm just
in the street, August, if we talking about something, you say, "Yo, nigga, sit the fuck back and shut the fuck up," and I don't know you, we going outside that barbershop.
They're going to fight, August. You see,
like
that's our problem right there. That's our problem. Yeah. That's our problem right there.
No, it's not. No, August, you're being unrealistic, bro.
Hamp.
This is what I look.
This is where me and August disagree. This is where me and August disagree.
I got a reference though. Go ahead.
I believe tone matters, and I think people should have a respectful tone while having a conversation, right? Mm-hmm. For a perfect example, I don't talk like that to people, and when I do, it's typically in response to what they do to me. But I'm just not inherently some shut the fuck up, sit the fuck down, broke ass. I don't do that. But somebody do it to me, guess what? They're gonna get in return. And if they want to elevate it past that point, I'll consider it. I'll probably say no because I'm a nerd. I'm 5'8" and I'm 150. I don't want that smoke. Most of y'all niggas is big as fuck. All right, I'm too little for all that. All right, that's it.
I will say this: tone seems to not matter as much online, but in person it matters very much. That's one. Two, I would say to August. Ham, you always say.
You froze, Rock.
God ain't want that.
Have you ever seen those two dogs when they move the fence? They argue, they barking at each other, and they put the fence back, and then they chill out. That's kind of like being on a panel and with being face to face. I mean, that's a clear analogy. They move that fence back, and they see each other. It's calm down, and when they move the fence up and it guards them, they yelling at each other.
Mr. Payne, do the dogs know they ain't gonna do shit?
Well, it seems like it would. I don't know.
No, I'm asking. And when they move the fence, do they already know they really don't want to fight? Do the dogs know that already?
I think when they see each other, they know it. They say, you know what, this shit might be a little bit too much. And then when you put the fence back, that shit's funny.
Okay.
I mean, but that's kind of like the analogy of what we're talking about here, though.
Yeah,
we can argue with a guy on panel, but as soon as we see him,
you had froze.
No, I'll be honest.
Yeah, my bad.
Like as far as the internet goes, and like meeting people off the internet, and then like in real life, man, people don't really be having no smoke for real. Like real talk.
Right.
Like when you come with positive energy and you yourself, like I don't really be worried about nobody running up on me. I mean, I'm 6'5". I mean, I'm not a little guy. I know how to fight. I don't want to resort to that ever. But but in all reality, don't nobody ever test me, man. Like because I'm just a nice guy. I think it's the energy that you bring. Like people that bring it, that carry themselves with a negative energy, they move around like that. They gonna get into confrontations. They gonna have people test them because they carry that with them. They carry that weight on their shoulders.
But
it's
I got
gonna be somebody bringing the smoke to you.
If you think about it, if you think about us as a community, flying out to some other dude's city and really bringing that smoke to him, who that sound like? Does that sound like if you have to look at every demographic individually, who is that mostly? Who does that sound like? Like really, and I've heard about people like on panels that'll fly out to somebody's city just to bring that smoke on some crazy shit.
Man, that don't sound like a certain
demographic.
No, that is
it sound like everybody.
Energy. That's a certain energy. I done seen that shit amongst all type of
Cheeky said it earlier, bro. Cheeky said it earlier when he was talking about certain words, terminology that we using when we talk about pull up. That's us. That's the energy that we bring. But I'm talking about us. But I'm talking about us as a whole, like us as a community, the black male body. Our whole idea is to resort to violence. Like you can look at the communities that we operate. We resort to violence more than any other community.
No, that's cap. That's
Yeah,
cap. Human beings resort to violence.
I'm talking about violence within ourselves, violence to our own selves.
Question, real. Well, go ahead, Slimmy. Go ahead. You're having
no. Human beings resort to violence. That is the nature of a human being. It is the nature.
I'll say men.
Okay.
I say men.
Okay,
it's
men.
more men.
But I'm gonna be honest. It's right now. It's more women they on some shit now.
All right, Slimmy.
Nah, you're right.
They on some shit. Like they pulling up. They shooting each other.
They've grown in it, but it's definitely niggas when men be.
Kiki is right. Men, we wilding, man, and it's in our nature. It's a carnal nature that we have to just be like, all right, once you didn't cross me on a certain level of respect, now I can do this to you, because it's all about respect. Once you cross a certain threshold, now I can do this, because we passed a certain level now. So this is what we resort to. It's all about self-control. It's actually about how comfortable you are in yourself and what you can tolerate, because it's only words at the end of the day. Until somebody put their hands on you, then that's the problem. Because
Slimmy, you trying to say that violence isn't you. If you look at us as a whole, you trying to say that violence isn't primarily in the black community more than any other community. That's what you're trying to say. You trying to say that it's violent all around amongst the men. Like if you look at Chicago,
wait. I think that's a narrative. That it's not violent everywhere. Like you can't tell me that you could go to Cali and when you see a certain group of Mexicans or Latinos, you gonna be safe. They could be violent too.
That's in Cali, but do you go in white neighborhoods and be like, damn, I gotta make sure I lock my doors and look out in this white neighborhood?
Okay, so I can tell you.
Typically, let's be real.
I can tell you right now. I couldn't when I was younger, I was told not to go to a certain Italian community. It's called Little Italy. We cannot go there in Cleveland.
It depends on what community you're talking about.
We weren't allowed to go there because they would show you. Right. We don't allow niggas over here.
So I'm talking about overall in white communities. You trying to tell me that in white communities, most white communities, not just that anecdotal Italian white community who don't really classify themselves as white. In white communities, you go Y'all know.
Yes,
You go in
yes.
white
In
communities.
every
You
state,
go in
there's
white
a white
communities and
community in every
you gonna
single
go in there and you
state.
gonna be like, man, I gotta lock my doors because we in this white neighborhood. We in the hood in the white neighborhood. Come on, man, with all that.
Now
Man.
you
That's
change, you
bullshit.
moving the goalposts.
Bro, I used to live up by University of Pitt campus, bro, and that ain't nothing but college boys and white folks with doctor money, my nigga. When I lived out there, I had to lock my door.
Soldier, did you say hello first? Or?
Yeah, y'all ain't hear me?
You raised by wolves or something?
My bad. What's up, fellas?
What's up, Playboy?
Slimmy, Cheeky, Kenny, Mr.
Now you're going overboard. You good? Go ahead.
Hey, now look, I got a question for August though. So if I tell you "fuck you" and mean it in a derogatory way with a smile on my face, do it make that any different from me saying "fuck you," mean mugging you?
Yeah.
No, because the "fuck you" is the same. I still mean "fuck you, homie." Let's get it on.
I could tell my brother "fuck you" with a smile on my face, and he gonna take it as a joke.
Yeah, but that's your.
Or I could tell him "fuck you" and I mean it. He gonna want to fight.
I'm talking about outside, because earlier you had said something, and I was thinking like, hold up, bro, like about men questioning other men's manhood on that tight time, right? If you in the bar with a random guy or some shit, and he say "fuck you" with a smile on his face, but he really ill intention behind that "fuck you," because I do it to people all the time. When I get angry, I smile, I laugh. So people tend to be thinking I'm playing. That's why I asked the question how I asked it. If a nigga tell you "fuck you" in your face with a smile on his face, and a nigga tell you "fuck you" with a mean mug on, he's still questioning your manhood either way. And either way, it's gonna lead to violence.
Nah, he trying to protect himself by smiling. So he know that he better put a smile on his face when he say "fuck me," or else I'm gonna think that he not joking and it's gonna be up. If I tell somebody "fuck you" and I mean it, I'm gonna tell you with a mug, "fuck you, nigga," straight up, not specifically to you, but that's what I was doing in real life. If I meant it,
I get it.
So if you smiling, that means that you trying to protect yourself from violence from me. That's how I look at it.
Now, yeah, let me say this though, real quick, and I gotta get out of here, man. I just really appreciate this panel. I really appreciate the time that you gave me, Hamp. I swear,
sir.
man, it was a blessing to meet you in real life, bro.
Yes, sir.
I'll never forget that, man. That was a great thing. I also want to tell Kiki Banner, man, hey, it was nice to be on the panel with you, bro. I've been watching you for a long time. You're very articulate and a very intelligent young man, man. Keep doing your thing, homie. Kenny P, I'ma holler at you, bro. Appreciate everybody.
Yo,
Great seeing
Slimmy.
y'all, man.
Be safe, my G, man. It was a pleasure to meet you, man. Be safe out here. Do the right thing. You heard?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Holla at y'all.
Easy. That's what's up. Slimmy, man. Damn. So y'all really believe it's carnal if it get there? Y'all think that you have to absolutely avoid physical violence at all costs?
No, I don't think that. I do think that when it comes, everybody is capable of violence, right? And at some point, it is called for. However, to other people's point, to what August was saying earlier, the reason you feel safer walking in certain communities is because one, and they do reports on these things, statistics on there. When most time when people's income is higher, when their education is higher, they're less likely to result to violence. I think violence usually becomes the last option for them. When in our case, we don't have a lot, it becomes the primary option. So now we want to put hands on somebody to prove our manhood instead of using our thoughts. And like Antoine said, a lot of us got a lot to lose at this point. You know, the older you get, the more you accumulate, you have to think a little bit more about it. So we have a lot more to lose. So to answer your question, Ham, I don't think it's out of the question.
Yeah,
I think it should be the last resort, right? Like I think being able to problem solve and expound the amount of options you have before you get to physical violence is it's basically calculable to how intelligent you are in most cases. Like I know a lot of people that can say F you, and never touch each other, and then go, you know what? We should stop. All right. We're not getting nowhere with the conversation in or whatever. Right. But again, I think it's been that way because our IQ scores, our intelligence as human beings, and whatever has expanded over the eons of us being around on this planet. One, and then two, politics. Like you do realize, like you were saying, when you get to a certain point, you don't use a lot of your physical violence. You use your intellect to get the things you want. Some of the most, what do you call it? Most politically successful, the people in power, they never enacted violence. They may have been the ones to tell people go be violent, but they themselves, in a lot of cases, when you get on later and down the line, they weren't the ones that were violent, right? Except for like the early kings and the Mongols and like the Vikings. Like there's, of course, you got kings that became that way due to combat, but then when you get to Rome and you start getting into how we get our politics today, democracy, things of that nature. No, I'm playing politics now. Why am I fighting you? I'll set somebody up to get you hurt, but I'm not gonna do it.
The other question is, what do you solve when one guy beats another guy's ass? What gets solved by that? Other than what does that other guy who lost? Is his mind change or his ass is just beat?
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Payne. You ever been beat up before?
Yeah.
How'd you feel about the nigga that beat your ass?
I hated the motherfucker. If I had a chance, I would go back at him. It didn't resolve a goddamn thing.
Did you keep bothering him?
Well, what makes you think I started? But I understand that person is dangerous.
You started it. You probably overtalked him. That's probably what happened.
I mean, you win some, you lose some. I mean, that's even the same thing when you win the fight, right? What have you really changed?
Well, what I'm saying is, even when you fight, right? Needless to say, people tend to stop bothering the person that beat their ass. But also, if that person put up a fight, did you find a newfound respect, or is that rhetoric?
That's old school.
Yeah, that's
when you do that to us now, we kill you.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it depends on where you start from, right? Because sometimes you fight your friends and sometimes you fight your family members, right?
No, I'm talking about something outside.
Okay, so if you're just talking about a friend of yours, that's one thing. If it's a stranger, you're never going to see each other again. But I've had best friends that we got in a squabble, right? Win, lose, or draw. Somehow we resolve the issue one way or the other, But I'm just taking, if you get beat up, what do you really resolve? Between the two of us, okay, we understand where the pecking order is, maybe. If you get your ass beat bad, it's okay, man. You know what? You got the crown. But so I think it depends. But I mean, just in general, like for panel members, if you actually do pull up on somebody and have a fight, what is going to really solve?
Mr. Payne, do you think a man should be physical though?
I think he should be when it calls for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He should avoid it he should avoid it if he can.
But now, should he be physical? Should he have an aptitude, especially a man with a family? Or
well, yeah, of course. Everybody has to have some modicum of being able to fight. I mean, you can. And when you get old like me, you just buy a gun.
Okay.
Because I'm not scrapping with nobody, man. Shit, man. What that, man? Those days are over.
So you're going to pop everybody that get on your nerves. Huh?
If I can. You know what I mean? Why would I want to sit down? They come in the house, man. I'm not going to just scrap you out. As old as I am, man, well, my wife and daughters around, and beat my ass, man. We don't need that. We got
to be honest, right?
Yes, sir.
The last fight you got in, it didn't last long, but you was tired as fuck.
Thanks.
With a gun, it's easy to just be like, I'm not tired. My fist don't hurt. My stomach, my face, bro. It's so like when I start thinking about it, the logical answer is to shoot somebody. That's
no, it's not. No, it's not.
No.
He just complimented you on how logical you are, and you're gonna say that.
No, what I'm saying is in comparison to fighting.
No, it's not.
And it's more proficient to shoot somebody than to waste energy.
Everybody's shaking their head.
Because you never know if he got. You never know if he got a nigga with him. So
you're pretty influential, right? You're pretty influential. Don't say that out loud, because then people going to sit there. They already think about house husbands and stuff. Now they're going to be there like, let's go shoot everybody.
Look, here's what you need to learn about the house husbands. We should kill a house husband. So don't come up trying to fight, because nigga, if you try to come up fighting me, you getting shot. All right, so
damn, man.
You gonna call your lady.
Here's the ultimate stand. If you want to be violent, we can be violent. Your violence probably won't be the same as mine. You got a gun, I got a rocket launcher. You got a knife, I got a sword. You want to fight with your fist? I got 2 guns, 1 for each fist. All right, two Max Payne in this bitch. All right.
So that's the low level though. That's the low level of intelligence we was talking about.
No. It's the high level. The high level of intelligence is I don't want to be violent.
Verbal judo. You know, so listen, it's verbal judo.
Weapon we needed for us to
listen. Use your verbal judo. Just try to talk it out and let cooler heads prevail. Or like this. Now, this gonna sound like a punk thing.
Where I can see them. Take 5 paces backwards, because if you continue forward, you're not going to be here anymore. That's
and
the
then you're going
right at that point.
But then you're going to be locked up.
I don't trust violent niggas, bro. Violent niggas are the worst.
Not in those carry me states you ain't going. No, you're not.
No, I don't know, man.
I don't know no gun, so I don't even want to put that out there. I don't even know how to use one, so I don't even want to put that shit out in the universe. I've never been in a fight, and I don't own any weapons.
Sneaky, hush.
Roosevelt had this old saying. He said, "Speak softly and carry a big stick." Pause. And that's the mantra that, you know what I'm saying, you know what I mean, you ready for whatever, but you try and keep everything, you know, cordial. The conversation should be cordial. And that's what I think the Black community should be on. More of us having cordial conversations to move the dialogue forward versus taking time to resort to foolishness where we gotta fight because of our ideologies different, and me feeling played and feeling like you testing my manhood because you out-talked me or brought an idea that superseded mine.
But what Doc was saying was mental judo. When we get back to certain words and verbiage, I would argue you started it. And frankly, it annoys me when people think they just say whatever they want because they think their words have no consequences. And they're like, hey, why you got a black eye? Oh, such and such punched me in the face. But why did you get punched in the face? Oh, I said, like, that had to have some merit in something. People always claim innocence and they be running their mouth.
I think it's an emotional response.
What is?
Punching them, like if they say, you know, certain things, like I think that, you know, it's certain things. I think that there's certain things that you could say that warrant you getting punched in the face. But us as a community, as Black men, I think we resort to that way quicker than we should. I think that it should be less of us, you know what I mean, punching each other in the face, and more of us trying to have the dialogue and kind of letting some, you know, certain simple shit slide because we have more to, you know what I mean, we're trying to obtain more.
Let me ask one question. Y'all can jump in. Kenny, you can jump in. Are you qualifying who's more violent based on like now, or does history matter at all?
History absolutely matters.
I mean, we here right now, so you know, we talking about the present, what's going on right now. We trying to solve for what's right now. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, so you don't add in like the violence that been happening in the earth.
I mean, that's a thing. Violence has happened in the earth back in a primitive time, in a more recessive time. I think that now we're in 2024. We need to start to act accordingly. I think it's a thinking man's game now, and to resort to violence and that type of barbarism is not really like it's not gonna service you. You still gonna be wrong, and you still gonna be dumb, and you can fight. That's it. You still gonna be broke, still gonna be wrong, you still gonna be dumb, you still gonna be the same person that you was, and you lost the argument, but you could fight.
Hey, Hamp, have you ever played football and you guys beat a team real bad, and then after the game, after you beat them, the team that you just pounded, want to fight you?
Yeah, I might have been on the team that lost the game too.
And then you're right. So the thinking process. I was on that team too that lost, and we like, all right, well, we gonna get them niggas after. They just beat the hell out of us, right? They showed they were stronger and more physically dominating and everything, more organized. And now we just figuring like, oh, we took the L on the game, so we're gonna try to get back in the fight. Yeah, right. So it's just like a mental disorder or something.
We had that happen a lot when I was coaching up in Maryland. I was coaching at a decently affluent school just based on the neighborhood. And we would play some of the schools who had that stereotype about that school, you know, the school that came from the hood, so to speak. Right. They would try to leverage, nigga, you ain't that far from where we live. We beating the Snoop Dogg shit out of them. And even they coaches used to be saying, I said, nigga, we out physically y'all now. What make you think you want to get more physical after this? That don't make no sense. This shit is already a bloodbath. But now I understand that sentiment. Go ahead, Kenny.
The odd thing is, he's not looking at perspective. Because of violence, you got the ability to speak on this mic the way you do. Because of present violence, if we didn't have a military, you wouldn't be able to do what you do. This world was built off of violence. I'm gonna give you a dynamic. I'm gonna spin the block on something. When I said if, I had somebody who was a mentor and talks a certain type of way, but I know they're not about that. And I said, I get what you're saying direction-wise, but I'm not with that type of talk. That's without me wanting to get into stuff. And then you saw Rilla come up. That is a clear example of that type of talk. Rilla is the most level-headed dude. You understand? Peaceful dude. We share books and all kind of things like that. Something a man said to him regarding you and me got Rilla that way. I'm not saying right, wrong, or indifferent. Certain things have to be settled that way. And if it wasn't settled that way and you considered it primitive, you wouldn't be living the way you live or afforded the luxuries that you have. To be on a mic and say that you need to be docile. I get it. Some men are, but some men ain't.
What's the percentage lie? Majority, minority, docile, not docile.
The majority is not docile.
Okay.
I'm not saying that.
August is in the military also.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. You got to take violence off the table. And primitive means that if you really look up the definition, but primitive, what I mean by primitive is like it's the old way of thinking that's no longer viable in this day and age. So it's time to put that way of thinking down and start to evolve our mindsets to kind of meet what it is that we need to accomplish today versus staying stuck in the past and that old way of thinking. That's why I call it primitive. I'm not saying take violence off the table. I'm saying that we need to take some time to kind of figure out how to not resort to violence so quickly and learn to have the dialogue without being emotional and, feeling like, oh, he questioning my manhood and you beat me in this conversation and the way you saying this to me is hurting my feelings, so I'm going to resort to violence to you. Like if somebody's giving you information and you don't like the way it's being said, stop listening to them. Go somewhere else instead of resorting to violence and saying, hey, you got to change your tone and how you delivering this message to me that's valuable to my life, or else I'm going to beat your ass. That don't make sense to me.
Okay, that's an exception to the rule of how the hierarchy works. Would you agree there's a pecking order among men? You realize it's different than women. Men can get the violence and kill him. More so percentage-wise than women, yes?
I agree, yes, 100%, yes.
Okay, so there's a certain respect. So when you say that that's constant, we'd be in total anarchy if that was the norm. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, the fear of that happening is what keep men in order and still keep pride intact. Like, that's like me going up to Hamp and trying to elicit a problem, knowing that there could be a possible outcome that I could be in harm's way. Why would I do that? The wise play majority of the time is to avoid the conflict. So when you say that, you use the word all. And I did this with my finger because you made it like a broad brush. And I was like, nah, that's not commonly how men conduct themselves, because that's on a smaller scale, because we know what could happen.
So what about evolution, Kenny? What about evolution? What about evolution saying that the man who's at the top of the totem pole is not necessarily there just because he could kick everybody's ass, right? So if you evolve as men, you can pick a leader based on a lot of other things other than I'm thinking he could kick my ass if I don't like what he said. If I don't like what he says, I have to beat his ass. We don't always have to resort to what we did 1,000 years ago to decide who's the strongest. It depends on where your situation is. In the modern era, you can't tell me the only reason why we follow a man is because he might be able to kick my ass. That shit can't be true. You're right. Not anymore. Okay, that's what we're talking about. That's what August, I think, is talking about. Evolution.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The pecking order has changed. It's not the one that could beat his chest and fight the hardest no more. It's the one that could think the most. And so if the pecking order is for the thinking man, you want to fight him, he's gonna have security where you can't even touch him. He'll get your ass beat. You trying to beat your chest because you the best fighter, but he got security that'll beat your ass right in front of him while he's sitting there drinking a Mai Tai. You know what I'm saying? Like, so the pecking order has changed. It's not the same no more. And I think that we as a black community need to evolve to that. It's a thinking man game. We in 2024 now.
Okay, so I would agree with you. Real quick, it has evolved. They don't need to throw rocks and sticks anymore. They got better weapons, but it's still the same premise.
Right. So the thing about you saying it's the same premise is, yes, the premise can be the same, but it's outdated. And everything about it is showing that. When our crime rates are going down, our violent crime rates especially have been the lowest they've been in any century, including these past decade, then we're starting to see that people are thinking or using not violence as the answer, right? Because there's more options than not. There's more options to things than just violence. The thing that I think a lot of people, especially older guys, cling to is violence, is because it was so common maybe for you all to proceed that way, but the risk was understood. I'm just trying to beat you up. Today, the risk is not understood. We don't know what we're trying to do anymore. I don't know if y'all been in a fight where you think you're about to die, but at that point, you're not thinking, oh, this is just a fight and we're having a dispute. And maybe it was understood amongst you guys in a generation before that conversation or that understanding is not the same anymore. One, and then two, a lot fewer people are violent. It's just the truth. Most men and women have never been in fights before. It's more people that have never been in fights than there are people that have. So so when we start having this conversation about violence, most people are not violent. Most people, even when given or presented the opportunity to be violent, aren't, because they don't want to be.
Cheeky, there's something.
Yeah, that's fair.
Real quick, there's something that you jumped over. A lot of those crime rates are down by a dazzling fact, because people don't want to fight you anymore. They want to delete you if they get into something. And most people see that if you're using our locale, like August did in our vicinity, I'm not going to get in it because these young boys will what? You.
All right, so it keeps it all the same, right? Then that means we have an understanding. If even if we know, like, violence is still there, we value life more than we do not. So regardless of you saying, well, the difference is the end result will be you losing your life, that's still a measurement to keep the violence down. It's hard to be violent when everybody around you got a stick, including you. Nobody if everybody got the nuke, we not all trying to hit the button. We just want to go home.
So that debunks us not evolving. That's a part in evolving using common sense that I don't think this will work out my best effort. Let me just chill out. Maybe this argument is the one I don't want to get into because it could escalate quick. And I can only assume this man will be willing to go there where I'm willing to go. I want to get home. So since we're not evolving and we're still primitive, I think not. I think we've evolved because we have better ways to end conflicts quickly, and we're not throwing rocks or using sticks or bats.
So who do you think gets to say, the person with the bigger blick or the person with the bigger brains at the end of the day?
The person with the biggest gun in that altercation got to say so.
Now, I think people with brains and money can have influence with
Oh,
people.
sorry. Are you talking about a 1-to-1? Or are you talking are you talking about money? Or are you talking about overall? Are you talking about a 1-to-1 conversation or incident or overall?
I'm talking like overall. It's like money. It's like who. It doesn't matter how many guns you got. If you got the money, anybody could get hit. If you have the money to influence that to happen, like the money starts a pattern, and that pattern leads to an influence, which leads to the end result.
Yeah, but that's not new.
Hey, listen, can I ask one question real quick?
Yeah.
We'll make one statement real quick. This is 2024. I don't know where none of y'all live, but I'm from Atlanta. I live in Pittsburgh, bro. And motherfuckers be getting their ass shot motherfuckers ain't fighting. I don't know where y'all talking about this fighting shit, bro. This is not
I'm in
1999.
Decatur. I'm right.
You could just cash up a shooter, fam. It's 2024, fam.
Bro, I ain't never paid for a shooter in my life, bro. I'm my own shooter. I'm my own protection. I'm my own bodyguard. I'm my own threat. Like, I ain't paying for none of that. I come from the streets. That's why I could talk like this. I've been convicted, bro. I wish a motherfucker would run up on me talking about some, kick on my door talking about some, let's fight. You was humping my chick, like, let's fight. Oh, yeah, bro. Sit right here. I'm gonna grab this 223. I'm gonna pop the shit out you. And then you're gonna be fighting for your fucking life. I'm gonna be fighting on trial, and I'm gonna sit for another 7 on 10 for this gun that I ain't supposed to have.
What if the other guy has a 5.56?
Wait, this is all just to be clear. This is all hypothetical for the
All hypothetical.
You don't really have a weapon. He's just saying if he was put in that
Niggas
position.
ain't fighting. I mean, niggas been getting shot forever though.
Hamp.
You think? Do you think it's an uptick? Wait. Do you think it's an uptick as crime is down?
Definitely depends on where you at.
I think that everyone has the awareness that everyone has one.
Yeah.
Right?
So more or less people getting shot is the question based on crime violence
I
being
would say
down.
less people are getting shot
Because everybody got a gun.
And I think that would be it, right? I think that would be the main thing, right? Considering the fact, or that too, the cameras as well. It's harder to get away with a lot of the stuff. You could,
100%. I'm just thinking, like, if the violence is down, because this whole young boys is shooting now, niggas being shot forever.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't think at this rate though.
These, huh?
Go check the numbers.
Go check the numbers.
Hey, yo, the 90s.
I gotta go.
The 90s was so crazy. Go check your numbers in DC when Rayful and them niggas was outside. Man,
Stop talking about the numbers. Just go talk to one of your OGs that's in a wheelchair that's got a shit bag. And he
But I'm saying,
I'm telling you, bro, it's like again,
but the niggas used to throw hands a lot back in the day, though. You know what I'm saying?
but all is
hands back in the day.
all is
no hands.
No, all is illustrating is niggas was fighting and shooting like a motherfucker. Now what happened is the fighting has been eliminated, but the shooting, I would argue, it's always been very prevalent, especially during the crack era. That violence was the way to solve it.
DC was the capital. I used to be down there. That's when I almost had 15 years fed time before I got my life right. Rayford and all them, Poe and them from Harlem and all them down there. Yeah, it's chitty bang bang.
I'm from New Orleans, so you know how we get down.
Well, that's
It's
what I'm
still like
saying.
that right now.
Niggas was getting their ass rocked. It's just the point that now the young boys just don't want to fight. Niggas was fighting and shooting. Now it's just shooting.
You could just use proxies for warfare.
Bro, this is the hood. Proxies don't work in the hood, bro.
Hey, Hamp, I put something in the chat of videos, a 1-minute clip with Jordan Peterson. I think that sums up like violence and this conversation real easy for me.
Who?
Jordan Peterson.
Hey, Mr. Payne, I love you. Be safe.
Yeah, you too. That's like
try to delete himself. Okay.
Yeah. You talking about? Is he from the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia, by chance?
The one in the Caucasus Mountains of Canada.
All right, I'll give him a turn. No, I think Jordan Peterson is sharp. I've listened to a lot of things he said.
I think he bought it to line of insanity.
Who? Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, he tried to off himself one time.
Huh?
Is that right?
He did.
Man.
So check into it.
But what we're basically, just to kind of get back to the premises, like, how do men conduct themselves? And I just think we have to be careful with the words we use and the tone we take. And generally speaking, right? I don't think tone should matter in person, not matter on the platform, right? Because does that expose the person who changes it based on if he's in front of a man or not? Maybe. In my opinion, there's a level of cowardice with that man that he won't say it directly to you, but he'll say it over the internet. That bothers me a tad bit. You know, Kunta was popping. Let me get EB. Let me get Theory, because he been hopping back and forth in the EBD. So Theory,
calm down. Good conversation, fellas.
Yes, sir.
Some blessings. Everybody be safe. Thank you, man.
Be safe, bro. Appreciate you. All right. Derry, what you think, man?
Yeah, people do change their tones when they're like in front of the actual person. Like people get away with saying shit on the internet, but when it comes to IRL, they just turn into some felines, you know, like some cats.
Say English, please. What?
I'm saying when people meet each other in IRL, like in real life, they turn
Okay.
their tone changes. They turn into cats, like some felines.
Oh, they turn into they turn into cats. Okay. Cats
Yeah,
are pretty.
you be spitting facts, DJ Hamp. That's why I follow you. You know.
No, I appreciate it. So, what's your take? What do you think about people punching down on each other? Well, do you think that men should get in fisticuffs if they don't like what each other is saying?
Sometimes violence is necessary. Sometimes it depends on the situation.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think men should get into fisticuffs if they don't like what one another is saying?
No, they should find negotiate. They should find a middle ground, like negotiations.
Okay, so you err on the side of seeing if you could talk through it.
Because you don't want to lose your life over some bullshit. If it's worth losing over it, then you gotta fight. But otherwise, most of the time you don't. Like 95% of the time.
Derry, what is one thing you would give your life for?
Shit, one thing I'd give my life for? Damn. There's a lot of things that I'd give my life for. My friends, my family. If
Okay.
they're loyal to me. But if they betray me,
Okay, so your friends and your family.
yeah.
How do you vet? Oh, he got in trouble, I think. How'd you get for skipping school? Derry, how do you vet your friends to the point where you would give your life for them?
So I basically, they better not be gossiping behind my back. Because
Okay.
I got all eyes on all the people at school, you know?
Damn.
Like, people don't mess with me because I get into fights. And sometimes I have a say over what happens. Since I'm a suburban kid, that plays a big influence. Like, I don't get punished for school fights.
Really?
People look at me like I'm this honcho that I have immunity.
Oh, wait. So you say you get into fights at school?
I get into fights at school when people are calling me soft, right? I don't get the same punishments as other people. And people know I'm their go-to person.
For fighting?
Yeah, for fighting, because I don't get the same consequences because I go to school with mostly black kids, right? They get a lot of consequences for throwing bubblegum on the floor. But me, when I'm fighting, I got privilege, which makes me immune. Like, a little bit treated better, I do get.
Why? Because you live in the suburbs?
Because I live in the suburbs and I'm not black. Because I got a little bit of privilege like that. I fly under the radar.
Wow.
Basically, that's about it.
So your parents, do they trouble you when you get home from fighting?
And I just tell them I had my reasons, and they don't. They say you should defend yourself.
Okay, so you always tell them that you were defending yourself.
Yeah.
So at school, you're saying that they allow you to get in the fisticuffs more and punish you less?
They punished me less because they let me get away with it, and I graduated school recently.
Okay. So, damn. So what's the percentage of your school black, East Indian, etc.?
Shit, we got most of these multiracial kids and shit. But then there's black kids, Asian kids. But the Indians make very few of the population, like 1 or 2%.
Okay, so when you say Asian, you're speaking about like
the yellow people.
Okay, got
The
you.
small-eyed people, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I got you. Okay, damn, that's interesting. So the school would give you some level of immunity because you were able to fly on the radar because you East Indian.
Yeah, like because I'm not black, right? They don't look at me that certain way. Like I fly under the radar. I take advantage of my position.
Damn. So you think they
Hold
the
on,
black
Hamp, just I can see why if you get into a fight, you may not think it's your fault. But if you call a Asian person a yellow person, they may not take that well. Okay, just a heads up. So some of these things may not be defense. Some of these things you may have started, you just didn't understand. Okay.
I was using loose terms again.
Okay. Just
so can you, Shabam, can you fight?
Yeah, I could fight when I have to defend myself. Yeah, I could throw a few punches.
Let me see you throw a few punches. Let me see. I gotta see this shit. Put that phone down. Let me see. Give me a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
Mostly I don't fight with my fist. I just poke my finger in someone's eye or go for the throat with my finger.
Let me see. Let me see how you do this shit. I'm interested to see how you be kicking motherfuckers' ass.
Beat somebody's ass. Nah, I ain't gotta prove myself.
Let me see the finger poke. Pause.
Bro, you basically, if the person's face is in close contact, let's say the person's fighting you, right?
Yeah.
And they're right up in your face. You just poke them in the eyes like this. You just poke them pretty fast, like fast.
Oh wow.
You go for like you need to have good reflexes.
That's so you're able to poke people in the eyes during a fist fight.
I made someone bleed out and go blind. You know, people in my city are looking out for me. They're finding. They want to know where I live. So
Are you serious?
Yeah, I live in Lansing, Michigan. Like, ask anybody around there, and they know what I did. I just popped someone's cousin like in the eye.
What an eye poke is what you're saying? An eye poke?
Yeah, I made somebody bleed out. Apparently, I'm bragging about it all the way long. I'm gonna brag about it every day. There's nobody.
So you on the run? You on the run?
I'm not on the run. I still live in the city, untouched.
Yo, witness protection, girl.
That's crazy. You got an eye poke off in the fight.
He said
I
untouched.
live untouched. Everybody know where I live at. Ain't nobody came. Ain't nobody slide through because you know I got a network of people.
Bro, hold on, time out.
Yeah,
Is y'all really buying this bullshit?
Ain't nobody trying to see him right
Come
now.
on, soldier, of course, bro. Ain't nobody trying to see that.
So your last name must be Lee, huh?
No.
Gotta be, bro. Cause I ain't never seen nobody get off of the
I don't know. I think Soldier
one
with
inch
that
punch or an
Soldier
eye
thing.
poke is crazy.
No, I poked someone in the eye and their eyeball almost fall out. So that was not my fault. I was defending myself.
How fucking hard are you poking niggas in the eye?
I believe him.
If he couldn't see, he cannot fight. And then you know how that works.
Yo, y'all really buying this bullshit, man?
I believe him.
Hey, Soldier,
Yeah,
man.
man.
Bro,
Black belt in
man,
like
like,
punches, bro. He got that boom. Like,
come on,
I
man.
believe
Like,
him, man.
Man, somebody gotta tell the truth, man.
Y'all
I
remember-
ain't buying that
How we know
shit,
you ain't
bro.
telling the truth? That we was just
Seen
talking
Kill
about
Bill?
that.
Y'all remember how that girl lost her eye?
Bro, bro, I'm not buying this, bro. I've been
hit
fighting,
him
bro.
with the
I'm
killer,
35, my guy. I'm 35, bro. I'm born in the late 80s, raised through the 90s, and damn near all the 2K, bro.
No, it's just I just got lucky. I just got lucky. That's how it happened. I just got lucky during the fight.
Yeah, you threw a scary pluck, try and duck from getting hit. You just threw a quick little, try and get the fuck out the way.
Nah,
And
there's some juice in the
accidentally
world you
poked
can't
the nigga
spill,
in his
right?
eye, bro. But like, you could keep it a buck, bro. I don't know you, so but you're not selling me this. Like, bro, I watched you put Orajel on that shit, bro, and throw it in the bag and try to hit the block with it, bro. That's fake work, bro. You're not selling me that.
Nah, you don't have to believe me, but again, I got my credentials. You could just
All right.
Google him. Google him.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say, bro. I'm about to Google.
Nah, you
Better ask about him in the
street.
streets.
this motherfucker that
Better ask about him in the streets.
Like,
or
I be in Chicago, New York,
Nah,
Atlanta.
nah.
New
Shit,
Orleans.
I like I said, I'm under the radar. You can't even Google me.
Then that's definitely not real.
Looking for one
Nah, I just never got caught.
Then you're on the run.
I
Bro.
I just get away with shit easily because I'm not black. I get away with shit easily.
Oh, now you trolling.
So what are you saying, my dog?
Like I could get away with pretty much beating someone's ass and no one's gonna come for me because hey, I'm a suburban kid with money and money buys influences, buys power, and you know.
Bro, you say you.
He's pulling it up. He's pulling it up.
You say you in the schools.
No.
Come on, Shabam.
Yeah,
Come on.
You trying to cook me up.
Come on, Shabam. Come on, baby.
Now I stuck my own thumb in.
Bro, you say you go to school.
Come on, man. Come on now, Shabam. Don't
Someone's
do this.
gotta fight
G.
dirty, you know. Someone's
Yeah,
gotta
but
fight dirty.
bro, come on, man. That's not you, B. There's no way you pull somebody. Come on, you make somebody eye bleed and fall. Come on.
Yeah, you will come to my city in Lansing. Go to my school, Eastern, my former school. Ask people what happened that day. You know the cousin of the most toughest kid at my school? I poked his cousin in the eye. You could ask anybody at Eastern and Lansing at my school. You could just pull up to my city and ask.
That's crazy.
Lansing
Hold on,
like
wait, you said
45
where?
minutes
You
from
said
Detroit.
East Lansing?
Yeah, I'm from Lansing. Yeah.
Do you know somebody by the chance that start his name's Daryl Long? Would you happen to know him?
I don't know Daryl Long, but I do know this
Man,
guy.
you don't know nobody. You don't know nobody. He lying. He lying.
No. I know this guy. No, I actually know this one guy. He runs MBM.
Bro, you said you go to school with a bunch of black kids, right? And a few Asians and a few East Indians or whatever, right?
Yeah, and mostly mixed kids and shit.
All right, so with that be, bro, I'm just trying to put this together because this ain't making no damn sense, bro.
I know he lying now.
Bro, I knew he was lying when he said he eye poked the nigga, bro.
No, he ain't poke nobody in the eye. Come on, shit.
No, I did, but guess what? I got away with it because people know where I live and no one came touching me.
All right,
'Cause I'm
do the
living in
eye
peace.
poke.
I'm living in peace.
Do the eye poke again. Let me see how you did that.
So you basically just
Get the fuck out of here.
the person needs to be like close. No, the
Lord,
person needs to be
Javon.
close to you for you to do that. I learned that technique from some martial artists on YouTube.
Bro,
Oh, now I don't know why, but I believe that.
Of course you believe it. Then you got a Freddy Krueger mask hanging up.
No, I don't have one of those yet. Those are expensive.
You got a sword in your house. Think you gonna fight two people with a gun? Remember?
And if you're talking guns, I don't even have to touch one. I just have someone have to touch it for me and do the job for me.
So
Well, you
nobody
the most
jumped
incriminating dude I ever heard on this motherfucker. What the fuck are we doing?
you say you go to school with a
You
bunch
right
of black
behind
kids.
So basically, I give them an opportunity to be rich.
I'm just curious.
This might be risky.
I went to school in the 90s, and one of my little partners in my little clique
Fuck
came
out of here,
home.
Shabam, man. Come on, man. This nigga, Shabam, come on now. Get your mind right, B. We just saw what a real eye poke looked like. That finger shit you did, B, that is not gonna get it done.
It was a scary punch that missed, bro, and he like just hooked, like hook grabbed him or something, like, bro. Ain't bro in the fist fight? Ain't no nigga looking like, yeah, bro. My first punch, stick him in his eyes.
Nah. If you
Might
you
grab
should
some
have been there
dirt
to
or
see to believe
something.
it though. I know nobody will believe me, but I'm just putting it out there.
Well, you keep training, but I first of all, what's up to everybody? I've been listening for a couple hours now, and everyone's had some good points on whether you should fight or not. But I mean, we're nowhere from where we were when we had to fight over women and resources hundreds of years ago. We kind of beyond that now. Now our competition is who has more and flexing and things like that. The necessity to fight over a woman is kind of like a moot point at this point because they're plentiful and we have different ways of competing now. But
You want to fight over your wife, ABD?
am I gonna fight over her?
Yeah.
Because she's mine, right? Because I'm gonna fight over my wife. But growing up though, I understand that their generations are different. I got into fights coming up. Nothing that serious, thank God. No broken arms or legs, but you get bruises, you get fucked up. I got jumped like more than once, right? But I had a best friend, so one of the times I got jumped, he came in. Then when there's both of us, stopped getting jumped. Things went on from there, but. Yeah, I got into some fights later on in my life, and I started, winning a few of them. But,
How many L's you took?
I took a lot more L's than wins, for sure.
Not jump. So I'm talking about 1-on-1.
Oh, 1-on-1. Well, later on, more wins than losses.
Okay.
But earlier, I wasn't trained or conditioned to fight. You understand? I just
You-
wasn't. Like,
You in shape now?
Say it again.
You in shape now? You think?
Yeah, now I kind of like trained a little bit more. Way back in the day, when I started coming up and realizing this being jump shit ain't fun no more. Then I started trying to take up some boxing, some martial arts, things like that. So I'm a lot better now, more than I was younger. You know, get my
If
ass
you had to rate yourself from 1 to 10 and fight, what would your fight score? Like, what would your overall be? You think?
like 4 or 5. Yeah,
Okay.
it's been too long between fights. I mean, when you're a professional fighter, that's one thing. You train your body for in a big event. But when you a normal motherfucker sitting behind a computer as a job every day, how much conflict do you get? What's the worst thing you say to somebody else? You exchange a harsh ass email or something like that. That's where you know that's where it stops, right? And it stops. And the bullshit stops at 5 o'clock. You know, do not disturb. But no, there's no real reason to really get into a confrontation unless you're being disrespected on the regular, which at any man is going to have a threshold level to being disrespected. Like, you're not going to talk shit to somebody all day, every day, and think that they're not going to one day up and whoop your ass and do something about it. I mean, that's just not something that any of us need to wake up to anymore, hopefully, right? I think we're just a lot more a civilized society than that. We talk about gang violence. We talk about neighborhoods of poverty, fighting over resources, fighting over what's left. If things that are in abundance aren't really fought over, they're negotiated. Things in scarcity are more fought over, right? That this is the last piece of whatever, I'm gonna have it, you ain't. Versus, look at all of this fruit in this garden, you know, who gonna help me pick it? You know, there's a different mentality when you have an abundance of something versus scarcity. And that's where violence comes in. There really aren't any violent behaviors out there where things are plentiful. It's only where it's scarce.
Yeah, I was fighting this guy at my school who had 100K in the locker, you know.
Hmm?
Yeah, you know the guy I poked in the eye? I did it for a reason, because the guy had 100K in his locker. I was fighting for access to the locker at school, which had 100K in cash in there. I needed that money so bad.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Wait a minute. Whoa, my money here. Get the fuck out of here. Get him the fuck out of here. Put him in the bedroom.
Niggas want me dead. Watch your step. Put prices on my head. Till I pop my shit and I pop my shit.
All right, you can now kick people off because obviously, I mean, something ain't right. Let me read these chats real quick. Adonis with the $10. People cannot separate business and personal. If you're not cutting it, is it fair to make a business fail to save you because of your family? You're judged by the audience, and if you don't like it, it's you. Mac with the $5 says, SSS Sniper Wolf pulled up to a content creator's house live. Another content creator had a dude show up at his house to shoot him, all white. Omar Smith with the $5 says, no group is winning as a whole. I saved an Arab woman, white woman, and black woman. Hamp, don't judge me about the white one. I know she half a body. Red Bill Ranger with the $5 says, Doc ain't lying, because every time money/success comes up, niggas immediately go to, I can beat your ass and beat your ass though, and take your money, etc. It's all they got. Struggle Lover with the $5 says, Hamp, tell them look up Jim Everett and Jim Rome. They were on live TV. Jim Everett literally got at Jim Rome. Miss Parker been a member for 4 months. Says, hey y'all, August, why are the abortion laws being implemented? It's because white babies are being aborted at high rates year over year. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says, black people get mad at facts, stats, and reality and call it propaganda. Just stop doing this shit. Stop the white people do it. Stop the white people do it too. Argument whataboutism. Oh, I see what he's saying. Omar Smith the $5 says, cheeky dad a Muslim and he's a super tough nerd. Cheeky protecting me in ATL. He be strapped too. Cheeky the cheat code.
My
damn.
Muslim and I don't own no guns. What the
Red Bill Ranger with the $2 says, being civilized isn't being docile. Tony Golden been a member for 5 months. Says, left my ass off. Theory is nuts, man. Yellow people hell is hilarious. Where dude even came from? Black man unfiltered with the $5 says, 111 sound like he shallowed a battery with a flute glued to it. Oh, swallowed. And he can't fight. I would whoop him with a cotton swab and a clothes hanger. God damn. Joe Biden for the 2000 says, what are you saying?
I said, give me that dude IP address. Shit, I can fly over and just beat his ass.
The Three
Oh, the
Stooges.
Three Stooges. He goes,
Why you?
Nah, bro, you need some training.
I never watched this. Joe Biden tells us, congrats, Hamp. Every good YouTuber needs an angel. Oh my God. Zagu with the fight. I said that was a bad finger bang. Pause. Damn show. Damn show ain't no eye poke. He funny as fuck though. Yeah, that shit was crazy. Darius with the 20 ball said with the 35 says
shit like that.
I should put you in a bathroom, Sir Hampton, using the credits I gave you for someone else. Here go more credits, nigga. Salute, sir. I stayed with them credits. I forget what the fuck that was. Damn, man. I don't know. Shabom Wildin'. So fighting is out, huh? So y'all nigga don't go do no training or nothing, huh?
Yeah, people trolling me. Something has to go up their behind and out their mouth for them to shut up. I'm not trying to be vulgar or anything.
I got you. Go ahead, Doc.
Nah, I wouldn't say fighting is out. I train. I have my children train. Wrestling, jiu-jitsu. So I don't think fighting is out of the question. I just try to keep it as the last resort. But if I have to resort to it, you know how they say it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. So I don't want to be out here slipping.
Bro, we taught us little niggas to protect, you know what I'm saying? Protect our siblings, protect yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's taught early. Violence is taught early, whether we like it or not. You know what I'm saying? When you go out in the world, as soon as you get on that first bus ride, as soon as your first day of school came, you knew, protect yourself, protect your book bag, your belongings. Don't let nobody steal this from you. All that shit at lunch, nobody take your food. All that shit is taught early, you know what I'm saying? So it's always been violence, you know what I'm saying? Now, the way you control your violence is learned over time. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what it is. Some cats ain't got that extra, you know what I'm saying, boost behind when you protect your sister or protect yourself, hey, know when to do it, know how to calm down, de-escalate, all that stuff. We don't, you know what I'm saying? Some people ain't taught that. They just taught that, hey, protect yourself. That's what it is, you know?
Let me say something before I get off here. The comment that the little brother just made in the bottom left-hand corner, but shit like that right there, see where I'm from, in the area that I grew up in, everything you just said out your mouth, little bro, them is fighting words. That's damn near like telling a nigga to suck your dick, my guy. Like, men don't do that to men because them is fighting words and it would escalate very quickly from there. But that's back to what August was saying earlier. Bro, ain't no man, ain't no kid 16 or older gonna come and say no shit like that. I'm gonna smack the fuck out of you and then be looking for your parents. That you get what I'm trying to say as to what you were saying earlier? Like put something in their mouth and back and forth. Like what? Bro, where I'm from them is fighting words, my guy. But that's the problem. These children ain't learning no respect in the house, and then it perpetuates onto the street. Because the first line of defense against any and all of this shit is your parents. Like you get what I'm trying to say? Like I grew up with a baby sister. Me and my brother, we chased motherfucker around the whole project because he threw dirt on my sister. Mm-hmm. You get what I'm saying? Like violence is needed in order to keep civilization peaceful. But with that, I got a date to take my daughter on, man. I'm gonna get out of here. Hey, one more thing, yo, because it just hit me. Hamp, why you let the boy AD come on here and lie like that, man? Talking about Brittany Renner ain't a hoe. Her, Kim K, J Ho, all them bitches is whores. Screw my friend to the ladies in the chat in the comments or whatnot. But I'm gonna call a spade a spade. With that, I'm out of here. I gotta take my daughter, man. Y'all be cool. Salute to the fellas, man. Y'all hold y'all heads, stay 10, you heard?
No doubt. Be safe, man.
I'm always, bro. Be cool, y'all. To the next.
You already? Hey man, he answered, man. No answer is an answer. Go ahead, August.
I want to add to this point, say something about this point. I understand, like, when we young and we, like, you know, youngins, you know, you resort to violence or whatever the case may be, but us as grown-ass men who's building, some of us build, you know what I mean, building up. I would venture that most of us are building up and have more things to lose. the idea of resorting to violence so quickly is just like, it's just recessive to me. You know what I mean? Like we should be able to articulate our thoughts and talk things out and not really feel played about something. Or even if somebody is trying to play you, you could go ahead and just remove yourself from that situation versus, being very primitive about things and inciting violence on ourselves. You know what I mean? I think that we could do a better job at like just articulating thoughts better and being able to communicate more effectively so that more ideas could come along.
Can I jump in there?
What's up, True?
How you guys doing? How the panel doing? What's up, Hamp? Lots of things were said. August, I'm inclined to agree with a lot of what you're saying. Out of most of the perspectives I've heard so far, you seem to be the most balanced. The men that just jumped off used the term fighting words. And as I do understand what he means.
Am I tripping or he dropped out?
Yeah, he dropped out trying to see if he come back. He probably got a phone call, look like, because he look like he's sitting in a sleeping place.
Yeah, let me just perfect timing, man. Look at God, man. Did this Patel proclaim to be a professional poker up here?
Yes.
You never know.
Brother. Brother, come on, man. What are we doing?
Shit, the person you expect the least could be the most dangerous in the room,
Nah.
But look, listen, man. You sound like Prince, and you, brother. Come on, you're Portly.
Prince, don't compare me with that dude.
Are you in shape?
No, Prince.
Are you in shape?
The real Prince, like the singer, like way before you were born.
Oh,
you like a combo of Michael Jackson, like you know what I'm saying, when he was black.
Nah, you doing me
Prince.
dirty.
Brother. I can't see you fighting nobody, man.
Of course, I'm a comedian and a lover before I'm a fighter and shit.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, man. I can see you telling some jokes. You know what I'm saying? Some Bangladesh something. You know what I'm saying? I don't. But brother, fighting. Come on now. How many fights you been in, bro?
I've been in 2 fights.
2. So tell me, talking about. So hold on. So are you 100% or 50% on the eye pokes, brother?
Okay, the first fight I won. The second fight was retaliation for what I did. That one I lost.
Yeah, but how many of the 2 fights involve eye poking?
Like the second fight I was caught lacking. The second fight, the first fight.
So that you had to resort. So the eye poking was just emergency response.
Yeah, it was self-defense basically. Yeah.
1-on-1, or you was getting jumped?
It was 1-on-1.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you dangerous, bro. Like what's going on here, bro? And you out here walking and hey, be careful, man. I came up here because you sounded very school shooterish.
No,
you know what I'm saying? You said all the kids at the school, brother. You said that in that very soft voice. So I'm just trying to protect, you know what I'm saying, Hamp platform. And hey, I might have called the FBI. I might have. I ain't saying I did.
Shit, one time I took the blame for somebody.
Huh?
One time I took a blame for somebody.
Okay, all right. Just don't end up on the damn news, okay?
I'll be putting people on the news.
See, this dude a comedian almost for real. Almost.
Are you in shape?
Man, I just like,
are you in
brother,
shape? Are you in shape to be fighting somebody?
Stop it! Come on!
You gotta mix the goofy act with the tough guy act,
Yeah,
no,
man.
Don't. You know what this actually shows, and I'll let it ride, is how 111 stereotypes black people 100%.
I don't stereotype anybody.
He thinks that playing these cards appeal.
Yeah, people stereotype me more because
he also
because
said, hold on, hush for a second. He also said, black women are the salt of the earth and etc. Right? So he's saying he thinks he has to mix these roles to be appealing.
Yeah,
right?
He got black women figured out. Shout out to the black women, man. He got them figured out. Be a tough guy. You know what I'm saying? Have a soft voice and poke niggas' eyes out. That's the key, man. That's the formula. Hey, listen. Hey, he still. Hey, even though you know what I'm saying, he looking like a Punjabi heavy D. You know what I'm saying? Listen, them babies gonna have some good hair and they gonna have a nice skin tone. So shout out to this brother, man, hey man, aim for the stars, man. Hey man, the things we do for pussy.
Yeah, sky's the limit.
There you, exactly. See, now he reciting Biggie rhymes. The motherfucking Indian Biggie. Look, see this. This guy talented, man. He going places. I didn't recognize your game at first, brother, but now when you admitted to be a comedian, you go places. You gonna be all right.
Yeah.
Don't be out here fighting though, because you definitely gonna end up whooped. Okay, whooped, brother. I see you for you. Okay, whooped.
I don't think I get too much love to be whooped. You know, if someone whooped me, they would out of love get revenge for me. You know.
The same, no, but it don't work that way. The person that whooped you not getting revenge for you, brother.
No, I'm seeing people will get revenge for me if I got whooped by another person.
Someone in the chat said your rap name should be Pokaladesh.
Nah.
All right.
That poking shit was wild.
Yeah, Shabam just told us anything, man.
No, the thing is, I fly under the radar. I can use that at my advantage. Like, people say I'm not tough. I can use that to my advantage.
How tall are you, Shabam?
5'9".
Are you in shape?
I'm not
Hell
in shape,
no.
actually.
You see them chins?
Yeah, I got them double chins, you know.
Oh, I see shape.
Whoa, EBD. Pause, brother.
EBD.
Yeah, super pause. What the fuck are you talking about?
I got disconnected. I apologize.
Go ahead, True.
Yeah, whoa.
What I was saying is that I think that we gotta really know how to pinpoint when violence is necessary. If somebody is meeting you with violence, then of course violence should be the response. But words to me are just this juvenile. Like, I mean, I was told by my dad, yo, they can run their mouth all they want. The moment they put their hands on you, all bets are off. Words shouldn't move you, in my honest opinion. And if words can move you, then you got a lot more growth that you need to journey after. Because people gonna say some foul stuff. They're gonna say some mean stuff. And if you're in this space particularly, well, they gonna say a lot of stuff. You gonna fight everybody that got a negative depiction of you or opinion of you. Like, that's a waste of energy and time. So I think that violence is necessary. Every man should know how to protect himself, but that is only if and when it is absolutely necessary. In words, somebody calling you, you know, anything foul shouldn't move you. If you really centered and got stuff going on in your life, you got too much to lose. And that's my two cents.
I hear that. That argument is one of those pretty standard arguments, but you know where it falls apart is when you guys have been taught to if somebody hits you, hit them back. That tells me you've never actually been hit. That is the worst advice that parents been giving their children. There's no way you let somebody get their shit off first and then they expect to have a cohesive response after. So when people saying that, it gleams that they really don't know what violence actually is or what it looks like when it actually manifests. Because there's no way you putting your hands on me first if the assumption is that you going there.
Well, let me be clear. I hear what you're saying. I agree with you. But I think what he was doing at an adolescent state was getting me to understand how to critically think. No, you're absolutely right. I'm not going to waste my time allowing you to bring harm to me, my body, my person, and then respond. I'm not dumb. I know the difference when somebody is meeting me with aggression. I'm saying words alone are not going to, enact aggression. If you're in my space, if I tell you to back up and you don't move, I'm punching you in your mouth because I've warned you. But I'm not teeing off on every single person that gets within proximity. That's just not smart, and so there's a difference, and you have to be able to be developed enough. What I see in our community, however, is that a lot of us generally don't know what masculinity looks like. And what we think masculinity is, it's assertion. We think it's aggressive. We think it's, broad and boastful. And it's really not. Masculinity is very much mental. It's very much a whole person. You have to be able to decipher.
Too.
Yeah, you got to be able to decipher what is necessary. Do I need to grab him by the throat? Do I need to, shoot one off in the air, shoot one at him? Or do I need to just back off? Because sometimes it just ain't even worth it. And I think our community, in too many ways, do not understand how to decipher. They really don't. A lot of boys are out here acting as men, or at least what they think is a man.
I can make somebody roll my pockets. You know what I'm saying?
Let me get Kunta in, because Kunta was on before and then he had dropped off and shit. And then you can jump in August and I'll get Key. What's up, Key? What's up, Kunta? Go ahead, Kunta.
What's going on? Yeah, what's up, man? Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the channel. Always. That's good. Yeah, man, I think that cause I come from South Central. I'm in LA, all that shit, bro. Like all this shit, man, like it's it's delineations of all of that shit in there. But what it comes down to thoroughly is the character of the person and how you said like, hey, who raised you, bro? And getting back to your point on like how you were saying like, oh, you know, your like moms or your pops or people say, hey, only do it when someone hits you back, is because they're trying to set that precedent of, hey, don't be violent. Don't come out the gate as like you the aggressor, because that's not gonna get you nowhere as far as the black community goes. So I get it from a circumstance. Like I'm telling you, like my uncles, they all from 60s, all this other shit, gangbanging. I've been there where niggas getting shot at and all that stuff, and I was only like 4 or 5 years old. You get me? So I've been in that shit, and it's like I don't want to be in that shit. I'm good. So, you know, like, but for me to then be like, all right, like, you not a man if you turn down what we call it a fade out here, you know, you turn down a one-on-one. That was a precedent that I set myself up for in high school. Nigga walked up to me, I'm in the lunch line. Hey, let's catch a fade. I don't even know the niggas. Okay. And I win, of course. You feel me? See, I'm gonna say of course, right? But that's only because of my
Shit like that. Shit like
you
that.
see what I
Shit like
mean?
that.
Like I gotta take that pride in myself as far as like if somebody try to fight me now, I need to show that there is that man in me to not turn away from the fight. But at the same time, why are you fighting me, bro? I didn't do shit to you as far as you knew me around the school or seen me around. It was like, oh, maybe I could beat him up. You feel me? And that's where I think our mindset is going astray. Is like we get trapped in this kind of younger mindset that you know, like I guess we want our peers to dictate what a man is, or we want to be you know, accepted across like a whole spectrum of all of us black guys who we don't realize all of these black guys on this panel are different from every standpoint. I'm telling you. And so now when we highlight that, it's kind of like, all right, it's a basis of that certain black men think that you have to have this president to be a black man or to be a man. Whereas certain people think, okay, well, you're just a man. You're not a black man. You get what I mean? So as a man, you discern your battles, and you know, like, okay, I shouldn't. You know, like I don't need to fight. Who are you? I don't even know you. Especially on this internet shit. Aside from, you know, like, and even go back to what you were saying with Mr. Fantastic and Joe. Bro, that started off on some personal level type shit, right? And I know now that you substituted in for Joe and everything, but that started off some personal shit from the internet. And I don't think that men come to grow and understand how, you know, you can fight out your problems. But I think black men have that as a result. You can fight out your problems, and then once you're the victor, now you can take that as a psychological win. But that other dude just went off and pressed charges on you, so now you in jail. You get what I mean? Like it's just like a different mindset that I feel that us as black men we do take on. That I think people were presented on the panel. I think August maybe said it, and a few other people have said that our mindset, as far as like what decides manhood, is a little bit distorted, and that's where we go on astray and have this long conversation about like, well, if you beat me up, then you know I come back with a gun.
Kunta, why did you fight?
Why did I fight? Because that was my mindset at the time.
Okay, so you weren't taught that if he hit you, hit him back?
I was taught that for sure, but I was also taught. But I was also, and it's my thing.
Slow down. Let me just ask, and you can define it, because you said that is taught so that people are nonviolent. However, you subscribe to the fight over an offer.
Right, and that because the basis was that if I didn't fight, that meant that I wasn't man enough.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a difference between like because so there's twofold to that story, but it's like, hey, like if you get challenged to fight and you turn down the fight, that's a whole different circumstance than someone just stop hitting you in the face.
Now?
And then you, huh?
Now? Or are you saying back
Yeah,
then?
now, yeah. If somebody walked up to me now and was like, "Hey, I want to fight you," what am I fighting for? I got 2 kids. I got a career. What am I fighting for?
Okay, so
Right?
you didn't value yourself back then.
Nah, it's not necessarily a value. I just valued the opinions of the people around me more so, because if I didn't take that fight, then those people would have assumed that I wasn't man enough or I was running from the fight.
Okay, so now it's the kids. Back then it was the peers. Where do you stand in all this about yourself?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, personally,
Well, just I'm
it's
listening.
a struggle. Well, no. Personally,
Yeah,
it's
like,
a
what do you
struggle.
do? What do you do for
No.
yourself?
Yeah, well, personally, it's a struggle for myself because I have all these external things trying to influence me to do something or to act. So it's the same basis of, like you were saying, if your wife got disrespected, what would you do? Would you walk away from that situation and say, "Don't worry about it"? Or so
No.
then you're right.
But I wouldn't walk away if you disrespect me either.
Right. So then it's subjective to as far as what you feel. Somebody disrespects you, that gives you the authority to then be violent.
Of course it does.
Against
But also, what I'm saying is, where do
No,
you
it doesn't.
stand?
That's
Where do you?
that's where I
Hold
stand.
on.
So that's-
He didn't. That was Shabam. That wasn't me. You should definitely know. If you confuse my voice with Shabam's, we
No.
gonna fight.
That wasn't where I was confusing it.
No, okay, got it.
Yeah.
No. So what I'm asking is, right, because I know what I'm gonna do for myself and others that I love and care about. You're the reason which you described so far are our outside influences.
Okay.
That seems problematic to me.
Okay, but my basis would be, why are you doing it then? What's influencing you to do that when you say you feel disrespected by somebody?
When I feel disrespected, if it called for, I'm gonna give correction, whatever that correction looks like.
But who is correcting what? What are you correcting?
So if somebody disrespects me, I'll offer correction verbally. If it needs to escalate, it may escalate.
Okay, but here's my question to you: is how are you gonna correct their disrespect?
What you mean? I just said it.
Punch him in the fucking face.
That doesn't. Okay, wait. You see how that doesn't? That's not logically sound. So someone disrespects you, you punch them in the face. You think they're gonna apologize after?
No.
Do it again.
What's the probability of them doing it again? Is my question.
Multiple. They just probably won't do it in your face.
What's the probability of them doing it again?
I take that.
I'm telling you, from a number standpoint, probability wise, I mean, like, how did you know they, like, if it was in face to face and they disrespected you? Right, it's highly low that they gonna come back to your face and disrespect you.
Yeah,
right. But because the point was, how did that disrespect influence you in the first place?
What are you answering what I'm saying?
Are you getting what I'm saying? What
kinda, but you don't want to concede. I'm being very clear with you, right? The point is, right, I'm going to correct it up to and including physical violence, right? Because if I feel disrespected in that way, I'm gonna check it and correct it, right? But like you said, it's subjectively to how I feel.
Exactly. That's my point.
So now that's solved for.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I wonder, if you feel disrespected, why would you not check it and correct it up to and including physical violence?
No. So up to and including physical violence means there are things that I did before violence to correct it, right?
That's what I said.
So then if you spoke to that person and said, "Hey, you're disrespecting me. I think you disrespected me," and then they in turn said, "Yeah, I am disrespecting you," then that's an escalation to physical violence, because, like, what was going on here?
So you agree with me?
If
Yeah,
they
make that dude hold
if you
your
didn't
pockets.
it right, if you did everything you could to understand that this person was disrespecting you,
Yeah.
and then you escalated to a physical level, then like I said, there was nothing wrong with that. My
Okay. So
point
you
is they
disagree with
did.
True Table. Well, let me just make sure. I want to make sure that you and True Table actually in contention. True gonna let motherfucker disrespect him all in his face, but because he getting a bag, it ain't worth checking it up to and including physical violence. He gonna walk away because he think that is the better end result because he has too much to lose.
I would disrespect with True in that regard if that's what he was saying specifically. If he did everything he could to understand, and I don't see what I mean. I don't know.
That's not what
I'll let him
that's
get
not
jump
what I
in, right?
said.
I don't think he did, but if he was saying that in that
Uh-oh.
aspect, then
So
That's not what I said.
now everybody
See?
want to fight, huh? Okay,
No,
go.
no,
Come
that's
on,
not
True.
what I
you could
said.
pity that dude.
Hamp.
That's not,
Look at him.
that's
Look
not
at
what I
him.
said.
This shit crazy.
What I said is
What'd you say?
what I said is that
maybe
you
you
have
could
to be
slap a
able,
dude.
in
Hold
my
on,
opinion,
Theory.
you have to be able to assess the situation based on what is necessary. If
You got an out.
somebody's meat,
Let me give you a hypothetical that's easy.
all right.
You got an out, you got an in. You've been disrespected to the utmost in which whatever you qualify disrespect as. You can walk away or you can face it. You have an opportunity to walk away, right? And that person not gonna chase you down or nothing, or you can confront it. What you gonna do?
You got to frame it better.
Okay, there's a
You got to frame it
person
better
who
because
disrespected you.
proximity matters.
Yeah.
Setting matters.
Yeah,
Variables
it's in it.
matter.
It's in a setting, right? And now it has to be perfect, right? So it has to be a setting in which you're not gonna get in trouble for you to make a different decision. The truth is, it's in the middle of McDonald's. The person disrespects you. There's doors all over the place, right? They're in decent proximity, are at arm's length. Yeah, if you take a jab step forward, they would be, right? They disrespected you, right? You can walk away from the situation, or you can confront it. And the level of disrespect is at the utmost, and whatever you see the utmost disrespect as, what do you do in that instance?
I'm gonna handle it.
So you're gonna get in a fist fight?
If it calls for it, sure.
You're gonna get in a fist. Stop talking theory. All right, hush for a second, Theory. All right.
That's why I said you have to frame it because disrespect.
So that's
is very
the frame. The disrespect is how you see disrespect.
I got you.
Right. So you can frame that part yourself. It's in the middle of McDonald's. It's a man, same stature as you, right? So he don't got no physical advantage, if that matters. You can walk out the McDonald's door. You already got your food, or you can handle it. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna handle it.
So you're gonna escalate it to physical violence.
Yeah, if you're talking about the utmost level of disrespect, what I deem disrespect, yeah, it's gonna be handled.
But that's what we're saying, right? So y'all are saying this is stupid, it's just dumb. Don't get there. But you guys are saying the utmost disrespect, you're gonna get there.
Because the problem that you're having is that respect is subjective. It's based on that person. It's
based on
how
you.
they
That's what I said.
Okay, so that's why it's problematic because just like the brother said, every man on this panel different. So what is deemed disrespectful to me may not be disrespectful to you.
But that's moot. That's moot though, because I'm saying when you feel disrespected, what are you going to do about it, right? You guys were initially judging the brothers who said they're gonna have a fist fight about it. That's foolish. That's ignorant. That's young. But then when you feel disrespected, you're gonna escalate it in the same way in which we would.
Well, yeah, I think that I see what you're doing, but that's not accurate because
what I'm doing.
It's subjective because there is a difference. Like the brother is saying, Kunta, it depends on what escalated. Some brothers said if they look at me a certain way, if they say something to me, I'm gonna match it with violence. That's
they
not
haven't
what I'm
touched
saying.
you. Remember, your father said, as long as they don't touch you, let them talk.
And I expounded upon that.
I know
that. Yeah.
However, I know. Slow down, True. As long as they don't touch you, they can say whatever. That's what had. Right? As long as they don't put their hands on you. So that's what I'm going off. I'm not just coming out of the blue. I'm listening to what you said, and therefore I'm putting you in a hypothetical so we could thoroughly understand your ideology. And it's starting to crumble a little bit because when you feel disrespect outside of somebody touching you, said you're gonna handle it.
Well, what I took from that lesson was at that adolescent state is that people are going to use words, and they're going to use words that's going to be offensive to you. So, young man, don't go out into this world being easily offended by everybody that's going to say something about you and then feeling like you got to match that with energy. I match violence with violence if it's necessary, but I think I'm smart enough to understand what is necessary. The disrespect comes to me. I'm gonna handle it.
I know, true, but you just said you match violence for violence. However, in the hypothetical, that man didn't exude violence. He was talking shit. You felt disrespected, and you escalated it to violence.
You see what you just did?
But
That's
no
not
one
what you
said
said.
though.
That's
Hamp.
not what you said,
Yeah,
and that's
see,
what
you
I'm
missing
saying.
it.
That is not
Okay.
what you said. You
So
said
what
what
I
I deem to be the highest
this
level
was
of disrespect.
all right. So
which
the
is
clarification,
subjective.
you're right.
Now
I can
you're
see.
saying that he met.
I
Now
can
you're
no.
saying
So watch the difference between me. I concede. Yes, I said whatever you deem disrespect. The clarification is simply they not touching you.
if they're not touching
If they're
me,
not
then
touching
yeah,
you,
I'm not matching it with
talking
violence.
back. You
Yeah,
talking
if I'm not,
back.
yeah, exactly.
That's
If
it.
they're not touching
That's what I'm
me,
saying.
and it's not even about the touch, it's the assertion. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be a physical touch. That's why I say you got to frame it, because the context of what is occurring does matter.
Yeah, they're not spitting on you or touching
If you spit on
If
me,
you
that's
spit on me, it's a
come on,
wrap.
bro.
They say
That's
touch your
yeah.
dick.
Like,
Right.
come
Say
on,
some
bro.
real good shit.
That's violence.
He didn't hit you,
Yeah,
but
100%. So I apologize because I was making an assumption that you guys assumed the person wasn't touching you, because that's what that's been the
No,
premise
if they
of the
not touching
conversation.
me, then I'm walking out with my bag, right? I'm at the door saying the same shit back. But
Okay.
like you get me? I mean, like until it gets
So
to that
so
level.
let me ask you a question. Y'all mature enough that you'll take a suck my dick to your face?
Whoa.
Yeah,
I've been like,
come on.
you know, I'm gonna say some shit
Yeah,
back.
people say
I'm gonna say
SMD
some
all the
shit back.
time.
I'm gonna say some shit back to where it's like, all right, then
Suck
is
my
this
dick is
going?
crazy still.
Yeah, no, that's wild. And so
I ain't
it's
gonna
like,
hold you, Kunta. If I'm standing there, niggas say suck my dick, I'm a duck. Cause I'm expecting to have to miss the wild punch you and you ain't talking to me. You like
Right.
you ain't even
Nah,
fighting me, but
that's
I'm assuming you gonna throw
like-
some wild shit, so I'm a duck just so you don't hit me by accident.
That's
Like
you,
yeah.
but that's what I'm saying. It's
How
gonna
do you
come
sleep?
off.
Do you think you toss and turn at that evening?
You do. You
Hell,
do.
Yeah, you do.
You do.
You be like, man, this nigga told me.
If you
Yo,
walk
what?
away,
Someone-
if
You in there swinging out the pillow like,
if
nigga,
you
I should
Yo,
have.
your wife wake you up because you sweating? What happened? Yo, man, McDonald's, B. You can't go back to that McDonald's. It's gonna give you fucking PTSD.
Man,
That's
no more McChickens.
Looking for that nigga. Looking for that nigga again.
look. Every fight that somebody's had to walk away from, they toss and turn that night talking about I should have fucked that motherfucker up. There's every man I think at some point has had that.
I'm about to
I
bring
gotta
Rilla up.
be bigger. I gotta be bigger for whatever reason, right? But deep down that night, it's like there is a primal part that we all have that just says, you know, didn't have this job, this house, and all this shit right now, or whatever it is. Fuck that motherfucker up. But it's not because wait. It's not because that we're scared of the physical repercussions, because we can all lick our wounds, right? It's the lack of respect that keeps us up.
Man, you smell something? Definitely smell something in my hair. I smell pussy. Yo, he's a pussy.
Yeah.
EBD,
Let me tell you a funny story. Fight. Let me tell you a funny fight story.
No.
All right, I'm about to
This nigga's scared.
No.
I'm about to air it out.
Nah, we good.
Nah, Shabon, we good. We don't want to hear that story.
Nah.
Hey,
I think
I
that
wanted
EBD
to.
said something very pivotal earlier. That's why I said proximity matters. You know, when we were in school, you dealt with people on a more consistent, regular basis. So therefore, some things was necessary. Like, yo, I'm gonna have to see this person tomorrow or next week. So I'm gonna have to punch him in their face. Why? Because I gotta do the whole school year with this person. If I'm in a random McDonald's, somebody just feels it necessary, they don't like my shoes or like my fit or whatever it may be, and they say something slick, well, look at them crazy and keep it moving. That's a whole different, set of scenarios. And that's why I'm saying, I was telling him, yo, you got to frame this correctly, because it depends on where you're at. You know, if you're in a nightclub, all y'all know somebody bump into you, it's going to be handled a certain way. It's just, it depends.
I think everyone knows that the 2 o'clock hour or whatever hour it is at the club close, the bar close, that one fool who stumbles around talking shit, needs to go home looking to prove something because, right? But we all tend to hear that fool talking, and we're gone. We walk away.
And you ignore it, right?
Ignore
that
it.
shit and go and find a girl.
Yeah. But these are the things we need to let go. These are the type of shits we need to let go. The drunken bar at the 2 a.m. He's talking shit, but he's fucked up. leave that shit alone and save that real shit for when that fool want to come in your face. Y'all both sober. He want to get crazy with you. You don't know why, but you're not gonna allow the disrespect to stand. Like not to that level, not to that degree. It's gonna get to where if he pushes that button and says that one thing, he's getting fucked up. And it ain't because you couldn't control yourself or whatever. It's just that he went there and he didn't need to fucking go there. That's how people get fucked up.
Hey, but True was saying something a little earlier that I wanted to piggyback off of. He was talking about what masculinity is, and if you really take the time and look at how our community is orchestrated, it's a gynocracy. So a lot of us are taught how to emote like our mothers taught us, which is through feelings, right? Instead of seeing it logical. And so as a man stepping into manhood, you need to put that shit down and start to look at things in a more logical sense instead of emoting like a woman would, and that's what's happening in our community. That's why I speak on the fact that, and I take that stance that we have to be able to have conversations with ourselves, especially as men. If we're not able to sit down and talk about things and quickly resorting to violence, all we're doing is emoting like our mothers has taught us to emote and not stepping in our manhood and in masculinity. Masculinity isn't who could fight the best. Masculinity is who's the most logical, who could differentiate when it's time to use violence and when it's not time to use violence, who could differentiate when it's time to walk away from a situation, when it's not time to walk away from a situation. Let me do the math of what's going to happen if I punch this nigga in his face right now. Am I going to lose my family? Am I going to have charges pressed on me? Am I going to have to fight this in court? Will he come back with a gun? I mean, it's just so many things that you got to think about, especially as a man who has responsibilities and things that they are responsible for, that you have to factor in. But if you want to emote like the way it's a gynocracy, the way our mothers have taught us, you're going to emote and respond in a, emotional sense and throw everything away just in that one quick second. You know what I mean? So that's what I'll be speaking to. We got too much of that shit in our community. Men need to be fucking men.
Agreed to a point. I think the biggest thing is we just need to be respectful in what we say, because a lot of these things can be prevented, right? So August, while you say I should be able to say whatever, however, that is not the case for most human beings. You saying
That's
no?
Not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm not saying. You should be able to say whatever, however. I understand that there should be a level of respect, but I think that the way that we resort to violence so quickly, especially as Black men, is an indication of how we were raised by our mothers. Is using emotion to respond to violence.
I can't agree. I can't even agree to that. I can't agree that it's I don't even think it's a mother's thing. I just think it's because those who have fathers will still, I'm sure their dad would tell them,
man,
if don't let nobody talk to you crazy, and if somebody does hit you, hit back. I can't even put this on women, right? Or even or it being emotional more than it is the simple idea of no one should be able to disrespect you without any repercussions, right? I think that's the main takeaway or the main concept of what both mothers, fathers, uncles, and aunties, even brothers. Some people have brothers, older brothers, that would tell them, you got to go fight that kid, or mama. So again, I don't even want to put it on gender. I think the idea of self-respect needs to be explored more than just physical repercussion. There needs to be some other action, right? So instead of making it gender, maybe expanding the conversation to how can we better view ourselves? Do we have to be physically violent in order to view ourselves as whole? Right? It seems like that's the easiest way to maintain self-respect, but what are other ways we can, take a look at?
Well, I look at it like this: like if you look at the violence that's happening in like Chicago, right? Like the way that they are responding to each other is not in a logical sense. They feel disrespected. Somebody may look at them crazy and don't mean disrespect, but because you perceive it as disrespect and you feel that way, you respond with violence. That's not nothing that if a logical thinking man set the foundation in your early enough in your life for you to think a certain way, you would not take that as a response to violence. You wouldn't be like, hey, this dude stepped on my shoes. I'm about to smoke this boy right now. I don't play about my shoes and nigga looking at me crazy. I'm about to, you know what I'm saying? That ideology is not masculine. That ideology is an emotional response to things, and I think that men are supposed to be thinking.
To be fair, right? instead of misrepresenting what I think happens a lot in those hostile environments, I don't think most men that are in those situations, at least not from me witnessing, I don't think most hood niggas is in the hood killing people over stepped over shoes. A lot of the times, a lot of the niggas that's losing their lives is because they supposed to, for all intents and purposes, right?
They logic.
That so I don't even want to. I don't want to.
Well, what about? I'm about to push
Go
back.
ahead.
Look, what about that little girl that gets shot when the dude trying to hit the block and blank, 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 emotionally responding? What about her? Did she deserve it?
So that is the
That baby in the
byproduct.
crib. She deserved it.
That's
the byproduct of emotional response.
I won't say emotional response. I would say
It
that's
is an
the
emotional
byproduct.
response because I'm not thinking.
No.
I
They
feel
are.
upset
They,
and
wait,
it's
hold on.
I would say more. I would say more.
Go
They
ahead,
thinking more
Anthony.
logical and they're gang banging logical. There's I know you can say they're not thinking fully logical, but they thinking logically. I'm about to shoot the nigga that's that they're shooting for. They're not using the correct way of shooting the correct gun. Shooting with the gun correctly, but they're logically thinking I'm shooting the dude that I have a beef with. So is it morally logically? No. But in their sense, they're thinking logically that I'm supposed to be doing this for my hood. Like, you feel me? That's their logic that they supposed to be doing.
So
it for their hood.
again, that's what I want to, because a lot of the things that we say are logical or emotional. I think we miscategorize.
Yeah.
I think that the behavior that you see from those people, there is a level of logic to it, but because of lack of skill, the byproduct of lack of skill and violence is other people get hurt around you, and that's what I think happens. True Blue, you had something you wanted to say?
I think that with you both are kind of touching on it, lightly. Cheeky, maybe you a little bit more. What are you defending behind it? What is you're talking about?
I agree.
Grown people or people trying to say, I need to defend my respect, and then I would argue well, to what degree? What position in society are you holding that needs to be defended? That's the problem. That's where August is saying it's not a masculine perspective. Because when you understand first, value comes internal, what you stand for, maybe what family you come from. Our communities are not structured that way. Our communities are degenerates in a lot of ways. Not in all cases, but in these environments, it is brokenness. So what you are seeing is the response behind a lot of these men don't even know who the heck they are. So they are now embodying energy and forecasting certain things to amplify. I need to show you I'm valuable. I need to show you I'm important. This is what they think it is. Most gangbangers I've ever been around are soft as cake. And they do what they do because they are assimilated to this is how you respond. This is how you match disrespect. That's not even their ideology as an individual. Because when you really talk to them, that's not how they perceive life. But
I got a question. Do you think that it's logical for somebody to be trying to defend a block, defend their neighborhood in homes that they don't even own, that they're renting? You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's not even logical.
Now, like
you know
that,
what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. Morally, like I said,
It's
morally
emotional.
and really not logically. Morally, I for sure. Morally, not logical. In their gangbang mindset, they're logical. That's what I'm saying. That's when I wouldn't say emotional, because when they're saying they're doing it logically for my block, they're not emotional. Like, I feel for my block. They mostly think they're protecting their block or holding their block down. That's why I say it's not emotional. But I for sure say they're not thinking for sure logically. For sure.
Well, I'm gonna push back on you why I think it's emotional, because some people experience the world through how they feel about it. You can even see how they use it in their speech when they're saying, like, they're trying to convey a thought, but they'll say, I feel like it's like this. I feel like it's like that. I feel like, because they're experiencing the world through how they feel about things. And so when you are like that, when you're structured like that, and you go out into the world, you think that it's logic, but it's really you've been taught to experience the world through how you feel about it. And the one place that you get that from is in your adolescence, being raised by your mama. If the father was there at the house, and I'm not trying to shit on the mom, I'm come from a single mom. I love my mama to death. Hold on, let me finish. The one place you experience that, because when you are a child, that's when the software is set. Up until a certain age, once you hit adolescent age, you get about 11. The software is set, and how you are is how you pretty much gonna be. You may make some changes, but how you experience the world and what you think, how things go. Like, if your mama is mad at you, she'll slap the shit out of you. She don't sit down and talk to you and be like, hey, this is what you need to do. Our father would do that. A father would sit
So-
down and have a one-on-one with you, but your mama gonna slap the fuck out you. You know better than doing that. That's how it works.
So,
So that's how they take that into the world. But go ahead.
So let me ask. I'm gonna ask you guys on the just generally to the panel. Where do you put logic when it comes to principle? Where's the logic and principle?
Logic and principle go hand in hand.
No, we don't.
Okay, well that's his. I'm trying to get everybody involved. That's his take.
Yeah.
I would say
maybe we'll come back to it.
I got you. You want to? Okay, I got you. Sheik. I would say that you put logic ahead of principle in most circumstances, and that's how we live our lives.
So what I'm asking, I'm not asking which one do you prioritize.
Oh, okay.
I'm asking you where does logic lie within principle itself?
Okay,
I don't think logic lies in principle in itself. I think principle, at the end of the day, if you're going to stand on a principle, all logic is going to go out the door. So if I'm saying I'm not going to do a certain thing, no matter what, the logic is out. You can talk to me about it all day with the logical reasoning, but my principles are stuck in what it is. So I don't think it's going to be too logical at that point. I'm just going to go off my principles and whatever I believe to be the standard at that time. That's my opinion.
Right. I would agree with that to the extent too of principle are things that are intrinsic to your values that you won't sacrifice. So I think principles would hold more pristine for anyone who said, oh, my principles are higher than any logic. And that's where you get into things like Hezbollah, Hamas. You get to these Muslim areas where they actually enact those principles over logic. You get what I mean?
An example like this, he used the religion thing. If somebody put a gun to a believer's head, a Christian's head, and say, I'm gonna shoot you if you don't denounce Christ. Well, the logical thing would be to live and say, okay, denounce him and go about your business. If your principles are like, well, you're gonna have to shoot me and I'm gonna meet my maker today, so you're not. I think the principle, the logic at that point leaves. It doesn't mean that your principles are immoral or wrong. It just think at that point it's just an override.
So with that being the case, if we talk about men being principled, can we not understand why the principle of certain things don't have logic and is still respected? And in those moments, why don't we ever call those men that are principled overly emotional?
Well, I think it depends on what your principle is, though.
Yes.
It depends on it depends on what you structure as what principle is. Certain things you have to have the discernment as a man to determine what is worth principle and what is not worth principle. Like
I think codes and common sense
hold on, theory. If you trying to defend your block that you don't even own and you renting because that's your principle, then you're operating, mostly you're not operating correctly. That's
so the principle wouldn't be home ownership or property management. The principle would be either vengeance,
my block,
or
this is where
as
I
a man
this is where I reside, right?
I'll
So for example, if somebody breaks into your home or breaks into your apartment that you rent from, you don't go, well, logically, I don't own this place, so I'm not going to.
That's not what I'm talking about.
That's not what I'm talking about. August, I'm not saying you're talking about that. I'm not conflating your point. What I'm saying is the idea isn't I don't own this thing, which is why I shouldn't protect it. The idea is it's the principle of you encroaching on what I do or I have within my vicinity.
But Cheek, I'm gonna interrupt you there because you said, hold on, wait, because you said to input logic into that. You get what I mean? So when we insert logic,
I said put logic into what?
Into the principle.
No, he never said that.
Like I said, go hand in hand.
Let him finish. He said to put the logic into the principle.
No. I'm not saying.
No, he never said that. He never said that. He just
where does logic reside within principle, morals, and ethics?
Yeah,
right?
so I think two things can be true. Reside within principles.
Right, it's right. So I'm asking where for you because what I'm hitting at is every moral, every ethic, and every principle doesn't have logic in it. Some of them do, but some of them don't. So for the ones that don't, how do you work that within the mind?
So you can be so two things can be true. You can be logical, but you can be illogical in principle. That means it's like this: you standing on your principle, it just doesn't make sense what you're standing on. So if an individual chooses this particular thing as my principle, this is what I stand on, but logically it still doesn't make sense. It doesn't mean you made the comment like this. Well, why won't we call the principle God illogical? I believe we can do both, right? It's a time you can talk. You can say the principle God is logical based off of what he's standing on. And then you can also say that the principle God is illogical. He stood on his ground. He stood on his principles, but it was a stupid decision to do it regardless when you look at it.
Yeah, I mean.
Hey, let me jump in here real quick because I got a meeting I got to jump on just really quick. To Cheeky's point and Hamp, let me get this extra credit real quick. So when Truth Hurst was up here, him and Hamp talked about let's say I forget exactly what the example was, but let's say for this instance, it was the house is on fire, his family's in there. Is it logical for him to go in and rescue his family? They deduce logically, no. But the principle is that's my family, that's my sense of duty. So I'm gonna run up in there and do what I need to do. We would not call that man illogical. We would not say he's emoting like his mother. We would not say he's doing too much or he's passionate about that. We would say we would actually understand and empathize. So let me say this, and then I'm gonna jump down off the panel because I'm hearing a lot talking about some situations that most of us have not either found ourselves in for a very long time or that we've never found ourselves in. Men squabbing has been going on since forever. And if you all are making the argument that it's primitive, that it's in our nature, but we conquer our nature, I should never hear none of you niggas ever again talk about conquering women and you gotta sleep with a woman because it's in your nature because you too civilized for that. You prove by not squabbing all the time that you civil and you could conquer your nature. You don't have to be a barbarian.
And really, before you drop out,
that's
good.
we'll let him marinate. No. I got a call I gotta jump on. But I've been listening to y'all because no. Listen, gentlemen. I've been listening to y'all, right? I've been listening, right? And nobody asked what is my issue with the man. It makes more sense to say, brother, what's your issue? And then it would make sense. I'm not somebody just off the street that just met this man on a happenstance. Right? We share spaces.
Yeah,
his number, he had mine. Hold on. Because we quick to say when people are principled, right? Because I left on principle on GP. I moved in a different direction on principle, right? The challenge that I issued was on principle. That was not broke people language. I said the money could go to charity, right? So that's the point that I was making. I come up in a generation where if uncles or not elders, but big homies see you and your whoever get into it, they get y'all gloves, y'all go in the backyard and squab up. Now, granted, I'm a lot older now, right? I'm a lot older. Logically, I should say, no, I'm gonna go relax. I'm gonna go enjoy the sun, or I'm finna go pick my daughter up from work, right? So I should enjoy that. I shouldn't risk it. But what did I do? I said, nah, if Hamp is doing something sanctioned in a safe environment, then let's handle it that way. And we could solve our issues. And that's what we should be teaching young men. Not this, like, I can't believe I'm agreeing with JP on this shit. I understand what he's saying that. When he say we die.
Well, that's because look, are you finished?
Hell no, y'all ain't gonna convince me otherwise, but I'm gonna go on mute and let y'all have it, man.
We got you, real. Yeah, let him.
All right, may I, Your Majesty, continue?
Oh, who are you talking about?
You go ahead, bro.
Nobody let me talk the whole time.
Well, peace to everybody on the panel.
Go ahead.
All right, so peace to everybody. What's up? How y'all doing? I think Rilla was on point with what he just said. A lot of the questions I have about what I was hearing was, it seems like fear dictates the principle. So I don't see where it's actually logic. Okay, so I would assume most people principles are based on logic and morals, even if it's tethered to religion or spirituality or whatever, right? Now, when a line is drawn in the sand, when you get scared, now you use what you would call it logic. I'm hearing a lot of like fear being coated with logic. Like, yeah, like, so I'm hearing people say, like, if it's a situation that I can't win, then I'll run out of it, or I'll back out of it. Or if my mother is with me or my daughter is with me, then I'll do X, Y, Z. And minority of the time I'll grant those, but most situations I'm not granting those. And then I had a question, like, what do you mean by soft gang members? I don't get that. Soft gang members. What is that? What's that about?
What I meant by that is I was stating that the agenda of gang banging, in my experience, most gangsters I've ever spoken to don't subscribe to the overall culture. They are being assimilated to behave in a manner that they're being taught. Individually, that's not how they think. If they were separate from the gang, they act in a completely different manner. So all they're doing is like anything else. The agenda of a group is to usually have a one echo mission, verbiage, uniform. That's what I meant by soft, is that through their own nature, they're not like that. And then you can see it even when they get removed from that lifestyle, they tend to acquiesce to what is their natural nature. They're not out there doing and pushing certain things. They're not doing that stuff. That's what I meant by soft.
I guess in a way, I would have to say I can't agree with that, because if you catch a gang member one-on-one by itself and it's another dude like they got beef with, I see them taking fades. I see a lot of fades happening. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
But I think that's what taking a fade doesn't mean that you're not soft. And I mean, you can act in a manner and still be scared. You can act in a manner and still be soft. To me, this is just my opinion.
That's not the same argument though, true, right? Because you're saying that,
where'd I miss it?
you know, well, because you said that they're only acting in a manner in a group. He's saying he's saying they keep that same conduct when by themselves, right? Because you're judging them as soft or not based on the conduct, how they behave. And so he's just simply stating that the behavior didn't change when they are alone. You see what I'm saying?
Now I could grant when you say like, okay, because I have a lot of friends that are actually official gang members. So when I sit down and talk with them, yeah, they wouldn't wish their lifestyle on their kids per se. I don't want you to do what I did. I want you to be better than I am, do better than what I've done. But as far as that being soft, I wouldn't relate that to being soft. You know what I mean? I still wouldn't relate that to being soft. But as far as soft gang members, if you in the gang and you willing to put your life on the line for, even if it's some and we can agree, immature, not worth it, representing blocks you don't own, that you don't have any stock in. But at the end of the day, I would think it's the opposite of being cowardice or soft or whatever. Now, and then also we could address the emotionless part, but I don't want to be up here defending gangbangers and shit. But I just think fighting is a rite of passage as a young boy. I think any young boy should go through some form of fight, even if it's uncontrolled, not sanctioned boxing or put him in karate, but it's a fight that if he got beef, all right, I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna make sure you take this fight. Because I was hearing people say like that's toxic, or their brothers or their parents will make them fight, come home, you got beat up. Nah, you got beat up by who? Down the street? I'm gonna call his dad. We're gonna go in the backyard and your ass is getting out there.
Well, can I interfere though? Can I interfere real quick? Just because I'm gonna go back to your initial point with that, is that you mentioned fear in that basis. What I'm telling you is that fear is what dictates principles. That's what dictates principles.
Can you break that down for me?
Yeah. So the fear that you may go to hell makes you a better Christian. The fear that how you were just saying with that circumstance, the fear that your son can't defend himself as an adult is what's going to make you put him in that backyard and say, hey, you need to face your fears. Those are that's what I'm saying, because fear. And so if you take into consideration that fear is what dictates principles, then the fear of losing my family or the fear of losing someone close to me with regard to, I don't know, fighting someone on because you're saying you're trying to separate the principles.
It's relative. I think it's relative. So it's definitely connected, but I think the fear could motivate you to act on your principle. But what I heard was fear motivating you to change and do other than what your principle was or what was stated. So like everybody's saying, no, I would fight if X, Y, Z, like there's a line that I wouldn't cross. And then I was hearing, but if this
that's what I was saying. I think you misinterpreted how the fear of losing the fight doesn't dictate not taking the fight. The fear of losing things that are important to me
the consequences.
is what but that then that means
like going to
but
jail.
or is that
I don't
not
want to take this fight because
right?
if I take this fight,
So
and that's principles, right? Is
yeah,
that not
I think the
principles?
fear
But then
fear
what about
actually
people not
applies to the logic side of it. The
What about the
principle,
principle of not being disrespected in public, which was the reason why you actually had to respect your family? This man is sitting here, or this is just a whatever. So say you in public with your family, dude come up talking foul to your wife or your girl. So you're gonna let that pass, or you're gonna address that right then and there? Me, I'm the type that I'm gonna address that right
it's
then
two
and
things
there.
right there. It's two things. So if somebody came up to you, if your principle is you're not going to allow somebody to disrespect you, right? Then you're not acting in a place of fear with the principle. I think the logic side of it comes to my fear of loss, meaning like this: if I react to his disrespect, the logic side of me said I have a lot to lose if I go ahead and sock him because he could potentially sue me in this environment or something like that. So the logical side acts off fear, in my personal opinion. It acts off fear. The principle side says it's fearless. You know what? This is what I'm going to do regardless. Somebody put a gun to my head and say, denounce Christ or die. I'm fearless in that moment. The logical side would say, man, you don't want to die. You better just denounce them. That's the fear part. So
Okay,
I think
I
you
got
have
you.
it just kind of twisted on that end.
No, I got you.
Well,
So
what's
you,
problem?
I got you.
What's-
So it's more the logic. I was confusing the fear, and I was putting that onto principles, which I don't think fear should change your principles. But logically,
Yes,
if you
sir.
think about something, then I can see where you can
Yes, sir. Yeah.
you logically, like. So say if I was in a situation and it was 6 guys and it's just me and my family, logically, I would, if they not approaching me or touching me or in our like direct circumference, hands distance, then I would, if they saying shit walking and it's 6 of them, I guess I could see logically where you would say that.
And that's
But-
because it's not to say that you fear those 6 guys. You
Right,
just
but
fear
you fear
the
the
outcome that's
consequences of
going to
it,
come
yeah.
about.
But that's why I say it's problematic because I can't see his name, the gentleman that was talking with the beard. You're saying that I gotta meet the disrespect. You can meet the disrespect. Why does it have to be defaulted to violence? You act like you don't have the ability to assert yourself through words. Because if somebody talks slick, no, I'm saying if somebody talks slick to you, your wife, whoever you with, you telling me that you're not developed enough to be like, excuse me, who you talking to? And we can have a conversation. It can be
First
met
of
with
all,
aggression.
I'm not developed enough to start with excuse me. You just disrespecting me. Ain't no excuse nothing. So
But
that's just me in my mind state. I'm not gonna be like, excuse me, kind sir. Would you like to take back those comments? You besmirched my honor and my wife.
Fair.
No, I'm not doing none of that, boss.
But let me ask, so what would you just react out?
No disrespect, my brother. That's what I was speaking to. I'm saying that your logic, which is fair, that's how you process, cool. But that's the problem. Because you're saying that that's how you would handle it. That is not something that each man may subscribe to. And then
again,
you
I
have to
can't believe I'm agreeing with JP. Damn, who else has said that? But man, you gotta, man, it's not a crash out. It's like, okay, if you don't put your foot down, then you're gonna have to keep your foot up for the rest of your life.
But your foot down to who? Some random guy talking to you and your wife regular stuff? Come on, man. You ain't gonna see that
That's gonna be a
again.
consistent thing, though, too. If you let everybody,
No, if it's a consistent thing, then now that was a problem with you.
That's different.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Right. It wasn't the person, it was you. If it's consistent.
I guess
I wouldn't say it would be consistent because generally I don't get that. I'm 6'4".
Yeah. I don't think that, but I'm saying it would be consistent. If you let somebody consistently do it,
I'm just
you let
saying.
one person do it, you almost will let the next person do it. So that's what I'm saying. You almost want to cut that out, period. Because if you let one person do it,
you
that
can't
means you want to let
violations
another person do it
slide,
too.
And they can smell it on you. That's what I'm saying. They can smell it on you. You just look like the dude that's always gonna turn the cheek type shit. And it's not me. You walk around with that demeanor on your face, honestly, and you might not even know it. Aggression gets to starts to kick up a little bit.
Majority. So
you
the
don't people in the
Zagu, what you're experiencing, and I want to hear what Cheeky got to say on it. You're experiencing what we were actually looking at previously. The majority of men have this default of being passive. They actually vetted that out in World War II, where only 20% of the troops even shot their guns. So the men who are going to be physical in those instances are the minority anyway. So when the brothers are talking about letting shit slide, that's how most people gonna react anyway.
I guess that's kind of the same reason why it was hard to get more fights on the on this might be right.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because the Hamp point, the type of things that you let slide.
But I hear so like, okay.
So Zagu,
I'm gonna ask you, Cheeky.
Yeah.
Based on these panels, and the amount of aggression that'll be thrown back and forth. I know it's just like banter and conversation, but I've seen it step beyond that multiple times to where if it was in person, maybe it wouldn't have got
It'd
there
be
because
violent.
of the actual threat of violence personally in person. But online, from what I see and hear from certain people, they seem like they would glove up quick. But that's all I was saying. But yeah.
So Zagu, that's kind of what I was getting ready to address. And the same thing, Hamp is the whole reason why this concept of boxing even exists for people who are in this is the language, right? Because the language of a lot of men online is very volatile. You would expect a quick haste to violence because that's what they're communicating with their language. I don't understand why people do that either. I'm not that kind of person. I'm very respectful. I mean, and I say that generally speaking, you guys rarely see me just be disrespectful. I don't think but that's because I'm not a violent person. That doesn't mean I won't be violent or I can't be violent. But my intention is never to be volatile to people because that's not even how my mind works. I typically am just trying to understand. And if anything, you'll hear me get frustrated more than you will disrespect it or disrespectful, because that's not what I'm not here to disrespect anybody. But a lot of these guys are very disrespectful, and then the violence behind disrespect that is associated, they don't have it. So it doesn't make sense. It's like, why be disrespectful? just be who you are. Just be the nice guy that you are, which is why when Hamp say, like, for example, Hamp called Sway soft a while ago. If Hamp called me soft, I'd be like, that's fine. You want to know why? Because that doesn't bother me, right? I know I'm not naturally inclined to violence. I know I'm not somebody who's just gonna walk up and punch you, but I would advise you not to do the same to me. And I would try to find my way to, hey, you're being disrespectful. I don't enjoy this. I'm not liking this. How can we fix this? And if we can't fix it through conversation, then I've exhausted all my options. Even the softest man will be violent if he feels it's necessary.
What I find interesting about these conversations is that because it's a panel of brothers alike, do you guys know that the Koreans require their men after graduation to go to the army for 2 years? That they got to be trained in hand-to-hand combat. That these are lethal killers, and they do not ever exert this type of stuff verbally. You wouldn't even know that, but this is fact. But in our community, most people who aren't trained don't even really know how to fight. We have to showcase aggression physically. That's what I'm speaking to, Zagu. I'm not saying you should allow for disrespect. I'm saying that why is disrespect defaulted to violence, specifically in our community? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense.
One of the things I think the sentiment though is that violence, defaulting to violence, like True was just saying, is primitive. And so the way that the world is working today, the way the functionality of the world is working today in 2024 is not through violence. You have to be smarter versus being, you know what I'm saying, more bull guarders. The man who can outthink you is gonna, especially because of the times that we live in today where violence isn't as necessary. The man who can outthink you is gonna have a leg up on you. You come in to fight, he got the gun. You know what I'm saying? That's somebody that's outthinking you. You 6'4" and got them hands. You 6'4" got them hands, no cap, and you'll beat that nigga ass for sure. But he got the gun, like he got niggas with him, or whatever the case.
Don't get me wrong. I don't lead off with violence. I generally would try to, like, if somebody is being blatantly disrespectful, I am gonna make sure, like, but I'm not gonna be like,
you gonna inquire, like, are you being disrespectful to me, nigga?
No, I
right.
ain't it's gonna be more like, my nigga, you good?
Right.
That's
right.
I don't want you to think I'm saying that.
You should check the person before you wreck the person.
No, I had a question. Look, to all the fellas.
I don't want you to think that I'm saying to take violence off the table. I just think that the fact, especially the old heads, the fact that we try and refer to that sooner than later is a problem. It's recessive. So we need to try and think a little bit more, and especially when it comes to each other, having conversations and dialogue versus resorting to violence, because we're killing ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
I would like to go. I kind of want to push against that when you say old heads though too. I feel like it's more the old heads have the more common sense of fighting, because these younger heads nowadays are shooting. So when you say they're not using logically to talk because they're shooting. So you can't even defer another way of figuring it out, because after you shoot somebody, there's no going back to another.
They're scared to lose a fight.
Another gun.
But here's the thing,
They're
though.
scared to lose a fight.
Here's the thing, though.
If I lose a fight,
good.
it might be a chance that
That's
somebody
good,
can talk to me
actually.
and figure that shit out. But if I shoot the person, there's no way I can talk that out.
And that's because
Well,
their
here's the-
dads ain't in the
here's
house
the
to
thing,
teach
we
them how
got-
to fight. You know what I mean? If the fathers was in the home teaching them how to fight, that's what I was going to ask you guys. I was going to ask you, do you think that it's good for kids to at least, be trained, or like I know Hamp, you say you train you send your kids to train, or you train them so that they'll be sufficient in self-defense. And then you also give them the principles of how not to just go out and use it just, so it would come hand in hand. So I'm not saying just teach the kids how to fight and then just like let them go to the live and get raised by the music and the YouTube.
Yeah, I believe violence is a domino effect.
Getting punched in your face humbles you, right? So when you teach a kid a discipline, one that's actually can work, unlike a karate, right, where the fucking horse dancer get the Snoop Dogg shit beat out you, right? So one that's actually functional, I think it's humbling when somebody got fast hands or power and you can't, and then you throwing up and shit like that. You like, God damn, I ain't the toughest person in the world, So I think that you definitely want to train people in combat so they understand exactly what it is.
Yeah, when it comes to violence, it's like a domino effect. There will always be a dude tougher than the next. That's why violence should not be the go-all to be one all solution. There should be other solutions too. Like
Jerry, I can't listen to you right now, man. You came with the finger bang of death. yeah, that nigga did the finger bang of death. Like
I will say this: the movie Friday, that scene when Pops was talking to Craig about fighting, when he put the gun up, right? What I got from that is lessons to be learned. Even in losses, you're going to learn a lesson in a fight about yourself first, right? And because if you resort to picking up a weapon or a gun every time somebody offends you or disrespects you, then you might as well wipe the whole world out. Thanos time and say everybody's gonna be dead because people are gonna get disrespected all the time. I do believe fighting is necessary. I do believe violence is necessary, but when is appropriate.
Yeah. Let me read these real quick. I just want to say that Rilla's main point was definitely glossed over.
And I was trying to let it sit.
That was a good point. It wasn't glossed over. He made a great point.
I wanted to address it because I
let me
didn't
read
know
these
about the
super chats, but
background
it's definitely
shit,
Cheeky fault.
Like that.
Yeah,
we jumped on him.
Yeah,
He had a great point.
Yeah, hold on,
He had
y'all.
a-
Yeah, you know why? Because you were sitting here.
This your show? What the hell?
I wasn't here. You were sitting
y'all,
here.
Calm down. Let that marinate. That's what you were supposed to say. Hey, y'all, calm down. Let that marinate. That's what you were supposed to say.
Y'all be easy, man. I'm about to be out, man.
Nah. Oh, how come? Nah, we need you for this part, Playboy. Yeah, cancel that meeting. God damn it. Breezy with the $5 says, respect is the best means of survival. I'm gonna read these real quick. T.O. was popping with the $2. That nigga Webby, who you talking about, Soldier. Here for the T with the $2 says he sound more like Elmo and Pee Wee Herman. God damn. T.O. with the $2 says 111, a character straight out of South Park.
I'm Eric Cartman.
T.O. with the $5 says they ain't never seen a nigga with a home take a nap on the sidewalk talking about hit me first. UT with the $5 says if you don't want to fight, don't talk like you want to fight. Then say that it's not smart to fight. Shaking my head. Omar with the $5 says, "Hey, what do the Bible say about fighting? Islam says you brothers fight until the aggressor ceases. Then allow him a way to retreat." Yeah, the Bible. Hold on, I think I actually got a verse.
I mean, the Bible does say love thy enemy and shit like that.
No, it don't. Hold on. I actually have this verse of this Proverbs 18:6. A fool's lips enter into contention, and his mouth calls for strokes, and they forgot to put the pause at the bottom. So, yeah, nigga talking stupid, punch him in the shit. That's what the Bible says. So salute to the Bible. All right, let me see where we at. Omar Smith for the $10 says the brothers' minds are confused from all the white man technology. He tells you that the fighting is immature and to turn the other cheek. Then he bully the world and take everybody's shit.
I mean, that is hypocritical though.
That's always been the president of
guys.
black people.
Let me get through the super chats, please. All right. Day with the $10 says he got punked by the New Zealand rugby team. I got punked by the New Zealand rugby team at a club in Japan. I'm 6'3", 300 pounds. I've been feeling like a punk for the last year. I'm glad I to hear I'm not the only one. That's when I was talking to Kunta about rolling over and all that. Pause. Twan with the $5 says, question, fellas. If a dude call your girl or wife a bitch and she's sitting there looking at you, how you responding? Let's answer this question with only 2 words on the table: fight or flight. 111, what you doing?
Yeah, I'm listening to the conversation with full attention.
111, the answer is fight or flight. We understand flight don't mean you running up out of there, but what I'm saying, you're not going. You may talk through it or not getting the fisticuff. Fight or flight. What you doing? 111.
Well, I would think of it logic. I was thinking of it with both angles.
EBD, what are you doing? Fight or flight? I'm trying to get answers quickly because the brother Twan asked the question.
Nah, man, it's gonna be fight.
True.
Yeah, we gonna fight.
Doc.
Fight.
Key.
Fight.
Zagu.
It's gonna be fight.
Can't hear you.
It's gonna be fight till the absolute.
Kunta.
Fight. Yeah, I'm going for the fight.
I'm going for it. I'm gonna fight. I'm
sticking to what I said. Flight, yeah, flight, yeah.
You not flight to that extent. You gonna say something back. You gonna say something back.
Hold on.
Come on, bro. Flight. Come
on. Talk all that shit and agree with me, Hamp.
August. Hold on. Let August answer. August.
It's a fight.
Y'all niggas some fucking barbarian too. Niggas trying to act like a
principle. No, we just not logical. That's all. That's the principle. That's our principle.
Key. Now everybody are walking on their hands now.
It's logical.
We're not logical at that moment. We standing on principle.
Now everybody walking on their hands. Got it. And that's the key. Hold on, let me read it. I don't need no context, nigga. Y'all niggas fucking Neanderthals. See through you with the $5 says, August, which one is it? Are the mothers making the sons too soft or too tough? Lauren Mack, hold on, we'll answer that later. Lauren Mack with the $5 says, credit for my buddy. What the 111? Keep sharing your legendary life with us. If you want to kick 111 off, you now need at least $6 to do so. Omar with the $10 says, Hamp, what is the story of Gideon? I never had the pleasure of reading the Bible, so I'm trying to figure out where all my Christian brothers are getting their stance about fighting. Us Muslims fight. They ain't never read the shit. And L with
the story of Gideon, that's never mind.
Yeah, I was just leaving it. I'll just leave it. It's Big O. He get away with different shit. You feel me? Aaron L with the $5.
The story of Gideon, he fought. He fought with 300 men. He was out. What is going on right now?
No, I think he's asking it backward. Like he's like, tell that story to prove the point they was getting it popping. Yeah.
I got you.
Oh, my bad. You're right. I shouldn't clarify. Okay, because people don't know the story. Aaron L with the $5 says, how can you say you prioritize your family when fighting could take you away from them, jail or otherwise?
Financial planning, ring alarm, and shotgun.
Now your family has no protection at all.
Financial planning, ring alarm, and shotgun. Since he was talking to me.
Oh, okay.
That's a new nigga in the house.
Leon the Dime with the $2 says 111 death sliding. You think so? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend that like right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Damn, man. I hear those arguments, man, but it's just funny. Niggas gonna get it popping when the hoes around.
That's not true. That's false. I'm the only one that kept it a bean.
Except for Cheek.
I only one kept it a bean.
But niggas,
if it's my wife, I'm crashing out.
Cheeky is the house husband. So it doesn't make sense for him to fight. As a house husband, you don't have to fight.
Hey Doc, but he caught himself too because he almost answered like the less of these knuckle dragging niggas up here. He caught himself.
Look at him. All of these Neanderthals walking around wanting to fight. Talking about some smarter brothers.
Okay, fine. Brothers. We'll fight. But at least we can all agree. I would hope we can all agree that before a motherfucker catch your hands that we would at least assess and not go completely off.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Fight could be a verbal fight.
Nigga, if that nigga say, nah, B, if that nigga say,
I'll
yo,
whoop a dude ass
he
with a
say, yo,
belt.
shut the fuck up, bitch. And if you get the fuck out of here. Sir, what did you mean by bitch?
Why is he talking to
Fuck
her in
outta
the first
here.
place?
Y'all
That's
niggas is
what I'm trying to
bugging,
figure
bro.
out.
Yeah.
Nigga, if I'm standing there and somebody say that the August wife, I'm fucking fighting, bro. Like
man,
you
think
get,
about
there's
it.
no way.
Like,
Like,
think about it.
No, they was lying earlier saying they're gonna use their logic and talk their way out of it. And
Nah,
That's different.
See, y'all conflating. We conflating different
go ahead,
things.
Cheek. You got the
We
floor.
conflating.
Hey, Cheek.
It's funny, as funny as it is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think some people's wives is gonna get called a bitch and everybody gonna move on. Now I'm just keeping it a bean.
On this panel, people on this panel.
I agree.
You saying what y'all said at first was the truth. Y'all just covered up right quick.
I'm just saying everybody.
No, man. Who let
Remember
that
we said
slide?
principle.
We
You stand on
conflating
principle.
different
Don't
things.
say no
Just doesn't mean
names.
it's
Don't say no
logical.
names. Don't say no names. Man.
We put. Can I say something now? So if we stand on principle.
What I'm saying is,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, I know.
Nah, EBD gonna bang it out. I already know.
Hang on.
He gonna do his dance.
He gonna bring the sword
I
out.
had to deal with this when I was a teenager too. So I'm tall. I'm 17. I'm dating a short little white girl. I get
hey, get him, oh.
What I'm gonna say is,
I'm dancing like this.
yeah, it's been times where something should have been done, and I've seen people. You know what? I'll just use me. Some should have been done, and I didn't do it, and I didn't do anything. You never know. You can't just sit here and say fight. Everybody's saying
What
fight.
was the scenario?
What
though,
was the
Tiki?
situation?
What
It
was
don't
the
matter
scenario?
what it
That
was.
wasn't that wasn't a principle for you.
See that.
You talking
that's,
about?
Hold, y'all. Hold. Let him finish his point because that actually furthers his point. The fact that y'all need to qualify the situation. Go ahead, Chief.
No, it wasn't his principle. That's all it was. Whatever happened, I guarantee
hold on,
it wasn't a principle.
Why y'all don't want Cheek to talk? Because he about to get on your ass about what Rilla said earlier.
Basically.
Be too cheeky, man.
Go
I'm
ahead,
telling
Cheek.
the truth. Look, what I'm saying is, and I'm gonna use me because I don't want to put on the other man. Me, right? There have been times where some should have been done, and then it didn't get done. And I can assume that if it didn't get done in one situation, it cannot get done in another. Right?
The question I have,
I'm gonna just answer for me and say, if somebody say my mom or my girl or whoever, my dad is a B, I'm gonna just say I'm gonna walk away.
that's not a principle for you then. That's not a principle
It's not
for you.
your principle.
That's
You're
all.
not gonna
That's all
say
you can
nothing to him.
Right. That's just not a principle for you.
Y'all putting too much sauce on it. No, he's not. Hold on.
Y'all.
Yeah,
I didn't
y'all
say I
trying
wouldn't
to
say
qualify
anything to him. All I said is he gave me two options. He said fight or flight. And if we just had a whole 30-hour conversation about how if niggas can say whatever and you can walk away, why would I not apply it then? And I've actually seen that.
That's my point, though. We didn't say niggas can say whatever, bro.
No.
See, yeah, I never said that shit, bro. This shit crazy.
No, you're not. You're not capping. Now, so because Cheek,
Hamp, could I talk?
Nah, hold on, because they hold on, Cheek. They keep cutting us off. Let me get these niggas out of here, goddamn it. Hold on, let me get them out of here. Yeah, Rock, you too, goddamn it. Yeah, August, just postpone that meeting. You'll be back in a second. Zach Gooey's the only one talking with some sense. Now, remember my hypothetical, right? With this nigga, right? Him and Kunta try to run me down about, oh, you didn't say it was more than words. And then Kunta, this nigga, just came up here and said, oh, I didn't say they could say anything.
And that's what I'm saying. So hell,
put him in a fucking bed. Get him out of here. Come on.
Hell, all I'm saying is it don't make sense for me to have the stance that I did, which I do hold, and I understand it's the tougher.
Aaron, I'm about to sub you out for me. Go ahead, Chief.
It's the tougher position to be in, but to be consistent, And I think I think I'm being as honest as I can be when I say walk away. I think I am. I'm not trying to be disingenuous. If someone says they didn't touch me and these words were said and the ultimate form of disrespect happened verbally and I'm gonna walk away, then I would have to assume that if this applies to someone within your vicinity and it's not you, you'd have to walk away too. That only makes sense to me.
Question: is that scenario based? Let me see. Is that scenario based? The reason I asked that question is like this: if you're sitting there with your daughter, I know you don't have a child, but if you're sitting there with your daughter and somebody walks up to your daughter and calls her a bitch in front of you, now do we go and go there, or is it because it's your mother, your wife, or your father? They're adults. So if it's your daughter, she looks up to you as, hey, protector, provider, all those things. Would you then change your stance, or would you sit there and say, I'm walking away regardless?
Walk away regardless, because it's the principle.
Okay. Respect. I got. So that's your principle then. I got it.
Wait, guys. Hold on. When the whole happens, hold on. Let it marinate a little bit. Because Cheeky, here's one thing I want to push back on in terms of the principle. When I initially heard you say it was the principle is X, right? Because in your scenario, you saying the principle's X, but there are times where the benefits don't outweigh the cost, in which that same principled man is going to choose flight. That's what was actually presented when Cheeky was talking through it. He said, because remember, he said, I should have did something, which means that the principle was actually what we were saying, you see? So I think that that's where we are with it. So he's questioning that is niggas always going to go, or we just talk, is how much is talk, how much is actual action. So I heard 111 try to get in. Let's let him get in. Then Kunta, then Key. All right, keep the messages, your info concise as possible.
All right, I'm about to head out, so y'all be safe. It was fun.
Hold on, you supposed to get on August about the primitive no fighting, but I could fuck every woman I want to.
Oh, see, I'll stay for that. I'll stay for that.
You see, he done missed his business meeting. All right, so let's respond to this real quick, and then we got to get to that. Then I'm about to skedaddle. Go ahead at 111.
Yeah, I got a question. Like, Cheeky says he wouldn't fight, but if let's say, this question might sound funny though. You say you don't believe in violence in general, but if some P. Diddy type dude came your way, what would you do? Will you A, defend yourself, or B, take it?
Pause.
What'd you say?
Hey, yo.
What'd you ask?
I said he don't believe in violence. I said he don't believe in violence. But what if a P. Diddy type person came?
What is he? Wait, what was the question? Oh, what was the question?
The question was, he don't believe in violence, right? But what if a P. Diddy type person came his way? What would he do? A, fight the person and defend himself, or B, just take it like a B?
This might be risky.
Yeah,
hey man, do he got a secret OnlyFans or something, bro?
Come on, 11. You don't ask especially no black man, what he gonna do in terms of come on.
You say, will you be taking?
He's still learning, man. He only knows 6 black people.
Wow.
Go ahead, Kunta.
Yeah, I was getting back to your point, what you was trying to just articulate. My thing is that when you say fight or flight, you encompassing flight with actually confronting the person, if that's what you're saying. So fight and flight are different things. If I just walk away and don't say nothing, that's flight to me. If I turn around and say, then now I'm inquiring, like, what the fuck is going on here, bro? Why are you talking to my wife like this? That's fight. Is that not?
No.
Now, how's that not fight?
No, nigga. Who the fuck
How's that not
you
fight?
asking questions? You asking questions like you. Yeah, it's clear as Stevie Wonder could see what he said.
You're trying to have a conversation.
Yeah, and that's why I
Okay,
said
but then that's the base. So then, if it's a physical fight in that circumstance, then right, that's what we saying. Though you keep changing it, bro. I'm confused on what you.
Nobody
saying.
changed nothing. It was presented, bro. You know what time it is. He said, "Are you getting it popping if somebody call your wife a bitch?" Stop, nigga.
Yeah,
I want the truth.
Come on,
Yo,
man.
this shit's nuts.
Yo, you're gonna be wrong at times. That happens. You may have to change how you see the situation.
You gotta change the stance. That's why
You a fighting ass nigga. Deal with it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
barbarian.
Okay. But nah.
Golly.
I gotta get out of that. I gotta get out of that.
Yeah, true too. True too. He fighting like a motherfucker. I know good. If I go out with Kunta and True and I get jumped, they gonna help me. Them niggas is boy. They knuckles
get
in.
jumped, my nigga.
Yeah, I knew
But
True. Last time True came up here, I knew he went for a walk because his knuckles was straight. Come on, man. This is so fucking. Come on, man.
It's not gonna matter what year it is.
It ain't your turn, EBD. Yeah, you always try to do that. You try to always come in smart. It's not your turn, EBD.
All right, 100. Maybe I might be wrong.
Let's get Key in. I'm just joking. Let's get Key in so we can get to that last part because that's the interesting.
Yeah, the whole conversation. My bad. What's going on, Hamp? How y'all doing?
What's going on? What's going on?
But the conversation is like hella smart though. But like I just said that we have to watch out how we move though. Cause I agree with my boy August. We have to watch out how we move because it's not how we used to be. I say it's not like 1990s, even the 90s. You feel me? Because I grew up in '89. You feel me? So we fought for the heck of it. You know, we had cliques back in the day at schools. You feel me? You know, just for the heck of it. We used to fight up. You know, you from there, you from there. We was about to fight just for the heck of it. But now it's a whole different story where dudes ain't fighting no more. You know, I'm gonna be real. I can't remember the last time I seen dudes fight. You know, straight up one-on-ones. I don't be honest. Honestly, first thing I see is the gun pulled. You know, and I live in LA. You know, so the gun get pulled up faster than a fight. You feel me? I think honestly the females fighting faster fighting more than the niggas nowadays, especially where I'm from. They fight more and pulling a gun too, but they'll fight more quicker than the niggas do. So you got to watch out what you do. You know, especially as you know, you got kids like myself. You know, I used to be a hothead. I can say I used to be a hothead crazy, but you know, having a son, you like, you know, certain things you got to look past. You know, but you still hold on your principles though too, because you know I can't let nobody call my mama I had no, you know, if I had a wife, whatever, you ain't about to call her a bitch. You know, my life might be taken. You know, in the reality, you know, really, you know, especially where I live, more likely, you know, he's not about to fight me evenly fair up. But you got to stand on your principles because that's, you know, that's what you got to do.
Yeah, real shit. All right, man. Let's get to this part, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Cheek,
wait, real quick.
What?
If we call the people that stood on the principle of fighting after somebody called their wife the B word emotional, is that fair to do?
Yeah, I would say principle, but emotional.
Yeah, absolutely, it's emotional.
No, it's not emotional.
Hold on, Hamp. Why would you fight somebody that called your wife a bitch?
Because you're supposed to.
You disrespect
See,
like y'all be acting like this is some emotional. Like you think that's what I'm saying. This is no. You think I'm gonna be like? You
was taught that.
Listen, you think I'm gonna be like? No. What you say? Right? I'm gonna say what you say just to get close enough, and then I'm letting my shits rock. And if his shits is better than mine, I'm gonna lose. That's how it go. Like that's it. And I'm gonna have to resort to wrestling.
And you know it's logical too, though. You know,
all you can do is respect the man.
You know, your woman won't allow you to be like, you let that nigga call me a bitch. Come on, we gotta be logical. Like we know that's what I'm saying.
Like, well, that's a catalyst. But I'm just simply saying that there's a cause and effect. The cause for somebody calling your wife out your name, the effect is fisticuffs.
Yeah, big fact.
And I'm not even guaranteeing a W. I'm just saying that's what you're supposed to do. That's it.
You look like you got a crazy arm bar, Hamp. I'm gonna give you the arm bar.
Oh no, that shit.
So at that point, are we comfortable with calling those men who didn't pick logic over principle emotional?
No, just call them illogical.
No, I wouldn't say.
Just call them illogical.
No,
y'all am I emotional because I stood on principle, Cheeky?
Yeah, I'm a principled man who was not logical at the time.
I would agree. I would agree with that. It is.
Y'all break these. Okay, that's what his question is.
I would agree with that. The reason why is because I'm not saying that as a man that I'm not gonna have an emotional response at all and always gonna be logical. So it is an emotional. If somebody call my wife a bitch, I'm crashing out. It just is what it is, and it is an emotional response. That's what it is. I'm not letting that slide. I know it's illogical, but this is one of those principles that I'm standing on.
Okay, let me ask one question. What is so illogical about defending the honor of your wife? What's so illogical about that? That makes that is
Wait,
not
wait,
illogical.
I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Because you have to do the risk to reward ratio. So logically speaking, if I get into this altercation with this person, one of us could wind up dying. I could wind up dying. If I wind up dying, now the next motherfucker that called my wife a bitch, I'm not there to defend her against that because I
think you just went too far. You only got to go far as dying. All you have to say is logically like this. If he said some words, if he said some words to my wife, words doesn't constitute me assaulting him. So don't even worry about dying. I just put my hands on him, and now when the police get called, I get arrested, I get sued just because he had a right in this country to say some words. So it is illogical. I don't have to be emotional about it though.
You got guys, we can't listen. We are letting the rules and the laws around you. Now you calling men illogical, right? I understand the laws of the land, but when the laws of the land push against the principle and the response that you're supposed to have, you don't get to call me illogical because they made some law. But when the principles stand, they stand.
I'm gonna tell you.
Laws don't dictate morals.
No, that's right. Absolutely.
Yes, they do.
So that is.
I'm about to rage quit, Cheeky. I'm telling you that now. They want to see some emotion. I'm about to rage quit. Go ahead.
So that's the point, Hamp. That's the point that I was trying to get us to, which is there is logic in principle. Even when you think the more logical answer would be to walk away, but there's still logic within the principle itself of defending your wife and her honor as well as your own, right?
Yeah. What is the logic
that we ran into while having this conversation?
What is the logic?
Wait, hold on. Wait. August. I'm letting you and Hamp have that conversation because you already did it with me. That's why I'm asking it again. Now that we've gotten to this point, August is now going to have to defend his position of even though you didn't take the logical choice, does that mean automatically that your principle is illogical or emotional because you didn't take the most logical choice? So you and Hamp have to have that discussion. I just want to watch it.
Yeah, well, Doc said that. Doc said already. He said he aligned logic, he aligned principle with emotion. Well, I
didn't say that. I align principle with being illogical, but I align illogical with fear-based. So it's like this: if you're using logic, most of the time you're applying logic in that scenario we're using. If I apply logic to say, I'm afraid to go to jail, I'm afraid to get sued, so because of this individual just said a word to my wife, we're going to walk away. My principle, though, if my principle says you're not going to say anything disrespectful to my wife or we're going to go to blows, then the logic goes out of the door. It's no fear in that point. It's just I'm going to do something illogical. And because he might stand the risk of getting his ass whipped, but I stand the risk of getting sued, potentially get my ass whipped, or getting arrested. And then my wife is still going to be up the creek without a paddle. So that's illogical to do it, but it's still principle to do it. So that's why I'm saying you can stand on principle and still be illogical. And you don't have to be emotional in doing it. Because Hamp's pretty stoic. He's like, what you say? That's not emotional. He's just getting closer. He's strategically getting closer to you.
Well, I would think the counter would be out of the counter from logical would be emotional. So if you're not thinking with a logical response, then what other response would it be?
It would be principle because we are making a separation between the two.
Here, I'll make a point. I'll make a point for you, Hamp. Yeah, here, Hamp. You say that most black people in the hood die off of what?
When I say the graveyard,
yeah.
Oh, $1 about a woman.
Right. And so can we say that those people who died had more principles than the people who lived and took care of their families?
I don't know more, but you could argue just for the sake of the conversation, they stood on those principles more likely.
Right. And that's where I'm saying that standing on principles has gotten the black community nowhere. And that was the whole point.
Well, no, it's not that we stand on the wrong principles. That's what it is.
Wait, guys. What are we doing? You know all the things we came through. There's no way you saying the black community, if you count years, stood on bad principles.
But they weren't violent.
I'm saying like in today's environment, we're standing on bad principles. But in yesteryear, we stand on some positive principles that got us to this point.
But Doc, you see, I'm responding to how it was initially said. You made a
I understand.
clarification on, okay, you're talking about modern day as opposed to what black people stood for. And please believe, right, it's a nominal number of people doing the bad things, right? The overwhelming majority of us aren't outside doing X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying?
You want to hear what's funny about that? I agree, but most of us support the nominal amount of individuals doing it. And let me give you an example. And I'm guilty of it. I listen to rap music that talk about killing and drug dealing and all these other things. By me just listening to that rap music and being in it, I'm supporting something that's detrimental to our community. Now I'm calling myself a hypocrite and saying I still listen to it, but we support in our. If you go on our Instagram or something, or go to somebody who page did something, we will support somebody who did something in the black community. Just saying, well, they didn't arrest the white guy, why they got to arrest them? So we stand on bad principles today.
Well,
yesterday we didn't.
Nah, you know what it is for us though. Just on the music point quickly, for some reason, our artists have to live what they write about, right? When the truth is, 99% of them niggas haven't. Right. But for some reason, and then you shouldn't feel guilty about that, Doc. As you guys know, I lean on the Bible for understanding. If you ever read the Psalms, which is a book of songs, do you know what the fuck David be doing?
Yeah, he was a freak.
He was killing motherfuckers, rapping. So gangster rap is, if you want to call it that, just for the sake, it's always been a thing, right? Now, it's not a sin to listen to that music. It may not be expedient if it perverses your mind, all right? But you listening to music, you're not participating. It should be entertainment, but unfortunately, for some reason, we want them to live it out.
So let me ask you a question. Just based off of, if you look at the reason I said niggas and black people, right? So in other cultures, let's look at the white community. They have white trash, what they call themselves white trash, and then they have white people. And you don't see typically the white people listening to and associating themselves with the white trash dude. They said you can't come to this cookout. We're gonna separate yourself completely. My buddy and I had a conversation. I'm like, are we guilty if we're in our community supporting the individuals who do the very same thing that we speak against on these panels? So we talking about respecting our women, don't kill, don't do this, but at the same time, I'll pop a Biggie Smalls CD in there and listen to him talk about every single thing that I just said we shouldn't be doing. And subconsciously, that's getting in my I might be intelligent enough to figure it out, but maybe my son or the kids, who was it? I went to Lake Clifton in Baltimore, Maryland, and I wasn't no strong. I was really very small on the wrestling team, but I was a small dude. I would put my Walkman on when I would walk to school, listen to Wu-Tang or DMX first album, and I'm 103 pounds. You would have thought I was in my head, I felt like a killer. Like, I wouldn't want to kill nobody.
You could do the same thing with 300 in Troy. What I'm saying is, it's entertainment. I think we do it to ourselves too much. Be like, damn, am I support? They rapping, right? It's the content, appeals, but more so, I think it's just we enjoy it. But I understand what you're saying. But I think that's a whole show in itself. You know what I mean?
I think so. One more thing, you have 6 children, you have some daughters. So in that, if you take that mindset, would you say Sexy Red, her CDs and stuff was good enough for your daughter to listen to?
They're very small, but to be fair,
no disrespect.
One of my but one of my daughters is older. Is it expedient? No. Right? Do I think there can be a level of perversion in a mind because they have great influence? Yes. So I understand your point. And I concede it in terms of minds that are gullible. When you said my mind was more so thinking about like us.
Got you. I'm tracking.
So, but I understand the point, right? Things, and when I say expedient, you understand what I'm saying? That's like I'm thinking of a verse when I'm saying it, right? So it may not be conducive. So if I have a problem with drinking liquor, it don't make a lot of sense for me to stand out in front of the liquor store. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? That's what when I say that. So, but that's a good combo. I think that's a whole show in itself, right? Because we often demonize the music that has been very special, to us for so long. So, but it's interesting nonetheless.
Well, so, that's why I say that because it's the influence of the exterior people that influence our culture that leads us into these things.
Yeah, we don't own the labels, right? But again, that's a whole nother thing. So, that's a good show in itself. So, Cheeky, are you there? Is he there? Because I want to go through that shit that Rilla was saying real quick. So we have to understand that thoroughly. why is the primitive nature okay when it come to wanting vagina, but then we're demonizing it when it come to physicality?
I don't think
That
it's
wasn't
okay. What I think is what happens when we come to physicality or the primitive nature for our sexuality, as far as pursuing and wanting more women, is it's just it shouldn't be demonized. It should be controlled, but just not demonized for something that's already natural to us. Right? It's natural to be violent, but we're expected to control ourselves. So when we have these talks about these sexual conquests and wanting to go out there and be with multiple women, that's a natural thing. However, we still exercise a level of control when doing so. Use some logic in it. So that's why I just think the difference is sometimes we get on here and we start talking, and other people will talk against it, like, oh, that you guys are pathetic, or you guys are this and this, and I'm like, it's biological to me to want to do these things. I just need to exercise a level of control.
I don't know how we're gonna how we're gonna conjecture wanting some pussy as primitive. I think the me classifying violence as being primitive is because it's not as effective today as it was in our history. But the desire for a man to want to get some pussy kind of drives him to achieve more because he's going to attract more. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think, and we have to procreate. So we have to have that desire for some pussy to continue the human race, because if that desire is too quelled or isn't, in us, then how do we continue to move on in the human race? How do we continue to move on in human existence? But violence, when we resort to violence so quickly, back in the day, resorting to violence quickly is what needed to be done because of the type of world that we live in. But the world has evolved in 2024, where we're on a digital platform, motherfuckers talking shit on screen, knowing damn well they're 1,000 miles away from you. So the idea of that primitive mindset of violence is not conducive in this age. But pussy is always gonna be pussy. You're gonna always need some pussy.
What's going on, y'all? What's going on, panel? What's up, Hamp? What's up, guys? How y'all doing? Can y'all hear me? August, I think you got a fair point, but I think that when you're talking about getting women, I think that the primitive nature of men, to Rilla's point, it does go hand in hand. So, I mean, we all got different boundaries of what we'll accept, what we wouldn't accept. So I'm not here to argue anybody's personal position, but violence and the conquest of women, to me, it's all on the same scale. Like, they kind of go hand in hand to me. Now, where you willing to take it, how far, I think that kind of, that's debatable per person. But again, that level of threat of violence is always going to be within us and amongst us. And again, to the example y'all talking about earlier with the disrespect to the wife, it's like, bro, sometimes the consequences of not doing something can lead to an even deeper rabbit hole in your life. So with your daughter, with your old lady, once you get violated like that, and even though you're doing the mature thing in a moment, it could lead to you losing complete ground, respect in your relationship, with how your daughter sees you. So I'm not saying to be a complete crash out, but at some point as men, we still have to stand on what we know to be true. I'm not saying the nature is right or wrong, so I'm not here to judge it, but we got to understand the world that we in. And if somebody is that fucking bold to try your old lady in front of you and you do nothing, I think that the fight and the action itself is not so much about thinking as far as head as y'all thinking, but I think in a moment we can all agree that it's gonna trigger something in you, like, the fuck? Like, so you might get the fuck, like you get a pause, like, did he just do that? But I'm pretty sure, we trying to mind it out, but in that moment, I think a lot of this hypothetical shit in a moment, we gonna be ready to pop, bro. Like, that's just who we are. I don't think it's anything right or wrong. I think that's just the nature of men, bro. I could be off base, but from listening, I appreciate you all minding it out the way you did, speaking about the consequences and the soon thereafter. But in those moments, bro, it's almost like you become beside yourself. You feel me? And it ain't so much of you, you know what I mean? It's not a complete crash out though, because there is a principle and you feeling the way you feel. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I think I want to speak to what you're saying, because we do a lot of clarity and logic, and it seems like people seem to receive it better when you make it personal. So there's some men on this panel who have daughters.
Yeah.
Every man on this panel would require the man that is vetting to be the man in your daughter's life to perform in a highly disciplined manner. Meaning that if I'm putting my daughter in your hands and care, I don't expect you to assert this nature that you say you have. I don't expect you to pull your dick out and just put it on her lap. I don't expect that. I expect you to perform in a manner that is respectable. That is both sexual as well as it is violent or non-violent. And so what happens is that when we're talking about these hypotheticals, like Hamp used the word honor, I would argue, how does another man that don't know you be able to depict honor of a woman that you chose? That part don't make no sense to me. But
okay,
I digress.
Oh, no. That's a perfect point. And I think to speak to your point, there are unwritten rules that we understand amongst each other when it comes to boundaries and respect. If a man is with a young lady, regardless as to whether that's your girlfriend or wife, I'm going to assume you together. So that level of violation, if unchecked in public, can get worse if you do decide to turn a blind eye.
Like, oh, you can do it too. You know, you. Oh shit, never mind. My God, go ahead.
Because let's keep it tall. If a dude is that bold to start that level of disrespect with you, it's not gonna stop because you like, baby, come on, let's go this way. It's gonna turn them up some more. So you got to realize the type of individuals we talking about in these hypotheticals. To your point, you would always want the guy that's with your daughter to be disciplined, but I would also need him to have that same backbone. I'm not saying crash completely out. And again, how you handle is how you handle it, but there has to be some order in this bitch when it comes to boundaries. Like, however you do it is on you. And again, I'm not here to judge people's reactions because, you know, it's personal. We all got different things, but a boundary has to be set, bro. Like, I'm with my old lady, you in my face, like, you not violating like that. And I'm a pretty nice dude, principle, all that shit. But there are things that can trigger a primal response from all of us. And I don't know if it's so fair to judge that primal reaction because it's your nature to protect. So to your point, if you want your daughter, your wife to be, you know, if you want to be the principled man, you can't remove that level of violence when it comes to protection in certain situations. That shouldn't be the go-to though. Does that make sense?
Jay Smooth, you up, and then Aaron.
I just believe there's a lot to consider, man. It's not easy being a man, especially a black man out here, because especially as a black man, you know, we're taught, man, hey, somebody say something disrespectful, you got to respond to that. You know, it's all in consideration. I know about maybe 20 years ago, not even that, you know, I would have jumped on somebody just for the words they spoke, but I have a lot to consider now. As far as my job, whether it's my children, wife, girlfriend, whatever the case may be, man. And to me, sometimes it can really be a lose-lose situation, man. I know dudes who crashed out because of their family. Now they locked up. Now where you think they woman at? You get what I'm saying? And then now, now you with now you don't crash out. And then you lose respect from your woman because she feel like you can't protect her. So it's at the end of the day, man, it's right. It's a hard decision. So at the end of the day, you have to be a man that just stand on something. My thing is, man, listen, I'm gonna go ahead and walk away with my family. As long as you don't put your hands on me. You touch me, that's a different story. You know what I'm saying? I live in the state of Texas, man, where, you know what I'm saying, we stay strapped up. And that's another thing that I feel like we have to consider. We have to consider the day and time we're in. You know, back in the day, maybe you were able to fight, you know, see another day, call it a day, be friends with that person that same damn day. But, you know, nowadays, like someone said, you got to consider the fact that these cats shoot now, man. I can go whoop somebody up right now, and then they come back and shoot me. Now I'm non-existent. You know what I'm saying? So it's just...
all right. Make
you have to stand on something, man.
Listen. Let me just tell y'all this, all right? If you don't want to fight, just fucking say that.
Hamp just want to crash out so bad.
It don't matter about no banger or what you got to lose. If niggas don't want to fucking bang it out and protect her honor, just fucking say that. That's it. I don't need no excuses. I know that there's guns out here. That wasn't the last gun they made when they fucking made that SIG for that nigga. But if you don't want to fight, just fucking say it. We don't need the excuses, B. I got a lot of shit. I'm not done windmilling. If like I got a lot of shit to lose. But if it, shut the fuck up, bitch. It's lit. Is somebody gonna get beat up? And that somebody could be me. See, I'm not illogical about this shit.
No, right.
You know what I'm saying? I already know what could happen. But god damn it, you gonna know you've been in the fight at the very least. I mean, it's just the shit that happens, B. But y'all acting like y'all niggas ain't gonna shoot nothing, let nothing die. So it ain't even about the guns. Like, come on, man. If you're gonna go. If you're not. Leave it at that, man.
And to be honest with you, Hamp, I can understand that logic too, man. Because like I say, man, it not every fight that you fight, you know.
My bad, fellas. My bad.
No, I get it, but I'm telling you, man, I'm a big protector of my family, but you still got a lot to consider, man. Sometimes your protection of your family is knowing how to get everybody out of that situation, and then hopefully having a woman that don't put you in that situation a lot of times. It's just a lot to consider, man. You know, it's never just one way. It's never just one way.
With true scenario, you got to give like a clean cut scenario, and that's what I'm saying. With the fight or the flight, it's like from even for DJ, he gonna fight, but it's like, okay, is it a fight that I need to take? Is this a fight that I need to take right now? Am I in the right situation to take this fight?
Here's what y'all gotta understand, right? And I think the brothers who said they will go to fisticuffs, the thing is, niggas ain't even saying they want to fight. See, that's the thing that y'all not understanding. Nobody's sitting here like, I hope somebody call my wife a bitch. I'm a ghost. No, you like this nigga.
Like, damn, like,
right? It gotta happen, right? You know what I'm saying? Think, bro, I'm 38. I play football all my life. You know what I'm saying? When I bend down, I grunt at times because my stomach will hit my chest before I get, you know what I'm saying? Because, I was in shape. It just, shit be happening. You old, right? That's not conducive. You know what I mean? These young niggas, you feel me? But it is what it ought to be at that point in time. That just point blank. Like,
I think what you're saying, Hamp, is valid for sure. I just think you need to leave room.
I'm rage quitting. True. Stop talking to me.
You Rick? Oh, all I think most of the brothers on here been trying to say is it depends on scenario, especially when you talk about maturity. I often ask, where are we at where all this aggression is actually being met? Because on an average day, you're not anywhere where anybody is going to be, bold enough to just be shooting darts at you or your lady. I'm like, where do y'all live? That's not happening on a continual basis. Now, if you put yourself in the environment, mostly like a club or a party where there's alcohol and there's all types of, bravado, then yeah, you may be met with that kind of aggression. But then you gotta own that too. I put myself in that situation. I put her in that situation. And it's like, really? Like, you're expecting, the jungle to adhere to your value set. It doesn't make sense. But I digress.
Can I give you the context real quick? Like, let's say you guys are this is what most likely I would figure this scenario would apply to each and every one of us. You're at a party, you bring her, you guys go together as a couple. She gets into it with some dude, whatever, there's alcohol there, whatever it is. And when you walk into the situation, that's when you hear, well, shut the fuck up, bitch, or whatever the fuck, right? You know what I'm saying? I think that's kind of the scenario that we would most likely run into when we hear that. So then what's the scenario then? Are we all going? Because I think for the most part, you would stop and want to say, well, what's you arguing about? You kind of want to get more context before you dive right the fuck in.
That's what I'm saying. No one's crashing out.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Especially how these females nowadays are quick to, for sure, start some shit. For sure. Females for sure quick to pop their mouth, especially when they know that niggas around. They for sure pop that mouth a little bit more than they would in the average time. But still,
are you just going? Or do you need a little bit more information?
I don't have no really, and we talk about club scene and everything. There's no time to really be talking. There's too much music going on, too many people going around. Last time I asked him what's going on.
I think that,
be honest.
But I honestly think even that hypothetical is still it's a bit of a fallacy there, because let's keep it real.
Very true.
Most men, when they're around their old ladies, when y'all are entering, let's keep it at the club. You being there with her is a natural deterrent for most dudes to get out of pocket, because you're just physically there.
Only if
all of this is really hypothetical.
Let's keep it real.
I don't know, man. I don't know about that one, big dog. I'm telling you, that's the reason. That's the reason why I stopped taking my ex-wife to the club because some dude look at that as a challenge, man. Oh,
that's what I said. Unless they feel they can beat you up, they can beat you up, bro.
Now she tell him she married. She go to the other end of the club with me or with a whatever. Now he trying to follow her because that's a challenge to him. So it can go both ways, man. So you just got to consider, man. Like, hey, everything's about decision making. I'm not even going to those situations with my wife. We're not going there together, because anything can pop off. Now you can't control every situation, but you have to be a thinking man. That's part of protection too. But go ahead.
I got a real life scenario I'm gonna throw at y'all. This shit actually happened. So I was with my daughter and my old lady. We was at the zoo, hot as fuck outside. I got that big ass goofy stroller they give you. You know what I'm saying? Like we walking, y'all know how I go. That shit you gotta rent. So we walking, I'm pushing in the shit, and I clipped the dude in front of us, right? So I said, pardon self. You know what I'm saying? As soon as I did, I was like, pardon self, and he gave a look. You feel me? Like that, like you want to be tough. He turned around and saw me. He kind of thought about it, and he started talking on his breath. Now, in my mind, I think with or without my daughter or my old lady, there's a certain shit I don't tolerate. I don't give a fuck whether I'm with them, not. And to me, that talking on your breath shit, you got to say that with your chest. Because I had to see when you go, I'm going to check your temperature. Because we walking, it's hot as fuck. Like, I was really going to do him at the zoo because, you feel me? Like, I'm going to give you a chance to check yourself. But granted, I was like, what'd you say? And he kind of just sped up a little bit. But to my point, that's more of a real life scenario to where sometimes, to y'all point, most people really don't be wanting that smoke for real. Like most people are non-confrontational if you give them a chance to correct their behavior. Because just like you pop off in the moment, I think that whatever they said was brash in the moment too. So I don't even think most of these hypotheticals will happen because when you actually check a dude's temperature after the disrespect, either they move around or they find a way to get out of the shit. But
here's to the point. Who rolling?
Bud by the close his mind.
Hey, yo,
I'm like, who rolling up?
I need this 5 minutes, man. Y'all did enough.
Yeah, I got you.
5 minutes, though, and I'm up out of here, yo. All right, because a lot of y'all sounding real scary today, and I can't even stomach that shit no more, man. Word. Especially you, August. You killing me, man. Show was going good, but you start talking some crazy shit, man. You on some they go low, we go high type shit. You serious, man? You black. You black in America. You talking about shit change, man? Ain't shit changed. You tripping? Ain't nothing changing this fucking country, man. Ain't nothing changing this world. What you tripping off of today, man?
You think nothing changed in the world?
Ain't shit changed in this world. You think something changed, but ain't a motherfucking thing changed. You show up to a dinner date with your woman, or you married?
Mm-hmm.
You show up to a dinner date with your woman. You let another grown ass man come to your table and disrespect your woman, and you don't do anything about it. You gonna lose that. You gonna lose that good woman. I'm telling you that right now.
Hey, but listen. We already established when he asked the question. I already told you I'm crashing out over my woman. That's a principle that I'm standing on. I already said that to everybody on the panel. Everybody agree with that. What I'm saying right now is that in the day and age that we are right now, the age of information, the internet age, where we on this panel right here, and we're not in the barbershop talking. I'm in freaking Delaware, and you in New York or wherever you at, and having conversations. The need for aggression is not as prevalent as it was back in the day. So now we have to start to adjust and adapt to the times that we at right now and make an evolution, or else we're gonna fall behind and lose the war behind being stupid.
I understand that, but see, this is where you losing me. Because you keeping it on this internet shit. We all know this internet shit ain't going nowhere. But they gave you real life situations too. They put you out in the community and gave you situations, and you still punked out. Your wife won't watch this shit, man.
I did not punk out, bro. There was no point in time that they was like, hey, if somebody talk crazy,
I'm gonna go to jail. I'm gonna get sued. I'm this and that.
No. We talking about the situation that we were talking about was specific to the wife. If something specifically somebody want to talk crazy to my wife, it's up 100%, no questions asked.
That's all you gotta say then, because all
I did say that. I did say that.
Real scary. You talking about consequences and shit? Oh, I'm gonna lose everything. Like
what
you
I'm
thinking
talking
about
about
that
is-
type of shit in that moment, man? Would sound like that.
What? Not in that moment. So when they specified the situation when it came to my wife, I told you I'm gonna crash out on that. But there are certain situations where somebody step on my shoe or start trying to jaw at me a little crazy or something like that. I'm not the type of person. That's what I'm speaking on. So we agree with each other. That's what the fuck I'm. That's exactly
No,
what I'm
the whole narrative started out as grown men. It started out as motherfuckers trying to get at Anton. That's grown man shit. I'm not talking about no little kid shit. Somebody saying something about the way you dressed or they stepping on your sneakers and shit. I'm talking about real life situations. Motherfuckers disrespecting the wife. People disrespecting the kids. People disrespecting your mother. People within your 3 feet circumference and you not saying shit. People calling you out your name in your 3 feet circumference and you not saying shit or doing shit.
The
To me, that justifies crashing out.
The point that I was making is that us as a community, as black people, we need to try our best to resort less than responding to.
Why we always do this though? This is what I'm talking about though. Why do black people always got to be the bigger person, man?
Let me
Come
finish.
on, man.
Let me finish the point before you hit back at me because you don't even know what I'm saying. You don't even
Because
know
I listened to this shit for 7 hours and it was crazy to me.
You listen to them, but let me articulate my point because in the conversation that we're having, I already told you I crashed out behind my wife. We stood on that. That's already said and done. The point that I was trying to articulate is that us as black men, we need to resort to using our words versus leaning towards violence like we normally do. I think that our mindset needs to evolve past that. If you stuck in the past and gonna crash out over something stupid, that's on you. There's certain things that I will crash out on. I'm not saying violence is taken off the table, but what I'm saying is that us crashing out over words or how somebody look at us, we need to let that shit go because that's not gonna help us in the future. It's gonna cause us our demise. That's what I was speaking on. But go ahead.
Yo, I'm just all right. At the end of the day, yo, I'm just disturbed about the way this panel been going today, yo. Yo, we got women watching this shit, man, and we up here sounding weak as fuck. Y'all don't think we've been looking weak for way too fucking long at this point?
No.
Women don't believe in us whatsoever anymore because of this type of narrative and this type of talk. Because we sounding like pussies.
Now they don't believe in us because there's not a lot of us around, bro. Because we keep crashing out over sentiments that don't
over stupid shit.
Right, dog.
Y'all gonna use that narrative. Y'all gonna use that narrative and just say that's the reason why they don't fucking believe in us no more. You serious right now? Y'all serious right now?
Hey, but nobody ever said there wasn't a time to handle what you got to handle, man. But what we're saying is there's times you got to think, hey, this tough guy shit don't always work because you can act tough with me, not you in particular, just in general, and I still might whoop your ass. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes me not responding to you is me letting you go with shit. You get what I'm saying? I'm gonna be honest with you. So we're not in high school anymore, man. We got so much to consider. It ain't about being tough, looking tough, feeling tough. Sometimes you protecting your family is how you think, bro, not these all the time. And that's just my point. I will use it when necessary. Best believe that. But sometimes I'm using more of this. I protected my family, my children, more so off of this nowadays as opposed to these. I ain't had a fight in a minute, bro. I mean, I get what you're saying too. I totally get what you're saying. But we got to stop this. Black people got to always be physically tough guy shit because there's a lot of them niggas in the grave right now.
Hey,
and they woman is off with somebody else.
Yo, can I ask August a question real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yo, you said something a minute ago about that we shouldn't rock out over some small shit like a dirty look or the small shit, right? My question to you is like, when a nigga does that, right, what do you think his ultimate motive is? What is his ultimate goal? The nigga that's shooting the mean mug and doing the corny shit. What do you think his goal is?
Check your temperature.
So don't you think you should just like get him out of there like right off the bat?
I'm gonna tell you the difference, right? It's probably some broke ass nigga that ain't got shit to lose, that's sitting around on the corner all day, mean mugging me when I'm over here making real shit happen, getting to the bread for real, got a whole family, wife, kids, and this nigga ain't got shit. So all he gonna do is try and take me off my block, take me off of what I'm standing on, and make me crash out and lose everything over a fucking look. I already know that if somebody really want that, I'm about all that. I'm really about all
You know
that
what?
for real, but I'm not gonna take it there first. Why? Because I had to think about things outside of just how I feel in that moment. I gotta think about my fucking sons. I gotta think about my wife. I gotta think about my house. I gotta think
Right
about
on, bro.
Hey, I
I
feel
gotta
you
think
on
about
that,
more
dog.
shit.
Listen,
But I'm
I feel
really
you on
about all
that.
that. Like, I ain't scared of shit. I'm about
No,
all
listen,
that.
I feel you on
Right.
that, and I actually agree though. I'm trying to figure out like what's in that nigga's brain that's
I
doing
don't
that
care.
shit.
Fuck that nigga. I don't care.
Right.
never
That's
worry
my
about
point to
I
even
don't give a fuck
DJ
about that
to
nigga brain, dog. Fuck
bro
that
to
nigga. And everything
to
you think they
DJ
stand on.
to DJ scenario, bro. He gave you a bad look because you hit the nigga in the back of his leg. He like, yo,
Yeah,
what the fuck?
but I
Yeah, hey,
You get
your
what I mean?
mom would
Like,
have killed you over that shit
you're
back in the
right.
day.
If it's
you missed the
it's
point.
you,
No,
you
but
He said,
you missed the
"Excuse
point.
me, though."
But but
Yeah,
Strata,
That shit hurt.
you apologize,
okay,
right?
but right,
Yeah, I
right, but
apologize.
still,
You
but still, the
apologize, right?
action. Come on, the action is gonna hit a nigga. Like you didn't hit him and instantly be like, you didn't hit him at the same time you said, "Excuse me." You give me if you hit somebody, they're gonna look back naturally, like, what the fuck?
No,
You get me, and then you say, "Oh, my bad, my apologies."
For
Yeah,
context, as soon
but
as I
then if
hit
they
him,
continue on, is now you get to it.
Right,
What
but
you
that's what
wanna
he said.
do
He
then?
didn't continue. Did he
But if they
continue?
do continue on, what you
Right.
gonna
Right,
do?
right. Then
That's-
now
that's
that's
the
when it's
context.
elevated. That's
Yeah,
when it's elevated.
yeah.
And then
Then
you gotta
do
think
what you
about
gotta do.
everything. Right,
Exactly.
right. No, that's I agree. I agree completely.
Like, bro, I'm not
Right.
gonna keep apologizing.
No.
I apologize to you one time. You see me here with
Right,
my wife
right,
and kids.
right.
What the fuck
Exactly.
you want to do now?
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
I agree. But
usually the majority of men gonna see that and be like, "Oh, you nigga, we could, yeah, just go."
right.
Exactly.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So why we crashing
I
out?
agree, but
Look, we're not saying take violence off the table, though. That's what I'm trying to say. We're not saying take violence
Right.
off the table.
Never off the
yeah,
table.
that I mean, yeah, that's gonna happen.
We gotta think a
But
little
the
more. That's all we saying.
but the thing about it, if you have something to lose, and I'm looking at everybody, I see that we all grown ass men, and I look at everybody, I know everybody got something to lose. That always on go shit, that mentality that I left back way in high school type shit, it's gonna be to your demise, man. It just is. You gotta get beyond that shit.
On go, but stay ready all the time.
Yeah.
Ready.
Come on, bro. We black. We black.
Yeah,
You
we got
know
you
we
on that.
ready.
Yeah, we got you on that. Yeah,
You
100.
know
I
we
see what you're
black.
saying
Our
now.
demise, so stay ready.
I see
bro.
what you're saying now.
Stay ready.
I get you. I'm with you on that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. That's why I moved. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's why I moved out here with white people, man. I don't have to deal with that shit, man. In our neighborhoods, man, it's always for real. In our neighborhoods, we always got to be on go, and that's the problem. I wasn't trying to be funny. It's just we are in black neighborhoods. Everything is a pressure situation. I can't bump into you and say excuse me and it just be okay. We have to put ourselves in that position. Me moving out here was a part of protecting my family, bro. Just to get them out of that shit all the time, man. Like it's a thinking man's game. Thinking man's game.
That's what I
You
said.
tired of niggas just like
And I
am.
totally agree with you, bub. I promise I do, man. Shit happens. If it happens, bro. Yeah, we all got in the fights here, bro. I'm always, hey, you ain't gonna do me in. There's only one me.
There's only one way to deal with a tough guy, dog. One way, and that's it. Period.
All right, I appreciate y'all letting me up for my little 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? But, yo,
Good luck. Good
I'm
luck.
out of here,
Good
y'all.
luck.
I don't know where
y'all
Hamp
know where I
at, but
stand.
I'll
They
check
go
y'all out.
low. I'm taking it lower. Let's get it.
We thought you turned into him.
That's real.
Nah, man, everybody got to be aware. I think that if you're in the right context and someone wants to talk enough shit, it can escalate not only to a fight, but it can turn into a life or death moment. For instance, some of us, I mean, think about it. You go to the gym every day or you work out every day. You're not training for an actual fight, right? You're just keeping your body in shape. That's the intent. What happens is, though, when your adrenaline's pumping and you're telling this dude to shut the fuck up, you're telling him to watch your fucking mouth, you're getting him a chance to get the fuck out of your face before something happens. There's like a because everyone, and we've been talking about it earlier, but there's this threshold, right? Everyone was talking about the logic versus the emotional, and that the emotional response is the violent one. So we see this paradigm all the time, and there's this breaking barrier of respect that turns one into the other. And what happens is it's a slow process of a shit talking argument. It usually starts from something stupid or whatever it is. That's usually how it starts. Then it escalates into this something personal, right? Personal attacks. And then there's a trigger that either I hit or you hit. One of us is ready to go. If our adrenaline and our fight or flight is just working its way up, the brain chemistry and the body chemistry are starting to change and to armor up to get ready to do something, which is their fight or flight, right? If it's ready for confrontation, you really don't know how much power you have, and when you hit somebody, which means that you can potentially, kill someone just within a couple of strikes if you hit them in the right place at the right time. Because if you just went there, there's no real stopping you until the person either can't fight back or you run out of energy or someone stops you. But it can easily get to a life or death situation because it only happens within like less than a minute or a couple of seconds, depending on what the context of what got you there and what's going through your mind or how you're feeling.
EBD, I think that's a fair point, bro. But like, if you take what you're saying and apply it in real time, that whole chemical physical process you're talking about,
like
it happens in a matter of seconds.
It's like 0.5.
And then hold on, I'm gonna take you even further than that. The altercation that y'all talking about, the consequences, you might you tattoo a dude with a good 3-4 piece. Within about 2 minutes, he is out for the count, or somebody breaking y'all up. So police getting called, charges getting pressed. You can really snuff somebody out, and they don't even know your name to even know what to do. So I just want to make sure that we keeping this in real time scenarios. But I do think that y'all points are valid. You gotta always be thinking about the future. But there are those times to where what I believe in is that a coward dies 1,000 deaths. Meaning you might let that shit go in a moment, but in your mind, if you were wired a certain way for so long, it starts to fuck with you when you start letting them little things go. And even though you made the right decision, it can eat away at how you might overreact the next time it happens. Right. So that's why I always check temperatures first, to y'all point, because I want to make sure that even though you don't know me, you know what you're about to sign up for. So I'll give you a chance to correct yourself. You might get a pardon self. What you just say? I'm gonna give you a chance to repeat it, but that's about the most time you got to figure the fuck out. But I don't believe in that self-defense. I'm gonna let you hit me first. No, I'm gonna get my shit off. I'm just see how good your jaw is. But I do think that in these real-time scenarios, what y'all are saying is true, but you'd be surprised at how many scuffles happen that the police ain't involved, nobody gets shot. You feel me? Like, what y'all are saying
that's
does
understandable.
happen, but in real life, it don't be like that. At
Right.
least
once you get into mutual, right, for sure.
Yeah.
That coward dying 1,000 deaths. That coward dying 1,000 deaths. That's a strike to his ego. Maybe he can't fight. Maybe he's scared to fight. To me, that's why But for a man who not scared to fight, a man who can fight, that shit don't bother me because it ain't necessarily what I think you're gonna do to me, but what I know I could probably fucking do to you. You get what I'm saying? So I think only as a coward it hits your ego. I gotta keep proving something to myself. I ain't gotta prove shit to myself. I've been in a million fights, man.
Well, that's my point though. Is DJ, who would be the coward? Who is calling you the coward in that scenario?
No. What the equivalent or the statement of coward dies 1,000 deaths? To me, I was speaking to the regret that you would have if in your mind you're showing self-restraint when you know that wasn't your natural response, bro. Like in your mind, like I'm really giving this dude a pass. Like one time is cool, but y'all know if you grown and you vibrating past that shit,
it stacks up.
Yeah, it ain't but too many people gonna keep getting that shit off before you lose it for real. So to me, I like to check shit real time so that I don't get overboiled in the next situation. But I'm gonna give you a chance to straighten your shit out. But after that, it's gonna be what it's gonna be, bro. And
I think we all have collective thoughts, but we do gotta just make sure we don't forget, at least in my opinion, that we're socially engineered a certain way. All of us are men. We all subscribe to certain things, certain principles, certain perspectives, which is fair and respected. But even to your point, DJ, the guy that you accidentally bumped into, he responded to the event. How he responded, you perceived it the way you perceived it. That's fair, whichever. It still, to me, just goes back to how you're socially engineered. I see people have confrontations on a regular basis, and it depends on the demographic. Because some people bump into some people, and it would never gets active. It never get violent. But in our community, that's the default. That's what I think collectively we've been speaking to.
Two caveats to layer that correctly. I apologize instantly afterwards, and this is an older white man that this happened to. So, you know, I don't know if that matters much, but I think that's why I was so offended by the snarl, because it happened after the apology. It's like, bro, I know I fucked up. I took account. Like, what you looking back for? Can I help you? You feel me? Like,
Yes, that's the reason. Right.
You know what I mean?
I want to say this though, and this is the other side of it too. You got to think about the ones that are really willing to try and take it up like that and try and elevate a situation faster than what we would want to elevate it is usually somebody that don't own shit. They don't got nothing going for them. They just trying to drag motherfuckers down to their level and take everybody out with them. So you got to keep that in mind too. So you got to assess the situation. It ain't about no being on no pussy hole shit. It's just about assessing the situation because motherfuckers are trying to trick you out your spot just off some dumb shit. They see you pull up in your car with your woman and be jealous. You know what I'm saying? They want to start some shit. But so you got to be ready for whatever. That's cool. Be ready for whatever. But at the same time, you know what I'm saying? You got to be smart. Because motherfuckers be trying to, that's why I don't care about what nobody. He look at me crazy talking about some checking my temperature, but you just don't know. That's why I go fuck out what this dude thinking. The fuck I care about what this nigga think for? I'm walk right past that nigga. I don't give a fuck.
I had a question. If you're in a store or wherever you're at, and an older white guy calls you the N-word, like, or just insults
he get popped on.
Wait, you going?
He get popped on. What was that?
Older white guy. White guy calls you the N-word.
He get punched. He get punched. But you got to know the context of how I grew up. I grew up in rural North Carolina, to where that word, like, there's literally baseball parks that was half a mile from where I grew up from, to where it was white only. Like, so I grew up in a place that was openly racist, meaning the lines were very clear. It wasn't no subtle shit to it. So I respond to that word differently based on how I grew up, where I grew up from. So I don't tolerate that shit from white people, like, at all. Now, granted, I'm not saying it's the best decision in the world, but I'm just trying to be as honest as I can, knowing what I would do in that situation. I'm not gonna cap for y'all. Like, nah, bro,
You're proving my point, though, DJ. You're socially engineered to subscribe to a perspective and then respond accordingly, and that's what I've been saying. We all have a place, a perspective. You just stated that your response was based on how you grew up. Socially engineered. So it doesn't mean you're wrong. It don't mean you're right.
There you go.
But you got to take all that into consideration.
You just answered what I was about
it is considered an easy button. Yeah, that is easy, but like I say, you're necessarily wrong. We all grew up how we grew up, man. I mean, every man in here that got a pulse, man, got something that triggers, that can trigger a response. But I get it, man. But it is an easy button. If people know they can press that button, bro, they win every time. So
it might cost you though.
Yeah, it's gonna cost you. It may cost you a little.
So many black men, man, already got cost.
Yeah.
I don't know. I understand exactly what y'all are saying, bro. But I think that the majority of people truly process the way I do, and I don't think it goes to the levels that we're speaking to about consequences, because I think we all know that. Meaning, we all have different perspectives, right? But if we all in the same room, there's just a general level of respect that's level set without us even knowing anything. So I think all these scenarios are just wild ass hypotheticals, because in real life, cats don't be out of pocket like that for real. Like, they just don't be. Maybe I'm an exception.
Nah, I'm gonna give you same to you. Real life scenario, bro. Real life scenario. I was out. I cut my finger walking. I walked up to a black dude. He in a car with his wife. I go to his door trying to see if he got like something I could cover my hand with or something, and he kind of ignored me. So I'm like, should I walk off or do I feel disrespected? So I walk off, like, trying to get away, like, all right, like, nah, he not. And then something ingrained in me was like, nah, that nigga was trying to disrespect you, bro. So I walk my ass right back to his door. You get me? Walk right back to his door, and I'm like knocking on his. Hey, bro, you wasn't trying to disrespect me, right? Like, hey, man, like, and his look was like, oh fuck, like he with his girl, he like, fuck, this nigga coming back now, like, and I'm just like, and then I talked to him, he like, oh shit, okay, you getting some shit with your girl here, man? Gave me a napkin, I took it, put on my shit. Good look, bro, my bad. you know, and I walked off. You get what I mean? And that's how it really usually kind of would go, unless both of us up on some shit.
I will say this, man. If you give most people a chance to get it out, they'll take it, depending on how you get it to them. Pause. Like if you ask for correction, most of the time, most people are self-correct because they realize they have their body and they're not built like that. That's just in my opinion. I could be wrong, but most people don't want to smoke.
Like what you were saying to a little earlier with men, like especially with men and in person, we do have that underlying undertone that we know that this could get real deadly between each other. So typically, most men approach each other with some kind of respect, no matter what it is, because we know as men we'll take it to that level of violence. You know what I'm saying? And that's always understood. That's not nothing that we got to keep establishing with each other.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
That's fair. I totally agree with that, brother. That makes total sense. You're right.
You know, the roughest thing about this whole conversation is that this is one of the things I wish more women understood about men and about how important it is that when we say we want a woman who brings us peace, this is what we mean. We mean that we can exist in a space where we don't have to think about or consider like violence or violating or protecting or having to defend your honor or things like that, right? It means that this woman, when we take her out into the world, she's not running her mouth, talking a bunch of shit, getting us into situations in which we have to, you know, either defuse the situation like the bomb squad, or wind up having to go toe to toe with somebody because she said something, or you know, a drink got spilled or something like that. And when we keep hearing when we have discussions with women on the panel, and we tell them, you know, these things about behavior and about how important it is, and about, you know, hey, this is part of me protecting you, is you know, me telling you, hey, you need to be quiet so we can, you know, this and that. It's a part of the preventative measure and part of the respect that we have for each other, to say that maybe our women shouldn't be talking this shit either, getting us into the unnecessary shit, and which half the reasons we're in this fight in the first place. Because some of us are fighting over the wrong bitch. Like we just are, right? When there's many other women out there, we're fighting. We sometimes do fight over the same one. So I mean, there's that component too that we need to kind of hold ourselves accountable for.
That's fair. So.
Real quick, I think you're right. It's EBD, except for the fact that niggas ain't fighting no way. Like I like honestly, I even putting it on the women is just far fetched as hell to me.
That's kind of crazy.
Like for instance, like you know the Bible actually speaks on the poor get left. You people dispose of their righteousness over shoes. That's in the Bible. Like this ain't no. These black women done made niggas weak and soft. Niggas been acting like this. Niggas been doing this shit. Niggas been getting it popping. Like the women ain't this huge catalyst, right? We understand that they would, you know, there's things that happen in slavery, as an example, where because their boys would be taken, right? If he was too smart, too intelligent, so they would dumb him down. Oh, no, he ain't that smart, right? Because you know things that would happen to them, right? So they would protect them in different ways. But it's just the women being a catalyst for niggas being so soft and this, that, and the third. Yeah, I think a lot of this shit is intrinsic, man.
I got a question. You don't think because a young man being raised by his mama alone, cause him to be soft when he step out in the world?
You can't, because the reason why it doesn't work is because the niggas that you calling soft, you can't call them soft to their face.
Right.
What I'm talking about is soft. What I mean by soft is like operating out of how they feel about shit versus being logical and thinking like a man. That's what I mean by being soft. I mean, I don't mean like because they got some things that'll just crash out. You know what I'm saying? But
well, that's what I said. Defy soft.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Most people, most men will operate how they feel about shit versus operating from a logical perspective. So that's what I mean by soft. You don't think that
I'm gonna let y'all get in because I gotta finish this payroll, but I just was listening. The reason why I don't consider them outliers because look at the what's up, Freezy? Because look
What's
at the
going on, bro?
conduct on the panels with men who have male leadership. The emotional responses that we get up here disproves it. You can't tell who has a father and who doesn't when these have these conversations. For the most part, there's outliers, right? And so I don't see an overwhelming amount of stoicism from us. So then when we discount the kids and say they're raised by single mothers, if we know the facts, and then those of us that were not, and you can't tell the difference, I don't know if we can implicate the women. And when we do, we lessen our level of accountability, which is going to continue to be an issue.
What you're saying would lend to my argument, and the reason why I say that is because you said that we don't exhibit that level of stoicism, and so that level of stoicism would be implemented by your father, the presence of your father. So because we don't have the ability to have that level of stoicism, and we go into these diatribes and arguing, and not,
You responding to me? You think?
Yeah, but I'm lending what you said lends to my.
Did you hear what I said in totality? Or
I might have missed it. My bad. You got to run it back to me one more time.
Yeah, what I'm saying is we can't tell the difference, right? So when we're up here overwhelmingly on our panels, the amount of emotion, the fact that I have to quiet down the men's panels more, regardless of who have a father or not, doesn't lend itself to blaming the women for our modus operandi.
And I that was my argument. I'm saying that.
Sorry, I'm not being facetious. I'm saying the men that have fathers and the men that do not, we cannot discern.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So the reason why I'm saying it, I don't know if it lends to the argument, is because the all of us are implicated, regardless if a father's in the home.
Agreed. But
Go ahead,
do you think that there are more fatherless men that come on the panel, or more men with fathers that come on the panel?
I guess just to be speculative, I would say not having fathers.
Right. Okay. So that lends to.
Oh, I have a father.
I know you do, but that lends to my argument about the lack. That lends to the argument that I'm saying when you say that there's a lack of stoicism. Why? Because predominantly most of the men that's on this panel that you have to calm down come from single mother homes. That's what I'm saying.
No, yes, okay. So I understand. I understand your argument. I'm saying that we can't tell the difference. So I'm just speculating.
You can't use that as a reason.
Yeah, because and I'm being fair to my speculation in terms of what we know for the numbers to be. I'm just saying that we cannot tell the difference, right? And then what your father does instill in you is also don't take no shit, right? That's what your father gives you. Your father gives you less emotion. You don't tap in, so you hold things in, and you're more likely to hurt some shit, right? Because we have to. When you have a father that say, "Get up, that shit don't hurt, stop crying," oftentimes we get to remedies quick, but there's a lot of residual effect that comes with that.
What would you say, Hamp, would be the proper representation of stoicism on a platform that's designed to share thought and perspective?
Me.
Okay.
And I'm not even trolling. I'm just being
your platform.
No. But if you and I'm being dead serious. Like
no, that's why we love you, Hamp, for sure.
Yeah, unless I'm obviously, when I'm talking shit, I'm saying I'm windmilling, right? But when we're actually having a conversation, even when people are coming at me, I stay pretty even, right? So I'm just using myself. I'm not just in terms because you guys know me enough and you have enough information to vet if what I'm saying is accurate. You see what I'm saying? Like, true, I could use you too. It's just that they don't know you as well. You see what I'm saying? So,
can I ask a panel a question?
Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
Without knowing him, would y'all think that he had a father in his home just by the way he conduct himself?
That's a good question. That's a good question to prove your point.
I would think so.
What about you, EDB? My bad. Go ahead, True.
That is a good question.
Yeah,
what you think?
Good question. He's trying to win this argument. He might.
I'm asking EBD. What you think?
Also, I'm gonna 51% say yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He did. He was there. Like
Smooth.
Like in all throughout his life or some of his life, he was there.
Jay Smooth, what you think?
Yeah, I mean, I know how men that's raised around other men look. It's all over them. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Pigskin too, baby.
Well, yeah, that too. Kept that in hand. Yeah.
What about you, DJ Strada?
I think it's in the genetics. you could tell by the way he speaks, how he carries himself, that he got that from his father. A lot of his mannerisms. I will almost guarantee his father is probably a multiplier just like him, though. You feel me? Like it's on him.
Hey, Conte, what you think, bro?
I would say from the initial onset, how he was as a father and how I seen him, I thought maybe he came from a single mom, because most of the people who, you know, come from that single mom and end up fathers want to be in their child's lives as thorough as possible. But at the same time, that's the family structure that's supposed to be about. So he's got taught from someone how to do that. So then it would lend to be like, okay. But I would have leaned more so in the initial onset when I start watching. I thought it was single mom up till, you know what I mean? And the way he handles with women panels is crazy enough. So that patience, he got to be around a man.
Hey, Freeze, I know you just came up here. What you think? You think just based off of just knowing him, you know what I'm saying, without knowing who he is, does he come off as a man that has a father in the home?
Yeah, I get the notion. He does come off as a guy that had a father in the home, but me knowing his background, I would attest a lot of that to his faith and his belief. I believe that him being an Israelite implements a lot of discipline and wisdom in the way he handles people in general. Yeah, I mean, it did a lot for me too, you know. But I don't. When I found out he was an Israelite, that's when I started shaking my head. Like, okay, I can see how he's a little different than some of these other guys that handle panel. And I don't think people give him a lot of credit. And you know, as far as being, people shrug over that Israelite moniker, right? But it's very important. People always giving him credit for how he handles panels and how stoic he is and how patient he is. He does a lot of reading of scripture, man. It's a lot of wisdom that is entailed with reading the Bible and understanding the truth, you know. But I do understand the notion of having a father that's going to instill wisdom in you. But we must know, you know, just because you got a father in the home doesn't mean that you know, you was raised correctly, or that father in the home implemented the correct rearing that you needed in your life. I had a father in my home, and he was full of shit. My father wasn't shit, and he was in the home. You know what I'm saying? So it's just different ways of looking at it. But I'll get what you're saying though, August, though.
No, yeah. I think what you're saying, Freeze. I think that, you know, his faith lends to that 100%.
No, you illustrating your point, August. No, you illustrating your point with that question, 100%. Go ahead, finish. My bad.
No, I was just saying that I think that the foundation of who he is and him just even seeking out the faith and just the way the decisions that he make, I think that all of that foundation, even if his father wasn't shit, just being able to, you know, taking his essence through osmosis is going to lend to him being more masculine. So I think that, you know, what you said, Freeze, I think it lends to it, but I think the foundation of it from him having his father all his life makes a huge difference than what happens in most Black American families.
Let's quickly expound. I got you, Sean. I just want to add this in and we can converse about it, but you can definitely say what you're going to say. I think what Freezy just brought in, and Freezy obviously got to get his 2 cents. He was commenting on the question, right? The standard, right, of extreme faith, and I'll use extreme intentionally, right, I think is the key that can combat this. The moms are the reason and the problem. Men, Black men specifically, I'm not talking about anybody else right now, right? Even though they could probably use the same thing. We don't have any prescriptions that don't waver. So if you don't have a standard for yourself and you expect the standard from women, how? When they see you holding yourself accountable, there's less room for them to make excuses. You know, because you can't. Like the kids when you coaching them. Well, coach, you did instantly when they say, well, coach, you did it. Now you got to fight the fact that you did it. You know, so I'm just thinking if we standardize ourselves, regardless of the circumstance in which we come from, there'll be less room for wiggling out of the accountability and shit like that.
I could definitely agree with that, but it's almost like that argument of what came first, the chicken or the egg. And so what we're dealing with is we're dealing with the
I'm gonna answer the men.
No, but I'm saying that what we're dealing with right now, as far as men is concerned, we're dealing with men that came from single mother homes. Now, decisions that because of the decisions of their father and their mother.
The men, right? No. You said it first, right? The men lost their the men lost their way.
I would have to 100% back Hamp, bro. It's been 100%.
And then August. So let me finish that. So just so you have all the information, so you can rebut, and then let's get Strada and Freezy. Right? The men lost their way. Are there catalysts? Are the things that pushed us 100%? But we conceded to a lot of things. The men lost the structure. You know what I'm saying? So that's the what I would say. Go ahead, August. My bad.
Yeah, you can't argue that. I'm not gonna argue that. The men, ultimately, because we are the leaders of our community, lost their way ultimately. But what I'm saying is that what we're realizing right now in this time, we are dealing with men who come from single parent homes, single mother homes, despite what the catalyst for it to be that way is. We're dealing with that. And so while we're dealing with that right now, we have to understand that in the future, these men are going to make better decisions for their family, for their tribe, and in turn raise their children the way that it needs to be, so that we can have a better crop of men in the next generation that comes up. That's what I'm just saying. But I agree with you.
Yeah, and we're dealing with a product of confusion, right? And to get back to the root, you have to go back to the men. And here's the other thing. In Strada, I apologize, I'm usually not this long with it. I've been hanging around EBD. It's men standing in the way, right? So you got men that'll say, "No, she could take her clothes off. She don't have to be modest. She could did it." We enforce the rules for the women to be however they are if we disagree with how they are, right? Like I teach my daughters a lot of stuff that you could argue would make them more masculine, right? I'll defend them with my last breath, right? Which could also enable them. You know what I mean? So it's still men that you have to deal with. You feel me? Yeah. What you think, Strada? Or not on that, but whatever you was gonna say.
Oh yeah. To his original point, when he was asking about emotion and logic, and he had compared it to masculine and feminine, I think that I get the premise of what you were saying, August, but I do think we got to step away from that a little bit, because men we do exhibit emotion, and I think that stoicism sometimes keeps us from being honest with how we process shit. I don't know if it has a lot to do with your being single mother. I don't know, but I think speaking of stoicism, I think the better level of it is being a balanced man. It's about having the emotion, but knowing what to do with it. But I think that we can't keep equating logic and emotion to masculine and feminine. I think that being a balanced man, because again, let's keep it real. Stoicism don't work in every situation either. In the real world, that's being stoic shit. It works sometimes, but a lot of times, you got to find your voice, bro. And so I think that I don't think you would ever suffer from this, August, from just speaking to you, but I don't want men to crutch on stoicism to pass as being passive. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
and I know you understand that, but like for the people watching, I don't want them to keep hearing stoic logic and emotion when it comes to men, and not think that you got to find a way to balance that shit. But just know they both won't exist. Does that make sense?
I agree with you. I agree with you, DJ. You came in later on when we started this panel, and I had stated that specifically, so we talking to our community, we don't have a depiction of what masculinity really looks like. We have one frame of it, and our community hyper focuses on what you just stated. Masculinity has to lend to the temperament of the man, because some men are more verbal, some aren't. Some men are more articulate, some aren't. Whichever. And I think that we have room now, especially in the modern time, to explore what that may be like for you and for you and for you. But what has happened is that it continues to be narrowed down in one way. If you're silent, you're strong, the strong silent type or whatever. But like you just stated, strength also can come from you exerting yourself, verbalizing your thought, verbalizing your disdain, your emotion, whatever it may be. And I think we need to just develop as a people.
Right. Because if you're strong and silent, then you may be considered boring, right? You know what I mean?
I was going to say that I think masculinity is being able to determine when it's time to exhibit and exert that, and then when it's not time to exhibit and exert that. I don't think that, and like Strada was trying to say a little earlier, we can't just lean all the way on stoicism. There is some time where it's time to really bring that shit there. but you gotta always be ready as well, though. That's the other side of it. But I agree.
Well, you got to understand, man. Not everybody is stoic. Stoic is probably a small percentage of people, and I don't think it's something that you can teach. I don't think it's something that you say, well, okay, I'm gonna try to be. People who are stoic are born stoic. People who are naturally quiet, don't talk a lot, they're just like that. You know, I'm a person. Sometimes I like to talk, but I can't make myself I'm just a quiet person. So it's not necessarily a skill to be stoic. It's just something that you're born with. I do think that the mother and father do play a dynamic on how you react to people, how you react to situations, how you react to the world. And like I say, it's no knock to women. I believe in allowing women to be women. They are built with emotions. They are built with how they feel, and they express that like that. I think it's more so dangerous for a man to be emotional because we have the physical stature and things like that. And I think if you mix our physical capabilities with being emotional, that's going to get somebody hurt. You know, so I equate that to a gay man. You know, a gay man, he's a man physically, but he have the emotions and the dramatics of a woman. You know what I'm saying? I know some people, I don't know in person, but I know punks that'll whoop your ass. You know what I'm saying? Because they got that fire of a woman, but the physicality of a man. So I think it's necessary for us as men with that physicality to be able to balance that, like the gentleman said, DJ Strada, you know what I'm saying, to be able to have that balance to know when and when not to use it. I think the men that I look up to are men who knows how to use this, and I keep reiterating that. I think one of my favorite scenes in the movie is when Belly, when DMX came in to shoot the brother of Islam, and the brother just sit there like, you know, he wasn't worried about him having a gun or whatever. He preached to this joker. He taught, you know, he talked to this guy in all calmness. And I think that was able to move more mountains than a man that expressed himself with emotions and fighting fire with fire. You know, I've gotten myself out of a lot of situations, not because I was scared, but understanding who I'm dealing with and also understanding who I am and knowing that this person can't beat me intellectually. He can't beat me. I'm 3 steps ahead of him already. So I think the purpose, even when you go to religion and scripture, I think our purpose is not to react. I think our purpose is to try to bring situations down and then to teach. And then when we get to that point, I think we'll be a better people. You know what I mean?
Hey, Jay, the only thing I will push back on is the stoicism thing. I think you learned stoicism from your father. So if your father, and that's just like, and it, you know, lends to the idea of the lost art of the father putting impressions on their sons. You can learn stoicism from your father. You could watch how your father handles situations in conflict and how calm he was about it, and then be able to pick that up and absorb that through osmosis and take that into the world. So I think that just lends to the idea of that we don't really know what stoicism is. It's a lost art to us because of the lack of father, you know, present in the home.
I mean, if we understand what being stoic is, you ever see that guy that seems like nothing?
Hey, Jay Smooth, read this.
Sorry.
Hold on,
well,
read
this is the love.
This one.
All right. Oh, that's you had that one up already. A fool lives into contention, and his mouth calleth for strokes.
And say pause.
Pause. No Diddy, right? He that keepeth his mouth keepeth his life, but he that openeth wide his lips shall have destruction.
Yeah, ain't nothing passive about it.
Right. I get it.
Go ahead.
I would like to greet the panel. Hello, everyone. I hope all is well.
Freezy go?
Hey, sorry, Big Aaron. I'm gonna head out Hamp too.
Nah,
Shout out to the
ain't
panel, everybody, man. Shout out to the channel.
Oh,
Sorry, Big Aaron. Yeah, man.
Be
Shout out to
safe,
y'all,
you
man.
heard?
Yeah. I keep in touch.
The I just want to make sure because Aaron been back and forth and back trying to get in. I just want to make sure Freezy, because I just gotta step away for a second. So let Aaron and Freezy get in there some way.
I'm gonna be out, fam. Appreciate y'all.
Hey, be safe, bro.
Bless, August.
Keep grinding.
Salute, August. No, I was just gonna say, just listening to this panel, I believe most of y'all. I believe like when y'all say the way y'all would handle things outside of YouTube, I believe this group of guys. I don't have no reason to believe you wouldn't. But for the most part, when watching YouTube, a lot of these guys, man, they get reckless on YouTube. And the contradiction is most of them would act the way y'all saying you would act outside of YouTube. But I get confused the way a lot of these guys talk on these panels because they get reckless. And so that's where the confusion come in at. See, me, the way I grew up in my environment, respect was very important because, for one, it keep you out of trouble, and it could keep you from being harmed, and it could keep like you from having as less enemies as possible. Like I don't want no enemies. I don't want no enemies. That's why I try to respect everybody. And anybody know Freezy, I don't be trying to have gotcha moments on panels and all that kind of stuff. You know, I ain't really worried about winning arguments and all that kind of stuff. I just be wanting like some edification, you know what I'm saying? But there's guys, I'm talking about guys that got money. That say they got money in these spaces. One was here earlier that say if a woman got greasy with him, he would dog walk the woman. But two dudes fighting ain't worth it. See, that's a contradiction. How in the hell you a dog walk a woman if she got slick with you in real life? But if a dude get greasy with you, now you want to have some fucking sense.
That's a nigga picking his battle.
See, when guys talk like that shit be fugazi to me. It be fugazi to me. You ain't consistent. All this shit be, see what I learned a lot in the past couple of months. All of this shit be about optics, dog. This shit be about how you make that shit look on YouTube. The nigga with the best talk game, they win on YouTube. They win. But I respect y'all for saying that. I respect y'all for saying, you know, you're gonna try to, you know, exemplify a level of stoicism like Hamp gave the situation about McDonald's, right? When Hamp gave that situation about McDonald's and he said a nigga turn around and tell you to suck his dick, let's just say he skip you in line or something like that. And then you with your wife. I asked my wife when Hamp said, I say, if a dude skipped us and then I told him, hey man, you skipped us, and he said, man, suck my dick. What would you, if I told you to just, if I just didn't say nothing to the guy and walked to the car, how would you look at me? She said, I actually would be proud of you, babe. You know, that's what she said. But the man in me, right? The man in me, I'm gonna have to get some straightening. You know why? Because I might see this man somewhere else and he gonna look at me like, that nigga ain't gonna do shit. And he might feel like, you know, he can disrespect me everywhere he see me. Now, I'm not saying I might take it to a level of where this dude might lose his life, but I got to have a level of confirmation and firmness with this guy, bro. And God's still working on me. You know what I'm saying? He's still working on me. I'm not saying I'm gonna handle the right way. I'm just saying that I'm trying to mature, and the Bible has helping me mature, right? I got my best friend doing 27 years in prison. I don't want to be there. I don't want to go to prison. I'm not no tough guy. I don't want to go to prison, right? The point I'm trying to make is I understand what you guys are saying. I understand what you're saying, but I'm just caught in between this guy saying this to me, and then if I see him somewhere else, he's gonna feel the liberty he might feel the liberty to violate me again in front of my wife. So how did I grow up neutralizing that? How did I grow up handling a situation like that? I grew up neutralizing it right then. So from now on, guess what? When that guy see Freezy, he know not to disrespect me like that again. And it ain't that I'm a tough guy. That's just the environment that I grew up in. You know what I'm saying? Like when you talk to me, talk to them other guys like that. But from now on, when you see me, don't address me like that. Sometimes you got to teach people how to treat you. You got to teach them how to treat you sometimes. But it's hard to do that on YouTube. And I'm realizing that you can't teach nobody how to treat you on YouTube. You can forget about that shit.
Do you live in a small?
What's
do you live in a
good,
small area?
fellas?
I just
Whoa, wait a
curious.
minute. Go ahead, Freezer. You.
No, I'm done.
Yeah. So about the stoicism thing, what I'm seeing is people I don't think really understand what stoicism is. Stoicism is not at all passive. It's very active. I mean, it reads as passive, but it is not, and it is absolutely a sign of strength. What it is a sign of control and self-mastery. If you can master oneself and the way one sees you, then you can master anything the world gives you. Stoicism is also very dangerous because it prevents anyone, including your opponent, from being able to read you, and it creates a blank canvas onto which you can paint whatever you need your enemy to see, which means you have him beat because you change his perception of you. You're now controlling his mind simply by controlling yours. One thing I try to do in my life is master stoicism because I understand these principles. I also understand that people have no idea what they're going to do until they're forced to do it. And all of these, this is what I would do situations, I would submit 90% of them are bullshit. Because Hamp always says everyone has a plan until they get bopped in the feet. Okay? Now, I will say this. It would surprise you how much restraint I would practice in the face of some of these circumstances. You know, if a guy tells me to, suck on his Roscoe, you'd be surprised to know just how much restraint I would practice. But here's why. I know what fighting is. Fighting is combat in the hand-to-hand. The purpose of combat is to absolutely conquer or kill. So when I'm not a good fighter because there's no rules to fighting to me. It's, you never kick a man in the nuts. Let me tell you something about when I've engaged in a fight with a man. Let me tell you about his nuts, right? They can come off. But I also have experienced that I've seen the worst that men can do, and I'm going to avoid that shit at all costs. And when I say the worst, I mean I've seen a man tied to a telephone pole, have a tractor-trailer truck set around his neck, doused in gasoline, and set on fire. I've seen a person's head turned into a canoe as a result of being impacted by a 50 caliber, fully metal jacketed round. Do you know how I saw that? Through a unique perspective, the scope of a rifle. So I hear what people are saying, but it seems like it's just different ways to justify how to respond emotionally. But if you can't absolutely identify a risk, a benefit, and a cost, you're responding emotionally. Once you've identified a risk, a cost, and a benefit, then you do your calculation, and that tells you exactly how to move. And this is what keeps principle in check, because principles come in multiples. You can have more than one, and that means they can fall into conflict because they're prioritized. And if your number one principle is to be there to defend your family, then you wouldn't do anything else, including let another principle compromise your ability to maintain your number one principle. And that means, even if it means walking out of a store and letting your perceived honor of your wife being put in compromise, it's because you're upholding your number one principle, and that's to not disappear, so that when people actually exact some violence upon her, you can actually be there to protect her. People use words, that's fine. When you get close enough and your words become egregious enough, then they can be interpreted as violence. And when that's the case, when you've exacted violence on me and my family, a fight ensues. Let me tell you where fights end: when bodies stop moving. And I don't know if any of you have taken a life I have. There's nothing more that keeps you up at night than having taken a life. Even the problem that they say cowards have, dying 1,000 deaths. Causing a death is death. It's not something you want to live with. And it's something that it's the only option I have when it's time to fight, is to kill. That's the purpose. Because I can't afford to have you doing this.
You took a life before Aaron?
12 confirmed with a wife. 3 unconfirmed.
Yeah,
That had turned into a canoe was a 12-year-old.
You were in the military. Aaron?
Yeah, I was an operator with the United States Marine Corps.
Oh, okay.
Well, appreciate your service, sir.
Absolutely.
And I definitely subscribe to what you're saying. I wanted to ask Freezy, but not to make it about Freezy. In the perception, and I spoke to DJ Estrada about this, saying that it seems socially engineered, the motivated thought behind seeing and being met with disrespect by a stranger, and then now calculating or at least formulating, well, if I see him again, this is why I need to assert myself this way. I grew up in a very, very dense population. There's millions of people where I grew up. So my logic is the likeliness that I'm gonna see this individual again is very, very small. But what I hear is like we're responding in a way because I need to let them know that when they see me again out here, this is what it is. That makes sense in a controlled environment, a school, employment, something along them lines. But when you're just out in just population, I don't see that to make a lot of sense. So could someone explain that to me?
Well, can you answer? I think a more important question is asked why. Why does this person need to know that?
I think
what more than satisfying your ego? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. I think that to pick up on Freezy's point as to how it's confusing how the internet can be so different in real life, it's because as we sitting on these panels, even right now, there's still a protection of a glass and a phone on my face. Meaning we're having conversations, we're listening to understand, but you all know that in person, in real life, those fighting cues, they're picked up on. You can sense when someone tense up. Like something that you can dismiss me saying, because we're in these little small boxes. If I'm in your face and I'm looking at you the same way, it's gonna hit different, I promise. And I think that there's been too much box talking to Freezy's point. And I'm not pointing it to any one person or none of that. I'm just saying that this is a space that you can get real comfortable and being something you're not, or representing something that you wouldn't stand on in a face-to-face situation. So I think that, to speak to your point, Freezy, that's why it's so easy for it to happen, because the nuances aren't there. Meaning, I can disagree with Aaron's point, but I guarantee you, if he'd have said that in my face, I got 12 confirmed. Like there's nuances to being face-to-face with somebody that you can't really read through a screen. I take him at his word because I don't know him to be a liar, right? But to Freezy's point, the nuances are missed through these little small screens, bro. And unfortunately, you got people that know how to take advantage of that. They'll monetize it. You got people that know that there's a safety, because once I hit the leave button on this joint, I might not never see you again. To Truth's point.
Not just that. I'm gonna answer true answer a question, but not to discount what Aaron said. But Aaron, it is a little different being a civilian and you taking somebody's life. See, it was legal in the see, this one I be talking. I got military friends. In the military, it's legal to pick off a bitch. As a civilian, you face prison time.
You missed it.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Your impulse to kill in the military is different from you out here. Because listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. You got to go to court. You're gonna catch a case. You got to deal with the law. You might be judged by 12. You understand what I'm saying? It's a difference. People think different when they're out here in civilization. You're gonna think different than you are in the military.
Freezy, you're right, but I think the part that he highlighted that stands out most to me is the effect it has on the person.
The impact it has on your psyche, Freezy. The impact it has on your psyche has nothing to do with the court of law.
Consequences.
I get what you're saying. What I'm telling you is that the act, the willing to do it, is different in civilization. It's going to have in civilization, it's going to have an impact on your psyche, and you're going to be stressing going to prison too. You know what I'm saying? It's a difference. Like, see,
Freezy, did you hear when he said there was a kid?
He did.
See the absence of choice. See, here you can make it. You can make an observation and a choice. He's absent of all that, and you still have to do the thing.
Right.
No. Listen, I heard everything what Aaron said. I think y'all missing my point. I'm not discounting what Aaron went through, And I don't want you to think I'm discounting what
No. It just you're addressing. I think the key takeaways what you're citing are different from what he maybe wanted us to take away.
I'm not even addressing what Aaron. I'm trying to implement or add. Because Aaron was talking about military life. That's why I asked him, did you take a life? He said, yeah. And then I think Jay Smooth said you was in the military. And Aaron said, yeah, I was in the military. We're talking about civilian life. We're talking about having families out here at McDonald's. That's what we're talking about, right? That's what we're talking about. That's to me, it's a little different out here. I'm not discounting your experience with what you went through, Aaron. I don't want that to come across like that. What I'm saying is, in civility, in this society, it makes a difference on how you would react towards a hostile situation when you got the law on your ass and you might face a judgment of 12. You understand what I'm saying? So just to answer True's question, he asked me what would be the sentiment in me actually addressing that situation the way I said I would if the dude said that, right? And you saying because you was asking me about why did I say why would I address it, because I might see this dude somewhere else, right? Well, here's the thing with me. I believe in the collective, right? I love you, True. I love Aaron. I love Jay Smooth. I love DJ Strata. I love Soldier. I love Kai. I love DJ Hamp. With me, I don't want him to address nobody else like that. You understand what I'm saying? See, I operate as a collective, but and I want everybody else. I feel like if black men operated like that in society, in their communities, that's our way of policing our own communities. Chinese people got their own police, bro. They ain't got to worry about the law. They got their own police in Chinatown. Did y'all know that?
Yeah, you're right. That's a whole nother rabbit hole.
They got in trouble for that shit, but they had it.
Right.
That's a whole nother rabbit hole, but you're right.
The reason why they had it is because they operated as a collective.
Right.
That's why. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that you wrong, True. That's just my mindset. I don't want this dude to address another one of my brothers like that. I ain't saying I might get physical with this dude. I'm just saying I'm not finna just be walking off and tuck my goddamn tail. No, I'm gonna let this dude know you skipped me and you telling me to suck your damn dick. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. Don't do that, bro. And I'm gonna try to talk some reason into this guy. And if he don't see it that way, God willing, man. Lord willing.
I can support that, Freezy. I appreciate you expounding upon that, because there's a dual purpose for these panels, is that there's more than just us up here. There's people that is listening. So you explaining that, brother, I appreciate that, because that's really what I was trying to grapple with. Like, wait a minute, you gotta look at things from a broad vantage point. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. You're protecting the overall image. And maybe even how we deal with each other as a people. I
just feel like black people need to start operating like that in general. We don't became so many individualists and shit like that, to each his own. It's just
Crazy. Can I make a suggestion? Don't leave what you're saying up for speculation, because I can see how it would be mistaken that you were saying that you would end the situation with some sort of violence, when in actuality you would have led into edifying the man and trying to correct the situation using the mind, which is where stoicism enters the fray. You explain your intentions with a little bit more purpose and detail. Hey man, I would have made corrections with this guy by having a conversation with him. But the conversation has really been only a duality, so the assumption would only be you're coming down on one side or the other. And it's like, well, I'm either not going to tuck tail and walk away, or I'm going to kick his ass. But you opt for a third option. You know what I mean? It's just the clarity that I'm saying that I think is.
Oh yeah. I appreciate that. And maybe I didn't clarify myself in the beginning. I never really meant that because when I first actually talked about it, I said it ain't like I'm finna take the dude life. I don't know if nobody heard me say that.
I heard you.
But I said
I
it
heard
ain't
you.
like I'm finna take the dude life or nothing like that. It ain't because I get what y'all saying. I don't want y'all to think I'm this fucking a Neanderthal or something. I am, I got a brain too. I got a family too, but I just want black men to like operate as a collective and have pride about themselves and make other men understand, bro.
Yeah, I agree with you, Freezy, in a lot of ways, man. As far as as a man, that's a constant battle we gotta face every day, especially as black men. The way we handle shit, our character, everything is on the line every day, and I don't think it's necessarily of how you gonna come at the dude once he disrespects you. I think that once you approach him on how about him disrespecting you, okay, now where's this gonna go after that? Now where's he gonna take it? Now I'd approach him on some respect. Hey man, you can't skip line or whatever. Now where's he gonna take it? And I think we just have to consider the end goal, man. And especially if I got my kids around me, my alert level go up a little higher, man. My wife or whatever, but I got to think 3 steps ahead of even the dude that said what he said to me. And I think that's what it's all about. We got an ego thing, we got a pride thing, and we got this I don't want to be chump thing. You know what I'm saying? Because like you say, you might have to see that guy again, but at the end of the day, man, it's about how high you willing to go with this guy.
But Jay, if you was my homeboy, here's the respect level. If you would handle it like that, Jay, I'm not gonna pick at you. I'm not gonna talk down on you. You feel what I'm saying? That's just the way Freezy gonna handle it. That's how we need to start handling each other on these panels too. Everybody ain't gonna see stuff the same.
Right.
Everybody gonna see.
I'm not gonna lie to you and say that because we don't know what's gonna happen when you're in a certain situation, man. I might be having a bad day that fucking day. You know what I'm saying? Some shit that happened to work, some shit that happened at home. You just never know. I just try to do more things of thinking things through, and I try to pause myself to analyze shit, kind of like before it happened, man. That's just because I know I got a lot to lose, man, and I don't want that person. I know 1 second decision because a lot of people don't know shit. I'm in the law enforcement field, so I know how 1 second of your decision can change your life, man. I see it every day with what I do. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of Aaron, I was in the military too. I was in the infantry. You get what I'm saying? So I ain't just thinking this shit, man. I'd have seen some stuff. I had a homeboy that got knocked out 1 punch, changed his life forever. If he's still here, to be honest with you.
Can I say something?
I've seen this stuff, man.
I don't want to discredit people's experiences, but I think as men moving forward, it's okay to be proactive because I was always taught if you don't set your line in the sand, you allow the other to do it for you. And so sometimes the stoicism that we speaking of, you trying to do this, or have somebody literally taking more ground than you're willing to give. So to me, I think that respect should always start it, but I like to set my boundaries respectfully.
Right.
And then when you cross it, that's another conversation. But I do think that
with
the type of people we talking about, I think that being a little bit more assertive than stoic can be a little more preventative. Just in my book. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's just how I look at shit. Like, I don't know.
What do you understand stoicism to be?
Say it again.
What do you understand stoicism to be? Because it sounds like you don't. I don't know if what you're saying is really congruent with the definition of stoicism.
I don't think it's to be taught. I don't think it's to be taught. I think it's a personality trait that you're born with. And we keep talking about stoicism. I don't think it's something you learn.
What's define it though? What is it? What do you think it is?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead, DJ.
I think the conversation I'm trying to have progresses it past stoicism because, like we're saying, we're speaking to an audience that has different archetypes. So not everyone can master stoicism. Even with all your experience, Aaron, you said that you're still in the process of mastering it. But once you mastered it, you got there. So I'm speaking to or that you have it. But
you can't master it.
Most men don't have stoicism.
All right. So stoicism, there's no finish line with stoicism, right? So what I said was, I've made it my life's pursuit to master it, right? To always it's like enlightenment or being knowledgeable. There's no end to it. It's infinite. It's something that you pursue until you die, right? But stoicism also is simply the ability to endure without showing any expression of what you're. It's just controlling the way the world sees what you're enduring. That's it. It doesn't say anything about yielding or giving ground. It's just presenting something that may defy what's actually happening to you. And if you can do that, keep a clear canvas, then you can paint on that canvas whatever you want using strategy to deceive your opponent. So it's not about giving ground. It actually can be used to take a hell of a lot of ground that the guy didn't even know was taken from him. Because you're taking his eyes from him. You're taking his ability to perceive and read you. He doesn't know where your soft spots are. He doesn't know what hurts because you're not showing him pain every time he strikes you. That's what stoicism is.
Yeah, and I thought that, Aaron, I didn't know it verbatim, but my understanding was, I'll give an example, like let's just say everything is moving fast around you. Stoicism to me is that person that, even though everything is moving fast, to you it's moving slow. It's moving fast to everybody else, but because you have control of it and not it control of you. That's why I say that I don't think it's something to be taught. Like August was saying, I don't think it's something your father could teach. I think your father could teach you, I guess, how to be logical in situations, how to analyze things like that. I think stoicism is something that you're born with, that you just know who you are within. Like it's nothing controls you. You control the situation around you, and you're usually more steps ahead of that situation than it is of you. Well, from my understanding.
Yeah, stoicism can't be taught, but it can be learned. So, and the way my dad taught me was simple. And it's not that he taught me; he set me up to learn it. Stoicism is just a decision, and then you then have to submerge yourself in trying experiences so that you can practice and hone the skill of stoicism. It's like when you lift weights and then calluses are developed on your palm. That's what stoicism is like. But you can't do it without doing a lot of work. It just requires training. Real life teaches you stoicism by forcing you to practice it. But someone has to make you aware of what it is and get you to understand the benefits of practicing it. And that's when you make the decision to pursue it. So it's not born in you and it's not taught. It's just something you have to learn.
Fair. That's fair.
And you're right. The mastery does give you control over your surroundings after you begin to master, or you in the pursuit of self-mastery, you then master the environment around you. You're right about that.
Can I ask y'all a question? Hey, what's up, everybody? I know you're gonna say I was rude. What's up, everybody?
Yeah,
what's up, cool nerd?
Raised by
wolves. What's good? All right, huh?
You raised by wolves or something?
I said, what up, everybody? Hey.
Barely. You didn't mean it. Cool nerd. How did everybody say they were doing? You remember?
Say that again.
Go ahead.
All right, so if everybody, let me just ask you a quick question. This is on stoicism, actually, along the topic of stoicism, and then I want to touch on one more point that Aaron made too. If somebody knows your buttons, your enemy knows how to get you riled up, how to get you out of character. Who's in the and every time they could just say a word and that gets you out of character. That gets you to react a certain way. Who's in control, you or that person? You automatically react to it.
Before we answer your question, what is it? What are you asking? Is it out of control or out of character?
Out of character, right? So I know, or not even out of character. Maybe that is within your character. I know if I say, suck my dick, you're going to automatically punch me in the face. I know that. Or you're going to attempt to, right? And I know that, right?
But here's what I'm saying. In character, though.
Yeah, let's say that's within your character, right? Cool.
Okay.
They know that whenever they say that, that's going to be your reaction, right? Who's in control, them or you?
The person getting the shit punched out of them is in control, you think?
You might not. Well, you could attempt to. But you know you're gonna start. But you just know that's your reaction is gonna be.
Your response don't guarantee an outcome. Yeah.
But the thing is, this person's default, based on the premise, is he also in the space that you are? Like, words shouldn't hurt. Fights don't mean anything. You shouldn't respond in such a way. Is that his modus operandi?
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's say he knows. Let's say he knows. But he wants. Sure, you can punch the shit out of him, but he knows that if you punch the shit out of him, X, Y, and Z is gonna happen.
I know too. Here's the thing. People aren't operating ignorance. We understand the repercussions.
Okay. So, but he's in control because he knows you're in a less than ideal situation. I can make you get put you in a worse situation.
Look, can we frame it correctly? Because let's keep it real here. If somebody can pop off the SMD or get out of their body in public, whether you with or without someone, I think we're giving them too much credence of intelligence because they've already given up ground emotionally by responding that way. So to assume that just because they do that, they have control, I think that's a little bit of a fallacy. Because if you're already out your body over a reaction, an environmental reaction, I already got the ups on you because you're emotional. So I think that trying to frame it as responding to the disrespect is at a disadvantage. Yeah. I don't know if that equates in real life.
Are they always emotional when they say that?
Suck my dick is emotional.
That way. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but suck my dick is emotional 100%. And here's the thing: I'm still stoic. Really. I'm still stoic in that. You ever said suck my dick to a nigga and it wasn't emotional about it? You just saying this shit?
Yeah, right. I said that before.
Yeah, but that's when it's up. Yeah, right. Come on.
Hey, nothing happened.
Don't come up here trolling me.
Wait, you don't think that's an attempt to get you off your he wants to get it lit?
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we start to telling ourselves based on our experiences. If you ever use a suck my dick in front of in a nigga face, you understand that is an emotional thing to say. Come on, let's not do this. Come on.
No, you're right, but is it from emotion or manipulate your emotion?
To be fair, it's from and it is used to invoke. So those two things are happening simultaneously if you tell another man suck my dick.
Right.
Oh, okay.
No. Seriously, I'm telling you that's how that happens. And so the thing is, the stoicism doesn't leave because I start throwing punches.
Right.
Okay. But now you do the punches, right?
You think I'm gonna be like Hulk Hogan? Is that what you think? I'm gonna rip my shirt off and telegraph what I'm about to do? Like,
no. You let's say you get your punches off, right? Mm-hmm. As you get your punches off, you're stopped by security, arrested, and you lose your job, or you lose your whatever thing. Certain X, Y, and Z. So you sue all because he called you all the shit because you said suck my dick. Was it worth it? What did you win? What did you win? What did you win?
Pardon, so.
What did you win?
I try to follow these hypotheticals, and it's like it's real. It's a real simulation up until a point to where we start going to the rabbit hole of consequences. And I don't know. Again, I don't know. Like, I'm still getting to learn you all as a family. You know what I'm saying? Like, seeing how people operate and where y'all from. But in most of these situations, that security, jail, arrested, that don't have. At least in my experience, I've never known it to be that. Not saying it can't be, but most times, like, at least the way, again, back to Trey's point, the way I was maybe socially cued and where I grew up, police was always an afterthought. They were there to clean up what happened after whatever happened. By the time you call the police, somebody already broke into your shit, already got punched in your face, woo woo. So in my mind, when some shit is really going down and I put a boundary there and crossing it, I'm not thinking about getting locked up. But I have to plenty of people set a boundary. So I don't know if my mind computes somebody invited me to your penis. Now my thought is, are you gonna lock me up? It's like, nah, bro, I need a 2 for 2. And I'm not saying that's the right way to be, but and again, I'm not trying to convince y'all that because I think that y'all thoughts are very logical and sound on a controlled panel in a calm environment. But when you put this shit in the real application, even when the restraint and the stoicism, the Hamp point is, I don't kill you. I don't beat you within an inch of your life. I know how to pull back, but enough to prove my point to you. To me, that's as about as stoic as I can get if somebody invite me to their penis, bro. Like, we got, you know what I'm saying? Like, something got to happen to you, bro. No diddy, but like, you want an altercation. I'm gonna give, you know what I'm saying? We gonna scrap. How it go is how it go. But the stoicism to me is, does that raise to the level of me preventing, you know what I'm saying, somebody from doing bodily harm to a loved one? That ain't, it's levels in between, but there's still like, I don't know, maybe. Really thinking about this shit real time, but I cannot wrap my mind around certain levels of disrespect going unchecked. I'm just not there, and I can own that. You know, I can own that shortcoming though.
So this is my thing, right? I've seen plenty of people. Ruin their lives working in the club. I've seen plenty of people ruin their lives over stupid shit, over something somebody said. And what I mean by that is, I've seen people beat somebody up, get arrested right there on the spot because the police right there.
Aaron.
And what the fuck happened? I know that would ruin my life.
Not big Aaron. AL. Does the phrase "preaching to the choir" mean anything to you?
Obviously, I'm not preaching to the choir if I just counteracted what he just said.
No, you're saying things that we understand could be consequences, right? You're saying them over and over. We know that we live in this earth also.
Right, but I'm asking you, is it worth it? Why is that worth it?
But Hamp, that's why I was saying I wasn't
like cost benefit. It's not. You're not. What are you gaining? What are you winning from that?
This why I was saying I wasn't really speaking towards what Big Aaron was saying earlier, as far as what he had to do in the military, right? I was just pointing out the discrepancies between the mentality people have in this society outside of the military. See how cool nerd Aaron is thinking about. He's already thinking about the law. Like nigga tell him to suck his dick, he thinking about the law.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? He thinking about.
I'm thinking about cost benefit.
I understand. I understand that. Well, real quick.
I'm thinking about cost benefit.
I understand what you were citing. I was just pointing out what Aaron was saying was what taking a life will do to you. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so that is slightly separate, because regardless of if you take a person's life on the street, or in the military, the fact that you did that is going to have a psychological effect. And I think that effect is something you won't be able to shake regardless of consequences. Yeah, even if you pop somebody and get off.
Yeah. I ain't fucking with Aaron. You think I'm gonna fuck with Big Aaron? I ain't fucking with that nigga. But listen, you know what I'm saying? No.
But you understand I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying I think that was the biggest. Maybe that was my biggest takeaway. You know what I mean from it. And I also think that was what he was illustrating the most. Yeah.
I took that way too. But Lil Aaron. That sounds so funny. He kind of highlighted what I was saying as far as because I'm hearing a lot of guys talk about the law. They talk about the police. And I don't want to get arrested. You know what I'm saying? And they taking that into consideration. Right?
You're right.
And yeah. And so
I do too. So I said the principal conflict being here for my family versus not. I want to be here to protect my family, so I'm not going to do anything to jeopardize my ability to be here to protect my family. Leans really hard on that. So we agree 100%. I think the before conversation is what you're saying, the law. And then the impact it has on your psyche is the after conversation. What happens if you actually engage and take this thing to completion, what it does to you when you go to bed at night. I think they're just two ends of the same snake. But I 100% agree with you, and it's something that I consider all the time.
Right. And what? Go ahead, Hamp. I'm sorry.
Real quick, I'll be quick, Freezy. That's also what she said. So, man, I've been up here too long, man. So look, on Estrada's point, just an anecdotal example, right? I was what was I on? Probation. And then I got in a fight at the club. So then I got jumped outside. But I was doing okay in terms of getting jumped. I guess I was doing the best you can. Like I tackled one guy, they kicking me and all that shit. So I'm like, I'm gonna try to do him dirty. And I'm like, damn, I think somebody stabbed me. But I'm like, oh no, this is a taser. So I was getting tased in my back. I'm like, why y'all tase me? He's like, well, they ran off and you were still on top of the dude. I said, but why did y'all tase me though? And so I get tased, right? And then I'm like, yo, so I'm good. He like, now we got to take you to jail because we deployed the taser. So like that's the rule. Like they used it, So now I'm sitting there. Me and the dude I was on top of. Pause. This sounds crazy. We was in the same cell. I'm like, this how much y'all not even paying attention. You know what I'm saying? But the dude was drunk. He didn't even remember. So we just talking in the cell. I'm like, yo, like, so we go to court, right? We go to court. Now, mind you, how do y'all say it down south? Papers, right? That's the terminology. So we go to court. The judge is like, all right, man, tell me why you won't fight again. Do 20 hours of community service and we throw it out. I ain't do one. I got a paper written up for community service and I wrote a paragraph. And all I had to do was send it in. I ain't had to go back to court. But that's what I'm saying. But what Strada's saying is you guys got to understand. Don't get me. There are consequences. I'm not negating that. But the hyperbole in which you guys speak, right, without some of these anecdotal experiences, I'm just saying some, right, because that's just one. It's pure. What's the word? It's like conjecture. Like it's so far from what's actually happening when this shit happened.
Right. And see, Hamp, this is another thing.
But Hamp, but this is the thing you're missing, right? For example,
hold on, Aaron. You were saying
go ahead.
You were saying if security was there, right? Like, see, so you adding all of these entities into the story. If the police is there, right? I'm gonna go get the police. I'm gonna say, hey man, this man just hit me and my wife in line. Can you get this dude before I get him, please? You feel what I'm saying? Like,
ain't none of that. It ain't that. It's ain't none of this. You know what? To me, it's just none of it's that serious to me.
Yo, Deborah, hit the link.
None of this. Like none of the scenarios is like nothing about the scenario is that serious. But I gotta do all of that. Just walk away. It ain't that serious. It's all this is like extra work. This shit is all extra work.
Since we saying
and wait, hold up, and Hamp, and certain jobs, by the time I get home, even if it was overnight, by the time I get home, I don't got no job no more. So I'm not finna risk my whole career over that shit.
The reason why I spoke to being socially engineered, Strada, just to double down on it, since we speaking personal, I keep it quick. Years ago, I used to work in a private hospital with psychological, people who have some issues, and most of the demographic was Caucasian. We had this one guy came from the neighborhood, and we had this client, and this client was disturbed. He used to talk to himself a lot. Nobody messed with him. We had this one client who looked like us come in. And within the first 48 hours, every day, he was like, man, I got to shut him up while he running his mouth, so on and so forth. So he asserted this guy. This guy was actually a jiu-jitsu master. And he was disturbed, mind you. And he asserted him, was like, man, why you always talking to yourself? Why don't you shut up? Whatever. And then he put his hand on him, and the client responded lethally. Jumped off the floor, kicked him in the head, punched him in the sternum, and kept walking away. And what happened with that scenario was when they did the little, the report, it was like, well, why did you address this client in the manner? He was like, well, he was talking too loud or talking too much. But we were amongst 50, 60 other people. And my point is that a lot of times what we think is proper is because of what we bought into as our environment, how we've been socially engineered to believe, oh, this is a problem. Sometimes it's not. If someone is asserting you in a disrespectful manner using words like suck your dick, cool, you got a choice to make. You can assert it physically, you could ignore it, you can get the authorities, you can respond back with the same. And it's like, why is it just defaulted that it has to be aggression?
Let me ask you a question, True.
I just don't give a shit.
Is there ever a time where a man should hold court himself in public?
Good question.
Explain, because that term I've never heard before. So Freezy.
Oh, I thought Jay was trying to say something.
I know exactly what you're saying, and I think it is. I think we just have to understand that when you do that, the outcome is going to be what the outcome is going to be. Mr. True Table. My story is very relative to yours because I do work in law enforcement, but I work in law enforcement in a hospital. And I'm going to tell you right now, the stuff we see every day, all day, I think people really need to go to a hospital and just spend a day or a night and intern. And I ain't gonna lie to you, the stuff I see every day, everybody can't handle. And it does change my perspective on a lot of things. See, when a lot of times everybody else outside of the hospital, you only see things when it come to you. You only see an accident once every 3 months. You only see someone get shot once a year, whatever the case may be. I see it every night. And so I know that crime, people's lives being taken, us having to explain to the family that your loved one is deceased, that's an everyday thing for me. So it definitely changed my perspective on things. I know how one decision, and as honorable as it is for you to check that guy, and I get it, for you to check that guy to preserve your manhood, can end up with one of you, hopefully it not being you, coming across my job. And I'm having to explain to your family what an honorable act, but at the same time, your loved one is deceased. I've had people approach. I had times where I initiated a fight, and one day as I was older, I had someone approaching me on the football field as I was walking to my car, saying all types of shit under the sun. And when he got in my personal space, I turned around and I whooped his ass because he got close to me. Now it's self-defense. So I have to think things through, you know? So yeah, some things do warrant you having to step up and be that man that we're explaining. But I'm telling you, man, I work in a hospital and I see this stuff that will kind of change how you handle situations. It changed how I handle situations. It changed places I hang out. I don't even hang out in certain places anymore.
But Jay, some of them guys, guess what? Some of them guys that you seen in the hospital is the suck my dick guys.
Right. That's true. That's true. Bro.
Let's talk about. Oh, this is what I'm saying. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, I get it.
But what did you win? But can we talk about what did you win?
That's what I'm saying. And then Jay just said he had to straighten the dude because he got too far in his personal space.
He was good as long as he was talking. He was talking, saying everything that you shouldn't say to a man, but he was good until he got in my personal space. Now I got to fight.
Right, but see, what I'm saying, if a dude skipped me in line, you already in my personal space. Now you telling me to suck your dick.
Right on.
Hey,
right on.
Come on, dog.
Right.
But Freezy, what did you by responding? What do you win? What did you win?
Over and over.
But I think
you won the fight.
But even deeper than that, though, Hamp, some things ain't.
All right,
You can't.
I'll write that versus. And if you walked away, what would you lose?
But this the thing, bro. Everything don't go to a win or a loss.
What would you lose?
Yeah, it's not even about win or loss, but he want to drum it down. And let me just say this real quick. Here's the other thing. What Jay Smooth said in terms of self-defense, that's actually untrue. You have to truly evade to claim self-defense. That's what I'm saying. I actually know. Like, if you hit me first and I start squabbling, because I know true in California, so I wanted to use a California terminology, right? If I proceed to squabble, nigga, I can't claim shit. That's a fight. And we both getting arrested for assault. That's what happens.
It's taking both of y'all.
That's
down.
two different things.
Well, I wasn't
That's two different things, though.
I wasn't necessarily talking about, and I was leaving. I was walking away to my car as he was following me with his group of people behind him. So it wasn't necessarily talking as far as the law or law enforcement. Self-defense meaning that you got so close up on me, and the police wasn't called. But you got so close up on me to where now I feel like I have to defend myself. You know? My personal self-defense.
And also, you could have kept walking to the car and got in.
Kept walking.
Yeah.
He got
act like somebody tricked him. He act like somebody tricked him and made him fight.
No, he got too close.
That's two different things, man. Come on.
Jay Smooth, hold on, let me finish this.
That's two different things.
Jay Smooth walk on his hands just like the rest of us. That motherfucker was 6 feet away. Jay Smooth ain't liking it and beat the Snoop Dogg shit out of him, man.
Man, that's two different things, though, man.
No, it was a little bit closer.
I had jumped in. Strada had the
It was a little bit closer.
Check this. I think I figured out what it is.
Your 4 feet, Jay Smooth. 4 feet.
Yeah, I think we're talking. I think my point is talking past what y'all are saying because everything y'all said, I don't really disagree with a lot of it. I think that my point is based on how you all respond to things. Just like you said, I might be socially engineered to handle it my way. It sounds like the reasons why y'all have restraint or stoicism is because of the trauma y'all saw on the other side and how you decide to respond to it. So I think my solution to it would be, I think that having a boundary through your masculinity stops a lot of this stuff from getting to the point where you have to do anything. I think that's the point that I don't want to be missed. I don't want it to come off as like my knee-jerk reaction is punch somebody in the shit. I think that you can be assertive in your correction. The way we preach this masculinity, I think that there are times that you can set the boundary to where it don't get there. Like, there's a way for you to articulate something without it having to be me reacting to disrespect. Like, sometimes a look, a boundary that I set to you, the way I say it to you and everybody around, that's what you win. You win the ground of, you got to respect my space, bro. You feel me? So sometimes I think we're talking about the reaction a little too much. And my point is that you can be in your masculine frame and be proactive to stop any of this shit from getting there.
Let me read these real quick. I'm done far behind, and then let AL respond. It's only right. Lauren Mack with the 2000 says, I'm loving this bromance on the panel. Yeah, you can have discourse and have fun with it. Judah like an hour behind the stream talking about with the 20 ball said, drop Bub, please. I can't take his ignorant mentality. He has the logic of a teenage boy. Grow up, bro. That was an hour ago. He was saying she just said that. Lauren Mack gifted one membership. Appreciate you. Whoever got that membership, please maintain it. Judah with the $2 says, Shalom, Hamp, peace and blessings to all. Salute. MJ was popping with the $10 says, stoicism is not a male trait, it's a human trait. If you want women to be seen and not heard, what the hell do you think that is? Women been conditioned to be stoic. Y'all don't even like when we express ourselves. A lot of the synonyms of stoicism lean towards what a woman would be. Like one of them, as an example, is passive. Fifi with the $2. What's poppin' said Joseph was raised with his father. I'm just saying. As Abe with the $2 says, wow, August, this is what I've been wanting to talk about. As Abe with the $5 says, Wind Chime, you were onto something. EBD finally says it. They use black women because black women most likely had done something to be called the name. Wow. As Abe with the $5 says, and I don't want to hold on. As Abe with the $5 says, so now it's a baby, you can't go to the club because some other guy might talk to you. And I don't want it to get deadly because I love you. As Abe with the $5 says, so what if it is unknown territory? Say something to your woman or grab her hand. What will you really do? Hood Jiu-Jitsu with the $2 says, these dudes are all soft. Left my ass off. Just walk away. Hood Jiu-Jitsu with the $2 says, I fight for a living. Let words go, period. As A with the $5 says, DJ Strada, that makes sense because the wife knows how you are, so you must go as far as you go with her, or it's a wrap for the respect. Twan G with the $5 says, you bet not get in an argument with your girl after that. You know what she gonna say. Man, go ahead, AO. I think me and Strada I cut Strada off, and Strada was kind of talking before me. So, what you gonna say, AO?
I was just saying I agree with what he just said about being proactive. You know what I'm saying? And like what's his name? With the red hat. With Jay Smooth. What Jay Smooth says, to defend yourself and to fight in that situation, yeah. Somebody walking up on you, yeah, you gonna fight. But for somebody just saying some words to me, I don't give a shit about no damn words. Like, I don't win anything by beating your ass, and I don't lose anything by walking away. So fuck it. I don't give a shit about your words. Like, that shit ain't gonna change my life.
No, 100%. So you think what do you think is, so you don't think words hurt?
Oh, it can. But the person but a random person and cut me in McDonald's line, I don't give a fuck who that is.
The words hurt.
They can, yeah. Depending on who it comes from.
Okay.
When guys say they don't win anything by beating a nigga ass, that shit new to me. That shit new.
Hey, when you just got introduced, you just got to do some shit. That's some new shit to you then.
What I'm saying, I don't know. I ain't never heard no shit like that. If I whoop a nigga ass, man, that shit feels so goddamn good. That shit
you ain't winning no fights yet, then.
I'm just saying, bro. When you W in anything, nigga, I win ping pong. I'm feeling better than I did before I you know what I mean? Before I played, you know what I'm saying?
That shit ruined my whole day. I got fucking my knuckles. Oh hell no, man! Like,
after you whoop somebody ass.
Yes, nigga. I want my day to go smoothly. That's a kink in my day. No.
Whooping ass is not that's a kink in your day?
Yes.
Okay.
I want my day to go smoothly.
Hey, I feel you. I ain't no judgment, brothers. I get it.
That nigga, man.
I respect it. I respect it. Like you said, it's a different perspective, but I
don't most of the time I don't even be in these kind of situation. I don't be in no situation where niggas is just on some shit like that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
People do,
Right.
bro.
Again, like, yeah, that's a good point, because I think someone made a comment like, "Oh, now you can't take your wife to the club." I think that was referring to what I was saying earlier about, me avoiding such situations with my wife. I think if you have a wife, man, there's certain places that y'all just not gonna go. Am I right? Marry me and Hamp. I mean, you're married. There's certain places you and your wife don't go that you went when you were single. I mean,
yeah, I would say so. Generally, just to answer your question, my experience is a bit different because I'm usually like the DJ, But yes, I found a video of Freezy after a fight too. Hold on, let me show y'all this. You guys come down here with me.
Which one is Freezy?
He busted. He busted. I'm busted. And then Omar Epps is Cool Nerd trying to act like he ain't excited about winning. Fuck out of here, nigga. That's if you scrap with your men and everybody come out on top. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm good.
Sometimes as a man, your day ain't gonna be perfect. That's what I'm saying. Like, we talking about man shit,
Yeah, I hear you, but I don't want to. Not if I don't have to.
Hey, Cool Nerd.
That shit ain't worth it.
If it's to give you the benefit of the doubt, I kind of agree with you. When I was a lot young, I probably, like you say, that fight felt good if I won. That time I was an adult. I ain't gonna lie, it wasn't no victorious thing or me celebrating. It was a different feeling. It was a different feeling. Like, damn, man, I did all that. I embarrassed myself around people that I'm cool with. They know me as to be, what I'm saying? I just keep a certain reputation. I just chill. I didn't even want to go there. So I get what you're saying. Give you the benefit of the doubt on that.
Yeah, I'm a grown ass man. Like, I don't need to do all that shit.
You over that. That was scared to fight in school. They was worried about losing.
But what they got to do with? But that's the thing. You talking about school, nigga? I'm 38.
Looking bad. They was worried about looking bad. Everybody talking bad about them, and it's to them. It's better to just go ahead and avoid the whole situation.
I'm worried about, nigga, am I gonna have a job tomorrow?
Your job ain't gonna know shit about that Mike that dude that joined McDonald's. I can assure you that.
I guarantee you they would.
Come on, dog.
Yeah.
All right.
Reaching a little bit.
We got different type of job.
You'd be surprised. I don't think so.
We understand.
I
think
I'm in law enforcement, so I gotta keep my nose clean as much as possible. So
Cool Nerd last name is Bourne. Obviously. Man, oh man.
I'm not finna try to make you fight. No, I want you to be Aaron. I want you to be who you are. Just don't knock Freezy for being Freezy. Still
I ain't knocking you at all. Do your thing.
And you know what?
You're a grown ass man.
With you, man. A lot of people be capping, bro. A lot of people pick and choose their battles too. I mean, if the nigga 5'3", 160, or nigga fighting all day, but you got some niggas who let a different type of nigga come. 6'1", 6'2", nigga look like he can fight. Niggas ain't necessarily approaching that nigga because I ain't talking about you, Freezy, but I'm just talking about in general. Some niggas ain't approaching that nigga because he stepped in line. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, man.
You're right. If the nigga was a midget, all these niggas fighting.
Yeah, everybody fighting with a midget.
I'd probably be less inclined to fight a midget. Like,
Yeah, me too.
I can't fight the midget, dog.
You know,
Yeah.
like I'm
It's
kind of
legit.
more inclined. Like if somebody teens, I'm like, nigga, you better chit now. All right, now, like if you just
Yeah.
small and petite, I'm like, nigga, you better walk that. You mad at me? You better walk it off.
Hey,
Like,
cool
nigga,
nerd gonna whoop Gary Coleman ass. You know what I'm saying? He gonna
I just think when it's the right nigga, then niggas also they'll know how to exercise what we're talking about is restraint all of a sudden. You know what I'm saying? But you know.
All right. So my bad, because I know I can stretch this out even long, but this is real curious to me, bro. Like, so do y'all think that the way y'all move and the decisions you make, do you think is based out of fear or survival?
Fear.
I guess that I really want an answer to that question, because it seems like I understand the reasons for why y'all don't, but it seems like the reasons as to why y'all don't has to do with the consequences. And I don't think there's nothing wrong with that, but I guess when we talk about staying in your masculine frame, do you think that the reason why you decide the way you decide, is it based off of, or what is the basis? Because I don't want to frame the question. What's the basis of y'all making these decisions?
Survival.
I do have
survival.
I do have a cost benefit. I do a cost benefit now. Cost benefit. Is it worth like if for example, if my son's there and somebody take it is about to hurt my son, I'm beating somebody's ass. Kill or be killed, right? In that situation, right? Okay. But if it's somebody just talking shit, I don't give a fuck about you talking shit. It don't matter to me. Cost benefit.
It's fear though, right? Because here's the thing: if you ask the gentleman Strata, if you make it Lord of the Flies, where there's no consequences, what would they do then? Right. So since there's consequences there, they fear those consequences. That's why they act accordingly.
But it's not necessarily fear of the consequence. It's the consequence weighed against the benefit of doing it.
But if there is no, like if Hamp just said, Lord of the Flies, you remove the consequence of law, all this shit.
Right. So now it's all benefit. Now it's all benefit. So I'll do it.
No, you can still lose. There's still right. There's still
Strata, I think you more so talking about fear of like losing or whatever, something happening.
Yeah. No fear like losing your fan, like you said, going to jail, or et cetera, et cetera. I think it's not being weaponized against you. It's just saying that's what it's rooted in.
Yeah.
Like all right, for example, like Hamp. Imagine you fighting and you get arrested, whatever, and somehow, some way you lost your job because of that, right? Imagine coming home to your wife and said, yo, yeah, somebody cut me in line and said, suck my dick in line, and I lost my job because of that. Now you gotta how you gonna feed your family?
Are you using me specifically, or you want me to play into the hypothetical?
Right.
In general. Okay. I don't know how your wife, I can't speak to how your wife is, but in general.
She would know that would happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now y'all pick up the bills.
Cool nerd to go on.
I don't work for anybody either, but
I was about to say that you're an entrepreneur, Hamp. But cool nerd to go based on what you're saying. You're right. If I'm not married anymore, I'm divorced, but my ex-wife, if I was to come home and not be able to pay the bills anymore, not be able to take care of things that I'm supposed to take care of, a man, because I fought someone because of something they said, now I'm locked up, now I lose my job. That will be a big issue. That's why I said earlier, it's a lose-lose. Because some people got a girl to where if you don't step up and fight because what someone said, now she gonna look at you punk. I don't see him as protection. I don't want that nigga no more, whatever. She might disrespect you after that. But then you got another woman who say, listen, I'm glad that you exercise restraint. That's why we need these bills paid. So she can look at that as a sign of protection, that you're able to think things through for the betterment of the family. It's not to say that you're not going to handle some situation if need be. But some women want you to show physical protection. Some women want you to show mental protection. You know what I'm saying? Depends on the type of woman you with. But I know if them bills ain't paid, you fuck who it is. them lights off, you get no respect. He napped you with the nigga ass. So yeah.
I do want to point out a detail in the SMD story. That dude that skipped me in line would be stupid. He would be stupid to turn around and order his food while I'm behind him. That's just stupid.
No, man. That was a big day for you, man. That was a big moment for you, bro.
Oh, that actually happened to you?
But let me ask Aaron a question. This is hypothetical. Let's say your son has, let's say you got a son, right? And he's been coming to you every day telling you he's been getting bullied and it's been affecting his mental health. He don't even want to go to school, right? Because he's afraid of fighting in school. He's afraid of getting suspended. He's afraid of consequences and whatnot. But every time he go to school, he gets picked on. He don't really stand up for himself. And then you got your son with you at McDonald's, and this dude skip you in line and say it's my D.
There you go. There you go.
What you gonna do, Aaron, in front of your son?
I'm gonna walk away. This shit ain't worth it. I'm walking away.
Oh my this nigga. This is hold on. I got a video of AL I just found too. Hold on a second. Where I put it.
Come on, you motherfuckers! Come on, man!
Dog. Let me out.
This nigga's scared.
Let me out the car. That's the smartest thing you could have did.
You asked to get out.
Exactly. Let my ass out the car.
Yo, that's funny.
Damn, man.
Different strokes, bro. I think that people handle stuff different.
Yeah, crazy, man. He crazy as hell, bro. His son looking up at him and shit.
Right.
Come on, son. Daddy, what the fuck?
He knocked out.
And then he gonna repeat it because you let it slide. So you make him like, Daddy, what the suck my? Hey, boy.
But here's the thing: you can't even get mad at your son when you get home. Your son gonna be like, "Well, damn, Daddy, the dude at McDonald's told you to SMD."
Freezy, I found.
Hey, Freezy. Let me ask you this question.
Hold on, I found.
Let me ask you a question.
I found another video. AL, hold on 1 second. Let me know which one y'all think he is in this video.
He's the biggest man I've ever seen. I wouldn't want to fight him.
That's why no one will remember your name.
I'm the man on the horse. I'm the man on the horse. Hey, but Freezy, let me ask you this question, right?
Go ahead, bro.
And this just poking fun of it, right? Yo, so you got your daughter in McDonald's. You said suck my dick, and you fight him. He whoops your ass in front of your daughter.
Yeah,
I can live with that.
I think I
can live with that.
I'll be okay with that. But see, that's what I was talking about, Aaron. That's what you worried about. That's what I was
talking
about.
That's not what I never once said I was worried about that.
Well,
but I'm asking you
pointed it out. You pointed out me getting my ass whooped, and that's what I was talking about earlier. A lot of guys they think so far ahead. They already visualize they might lose the fight. They might go to jail. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't worried about losing too many fights.
See, that's what survival is. You have to. That's why when people say, you shouldn't judge this or don't judge, that's survival. That's how you have to analyze it. For a hyena to walk into a situation, or a gazelle, he have to judge his surroundings. He got to judge the fact, okay, I might be able to take this female lioness, but shit, she got about 8 more behind her. So should I? Everything is a judgment call. That's the opposite of crash dummy. Crash dummy don't have judgment call.
What do you
say?
They
crash.
What do you say about
you gotta have some type of judgment.
So if you use the animals, what do you say about the Wolverine who don't flee or run from shit?
Hey man, that's true. And but I mean that's a badass. Yeah, Wolverines are bad.
Bro, I think a lot of these situations, because they're hypotheticals, I think sometimes with us just having a conversation, it sounds like analysis paralysis. So I don't want it to come across to the audience like we go so far down a rabbit hole of consequences that we don't give that healthy balance of there's still ways to address these situations without you ever having to throw a punch. Because most of the time when I'm assertive, I ain't got to throw shit. You feel me? Like there's a look, there's the way that you carry yourself. It never goes there because most people ain't that curious. Once they realize you're willing to at least say something, when there's a situation and you are articulate enough to be like, yo, I'm gonna voice my opinion on it in a respectful way. Most people aren't curious to see what the fuck you do next. Because maybe this is the stubborn asshole in me. I don't mind making a room uncomfortable because of my boundary. We'll all be uncomfortable in this bitch.
Right. I agree with that.
That is true. I agree with that.
What does that mean? Hold on. I'll stop the whole room. Whoa. Say that again. I ain't threatened you. I need clarity, and then you'll start hearing the stumbling. You know how I go. You know what I'm saying? So I want that to be the takeaway. I ain't trying to be no killer gorilla. I ain't even that type, but I do think as men that being assertive with your boundaries sets the tone for the room type shit.
And I agree with that sentiment. You gotta check shit, man.
Right.
I think people.
Oh, I definitely check it.
That's different. You know, just even when I was alluding to in the video yesterday with Miss Massey, right? I think they see the division. They see, and I say our women on purpose, that they are out here by themselves, right? And we can argue the reason why. I understand it. Regardless, they see the divide and they see that there's no protection over these women, and they take advantage of that shit.
Back, bro.
But I will say this though. What another thing, I was just responding to what Aaron asked me as far as like how would I feel if I got my ass whooped in front of my daughter. Like me, I'm not finna be thinking about that. I'm gonna be thinking about I fought. You know what I'm saying? That's just it. You know, I know that there's a chance that I might lose the fight. I ain't thinking about that shit, bro. All I know is I'm gonna fight hard as I can. That's it. And but one thing I will admit is that, and I'm gonna tell y'all something. YouTube taught me a lot, bro. The couple of confrontations I've gotten into on YouTube, I've learned a lot from it. I've learned that it isn't, if it's not important to remain stoic anywhere else, it's on YouTube. It's very important to remain stoic on YouTube. Even me and Anton's back and forth, I do regret the way I reacted in certain occasions, because not that I was wrong, but it gave the perception that I actually cared about certain things that I didn't. You know what I'm saying? It could come off wrong, and I think it is important to remain stoic on, you know, online, because optics is a real thing. The way you're perceived is a real thing on YouTube. This is how you win on YouTube. Like all that yelling and screaming, that shit is not going to that shit ain't gonna make not one bit of difference, bro. I'm telling you. But the reason why I have done it in the past is because it was an indication on how I really felt in real life. You know, what I wanted to do in real life. You feel what I'm saying? But when you cut your computer off and you come back to your damn senses, you realize ain't nothing you can do. Not on the computer. That's why I look at my dog Hamp. I be admiring how Hamp be handling himself, because I be learning, dog. I ain't too ashamed to say Frieza is learning. I'm learning, and I'm telling y'all, I'm a better person now. I'm gonna act different. You know what I'm saying? Because it's important. It's important to be in control of the optics. It really is, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, 100%.
But then, you know, the whole thing is like, you know, it's like, I just look at like, I always look at just why am I doing it? You know what I'm saying? And the principle of why am I doing it? And that's what I mean by the win. It's the principle, right? You threatened my family. I won because I protected my family. My family is good. My family is safe. You know what I'm saying? You call me a name, I beat your ass. Oh, you won't call me a name again. I don't care. That shit ain't gonna change me.
Yeah, cool nerd. Like I say, working in the hospital, in law enforcement, that's the one job where you do have to show restraint, de-escalate, and I ain't gonna lie to you, man. It's hard as hell. It's hard as hell, to be honest with you, because there are people that are gonna test you because you are in uniform. They know that you have a certain code that you have to go by, certain things you can't do. You have to have that certain level of restraint. And if I was to go outside of myself, just try to protect my manhood or what somebody did or said to me, then I could lose my job. You know what I'm saying? That person that last week called me a nigga and a monkey and all this and all that. But I had to look at it like, well, you don't want to enter for a mental hold. You don't want to hear having issues in your life. I get to go home and I'm getting paid for what I do. So that shit, you ever heard the expression, small things to giant? Like, that's how I live my life, man. It's like, just certain shit is just small to me. I don't care. As long as you don't touch me, you don't put your hands on me, then it just don't matter to me, man. Because if it don't affect my money, if it don't affect my family, then it means nothing to me. It's fucking unnecessary. You know, I have a way.
Exactly.
It's just because you talk shit and say it and call me out of my name, that don't mean you can whoop my ass, bro. That don't mean you can whoop my ass. So as long as I know that, hey man, you go ahead and talk, bro. Go ahead and get it out right now. But if you come close to me or you say some shit, or you put your hands on me, then it's gonna go to another level because I feel like I had to protect myself and my family, whoever's with me. So it's just small things to a giant, bro. And it comes down to confidence, bro. When you know who you are, you know what you're about.
No, see, that's what
That
we have to
shit be
push
small
back.
to me, man.
That's what we
Be
have to
small.
push back because we allude to there's an additional level of confidence for the man who chooses to be passive. That's not true.
Right.
And also, Jay Smooth, I have to acknowledge that Freudian slip. You said if he say the wrong, I mean if he. So what your brain saying?
Nah, I mean that was just an honest slip up. Like, I mean, I was just giving the whole spiel referring to my job. In my job, you have to have restraint.
But
you get people that fucking spit
at work.
on you. You get people that spit on you in this job. You know.
Damn.
But I think
so. I
just
have
think-
to have restraint.
I think, well, at least when it comes with men to men, when it comes to confrontation, bro, the reason why I check shit early is most of the time the talker, he's only talking because he's stalling to get enough courage to do something to you. So the more you try to ignore and evade, you're giving him more ground for him to take it further. So I nip shit right in the bud right off top. So as opposed to evading, nah, let's deal with this. You know what I'm saying? Face to face on some shit like, yo, it is what it is, bro. Where we at with it? But a lot of times, just that one direct question can keep you from having to keep evading. Because if y'all know how it go, it normally take motherfuckers 10 minutes to actually fight.
Try to
real touch me. I don't do all that shit, bro. It's a race.
Yeah, try to real quick. That's not to say that I'm frailing up or going into this shell. No, not by any means. I think most men understand. You could tell by my demeanor or the way I look in your eye, or the whatever I got in my mind is fuming inside of me, but have restraint at the same time.
Okay.
That don't mean that I'm in some type of cocoon or I'm covering up or letting you feel like you the motherfucking man. That ain't what it is. I know what can happen. Some people can talk and feel your demeanor and feel your stature and understand. I'm gonna talk, but I'm not gonna take it any further. I bring that presence, bro. I'm not acting like I'm the baddest man in the motherfucking world. But for you to come at me and talk shit or say something out of line to me in front of my face, you have to be ready to motherfucking go, because if you come at me the wrong way, meaning that physically or you come close, I feel threatened by you, I am gonna attack you, bro. I am gonna attack you.
Hold on now.
So I'm not in no cocoon or no shell like I'm some punk. I got the demeanor like, bro, you ain't no threat to me.
Jay, let me just say this first and foremost. You know I love you, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you just said they say some shit to you. Dirt sells a slow song. So
he said if it felt threatened. He said if it felt threatened.
He said that after he said if they say something to him.
Hell, that might be the old me, man. That was the old me, man. You know what I'm saying? That's the old me. The new me, man. I really, man. I ain't rich, but I got more than I used to have, and I just refuse to lose it, man. And I got my children. I'm about to be a granddad soon, man. For the first time, I just got too much to look forward to, man. So I'm not saying this shit won't go down, you know, if it have to, but I got goals, man. Small things to a giant to me, unless it go but too far. But so far, you know, that's just me.
I got you. I believe you. I just want to let it be known. There's only 240 people watching. I ain't gonna tell nobody else. that you will whoop a nigga ass if you say the wrong thing. I just
well, you know, I mean, and I'm not gonna sit and act like we got all the straight in the world. We all men, Hamp. And I know the type of man you guys are. I can see the alpha energy. You know, another alpha can feel another alpha, man, bro. We're not just gonna let anybody, even to be honest with you, just go ahead and be honest. Just say everything to you. You know what I'm saying? Everybody do have a button somewhere. You got some type of trick.
Yeah,
it could be fuck your brother, and you know that was closely to you. You know he lost his life. You know everybody got some type of trigger, man. But we do our best. It's a daily struggle, just like marriage. It is work every day. It ain't, you know, it's a daily struggle. So
yeah, no, 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
The SMD hit a little different though. I ain't even gonna lie.
That's crazy, bro.
It hit different, dog.
Yeah,
that shit's so crazy. Like it make you sick to your stomach, man.
Yeah, it do hit a little different. That's masculinity that they threatening right there, man.
Yeah, but and not to be dismissive of the point where walking away could be the best option. I think all the brothers agree. You have to assess the situation, and then your assessment, then you apply your principles to said assessment, and then you have to move accordingly and understand that there's consequences and repercussions that you will face from both walking away and not walking away.
That's true.
I like to avoid internal conflict. If I'm restless with myself, that's the part that I can't maintain. It's called self-esteem, not we-esteem. Right? Yep. If I'm tossing and turning at night because I let this nigga SMD me to my face, that may be worth a simple assault. Yeah. But I gotta understand the simple assault will come. And then you will have to deal with the judges and the courts, if that is because that's a possibility. We understand that. So you have to thoroughly assess and be ready for both, whatever decision you actually come to. And don't be acting naive to the cool nerds point. This could happen. So be abreast of the situation, So damn, man. Freeze, you go live tomorrow night, right?
I was gonna go live tonight, man, but I had a good time with y'all. I don't know, man. I might just chill.
It'd be like that. Cause I usually do the women's POV, but we just been cooking. Like I'm like, yo, lady, I'll see y'all niggas tomorrow.
hey, yeah. I've been I said I was gonna hit you up on IG so I can get your number so we can chop it up on the phone.
Yeah. Let me put it in the back real quick.
Okay.
Hey, what's your channel, Freeze?
Oh, my name, No Captivity with Freezy. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, come on over, J Smooth. You one of the real ones, dog. You and Strada.
Definitely check you out, man. Appreciate it.
Aaron, you done already been over, but y'all niggas come on over there, man.
Yeah, Strada don't, man. He treat me poorly, man. He only come up once a quarter. You got me on a fiscal schedule, nigga.
Context matters, dog. I work at the biggest trap houses that are legal. I work at a pharmaceutical company, bro. They be
they be having y'all in there.
Office work be on me, boy, for real. Facts.
I already know, man. That shit. That's one thing. That guaranteed, like being an entrepreneur. I did a stream on entrepreneurship. I think I need to do it again. The reason why I'm saying that is because I was out for a week because of that hurricane. And I had to work back into the algorithm. You'd be surprised, like that shit. 1 week will destroy your numbers. And I was, dropping like premieres, but it's different than being in the live algorithm. And so I did the stream. It wasn't like a lot of people, but it was very substantive, because entrepreneurship is glorified, it's seemingly, but you don't get no days off, no vacation, no nothing. At least they kicking your ass at the pharmaceutical company. At least you be like, all right, I'm taking these 5
PTO.
Kiss my ass. Yeah. Like, so it's just so much. I'm looking at how much insurance costs. Who the fuck sick? That's why I be yelling at my wife. Who the fuck sick now? You know what I'm saying? He's coping. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just so much that go with it, man. So all right, salute. So but that was a total tangent, man. But Flo, you've been listening. You want to comment on this? I think we about to skedaddle.
I cannot believe you and Anton think that white people get fussy at each other.
I asked the question. I never see, but you said it a million times though. But Flo, does it end in I'm gonna catch you outside?
I've never had any of the threats manifest. I've giving
But
my
threats,
address
though,
out of
but threats, physical threats, though. Does it manifest? Does that happen?
oh, physical threats do, yeah.
See, I haven't watched enough. Like, I know you're an asshole, so I know they definitely threaten you, but I just didn't want to assume it's the majority. Like,
Physical
you know
threats happen. I've given out my address in response a few times to people, and I've challenged 2 people to bare knuckle fights on street beefs, and both declined.
See, I gotta get Anton back now because see, I didn't have enough info, so I didn't like push, but I did. And you know what? The fresh and fit thing, you saw that, right, Flo? Where the diesel dude was like going after what's the debate guy?
Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, remember the guy? He's like and so I had that, but it didn't pop in my head right away because I'm just like I don't go to the panels enough. You know what I'm saying? It didn't pop like as soon as he said like they don't be arguing. But I remember you telling me that before, like, yo, hell nah. People be fussing and ready to whatever, and I remember that clip, but I wasn't geared up for it. You know what I'm saying?
But on the whole, you're absolutely right. The white people of the internet are pussy.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah. No, and Flo just said he had 2, and that's just one person. Like, so you started, you said, catch me outside?
Well, both times I had the people, you know, it was the shit talking thing, and they're going, you wouldn't say that shit to my face. And I was like, let's do street beefs. I promise you this is not a hollow threat. And neither of them took me up on it. It's still a standing offer. Snafu and Paul, if you watch this and change your pussy ass minds. But,
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
So see, that's why I need, cause see, it's so much rhetoric, but like literally, you wouldn't say it to my face. It's the same shit that everybody be saying. Flo said, street beef is controlled. It'll be recorded. Everybody can see it, and we can get it popping. Cause street beef, you can do like just straight wrestling. You could do mixed martial arts. You could do jiu-jitsu. They'll let you do it. Like one match I saw, it was 2-on-2, like weird shit. You know what I mean?
I'll do some shit like that.
what I'm not going to do is drive several hours to not see somebody and then have them run around being like, "You didn't show up." You know, like I'm just not going to play that game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was that a website? What? That's a YouTube channel, Street Beef or something? What was that?
Yeah, Street Beefs. Look it up. They be having a bunch of fight. You wouldn't know. They you heard this guy named Gideon.
Yeah.
Well, he's
like a black dude. You got like millions of subscribers. Yeah, I know what that is.
Yo, he actually was refereeing at Street Beefs one day. But Street Beefs already got. But
so
no, it's been open for like 10 years.
I can do that.
The most popular fighter I've seen come from it is a dude named Mighty Mouse. I would say he was pretty popular. Yep. And there's another guy named Baby Hulk.
UFC?
Nah, he older now. Baby Hulk, I think, has been doing some things with his career. He's a little shorter black guy.
He used to be in the UFC, right? Mighty Mouse.
Yeah.
Mighty Mouse, yeah.
I think he had opportunity.
Mighty Mouse UFC, yeah.
But this guy is tattooed from head to toe, though. Like you can't see his skin for real. So it might be a different guy.
Okay.
So they had people that go there and fight. They had some decent guys for sure. One of my buddies, he fights in bare knuckle, and he did Street Beefs a couple times. So I don't know if you guys saw that bare knuckle. They fight in like a triangle. I don't know if you ever seen that one. They fight in a triangle.
No, I ain't never seen that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I've seen some shit with where they just had a fence roped off, and they were just boxing and that's it.
Yeah.
You've seen it, that would be the older days. Now it's kind of they got a gym, but they do fight outside in an octagon. They try to put some flooring down. So it progressed, everything. Once you get investments, they got a lot of subscribers for sure. I think they got, Flo, what you say? Out of all their channels, they probably got 5 million subscribers, 4 million maybe, right?
Yes. I think 6.5. Last I checked, because I issued the challenge in a little video and I tagged him in it.
So the reason why they call Street Beef is because the guy Scarface, he essentially wanted the people to put the guns down and pick the gloves up. So Flo having a beef, that would be a beef fight. So they literally call it a beef fight, where I've seen them do no rounds until somebody quits, or they'll keep going round to round to round until somebody quits. Because it's a beef, they want them to get it all out. They want nobody to say, I didn't get my shit off, or whatever the case is. So they wanted to end there, which is the premise. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So yeah, I just watched one. It was a two. Go ahead, Flo. Go ahead. I ain't saying
But generally, what I mean, the white people that fight are the same white people that are scared of cameras. So the overlap is very. It's like the Venn diagram is basically I'm the only touch point I know of.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But nevertheless, it exists, you know. In the arguing and the fussing, all of it happens on either side, right? Because the men, and we cited this, because generally it's conversations about the dynamics in relationships, right? I think that's the most popular quite often. And men of generally all races, from what I see, are dealing with the same issues when it comes to their women. Like this issue when I mentioned Patrice O'Neal, Tom Likas, those guys old, you know what I mean? They've been saying this shit for 20 years. You know? So 100%.
Shit, Sean Connery is saying shit too.
Huh?
Wow.
Shit, Sean Connery was talking shit back in the day too.
Yeah, he was.
Oh yeah. Sean Connery.
Yeah.
What show he was on, Aaron, when he was talking shit? It was
The View. The View.
Nah, I thought it was like. Oh, I thought I could have saw him in some old shit like.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. He's being interviewed by one woman, and he's talking about it's like slapping women or something.
Yeah.
Nah, but other shit back in the 70s. Yeah.
The actor, bro. Yeah, he was cutting up, bro.
Really?
That's hilarious.
And I was like, what the fuck? He said that shit.
That shit.
He said the shit and then looked at her like, why you look so confused? Like,
yeah, man.
Yeah.
That was a great period. I don't know if y'all watched. Did you guys watch the verses at all when they were doing them?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget this moment when Sheik and the Locks first Dipset, right? And Sheik thought he was still back in the 90s. He was like, "Where all my bitches at? I mean, where all my women at?" I'm like, "Nigga, you not in the 90s, bro."
Wrong era.
Bro, that shit, I laughed, I rewound that shit a million times because he caught himself. He didn't catch himself. He just tried to say it over, you know. I like, it's 2020. Was it 21 back then? So, man. As Ava, the 20 ball says, not to change the subject, but see how black men who brag I'm in law enforcement still know they are black. Smooth claims they have restraint. No, a black man has restraint, but your white men in law enforcement crash out. Cap. Well, yeah, and he said security, right?
Hey, can I respond to that real quick?
Yeah, and you are in security, or you are in law enforcement?
I'm in level 3 security, but I'm armed and I'm that. You know the hospital. You live in Texas, right?
Yeah.
You know the hospital where the dude shot the nurse and the social worker. He was in there with his wife. They brought us in. They brought a lot of us in, man. I deal with the same shit everybody else do, and I'm actually in the process of being a police officer. So that's why another reason why I got to watch what I do, watch what I say, and things like that, right? So it's kind of like a pipeline, you know what I'm saying? But can I respond to that real quick? And I want them to make sure, I want them to understand that that's definitely not everybody. I know that sounds cliche, but I work with every race, man. And the thing about it is not all the way true. A few bad ones can ruin it for the good. I know a lot of black cops that could do things with more restraint. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a color thing, man. People don't understand that there's two sides to this. That's why I wish probably could have got in on that conversation you had yesterday, but there's two sides to it, man. And I don't want that person putting that narrative out there like that, because I need that person to have my back just like I got to have their back when something go down. So that's not necessarily true. Just wanted to respond to that.
No doubt.
Yo, why do we always think that only black people like do shit?
No. What do you mean?
Like when they say you black, so you got to act this way and that way. Like I don't think y'all have y'all been around like white people, like, or watch white people, like they do this a lot. They do a lot of the same shit.
I think the super chat is more so saying that Black J Smooth, by his conduct, is acknowledging that his punishment will potentially be different because of color of his skin.
Oh,
And that's not necessarily true, man.
But
We all gotta
real quick. If you say necessarily true, then
I say that's not necessarily true.
I know, but what I'm saying is when you say necessarily, inversely, the inverse is also necessarily like, you know what I mean?
I get what you're saying. There's a lot of situations that can apply to everybody. That white guy that's a police officer, that man guy that's a police officer, black, whatever. Everybody's got one end goal, man. That's to get home to their family, man. And people that body camera that we wear, it is to weed out people who may have done stuff like that. But I learned that, like you say, in reverse, that also protects us. You know how many times we've been lied on about some dumb shit? You know how many times we've been lied on something that didn't happen, but they either can get us fired, get us sued, or whatever, because they didn't like what we were enforcing. So the body cam saves us too, because it's a camera, and I realize it's not always what people try to put out there, that it's all law enforcement or they killing black folks or they doing this. It's not that necessary. I'm telling you, it's not that most of the time. You have mostly good people that's trying to get home. I see more people de-escalating and giving people that's homeless sandwiches, that don't look like me, that are in law enforcement, just to help someone homeless out. I see more of that than I do. Not to say it doesn't happen, but we got to stop this narrative thinking that white cops or cops in general are here to mess up. That's not true.
I think a lot of it is, and you're right. I don't think people in their right mind think that all cops are bad, but I think what happened with Sonia Massey and other victims along the same lines, what happens is you don't know what you're gonna get. Like when a cop stops you, incidents like that keep you on your toes because you don't know who's actually stopping you. You don't know what personality this cop is that's stopping you is going to have, right? This is what I said on my show. It would help, right? Because there was a video that just surfaced yesterday where this black guy was getting arrested and he was already in handcuffs. I don't know if y'all seen it, but all he asked the cop was, "What did I do?" And the white cop punched him in the mouth, right? So here's the thing, there was a black cop with him, but if you ask me, it wouldn't matter if it was a black cop or a white cop or a Hispanic cop that was this cop's partner.
That was
it
wrong.
would
Yeah.
help if the partner would say something. If the partner could say, "Hey man, listen, you crashing out. Bro, don't do that. You wrong." You understand what I'm saying?
I will say in 2024, especially with cameras everywhere, especially with body cams, I guarantee you that cop is either getting locked up. I know he's definitely fired. Because I promise you,
what I'm saying is
there's no correction.
Police need to start policing the police more because
I agree. We do that. We do that with each other. You go behind each other, tap each other back, like, "Hey man, all right, get up," or "That's enough," or whatever. Of course, we do little things like that because, like,
when that lady grabbed her pot and the officer drew his weapon, would the other cop? And I'm just asking because you in law enforcement, would the other cop have been wrong if he would have tapped the cop on the shoulder or just stopped the cop from drawing his weapon? Hey man, you don't have to draw your weapon, right? Would he have been wrong in the line of duty or something, or what?
Hey, to be fair, I didn't see the whole video. If I was to see that video, I can give you more. I can't make a judgment. I didn't see the. I promise I didn't. I didn't see the whole video.
Jay Smooth, come on now. Take them tracks.
No, I didn't see the whole video. I promise I did, man.
I understand. I'm not saying you did. Take them track shoes off, though. The lady had a pot
I'm trying
of
to
water
say what happened.
Yeah,
because there's two sides to everything.
He told you what happened, though. The lady had a pot of water that was boiling. She carried it towards the police officers, but there was an island in the middle. Police officer backed up because she's like, "You're not." He said something to the effect of, "I don't want you to that hot water." So I backed up because you have the hot water. She said, "I rebuke you in the name." I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. He pulls his gun.
No, that wasn't necessary. No, you should have used the taser. You should have used the taser. That's if you had to pull some hot water.
She was moving what he did, though. They acknowledged that it was boiling water. They're like, "Hey, we don't want a fire on top of this. Whatever we're here for."
Yeah, I would definitely not have pulled my gun. If you got hot boiling water, and I'm here, this is between us. Especially if I got another officer with me. Nah, I'm using my taser. I'm pulling my taser.
He's asking though, Freezy saying that other cop that's there knows that this is excessive, and just in terms of pulling the burner, why doesn't he tap him on the shoulder? And the reason why it's a great question is because we always see where the cops very rarely impede on each other.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I agree. I hear the question. I totally agree with you. The other cops should have tapped that. Hey man, let's go less lethal. You're right.
But I think the reason
I agree with that.
So I know a reason. I know one reason why some don't.
I think the reason why you won't see more of that is because they're aware they're being recorded. So if I were to give you a nonverbal cue to pull you back in the moment, that could be used as an admission of guilt to your partner, which is probably why you don't see it, because now it's almost like you dead to rights. Now, even if you and your feelings, because it's happening to you, and your partner is on your dash cam like, yo, chill, bro. Like, what you doing? Like, even that gesture alone.
He's saying before Strada.
It could be
right.
But see, and even what Jay Smooth is doing right now, and I gotta call it out. This is the wrong time to be saying, yo, they all don't do this, that. We saw what happened to that lady.
Right. That was
right.
Cold.
I'm not rendering your opinion invalid. What I'm saying is there's a time and place. That's a cold-blooded. That's a cold-blooded body.
Yeah, when I was saying,
but you know what?
But listen, hold on. Let me defend that.
Oh, go ahead.
When I was saying that, it wasn't in reference to the boiling water situation. It was just a general situation of law enforcement. Period. That particular situation, yes, I agree with you. He should have tapped his partner to go less lethal. There's no reason that you should be pulling a gun on someone with boiling hot water. I agree.
The thing is
I disagree with that.
Your comments are in conjunction with what we're talking about just happened, right? And for some reason, law enforcement officers err on this side of, well, everybody ain't this, everybody ain't that. I need to see the whole video, etc. And that's what Freezy is pointing out.
Well, the thing about it is
that it's you know what it is, Strada? It's a whole lot of gang shit.
Yeah, you know what? You know what else it is? You know what else it is, though?
Hold on, because
Jay,
you're gonna hold on.
Jay hasn't seen the video, but we articulated it to him. He knows that the lady got shot dead, and he's still saying, "I gotta see the video." It's
no. Listen. To my defense, before you go on, I didn't know that. Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you. I didn't. Maybe I spoke too soon, and I didn't hear out everything. I did not see the video. I did not know the outcome. Just to be honest with you.
Hey,
so
you see the video, she was murdered, but you're right not to make judgments about things you don't know about.
Yeah,
hey, but I would say this though.
I didn't know that. Just to be honest.
The Cap's point though. A lot of and this was I was told this by I had a conversation about this with somebody I know who's a cop, and they were saying, but the reason why a lot of cops don't interfere with their partners, especially black cops or minority cops, they are a lot of times if you interfere with your partner, you tell your partner don't do this shit. That's dangerous to you because ultimately you will get blackballed sometimes. If you get blackballed, you need backup. That shit ain't coming. It's a whole bunch of dangerous. It presents a whole bunch of dangerous situations.
We get it.
So
it's a bunch of.
I'm not defending. So I'm not defending this story. What they did was dead wrong.
You gave us the info. Yeah. You know what it is, Freezy and Strada, the niggas in the department that will say, "I'm letting suck my dick slide."
Right.
That's the mindset.
That's a fact.
All right. Well, listen. I feel like there's a narrative trying to be created. I'm gonna say it again.
No.
I did. No. Listen. I didn't hear out the story. I don't know what happened. Yesterday, I clicked on and I had to click off. So I didn't see the video and I didn't hear him say that she was shot. That's why my statement was when I finally listened and heard, I was able to say, no, it wasn't okay to pull your gun. I didn't know she was being shot until you actually just said it. I didn't know the story.
My bad, Smooth. Yeah, because that means you quite literally didn't know any of it. If you didn't know,
I didn't. I just knew about the hot water and her coming at the cop. That was it.
Here's the thing, though, Jay. I was only responding to what you said, right? You said, because it seemed like you was in defense of law enforcement as far as this uniform assumption that just because one incident happens, you are saying that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that it's unfair to paint all law enforcement the same. There are some good law enforcement officers out there. Everybody's not the same. What I was telling you is, if you're on the victim side, right, because the only that lady that got killed, Sonya Massey, she's not the only person that was affected by it. I think that's what cops misunderstand.
Right.
That dead person is not the only person affected. It's families, kids.
Right.
You know
We all
are affected by it. So this is what I'm saying. So when you think about the magnitude of what happened to Sonya Massey and other innocent people that died at the hands of cops, not just black but white too, Hispanic too, right?
Right.
All I'm saying is, I think it will help with law enforcement, civilian relationships, right? If we see more cops policing cops, like on the scene, if we see more cops saying, "Hey, you wrong, bro. No, don't do that. You're excessive. They're not showing a threat. Put your weapon down. What are you doing?" You know what I'm saying?
Freeze. I totally agree with you. My response when I said what I said earlier was in response to that super chat, and it was with ignorance of not knowing what happened to that woman. So as you saw when I got clarification, you saw how I retracted and said, no, I would have went less lethal. If I would have heard the whole story, of course I would have sided with that. So just so no one would think that I'm sitting here agreeing with him shooting a lady that came in with a bottle of water. No, I do not agree with that.
And that is a great character trait to have in a law enforcement officer.
But to Freeze's point, take your perspective out of the shooter and put your mind in the partner that's right beside him. How does that change what you do? You ain't the one that was in threat. You're the partner. How would you handle that real time?
I agree with you. We have to police each other. I do this every night. So of course there are situations where a person might be a little bit too excessive. I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is no knock to any other race. There are times when we're handling a certain person of color that maybe another cop can't relate to that person. So that's where we step in. We have this thing that, hey, if what you're doing is not reaching that person, tap out, let me come in. And it don't even have to be race. It could be a female. There's times where we might say something trying to reach a lady, a female. And maybe what I'm saying is not reaching. So we'll get one of the female cops. You know, it's all about trying to de-escalate with me. I don't want no smoke. I don't come in with no smoke. I want to help. I honestly do. So because I'm black just like you. I get pulled over sometimes just like you. So I have to deal with the same dynamics no matter where I'm from, no matter how, whatever it is. I got to deal with those same dynamics. Thank you, Hamp. Let me see that.
That said that she never threw any hot water at them. It's all a lie. It's all made up. Watch this video. I'm going to play it in slow motion so you see every bit of it. She's at the sink right now, and it looked like she has the boiling hot water in her hand. The officer perceives that she's going to throw it at him right here, so he goes at gunpoint. He pulls the gun out. She takes her hand away from the pot. She puts both hands in the air. She has no pot in her hand at this point. She puts her hands in the air. He decided that threat of deadly force was going to prevent her from throwing the hot pot on him. He threatened her with deadly force. She put her hands up, but keep watching. She goes down to the ground. Him and the other officer walk over because they can't see her. It appears that they can't see her behind this little mess right here. So they walk over to see what she's doing because she went all the way down to the ground. And I want you to watch very clearly. She's getting ready to pop up with this pot and throw the hot water on the police officer, at the police officer. And as you can see, she's popping up right here. coming from the ground. You see her there. Pop it right there. She's throwing the pot. You can see the pot, her throwing the pot. That is a pot in her hand. That's the handle and that's the pot. And I want you to watch right here because you're going to see that water come from the pot. It's going to go through these clothes or whatever on this thing. It's going to hit here and it's going to steam. I want you to watch it. Let me get out the way. The water's getting ready to come through right here and you're going to see the steam. See that steam? It's still steaming. As you can see right here, there's still steam coming off of this chair. That's how hot that water is and how you can see where it's spread. Still see the steam coming off the chair. Does that mean it's justified? It's up to you. It's up to the jury to decide. All I'm saying is that she did, in fact, for whatever reason, which I still don't understand, she took the pot, she threw boiling hot water at the cop.
So
none of that matters though, because she was told to get the pot. That's the only reason she had it. She was set up.
What's up with what's up with de-escalation?
But listen, that right there was totally wrong.
Walk away.
That was listen. That was definitely not something that he should have done. I feel sorry for that woman and her family for him doing that. I've seen suspects come at, and I hate to say it, white cops. White suspect with a knife, and I seen the cop run away with the gun without shooting. That was totally wrong. In that situation, if I felt that threatened by hot water, which you can use less lethal, and tase the person, they don't die. That was wrong. That was my first time seeing that clip, by the way.
Walk away.
We got to cut the shit with that, bro. Like I'm all with
come home.
That, but as law enforcement, the part that makes all of this fucked up in that whole situation is after she said, "I rebuke pretty much what you're saying in the name of Jesus." He was already trained to go. So it's my, you gonna do what? So he had already upped on her and was going towards her. It was already upped on her though.
Yeah.
And the part that he left out that didn't capture the audio was when he told her to put it down. She apologized, and you could tell she kind of got flustered.
Yeah.
So, and then in that same video, he doesn't give context as to when the shot went off. So, what he could have saw and freeze framed could have been her reaction to getting, shot.
That gun never should have been drawn.
Exactly.
Well, here's the thing. Did everybody see the same video I just seen?
Yeah, Savage. I got 10 minutes, Savage. I'm gonna drop the link, and then I'm getting out of here at 9 for sure.
That lady, the way that dude just broke that shit down, I'm convinced that dude, he don't like himself. He don't like black people because, for one, even Lionel Richie, not Lionel Richie, but Stevie Wonder could see. When she had something in her hand, it was turned sideways. It wasn't even no water in the pot. It wasn't even no water in the pot. And then for her to take it off of the stove, she would have had to drop it to the ground.
Bro,
she had her hands up.
It don't matter how hot that water was. There was no reason for you to draw your gun in that situation. You got too much shit on your belt.
Jay, I'm gonna take a page out of DJ Hamp book. Let it land. When she had the pot sideways, it wasn't no water in the pot. That's what I'm saying. So for this guy to break that shit down after this lady died in that manner, because he got a white wife and he trying to protect his white circle. Let's just call it what it is, bro. Like I'm pretty sure white people ain't gonna fall out with Freezer for fucking telling the truth. God damn. I'm just saying, let's just be honest. Yeah. The lady posed no threat, bro.
I agree with that.
Can I jump in? I gotta get off real quick. Go ahead. The most important part of that video is what happened before it. The only reason she had the water is because she was told to get the water by the cop. That's why he drew the gun on her. She was set up. So nothing after that matters. But the other thing about law enforcement that I think is important but under acknowledged is that the job of policing is fucked up fundamentally in that it creates victims by attacking people who are who are doing things like drugs or gambling or whatever, victimless crimes. They're not creating victims. The police create victims by enforcing bad laws, and that's the bread and butter of policing today. So,
well, in that particular situation, I don't think that necessarily had to do with anything as far as what they taught him, training or whatever. That was just a fucked up individual. You should have never pulled that gun. He had no reason to pull that gun in that situation. And I'm pretty sure he don't have his job right now.
All I'm saying is, why do people go to the links? Why do people go to the links to defend law enforcement to that extent? That's all I'm saying. Like,
okay. In reverse, you can say, well, why are people going to the certain lengths to condemn law enforcement when the first thing we do is someone breaks in your house or do something, we call the police? It's not to negate what happened with her. I'm sitting here telling you that's wrong, but you do need policing. You do need police.
Points get ran over because everybody just want to talk about what they want to talk about.
Yeah.
So here's the truth. What Flo said was the before, right? Before it all transpired. So Jay Smooth, you didn't see it, but she called the police to help her. She thought that she had a prowler of some sort outside her house. Right. So they walked around the house. They went inside. They were asking her for her name. It said that she has some mental issues. So they're asking for her name, right? They can finish their report. And she kept on she gave the wrong name. She couldn't remember her last name, something weird. They're like, all right, just give us your ID so we'll get your real name so we can get. They were leaving, right? So when she go get the pot, you guys are there for her. You about to leave. Right. If this crazy lady go get the pot, go out the fucking door.
Right.
There's so much you could do. You know what? You gave us your first name. We out of here.
Right.
There's no need for the confrontation at all because they're there to help her.
Right. And she's the one that called. That's why. That's just like if someone calls us for anything.
Not even just
there's no reason. What I'm saying.
You don't need no. It just like what it is. Like literally what we articulated. So if I call you to my house, there's no prowler, nothing. You need my name. I fuck my own name up. All right. The stamp, whatever. We out of here. You point out the pot. I go remove the pot. I'm backing up from the water already. The man took a step back because she had the pot. And I rebuke in the name of Jesus. You gonna what? I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. No, the fuck you're not. I'll shoot you right in the fucking face, and then I take a step forward back towards the water that I knew was hot.
He escalated that situation where it should not have been.
And then we went. Now you got to shoot her because she threw it. I could have just kept backing the fuck up and going out the door.
Right. Exactly. I agree with that. I totally agree with that. I'm not against you. I'm not against it at all.
I know, but we talking too much about the truth is when he said the beforehand is what you could just already just fuck this crazy whatever. I'm leaving.
Right.
Sir, she had a pot of water. We helped her. We looked around. We ain't find shit. Listen, she in there wilding. We gone.
What hell? Look what Jay Smooth saying though. He said, right. I get it. But I don't think what you get is that's the difference between this lady being alive and dead. That's
but at the same time, Freezy, you're right. There are different officers there are some situations that some officers may pursue. Now, another officer might have said, well, she have a mental issue. I don't know maybe we need to assess her mentality. Maybe she needs to go to a mental hospital. Maybe a certain officer would have pursued that. Would he have been wrong? No. Did it go as far as shooting? Yes, that's wrong as hell. But let's say he got her to a mental hospital, got her some help. We wouldn't be talking about this. But there are some cops like Hamp say, hey man, listen, I shouldn't have to take this any further. Let's go ahead and leave. This is what it is. Let's get the fuck up out of here. I get it. But there's no one way of policing because another cop may say, I care about her sobriety.
And it's all due respect. What are you talking about? Like you're just saying the things, right? But we're just saying in this specific example, we articulated what should have happened.
No excuse.
And things of that nature. You framing it like we need to assess the cop's mindset. The lady.
No, I didn't. No. I didn't say you need to assess that
you're
cop's
saying
mindset.
How they're gonna handle it in a bunch of different ways. And then, but the lady ended up shot. And then here's the thing. She had a hospital band on her wrist.
What I'm saying is she had a mental issue, right? I mean, you gotta understand there's two sides to everything, is what I'm saying. Him shooting her, him pulling his gun is wrong. Let's get that out of the way. It should have never went there. What I'm saying, there could have been a better, what I'm saying is that there could have been a better cop that cared more about her life and her mental that would have maybe assessed that situation differently and better.
She's dead. She's gone. And I want the officers to understand this right here. This display is a reason why people have such a bad taste about the officers, because as opposed to just saying the thing that is right to say, there's a whole bunch of rhetoric around what should, and you don't know both sides, and people get that misconstrued with, you don't want to just say that the person did the absolute wrong thing and therefore they need to be punished.
I said, listen, in all due respect,
you're saying you're saying but though.
No, I'm not saying but. I'm telling you that there's, if an officer would have went in to assess her mentally but handled the situation correctly, we wouldn't be talking about this. We'd be saying he's the hero because he got her help. There's no one way to police. Him shooting her in that situation was wrong. I'm not gonna say we leave it at that. But none of you guys are in law enforcement. So you don't understand that sometimes we have to deal with mental situations where we have to see that person can't be by themselves or they can't be alone, because not only are they a danger to themselves, but they could be a danger to others. I never said that was, it ain't no but. He's wrong. He should be in jail. And any cop that pulled his gun on someone who has boiling water and you didn't use less lethal, you're wrong. But you can't say that he just
you're wrong. You're wrong because he wasn't called for that in the first place. So anything past that it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he was there for a reason. J Smooth, you been locked up before?
Yes.
So
for a weekend. That's it. That's what we can. I'm not jail dude. Yeah.
So So and then people often commenting on things that they have no experience on. Like y'all like, what if you go to jail? Nigga, you never even been, you don't know nothing about it, right? But people are saying you should, right? We often have commentary on what we don't know. So when you guys tell us we ain't in law enforcement, we got 2 eyes, 2 ears, right? 1 mouth, we have common sense.
Right.
We can identify a situation and know what's wrong and right, regardless if we lock people up for a living or not.
Yeah, and I respect that. But the only thing that I'm trying to say is that we're not gonna go down that path anymore. I'm trying to listen. I understand
don't say the same thing over though. Don't you, because you were gonna reiterate.
No, it's not that because I'm telling you that everybody is going based off of you saying this is how law enforcement should be ran, but you're not in law enforcement, so you don't know how it should be ran. But common sense, listen.
Say that all the time.
Listen, because you can't. I can't listen because you have to go. You have to learn this stuff. You have to train for this stuff to understand that every situation is different. Not every situation. These situations aren't safe for the officers either. That particular situation.
You know what?
You get what I'm saying?
Watch out, bring this full circle.
Maybe I'm not getting it, man. Maybe I'm not getting it.
I want to.
I've already told you he was wrong.
I'm gonna get Savage in. Go ahead, Strata. Just make it concise, and I'm gonna get Savage after.
Real quick, J Smooth. I think that the point is some sentences need a hard period, meaning it ain't we don't need any more context. And back to our original conversation, when you start going down the what if rabbit holes. We talking about being decisive and proactive as a man and masculinity. This is why that matters. Because if you don't know how to put a period on the end of a statement, you can talk yourself into another hole or another scenario. Because I know you agree with us. You were just trying to give us more context. But this is why standing and having boundaries and stuff that we see is so important. Because if there's always a what if, and you can keep moving it, you know what I'm saying? Like everything, how you do one thing is how you do everything. So that was my point, that you did agree with us, and it just needed a period on that sentence. That's it.
But he keeps saying it's more than one way with law enforcement when you're trained and stuff. When you look at that video, it was only one thing to do, not draw your fucking weapon.
And I agree, and I said that.
Well, let's. I don't want to go back around it. Let me see. Savage, go ahead.
So the issue that I have with this argument is, so in March, her nephew or cousin got murdered. He got killed. And her cousin's mom called the police. Well, she didn't call the police. A neighbor called the police because her boyfriend was stabbing her. He ended up shooting the assailant. And in the course of him shooting the assailant, he shot one bullet and it ended up striking him, and it struck the hostage he had. Now they're trying to use her case and trying to get that cop murder, give him a murder case, saying that he was reckless, even though he was there saving her and she was being stabbed when he was there. So like this stuff is it's not always clear cut.
What are you talking about, Savage?
And that's all I'm trying to say.
What? He ain't saying
that situation was clear cut.
Hold on. I'm not dealing with no more windmilling regarding this.
I'm not windmilling.
Savage, I know you're not. Jay Smooth saying that's what you're trying to. You ain't saying nothing. He ain't saying what you say. He bringing up a totally different situation. We were very specific about what it is that we were talking about. That's why I'm asking Savage, what are you likening that to this? What are you saying?
Well, it's not that I'm likening it. Actually, those families are liking it because they're suing the city. They're both attorneys are using those cases
100%.
to justify their case against the state. And they're suing the state for
right. So we're talking about the murder. We're not talking about them trying to get money and using both cases.
No,
right?
No, but they're also trying to get the cop that saved the woman. They're trying to get him on a murder charge for the boy dying when he was saving the woman from being stabbed by her boyfriend.
Did the girl die?
No, he saved her, but he shot the dude, and her boyfriend grabbed a kid, and they both got struck with one bullet.
Is the kid still alive?
No, the kid died. The bullet went through the kid and into the assailant, and it killed both of them. But he shot one bullet.
He shot the assailant, went through the assailant, went through the kid, unfortunately, right?
Unfortunately, yes.
Question. Is there direct protocol for hostage situations?
It wasn't. He didn't know there was a hostage.
Explain.
Ignorance is no excuse. You're responsible for every bullet that comes out of your gun, out of your weapon. Period.
So the guy was stabbing the chick. He goes in, tells the guy to put the gun down. The guy goes back behind a wall and he gets the woman out. And then as the guy's coming back through, he shoots. And the guy had a kid when he completely came out from behind the wall. He did. Yeah, so he shot at the guy prior to the kid coming around the corner, but as he came out, he had a hostage. He didn't know that he had a hostage.
Yeah, it's convenient, right? And like I haven't heard the details of this one, so I have to vet it out. Did he get charged with anything?
He didn't get charged, but the woman that was saved is trying to get him charged for murder, and their attorneys are using her cousin's case, which is Massey, as leverage, as a symbol of this cop that saved her life was doing wrong.
Yeah, and so the reason why it falls flat is because I understand what they're doing. However, it doesn't matter at all because that man wasn't even charged. So not only did a grand jury not see it the same, they're trying to do it for convenience to gain money, right? But we're talking about this murder right here. Tell me about what you think about that.
No, I agree with you that they're different, but my point is you have one where the lady called and died, and you had somewhere where someone called and someone died, but he was saving somebody. And they're still trying to prosecute the guy. That's my point.
Two different things.
Yes, but both situations they came to help. In both situations, we can say one is bad and we can say one is good.
No, hold on. Wait, let me get in here. What you're doing is, in a slick way, you're trying to compare the two.
I'm not the one comparing. They're comparing it.
Okay,
their legal teams are doing that.
Listen to what I'm saying, though. You brought it to our attention for a reason, though. Right, you brought it to our attention for a reason. So what I'm telling you is what I'm.
Why don't you know about that?
Listen, what I'm telling you. What I'm asking is why you even brought that shit up.
It's the same.
We're talking about Sonya Massey. That's what we was talking about.
This is her nephew.
Listen, what I was telling you. We wasn't talking about Sonya Massey's cousin who called the police. We weren't talking about that. We talking about Sonya Massey, who got gunned down like an animal. That's what we're talking about. You're talking about two cops that had similar situations. Fuck the two cops. We talking about Sonya Massey. That's what we talking about. That's what we talking about. We're talking about these two white cops. That's what I don't want to talk about them two white cops. Fuck them two cops. I want to talk about Sonya Massey. What happened to her? Let's talk about that.
It doesn't, and the reason why it's a broken and disingenuous argument, Savage, is because that man wasn't even charged. So the jury, he got indicted. He got indicted for murder, which is why we can even use the law that saw it differently, right? So now we're here. Whatever the family trying to do to get money, while the two people that are dead ain't trying to get shit. That's what we're discussing.
Well, do the dead ever get anything?
No. Right.
So it's always the family.
Yeah, but right now we're talking about the murder of this lady when she had the pot and etc. Right. Conflating the two situations. It's conflated because they're not the same.
I wasn't saying they were the same. I was saying that in these situations they're complicated. We can both agree that one was bad and one was good, but people are trying to get the same results. Was my point.
Oh,
like there is.
No, we don't know. We don't know what the other situation is. We can say one is bad. We don't know the other situation.
Yeah, we don't. And that's the thing. There was an assailant in there, right, stabbing
Correct.
a woman. He's got the woman out. The assailant came around the corner with a knife. We assumed that the cop said he was charging, shot him, and hit the.
Well,
kid,
it's on video.
I'll try to find it. But we can understand.
We'll talk about that later.
We can understand an accident, right? And who knows? With these motherfuckers be lying so much, and then based on that dude's rhetoric after he killed that lady and she was laying on the floor, they didn't give a fuck about her, right? So when we talking about this situation, because when you click the link, it was for that, right? Because we already dispelled the other shit you done brought up. What about this? What you think about this?
If it was me and someone was throwing boiling hot water on me, I'd have shot.
Why wouldn't you leave? See, because we're talking about variables in the situation. The man took a step back to avoid the water, didn't like what she said, and then took a step forward. Was he actually afraid of the water?
Man, y'all pay attention. That's all.
You have to. You're supposed to keep sight on a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
What I'm saying is, I see.
What's your threat?
Hold on. What I'm saying is this. You agree he took a step back. Remember, he acknowledged that he took a couple steps back regarding the water. She said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. He got upset, pressed forward, and pulled his gun. Why not continue to take steps back? Because that was your initial response.
Okay.
Do you think he should?
Hold on, Jay Smooth. Hold on, Jay Smooth. All right, I'm not really playing that much right now. So
I'm not playing either. But
all right, well, stop interjecting while I'm talking in the midst of let things land. All right. So now, when we acknowledge the fact that he took the steps back to avoid the water, right? That is where it ends. You don't have to pull your gun and then gain ground where the water is. That makes no sense. You agree with that, right? Because he could have just stepped out the door also because there was no assailant. They cleared the house, right? They cleared the outside, the perimeter. They didn't even have to go in because she never said nobody was in her house. They went in to get her name. She couldn't give her name, so they asked for her license. They mentioned the water, et cetera, et cetera. Why not just continue to take steps out the house?
Yeah, they should have just left.
And that's the thing. So that throwing the water or not, he incited that. He could have just continued to just keep leaving.
Yeah, he should have just knocked on the door and left.
Yeah, and that shit is tight. And then Jay Smooth, and I apologize. The reason why I have to turn my energy up is because I like to let things marinate. Savage and I are having a conversation back and forth, and then it gets convoluted when people keep chiming in based on what they think they want to hear or what they don't like that's being said. And this is important, right? And I talk to Savage all the time, so he understands. We converse, we talk about the kids and all that shit, right? So there's an understanding here, But we had to thoroughly mine it out without a bunch of interjections because then we don't get all the information.
So I got a question for you though.
Yeah, go ahead.
So let's say they went on this. You watch the video and they go there and there's a car window that's broken out. They ask her if it's her car. She says it's someone else's car. They left it in her driveway, and they just left. And she got killed by a perp. Is that their fault or not their fault?
Man, this shit's so crazy, man.
Say it one more time, Savage. Sorry. Say, my service went down for just a second. Go ahead, say it again.
Okay, so my question is when they went there and they knocked on the door and she didn't answer and they saw the car window was broken and they asked her if it was her car and she said it wasn't her car, and she couldn't give them their name and she left and they didn't go in and she died. Would that be their fault or would it not be?
Are you saying somebody was in the house or something?
Yeah, had they none of this happened, they just left and she ended up getting killed from there was an assailant in the house.
Yeah. Are you saying that people have blamed them because she didn't mention that there was a threat inside the home?
Well, yes. My question is, would they also be held responsible if they didn't pursue the investigation they got called for?
Yes, they would have. The answer is yes. In law enforcement, yes, they would have.
So when a person said they have a threat outside their home, are you saying that there's protocol for cops to go inside the home to see if there's a threat?
Well, her not answering her door and then her being hard to question could possibly bring the idea that someone got in.
So I understand what you're saying, except for the fact that none of the video shows them clearing the house. So they didn't clear the house at all. So I understand your premise. However, they didn't do what you said that they should have done. They didn't go into every room and make sure nobody was there.
No, I didn't. I wasn't.
But you see, but that would have to happen for them to actually be trying to.
My point was, if they just left and something happened.
Understood. But what I'm saying is when they went inside, right? Because it should have been insurance to make sure that nothing happened. They didn't clear the house to confirm that there was no threat inside or outside. So their conduct, from what we saw, they didn't do what you said they should have done, or they would have been blamed for in the first place.
I wasn't asking if they did that. I was asking if they would still be held accountable. I was asking a question. I didn't imply anything.
It's hard to say considering she said the threat was outside, and also when they got inside, they didn't do shit but ask her for a license. So if there's a protocol there, they didn't follow it.
There you go.
Can I say something?
Hold on, I just want to hold on,
Okay,
Freezy.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, because I just want to make sure. And the thing is, somebody said they cleared the house. No, they didn't. I played the whole video. I watched the whole thing. 100%.
They didn't clear the house.
No. Right. And it's not even about trying to get them on gotcha moment. We having a conversation about what if, right? So I played in the what if scenario and used the real-time video to show what they did not do. Go ahead, Savage, and then Freezy, you could jump in. Or Jay Smooth, you could jump in. Oh, my bad. And then Freezy, because Jay Smooth was trying to say something. Go ahead, Savage.
Well, I'm done. I was asking your opinion. That was all.
Yeah, no, and I think it's a good question. It's actually hard to answer because I don't know all the protocol. I just know what they didn't do when I saw the video. Feel me? Jay Smooth, go ahead, bro.
I'm not gonna reiterate. We agree, disagree. One thing we do agree on that was handled all wrong.
Yeah.
That cop should be done. And I will agree with you, Strada. We'll just leave that as a hard period because God forbid that happened to somebody in my family or whatever, or me, or whatever the case may be. I'm not trying to talk about anything else. I think my thing was I was trying to emphasize protocol. I think what he was trying to allude to. And I was just saying that person was the wrong person for that protocol. And that's all I was trying to say. Before I get bombarded by the chat, I know how shit gonna go. People are gonna speak off emotions. Then what the fuck is he saying? Blah, blah. But no, that's totally not me. I do more helping. I do more shit that I don't even mention because I don't do it for likes or looks. I do it because I genuinely motherfucking care. You know what I'm saying? So I think they need more people out there like myself or other cops that I know. That situation, totally wrong. We'll leave it at that.
There you go.
Leave it at that. Yeah.
I'm gonna just say this. It's just I've seen this play out several times. Like what Savage was trying to implement into the conversation. What Savage was trying to do was trying to get us to have compelling thoughts towards the police, the law enforcement. He was trying to compel us to think on the side of law enforcement and the decisions that they have to make in their act of duty and how complicated it can get, right? And this is what I was saying earlier. When situations like this happen, right? A lot of times, and I've seen this play out on major news outlets where they will look up the victim's background and try to discredit the victim. They play games like that. But you just said some real ass shit, Jay Smooth. You said if that shit happened to your family, boy, it gonna be a period. That's when it's gonna be a period. That's when. If it happened to Savage family, it's gonna be a period. It ain't gonna be no, well, let's think about the other cop that answered this other call at this other house that ain't have shit to do with this situation.
Don't put me in that, 'cause that's not true. That was the realest shit said today.
I'm just what I'm trying to get y'all to pay attention to is all these compelling theories and compelling stories and shit. Man, fuck that cop. That's what need to be said right now. Fuck that cop.
Don't include me in that because
man,
you
listen,
don't know how
Listen, and I hope he get these metrics, y'all.
You don't know how I think. So include me in that.
Listen to what I'm telling you. No, it's my time to talk, bro. I let you talk. Listen, bro. I don't even know why you came up here telling that other story about that. Listen, when that cop shot, and since you want to talk about that story too, when the other cop shot and the lady called the other cop and he shot the dude, the boyfriend, guess what? That's a sad situation, but I guarantee you he shot more than one time. I guarantee you he tried to unload that bitch.
He only shot one bullet.
Well, if he shot one bullet, guess what? I guarantee you that's still up for grabs. I guarantee you that's still in investigation. I guarantee you he shot more than one time. Because you're trying to convince a bitch that one bullet, you trying to convince us like we stupid that he came around the corner and the boy was behind him and that one bullet killed him and the damn boy. And like he had a damn 22.
No, the bullet was the kid was in front of him, but he was off to his side.
Well, make up your mind. This one, bro. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying, bro. I hope that cop make it out. Since you want us to think about this cop right now. Since you want us to think about this cop and have sympathy for this cop, right? I hope he make it out. If he was in the right all the way, I hope he make it out. Is that good enough for you? Nah. Listen,
no, I don't really care.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do, because you brought it up. Listen what I'm saying. Yeah. So let's talk about Sonya Massey. Sonya Massey is dead. At least that cop you talking about is still alive and he can go home to his goddamn family.
Yeah.
That's the damn difference, bro.
Savage, I'm with you on that, Mr. Freeze. Savage, I think what he trying to say is man, the woman lost her life. She below ground. The guy you talking about above ground. Like I said, I go back to Strata, man. One thing about me, I'm a grown man. I know what's somebody right and I know what's somebody wrong, man. It don't matter what points we trying to make, what happened on this side to glorify this and whatever. He shot a woman that should have been shot.
Right.
In that particular situation, if that's me and my motherfucking partner, if I feel threatened by her water, the most I'm doing is a taser. Something simple, just put you down for 5 seconds and you still living. Or like you say, if I see my partner pulling the gun, hey man, because we've done that before. Right. There's situations where we've had a cop pull a taser where we was like, nah man, let's grab him with these right here. Put that taser up. So it can be done.
You got nonverbals. You got nonverbal cues. Anytime during the whole escalation, he could have tapped him like, "Hey, bro, chill."
But the reason they're saying put a hard period on it, I think because with us it's more relative. You know what I'm saying? With us, it's just not something we gloss over. You know, I'm not trying to look at the good. This happened to a black woman that didn't need to be shot, and I think other people, and it's not your fault. But I think other people who don't look at us don't share those same sentiments. And so I think what he's saying, the empathy should come with, hey, just leave it as a hard period. Let's focus on this lady's death.
We're talking about law enforcement and civilian relationships, right? That's what's going to help. All of these compelling stories about what cops go through in the times like we don't give a fuck. Listen, This what you signed up for. Okay, but this lady dead, dog. This lady dead.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like all these compelling stories and stuff, man. Listen, I can go watch a damn sitcom. I can go watch a cop movie if I want to, bro. If I want to, cry about some cops or something. I'm just saying, bro, this is real life shit, and I'm not diminishing cops' job. Listen, I don't want to make it sit up here that I'm diminishing cops' job, and I know it's some good cops out there. I'm not one of them people that's gonna say, "Oh man, all cops ain't shit, all cops ain't bad." If y'all heard what I said earlier, I said this shouldn't happen to black, white, or Hispanic. Did anybody hear me say that? I didn't even make it a racial thing.
Yeah, you did say it. I heard it.
Did they talk
I didn't even make it a racial thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, this lady dead. This dude's son. And this another thing, bro. The son was the first one that was notified about his mom dying. He tried to go to the police department. They told him his mama committed suicide.
Yep.
They lied.
A cover up. Crazy.
What about that, Savage? What you gotta say about that, Savage?
I don't know about it.
They ain't even talk about how the cop ain't even supposed to have a job because it's rap sheet.
Yeah, and that's what
I believe he lied twice. It was like two different stories.
And that's what he's talking about, the empathy. And that's one thing with me doing what I do, I don't want to lose track of. I don't want to lose track of that I'm a human, I'm a grown-ass black man before I put on that uniform or whatever. It's the empathy. And of course, we all got to want to make sure we get home to our families too, because that shit dangerous for us too. But at the same time, it's the lack of empathy, I think, is where we're going with this. And I had to catch myself because I'm empathetic. I mean, listen, I'm more than empathetic. I'm a black man, so of course that was wrong, and I stated that. But I started going off on this tangent about something else, and I think what they're trying to do is bring it back to the lady that's dead. So I totally agree with that, and I apologize, fellas, if I did get off track with that. So, yeah.
My whole thing is that why does that man even still have a job after his rap sheet? Why is he still able to move from precinct to precinct when his rap sheet is fucked up? The man had damn near 5 jobs at a different police station in the last 2 years, I believe. Why does he keep getting fired from different police stations and still have a fucking job?
The man got 3 DUIs.
It should be the department's fault.
The man had 3 DUIs.
That's
and
what I'm
he was
saying. His
discharged
rap
from the
sheet
military.
is so bad.
That's so crazy.
Yeah. He shouldn't even have a fucking job.
This man was a damn degenerate.
This
man was a degenerate. Is a degenerate. That's what he is, bro. On the force.
So Savage, to be clear, for the police officer that performed that act, that murdered Ms. Massey, you not willing to condemn that act or even the cop?
No.
Why not?
That's for the jury.
See what I'm saying?
But hold on. So I got a
Yeah.
question for you. If it's for a jury to decide, why did you bring up the other case and the cops that happened before? Why were you making a case for what happened to them?
I didn't make a case for them. I was saying that you had 2 different interactions. One that you could say was positive. Then don't ask me the question.
You know what I believe that hold on real quick to answer what he's talking about. You know what I believe? I believe that's like a yes almost. And the reason we feel like that it's a yes is because they're not asking you to be the jury. They're not asking you to go on trial and make it legal. It's a human situation. And if he was to reiterate that, God forbid that happens to somebody in your family, would you say is up to the jury? I think that's what they're trying to ask.
That's the truth.
But my thing, the point I was digging deeper into was the fact that when I asked you about the murder of Ms. Massey, you said it's up for a jury. But
it is for jury.
Talking about the other officer that was involved in what you saw as an accidental shooting, you had an opinion on that. There was no condemnation. So how is one up to the jury and the other one isn't, is my question.
Well, either one is up to the jury. The point that I was making is someone was there that actually helps save someone's life, and the other one was okay. Well, if you don't want to hear it, don't ask me the question.
I didn't say anything. Go ahead. Go ahead. What you say?
The point that I'm making is that the guy came and actually saved a woman's life, but they still want him in jail. So you can even have good situations and still people have bad feelings about that situation. Yeah, but
you avoided the question. But
so
Yeah,
you tell me why that relates to
I'm
what we're
telling
talking
you,
about?
Sorry, my son.
I'm telling you,
Sorry,
in
my
law
son came up to
enforcement,
me.
Savage, I'm telling you, in law enforcement, that right there should have been a less lethal situation. I've seen people who had more of a threat, and they never even attempted to shoot the person, or some don't even draw their weapons. To be honest with you, I think that particular situation, it didn't cause for that. It just didn't.
Wait, hold on,
And
hold on,
and
Jay.
I think
Jay.
everybody.
Wait, Jay. Let me chop it up with Savage. Savage. Let me ask you this. Could we say the same thing on the civilian side, right? Sometimes civilians have interactions with cops where the civilian, let's just say both civilians were innocent, but one civilian suffered at the hand of a cop, but another civilian didn't, right? If something happened to where one incident where one civilian actually suffered from the cop, and let's just say if it was a friend of yours, they suffered at the hand of a cop, and then you came up here to talk about your friend that suffered at the hand of a cop, right? And then I tell you, well, I know your friend got another friend where they called a cop, and that didn't happen. It didn't happen. It didn't happen the same way with this cop. So we just gotta understand all civilians are not gonna die. You know what I'm saying? Like we just gotta. I know what happened to your friend is bad, but what happened to the friend's friend is, nothing happened to that friend.
Can you make that more like contracted? Like it was kind of like defluted.
Yeah, but that's the thing, Freezy. I get exactly what Freezy was trying to get to. He was trying to make a parallel to get you to understand why we see the contradiction and you bringing up the other story. But Freezy, you had to do that because we'll need hypothetical. He came up here with two different cases that had nothing to do with what we were speaking on at the time. And then when
they're related,
about it, he backed off of his judgment of the cop that did the shooting to bring up one that he thought was innocent. And then his reason for one was, I'm gonna let the grand jury decide.
I didn't make it take a position on either side.
Wait, that you're saying? Debated.
Hold on, Strata.
Yeah.
Savage
can you show me where I took a position on either cop?
Hold on. Let me say this. The only reason why you're saying they're related is because you're saying that Sonya Massey's cousin is trying to use Sonya Massey as an example to make her case stronger, to make the cousin's case stronger. Right?
Yes, they said they were related.
Right. But that's the only reason why you're saying it's related. That's what I'm saying. You're saying they're related because the cousin is trying to make her case stronger. That's it. They're really not related because the incidents happen in two totally different places and they got two totally different case numbers.
Yes,
listen to what I'm telling you. By law, technically, they are not, objectively speaking, they are not related because they got two different case numbers.
Correct.
And on top of that,
you're saying they're related, and they're not.
But
they're not at all.
But in that, Freezy, I think the issue with Savage, with the way you presented what you're saying, by verbatim, word for word, you did not say that, but it is implied.
I'm not implying
because
anything.
It was a hard shift. You got to think what you did. You did a very hard shift. We were watching a video of the murder of Miss Massey, and then when you came on the panel and was given an opportunity to speak, the first thing you talked about, or the first thing that you made emphasis of, was the cousin's related case with another officer in another situation, and you were trying to link them when we were still trying to put a hard end to the sentence of that cop murdered her. Regardless as to how
shit not even related. He made it relatable. That shit not even related.
It's not related at all.
So even though you didn't
say
it inherently, you didn't say it specifically, that's what's implied when you do things like that.
It's not related at all.
So let me get this straight.
You didn't say those words.
So let me get this straight.
You didn't say those words, but that's what's implied.
Let me get it straight. So those two cases, that those people associated with those cases said they're related. I told you they said that they were related, but I'm the one that's making them related.
Who said they're related?
No, we're not talking about the cases being related.
Who said they're related?
No, I got them. No, because you got to stick to the point. The thing is, you introduced another factor in a very important conversation we were already having. It's the whataboutisms. It's the things we accuse the women that we don't like that they do. We don't like when they flip-flop. We don't like when they move the goalposts. We were having a very specific conversation. We were trying to nail down the actions of the officer in the case involved. You then took it off of that to introduce another element outside of what we were already discussing. That's what makes it sound so crazy. And the first retort you gave was, I think either Freezy or Jay said, we don't, we're going to condemn what that cop did. Fuck that cop. Freezy said it. You said, don't say that. You don't speak for everybody. So
that's not what I said. That's not what I was saying.
Okay, this is the thing. I'm not gonna play the semantic game of.
It wasn't semantics. He said if it happened to my family, I would feel a certain way. I said, don't put me in that. That's what I said.
Scenario.
No, I did not. I'm not.
See, this is the thing.
No.
When you're being held, this is the thing though. When you're being held.
No, you're not holding me. You're not holding me attached, sir. The thing I told him not to put me into was the thing I just said that he
said. Now you're interjecting, but the problem is that you know exactly what I'm speaking of, and you're trying to trip up the argument because I don't have you verbatim. I'm not.
I'm not.
Hold on, Strata, please. Hamp, put me in the box, Hamp. Please put me in the box, Hamp.
But no, he didn't. He didn't even get to finish. They didn't even get to finish the.
But this is why you're getting the pushback, brother. No one's disagreeing with anything you introduced, but when you're introducing a variable that's wildly off the topic we were already talking about, it does seem like there has to be a malicious intent behind you doing so.
I came in 9 hours late to the stream.
Say what?
I came in 9 hours after the stream started.
Sounds like
what you need to do when you do that? Sit down. What you need to do when you come in 9 hours late? Sit down, pay attention with the conversation, and then answer that.
Guys, come on, man. Y'all have to understand quality of a stream, right? If they're in the box, Savage ain't going nowhere. Let them converse, and then you can get your time in the box.
So my
you're right.
What were you aware of what we were speaking of when you came up? When you came down?
When I came up, I heard Hamp was talking about the case, and I heard most of what Jay was saying when he was trying to talk about the other side of policing. And then I came up, and my point went to the context of the job. That's what I was referring to. You had two situations from the same family, and you had one that could be good and one could be bad, which was building on Jay Smooth's point.
Even regardless, the introduction of it, and I think that this is speaking to the bigger problem. I would tell you the same thing I just told Jay. Some arguments need a hard period on the sentence. You were kind of trying to run ahead of where we were, and timing matters. So debating whether you're right or wrong, that's on your opinion. But when I ask you a direct question, would you condemn what that officer did is wrong? You saying you're letting the jury decide. Sometimes not taking a stance is saying it's taking the stance.
Yes,
and that
yes.
indifference speaks to you saying, no, I don't condemn it. Regardless of you not saying the word no, that's what it means. This is why when we're talking about masculinity, it's important to make a position known and hold your ground and stance, whatever it is. But by you flip-flopping and being a little slippery with how you're introducing things, it always leaves you the wiggle room to make an argument like you're doing now. But at the same time, it can be interpreted because you don't make it clear. That's the problem.
Well, I don't
have an opinion.
I
don't. If you don't express it, then you leave it to me to make the boundary for you.
Listen,
you won't set it.
Listen, I don't have sympathy. I don't have sympathy for things that have nothing to do with me. All right, I don't.
So why are you speaking on?
I was bolstering his point, and I never made an affirmative point how I felt either way about the cops until I was asked about it. So
And that's when you, but again, sometimes refusing an answer is an answer.
Okay.
And I think that to the point earlier, this is kind of talking past you, but to the audience, this is why I was so adamant about getting out of hypothetical land earlier. All it's going to do is lead to more questions and more interpretations. When you deal with what's right in front of you as a man, it forces you to make a decision. Stand on it or move off it.
Yeah, I already said, if someone threw water on me, I'd shoot them. If they were throwing hot, boiling water at me, I'd shoot them. I said that.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
Let me say, Savage. So you're saying that they're saying it's related, right?
Yes, correct.
Who is they?
The families. The legal team around the families. The Massey family and her cousin.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you think that it behooves the cop of the cousin, of the family, the cop that shot the boyfriend? Do you think it behooves him to have legal representation as well?
Yeah.
Do you think if he were to pursue legal representation, that his legal representation would say they're related?
Probably not.
So why, right, would you show credence to you want us to, you want, this is the hypocrisy, right? You want us to acknowledge the relevance of the relevance or the relation, should I say, the relation between the two incidents, because the families are trying to say they're related, right? But you won't say, well, the cop that shot the boyfriend, his attorney more than likely would say they're not related. That's a cop. See,
yeah, but then again, but again, they're making the claim. I stated they made the claim. I didn't make a claim that I believed they were related, and I didn't make the claim that they weren't related. I was saying, based on what the cop was saying about two sides of a story, I was saying that these situations are more complicated than that, because you had one that was bad and one that you could say was good, but people feel the same way about both. That was the point that I was making, that it wasn't clear cut. Now you're trying to tell me that I'm being disingenuous by going off a statement that the people that are involved are saying. So am I supposed to not believe them there, but believe them on the other claim? Or am I supposed to just state the facts of what they're claiming?
No, well, the only reason why we're talking about this is because you interjected this into the conversation.
Correct. I understand that.
So here's
I wasn't asking about talking about it. I was asking you because you're telling me that I'm being disingenuous by stating something they said, but I'm supposed to also understand that the defense would say that they're not related. So you're telling me that I should be smart enough to make a decision based on what's being said, but the people that are involved are saying it. So when am I supposed to believe the people that are involved?
What I'm trying to do is get down to the bottom of your intentions on why you even.
I stated three times to you.
Every time you talk, bro. If you pay attention, I let you talk, bro. Listen, what I'm saying is that I'm trying to get to the bottom of why you brought this up, right? You just stated that cop, if he were to pursue legal representation, of course, his legal representation would say, no, they're not related, right? So we got one legal team saying they're not related, and we got another legal team saying they are related. Here's the big question. Do you think that they are related?
What I think doesn't matter if they're related or not. That goes back to the jury.
Okay. So if what you think doesn't matter or not, why would you only state what the family of the victims are saying?
Exactly.
So is the victim? Is it the victims that are stating that they're victims?
Bro, I'm gonna ask a question one more time.
Answer my question. Are the victims the ones saying they're victims?
Say what now?
Are the victims saying that they're victims?
Of course they are.
Okay, so one case the jury didn't think so, and one they did, but both are saying the same thing. So am I not supposed to? Which one am I? Only the jury?
Let me ask the question again, because I don't think you heard my question.
I heard the question.
you don't think, you said that you don't care whether they're related or not, right? You're going to leave it up to the jury, right?
Correct.
Okay, but you felt it necessary to let us know that the families of the victims are saying they're related.
Exactly.
But we know that the cop has a case as well. The cop has a legal team as well. And more than likely, if I was to bet all my life savings 100% that his legal team are going to say they're not related.
Okay.
Right? So if we was to use our intellect, right? That right there, if you know this cop legal team is going to say they're not related, but the family is saying they are related, well, guess what that means, Savage?
Someone's lying?
What that means is they're using these implementations just to make each other's case stronger on a totally separate incident, right?
So are they lying then? Are you saying they're lying?
No, what I'm telling you is it's moot. This is what I'm telling you. It's moot. And now we know that it's moot. Now I'm questioning why you want us to hone in on the family saying that this case is related when you know that's only one side of that case. That's only one side of that case. The cop has his side of the case as well. But you what you're doing is you're using what the family said to get us to see it from the cop's point of view. That's what you're doing. You using what the family said to get us to compare to cops, different situations with cops.
I didn't compel anybody.
That's what you was doing. You're not going to admit to it, but it's
Freezy, let him get a clear response.
I wasn't compelling anything.
Savage. So you said that. So let's do this. Freezy basically is alleging or accusing, whatever one fits most.
Exactly.
What you came in to do. So you're saying you're not. Clarify why you introduced that and what your actual intention was, if it wasn't what Freezy's alleging.
Because I was building off of Jay Smooth's point about cops in the situation, and I was piggybacking off that with you had two cases that they're in the same city with the same family, and they had different outcomes, and they both feel the same way. So the point that Jay Smooth was trying to say, that the whole thing is more complicated than we're giving credit to, and that's what I was saying.
Savage.
The whole premise was not the fact for us to get down and if it's really related or if it's really tied together or if they're all racist cop, like that wasn't the point. The point is that you had two situations where you could say one was good and one was bad, but the people felt the same way.
Savage, listen to what I'm saying.
The
fact that you even brought it up, right? The fact that you even brought it up, because you said you don't care either way, you're going to leave it up to the jury to decide. The fact that you brought it up, the fact that you brought attention to these families saying they are related, you brought it up. We didn't know that before you brought it up. Why would you even bring it up? It's hypocritical on your part to even bring it up if you don't really care about that notion of these incidents. If you really don't care, and you truly believe that it's left up to the jury to decide, why would you interject that into the conversation?
Well,
and then he said he had no sympathy.
Do you feel that it's left up to the jury?
No. Do I feel like it's left up to the jury?
Yeah, should it be left up to the jury?
I feel like we have no choice but to leave it up to the court of law. Don't ask me how I feel, because if I had it my way, it'll be a different story. You understand what I'm saying?
So then why don't you go do that?
What? No, did
I jump in and help?
Wait, did you hear what I just said? I said we have no choice but to leave it up to a court of law.
So the difference is I took the same position you took. The difference is you're giving me malice and intent. I'm not giving you malice and intent.
The difference is I never interjected another I never interjected another way of thought to try to get other people to think about this case in a different manner on the cop side. I always had compassion for Sonya Massey. Now, a question was asked to you. Do you even care about what happened to Sonya Massey? And what did you say?
No.
Okay, then.
So why are you speaking on it?
Okay.
Damn.
Hey, can I interject Hamp real quick?
I'm done, Hamp.
He trying to play mental gymnastics, man.
Yeah. I just think that we spinning our wheels with this one. I think he is standing firmly and he is genuine about not caring. And if that is right,
My
yes.
bad,
that's
my
it.
bad, Jay Smooth. No, you can't
sorry.
interject. You can't interject that middle of the road shit right now. That's more so at the end of the conversation once everybody finishes having it. That we are the world shit is you're right, but it gotta wait till the end once everybody fully minds it out.
Nah, I was just gonna basically explain to Savage that, man, listen, at the end of the day, I had got caught up with that too, trying to explain.
Yeah, that's what I know what you're saying. You about to tell
okay.
him, listen, I know I'm trying to, and I think Savage, he understands that type of shit, but he's saying what he's saying. We can wait to the end to bring it to like here's where the empathy matters, right?
Respect,
but,
respect,
I think, and I'm not trying to cut you off the beat. You know what I mean? I know because I know what you're saying. I think it's good. It just I just know Chi-Town had taken a little bit of an exception based on what I'm hearing because I walked away. I apologize. And Cool Nerd was also trying to comment. He kind of before you Shy was popping. I miss you, man. I love you.
Hey, before Chi-Town go Cool Nerd, I just wanted to say this last thing. I'm not even mad at Savage for saying he don't care, but I think this is a pivotal moment where black people need to understand that a lot of them don't care. We need to start caring for each other and act more like a collective. That's all I was saying in the beginning of this when I first scammed up. I'm not mad at Savage because I expect that. I expect that out of Savage to say that. I'm not. I don't have no malice towards you, Savage. You said I have malice. I don't got no malice towards you. But all I'm trying to tell black folk, listen, you see what's going on? They don't care.
But this my thing. This is where it get dangerous at, right? Because this is what people need to start having a conversation about. If you don't care about certain subjects, if it doesn't fucking move you in a way, if it doesn't do anything to you, then you should just sit out the damn conversation, because what that does is it's entice people who do care to feel some type of way. Okay, we understand that when certain shit happen, when we talk as a collective, when certain shit happen to a certain type of group, people be like, oh, well, you know, I don't give a fuck, because they don't give a fuck because it's not happening to them. But the moment it hit home for them, that's when they give a fuck. But you're not supposed to have somebody else have sympathy for your situation that's not part of your situation or family. Cool. My whole thing is that don't fucking speak on it, because what that does is entice. Because I'm pretty damn sure if you was in front of somebody's family member that let's just say you was in front of somebody's family member that just got shot, and then they're having a conversation, they ask you something about it, you say, oh, well, I ain't got no sympathy, I don't give a fuck. I promise you it's gonna be an issue. So just sit out the conversation if you really don't care or have sympathy, so nobody will feel some type of way when you say you don't. That's all I'm saying.
Savage, you want to reply to that?
Yeah. So again, you're assuming I care you're assuming I don't care based on your preconceived notions of me not being
saying
part
what
of
you said.
You done?
I'm saying what you said. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm saying what you said.
You done?
No, you said you have no sympathy and you don't care. Let the jury do it. Like my man said, why the fuck even bring it up if you don't fucking care? What's your point of bringing those two things up? It doesn't make sense. Even if you trying to say something off of what Jay Smooth said, that just shouldn't even matter. You should have just set the shit out. You go ahead. I'm cool, but you go ahead.
Yeah. So again, you're assuming the reason I don't care is based on my skin color, which it has nothing to do with me not caring. But I didn't say that I didn't care until I was asked. Like, you guys kept wanting to press me for a position, and I answered your question. If it had been a white person and the same thing happened, I wouldn't have cared. So That's what it is.
I disagree with that because you care about them damn cops because you trying to get us to see it from them damn cops' point of view. That's a damn lie. That's a lie, bro. You trying to be diplomatic. You trying to be slick.
I'm not.
Yes, you is, man. Stop it, man.
He playing mental gymnastics. I just told
Yeah,
you.
I just think with him, it would have to be more personal, like a family member. God forbid anything ever happened, but you know what I mean.
It ain't even that, J Smooth. I'm gonna tell you what it is. Bruh came in here hot. He thought he had an aha moment, and we tried to hold him to task. Like, all right,
that's not it.
Talk about right now. Was the cop right or wrong? I'm gonna let the jury decide. All right, well, keep that same energy when you trying to, like I said, bro. If you're gonna be on the fence, if you're gonna let a jury decide, you shouldn't have an opinion about this one way or another. But you've been asked in multiple ways. What's your opinion on the wrongdoing of the cop in this case? And you said you're gonna let a jury decide. So let it stay there. But don't pull this whole, it's because I was white. No, you jumped into a conversation. You didn't make your position very clear on what we were talking about. You tried to wiggle out with an alternative. And then when we brought you back to task, you still don't have an opinion about it. And that's fine. We're not asking you to. But don't throw your hands up after you done threw a fucking grenade in the room, bro. It's disingenuous.
Yeah, I had to catch myself. Everything. I mean, the lady got murdered. That's what we should be focused on.
Right.
It's just simple as that, and we spinning wheels with it. And so, you know, I'll just leave it at that.
Savage, didn't I hear you speak on? I heard you speak about Trump. Didn't you speak about Trump getting shot?
Yep.
Maybe.
Yep.
I don't even give a shit.
When I heard you speak, it sounded like you care. You care. You were talking about the complexities of the whole situation and everything. You breaking that bitch down, dog. I remember that.
But
almost strange.
See, this be the issue, Savage, though. The respect or what you think your honest intentions were. If you would answer a straight question, we wouldn't even have to did all that shit. You could have just been like, listen, I don't think the cop was wrong for what he did. Now we can have a whole discussion on it.
But it's not. But
shit is corny.
But
Like,
it's
bro,
not. But again,
conversation.
going back to the point, it's not. Again, it's not clear cut because when you have, it's a gray area because technically she did throw boiling hot water on it. Some juries could say that deadly force was authorized because of bodily harm. Some would say not. It's not clear cut.
But
so that would be
your opinion now. You saying your opinion is going to be dictated by the jury's outcome? Is that what I'm hearing?
Hey, hey, Savage.
So you don't have an opinion until the jury makes a judgment, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Hey,
do you not see a fallacy in that? That your opinion is only moved by 6 to 12 people you don't know? You don't see the fallacy in what you're saying?
Well,
I don't think his opinion is based off the jury either. I think he has a set opinion about
That's
it.
what makes it disingenuous.
It's
a fucking lie. You know you have an opinion.
He has a side that he want to stand on. He has a side that he want to stand on, but he won't say it.
Exactly.
No,
we will respect your side if you just say it.
It has not like
cops. I like cops. I stand with cops. Then we would be like, okay, we respect it.
Facts.
So do you think I don't think there's not bad cops?
Stop asking us questions about what you think if you won't say it. Why don't you just tell us what you think and we can have an honest conversation? Because
I just said it. It's a gray area. I just said it's a gray area. You could say that he was wrong, and you could
on the gray area.
Do you stand?
My opinion.
Yes or no?
In general, no. In general, no. In general, no.
You don't stand with cops. It's just you stand with the cop in the one situation where you feel like he was saving a woman.
I didn't say I didn't say I stood with him. I was saying that you could say that he saved someone's life is what I clearly stated. What I'm saying is multiple people can look at a situation and they can see something different. That's what the jury's going to decide. That's why it's a gray area, because grave bodily harm is authorization for deadly force.
No, I want to know what you. I want to know what he think. Okay, well, one side, do you think that cop was saving a woman's life? Do you think that? Yes or no?
He did save that woman's life.
Okay, bet. He saved the woman's
he
life.
did.
Okay,
She was being stabbed.
Bet. Okay, bet. He saved the woman's life. Now on the other side, you said you have no sympathy. You don't care about the other case, right? You want to wait till the jury decide, right?
I don't care about either case.
But you
like if he goes to jail or he doesn't go to jail, like it doesn't move me.
Do you think he could have used less lethal in that situation, Savage?
Right on, brother. We have a very small audience. Right on,
Yeah,
brother. You got it.
Yeah, he could have.
But it does move you.
Hold on. So you're saying that he could have used less lethal?
Yeah, he could have. It's possible.
Okay, so just from common sense, if I could have used less lethal to get a bottle of water and I shot this woman dead with my gun, do you think there was another alternative other than pulling your gun and shooting?
Yeah, but there's always another alternative.
He just said it. No, because
there's always
he
another
just said
alternative.
it. He just said that he agrees with the cop. He just said if somebody was throwing hot boiling water on him, he'll shoot him. He said that.
Yeah, I would.
So that means he agreed with the cop shooting the lady.
Yeah.
This what I want to know. What does it make this
slower? So, Savage, do you think that she was intentionally throwing the water?
From the video, it's what it looks like. But
your takeaway is that she intentionally threw the water?
From the video, that's what it looks like, but I can't really say what her mind state was or what she was thinking.
But from what you perceived in the video, she's actually throwing the water at the cop.
Yes, from what it looks like.
And you're saying that if somebody threw the water at you, if you're in that position, you would have pulled the trigger also?
Yes.
That would be the answer.
And we stand, and I respect your decision. You see how easy that is? I respect what you said.
I said it before.
And to be honest with you, with the job I do, that's not the type of people that honestly, I don't want that on working with me. You're gonna find yourself. First of all, you just took away somebody that you could have handled in a totally different situation. You could have handled that totally different.
I'm a multiple-time felon, so I couldn't be a cop.
Let's mind this out.
The reason why I interjected is because Chi-Town was assuming what he said,
right?
And I just wanted to ask those two questions that you can make a proper deductive reasoning based on all the information. I just want to make sure Chi-Town was able to finish, and then you could jump in.
Yeah,
because it's my fault that he was cut off. I cut him off.
Yeah, Hamp, that's all I was saying. I'm saying that we're not trying to argue with this man whether he care or not. My whole thing is that we asked him a question. He said that if somebody throw hot water on him, he'll shoot him. Cool. In this situation, a woman threw hot water on a cop, and instead of him retreating, he shot her. So in my mind, as a person, I'm thinking you're siding with the cop because you would have the same outcome if you was in the situation. Cool. My old thing is that why you just won't fucking stand on that instead of saying I don't care either way, and then I don't care, let a jury decide. Just say as a man that you stand on, if a motherfucker throw hot water on me, I'm gonna shoot their ass. So I feel where the cop was coming from, because a motherfucker ain't just finna throw hot water on me. That's all we want you to say.
I said it like 3 times that I would do this, that I would, if someone threw water on me, I'd shoot him. I said that in the beginning.
Well, Savage, let's mind this out. So the video that it's only one situation with this lady, right? So
hey, Freeze, no disrespect, I already know where you're going. He's not gonna change his mind, bro.
Well, I'm just curious. I'm just curious, Chi-Town. You seen the lady coming forward? That's what you said. You saying you seen the lady coming forward trying to throw the water at the cop?
I know what you're doing, Freezy, but the man just stated that he will shoot the lady if she threw hot water. So I know you're trying to explain.
Well, let him mind it out. Just let him mind it out.
It's not that. I'm asking him, when you seen the video, you said you're saying that you seen the lady actually moving forward towards the cop and in a throwing motion, about to throw the water?
Yes, I seen her throw the water. From the video, I see her throwing the water. That's what it looks like.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. When the cop brought attention to the pot of water, right? when she was getting her ID, the cops are the ones that brought attention to the boiling water. You remember that too, right?
Correct.
And she took it upon herself to go check on the water. Let me ask you something. In order to make sure this water doesn't overboil on this burning eye, what do you have to do, Savage?
Turn it off.
Or what?
Move it.
Move the pot, right?
Both.
Turn it off or move the pot, right?
So when you take your food off your stove, do you move it to your countertop?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I just moved to the other burner.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. We're on the same page. That's what we can all say. That's what she was initially trying to do, because you're saying eventually she was trying to throw the water. In order for her to move, in order for you to move the pot to another burner, don't you have to pick the pot up?
Yeah.
Okay. So
did he pull his gun out then?
He said, "I'll shoot you in the fucking face."
Hold on.
No.
Listen. When she was moving the pot, that's when they said, be careful with that water. He made some kind of suggestion. Don't throw it. Make sure you don't. He said something. I forgot what he said, but he said something that made her say, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." I want you to understand this.
Kind of.
Right. Not only until she said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus," she was still moving the pot. It wasn't in a throwing motion or nothing. She said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus," and subsequently, right after that, the cop said, "You better not." He wasn't saying, "You better not throw the pot at me." He was saying, "You better not rebuke me in the name of Jesus."
Okay.
So if we all know that, and this is a consensus, right? She was still moving the pot. If somebody draws a weapon on you, would you say that is just cause for fight or flight?
Sure.
So I'm pretty sure, I'm just going to go out on a limb. This was this lady's first time even being drawn on with a gun, right? If this her first time being drawn on with a gun, how in the hell is any one of us going to say this lady's intentions after she said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus," after she got a gun drawn on her, that she had enough nerve to run at this damn cop and throw some damn water at this damn cop? Would you say after she said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus," the cop, that shouldn't have compelled the cop to draw his weapon?
Sure.
I digress, man.
All right, so I got a question for you. If someone was to throw a pot of boiling water,
guys, real quick, AL been kind of waiting.
Oh yeah, pardon so. You good? Pardon so.
Nah, well, I was kind of gonna go down Freezy's route right now and break down it frame by frame. But the question I have is, instead of shooting, you don't think that cop could have just said, "Hey, put the water down, and if you throw the water, I'm gonna shoot you"?
He could have.
This one I don't like when people. This one I don't like when people do, man.
Right.
The man clearly took a stand and said whether the person is black or white, if they throw hot water on him, he's shooting them. So when y'all trying to create these other scenarios about what if the cop did this or what if the cop did that, what you think about this, what you think about that, the man clearly takes a stand, in which we was all waiting for, and said that he would have done the same thing that the cop did. So it's no need to create scenarios.
But Shot-Town, the bullet point is she wasn't even trying to throw the water. She didn't even she wasn't even moving towards the cop. That's what I'm saying. He made that shit up. This man just sat up and made that shit up.
That video he just played, it looks like she's throwing the water.
It did not. It did not, bro.
Okay,
no, it did not. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, so to Freezy, it said so you think that she didn't and he think that she did. It's just a difference of opinion. He's seeing what he's seeing, you seeing what you seeing.
He don't even think that he don't even think that he just want to say that shit because this lady black, man. Let y'all just call a spade, man.
The reason why.
So, Freezy,
ain't your wife black, right?
No, my wife's white, but my two sons are black.
They're mixed,
that's what I
technically.
but I
But
really think that matters.
That
with
don't
him,
mean
bro.
that.
it don't mean shit. But Shy, the reason why I think he has more context he knows is because he came up on the panel already bringing additional information. So that one angle that Hamp just played tonight was not his first time looking at this and thinking about this fucking case. He's just being disingenuous. He's gonna answer short to come off composed. That's fine. But bro, at the end of the day, you have your beliefs about whether you think the cop is right or wrong. So fucking be it. But the fact we have to run you down to answer a simple question about in a discussion we were having prior to get on the panel is asinine and it's tiring. As men, now this is all for you. As men, this is the problem when you don't take stances. This is the problem when your fear of what might or might not happen, that resolve that we talked about earlier, this is how it can cause problems. Because then you're gonna be put in a situation where somebody's gonna make you answer. Now you're gonna have to commit to something. Exactly. And you might be in a corner you can't get out of. Now, granted, this is just a casual conversation. That man's, he can have his own opinion. But in real life, if you're not definitive on what the fuck you saying as a man, don't be complaining about what women is and ain't doing, whether your mama was or won't there. I don't want to hear none of that shit. Because as men, sometimes you gotta grab your nuts and be like, yo, I'm on this side of the street. There's the line. It ain't about being tough. And again, if he had just came in and answered the fucking question, it wouldn't have took 2 hours for him to get to this same, well, leave it to the jury. No, it ain't. You had an opinion, bro. Like, it's disingenuous as fuck, bro.
Why
you
come up here and talk with black people though, dog? Why you do that?
I don't even want to do that. I'm just upset that he stopped the flow of the conversation.
Fuck that shit,
That's
dog.
that was
That
my
shit
only
gets out of
thing.
that shit.
Yeah,
He's having his opinion, bro. But
He always
yeah, I don't know. I just
corny.
I ain't gonna get into that racial.
Oh, cause it seems like they be patronizing us, like they be trying our intelligence, like we can't see that shit.
Right? Like, come on, bro. Like,
No, I just think the only problem I had with Savage, I don't think
I shouldn't even
Savage
say that because this Hamp panel, my bad,
I
Hamp.
don't
I'm
think,
sorry.
I don't think Savage got ill intent because Savage always come up here and talk with us. The only thing that was making me upset was
that man might like black pussy. You don't know that?
No. My whole thing is that I agree with he's standing on what he's standing on. My whole thing is that he said it 3 times, but I just wish he just came off the rip and said it. Instead of just he said it 3 times, but I wish he would have just like when he said that he should have just said it and like y'all said, put a period to it.
Right. It's like
that's the only thing that I got a problem with. I don't mind a man saying that what he will do and what he don't do, and if he feel like what he did was the right thing to do, because he'll do it. That's fine. That's your stand. I stand on that. But when you try to do all this gymnastics, flip flop, whoop wop, and then try to bring up other scenarios, that's why I said that's what entices the panel, because like you said, it make you seem like you disingenuous about what you speaking on, instead of you just saying, look, I agree with that motherfucker. It looked like she threw hot water on him, and if she did that to me, I would have shot her ass, so I agree with the cop. Boom. Then we would have went to a whole nother whoop whoop.
Right.
We respect it.
Yeah, but that doesn't you understand that doesn't make it right, correct?
No, it don't make it right. It just makes us respect where you stand.
Yeah, but the issue of it is you're conflating things that I'm saying to mean something else.
No, I'm not. I'm one of these dudes that say shit and I stand on it. If a motherfucker do something to me, like let's just say if a woman throw hot water on me, I'm beating her ass and I stand on it. I'm not running away from. I don't care if it's 100 women in this room. If that woman throw hot water on me, I'm beating her ass. Simple. And if a man asks me about it, I'm gonna say it again. So I'm not disagreeing with what you saying. My whole thing is that like Strider said, just stand on it as a man. Just stand on the shit. So we won't have to keep asking you these other fucking questions. And then the other guys on the panel, I understand what they're doing. They're trying to create scenarios to see, but you already said that you're not fazed by it. It doesn't bother you, and then let the jury decide. So that's when me talking to the fellas and saying, oh, well, if you was a cop and she did this, would you do that? No, we shouldn't even be asking them that, because he already stated that it doesn't bother him in any way. He doesn't care. It doesn't move him. So that's why I was telling the guys, like, I understand what y'all doing, but y'all doing it to the wrong person, because he already said what he stand on. So just leave it where he stand at.
And just word to the Wild Savage,
it's just bad faith to enter a conversation with apathy. Meaning, if you don't give a fuck, you probably shouldn't contribute one way or another. That's
Well, no,
just a rule of
the
thumb in
problem is,
conversation.
no, the problem is,
Shit I don't care about. That's just me. If I have apathy, I don't have anything to say. I just shut the fuck up. But just
yeah. Well, the problem is you were trying to get me to feel the same way that you feel
No,
after I stayed. After I stayed my opinion on the matter.
You never stated your opinion.
Yes, I did.
You evaded and deflected, which is why I was giving you such a third degree. Is because you weren't being direct. That's what led us here. So no, it's not that. You had apathy, which would have been fine had you made it been known up front. But you hiding apathy, you use apathy to shield what your true intentions and opinion was, which is disingenuous.
No, I told you what my opinion and what I was doing, and you told me that I was not doing that.
Cut the shit, bro. Like I don't know. Like my apologies, Hamp. I like stuff like that. It bothers me for you, so I apologize for us even going this deep down the hole. But it makes the conversation slow up, and you're adding weight where it shouldn't be. You should be able to have enough respect for the panel to state your opinion and give your reason why. We've been disagreeing probably for 5 hours before you ever got up here. We had different stances on manhood, how we interpreted it, what we would and wouldn't do. I'm okay going down a hypothetical hole, but we're not going down a hypothetical if you coming in and you're not even letting it be known where you stand. That's the problem. You think you did it, but I think you did a poor job of communicating it because I wouldn't be the only one with these questions. The whole panel was confused by your introduction information. That's what makes it such a drag when you do the shit. That's it.
Hamp. I want to say I apologize. Hamp, I apologize, bro. I apologize because I get passionate about this stuff. I just get tired of every time incidents like this happen, they always find a way to characterize the victim. Like they always find a way to. They'll do it to freeze it too. Right now, if a cop shoot me in the head and I ain't did nothing wrong, the first thing they gonna do is go look at my background and say, "Oh, he was a menace to society. He did this and he did." That's what they do. This the oldest play in the fucking book, dog.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that. Like they did with George Floyd. You know, no matter what his path was, you shouldn't have had your knee on his neck, man. That's just all across the board. But a lot of times they'll do that.
Jay, hold on. This is what I was going to say. Savage didn't even do that. Get what he did? He went as far as to just tell a bold-faced lie and say that video that Hamp just showed, he seen this lady walking towards the cop and was finna throw the damn dog. They will go to the extent where they
never said
the
walk.
same video that we seen. And instead of just conceding to the fact that cop was 100% wrong. That's it, 100% wrong, right? Instead of just saying that, they always find a way to demonize niggas.
So if he gets off on it, does that make him wrong?
You're confusing righteous with law. Two different things. But continue.
Well, you guys
are
just
confusing righteousness with legal. Two different things.
You guys are just doing the same thing with me.
I was gonna say it's funny because we do this. It's funny because just listening to it, we do this with women, right? In terms of when they stand on a certain thing, we are trying to convince whores to be housewives and be standing citizens and act like a lady and you should dress like this and that when she really clearly wants to be a whore. So my whole thing is, why do you try to fix some shit that don't want to be fixed? Why do you try to convince something that's already convinced that what they want to do?
Yeah.
That's why I don't go back and forth with. I'm not with the whole saving women and trying to make them back traditional and all this shit. Let a fucking modern woman be a modern woman, and that's what she stand on. Fuck it and leave her over there, and just grab the ones that's willing to change.
Let me clean this up, right? So essentially, the core argument is flawed. Savage, I would argue we know better than that, more than a lot of people. What it is they couldn't meet the burden of proof, right? Because it has to be absolute to find someone guilty, right? So if the prosecution doesn't meet the burden of proof, That's exactly what that means. But we know that doesn't mean someone's exonerated, i.e., how white people have demonized O.J. Simpson, even though his verdict came out as not guilty. The accused, they still say he did it, right? So we know what actually happens. We know that court, you have to meet a burden of proof, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the person didn't do it. This is on video, on tape. We saw the culprit, we saw the victim. We can make a determination regardless if the burden of proof isn't met. So I mean, we just got to be realistic about what it is we talking about.
Well, I'm sorry, Hamp, but the BlackRock method, I believe in. I honestly believe that guilty men should go free to innocent men. So I like the system.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that, but that's what that means, though, right? The burden of proof wasn't that beyond a reasonable doubt wasn't met, right? But we know that you would agree that OJ. I haven't never heard one white person say OJ was innocent.
He was innocent. It was ruled innocent. Like I wasn't there. I was like 3 or 4 when that happened. I don't like.
Yeah. What I'm saying is the court of public opinion we know outweighs. We know what people say in those cases. So let's just make sure we have the conversation in good faith based on what actually happens, right?
But it was good faith because I said it was up to the jury. I made that statement twice saying that it was up to the jury.
Yeah. OJ couldn't go out and eat without everybody. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
So basically he don't have no side until the jury decides, basically.
Exactly.
So if it's clear evidence that this man is guilty, he don't give a fuck. If the jury say he's not guilty, that's what he's standing on. He's with the not guilty side. Even though he can see clear as day that this person is guilty.
Matter of fact, that's actually good, right? Let's say we stick to when the court's judgment is what the fact is, what is the truth, right? Based on Savage's sentiment. Savage, if you're on that jury, based on the evidence that we have presented to us, we saw all these angles, we've made determinations. What's your vote?
It would be determined on the police policy for me, because if he broke policy, then that's a different issue.
Well, so based on the police officers, let's just go with the information we had. We had a couple police officers, including police chief, up here saying that what's the terminology in terms of significant bodily harm? I forget the exact term. I may be saying it incorrectly.
Acronym.
But when a assailant or a culprit presents something that can cause an officer significant bodily harm, they are within their right to use deadly force.
Correct.
And so, do you deem that pot of water in that realm?
Yeah,
weapon.
If it was boiling, then it could easily melt your flesh off. But again, you would have to know. I'd have to know more of the details and actually be on the jury to actually make a good case, because, like I said earlier, it could go either way. It's a gray area in the situation based on the policy. If he was in the wrong based on their policy, then he's guilty. If he wasn't wrong based on their policy, then he'd be innocent. It's not just clear cut because of what I've seen on the video.
But your synopsis. My bad.
Well, I was just gonna say real quick. Also,
I thought that was
okay. Right.
So you do make a determination that she was indeed throwing the pot towards the officer.
Yeah, it's what it looks like in the video played. Yeah,
weaponized boiling water could do significant bodily harm.
Correct.
And so, in which case, a cop in that instance, based on the police officers we talked to yesterday, is allowed to use deadly force if somebody's coming at him with a weapon that can do lethal harm to him. Right?
Yeah, I understand that, but like him pulling the gun out when she said "I rebuke you," he could have broke policy there. So based on what his own police department, he could have escalated it and broke policy, so he no longer was shielded. So, it would be determined on that to me.
Let's slow it down and think through it. If we agree that a pot qualifies as that level of weapon, and he doesn't understand what I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, which he can consider a threat, and he pulls his lethal weapon based on the verbiage, based on the pot, is he justified there?
Like I don't know. I don't know if the verbiage adds to it, but I would say that a boiling pot and him taking her as a threat, since he has the ability to have heightened awareness if he felt there was a threat if she did throw that pot, which it looks like, and he shot her, then that'd be bodily harm or grave bodily harm. So that would give him the ability to use deadly force. But again, he could have broke protocol prior to that.
But you see my breakdown. I'm breaking down where we're alleging that he broke protocol. Based on the breakdown, based on the information we have, based on the police saying what the policy are, we would understand that the protocol is there, right? Because I got all this just from the video.
Yeah. So then, if that's the case, then if he didn't break protocol and if he has the right to shoot, then yes, I would vote that he wasn't guilty.
Mm-hmm. And then they indicted him on murder. So we just wondering where it stands. But it's just tough, man. And I think it just simply aligns with your sentiment of what you would do in that situation. So even though you're saying the jury is X, people make determinations on their own. People often get convicted in the court of public opinion before they ever finish their trial. So we all do it, whether we like it, understand it, accept it, believe it or not, based on what you would do, based on how you saw it, based on the evidence that we have. You think the cop was justified for all intents and purposes based on the law.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that my opinion is also not based on a fact that's concrete, that there could be evidence that is brought up in the case to change it. Because like I said, I believe it's a gray area in that shooting. It could go either way. That was the point that I'm making with the jury. I could see him being convicted and being guilty, and I could see him not being guilty. It just depends on the circumstances of the information that we don't know.
But Hamp, do you see this? I'm talking about YouTube. This is what I'm talking about YouTube, right? Do you see the harm and danger in what Officer Tatum did? This is what I'm saying. Like Officer Tatum, when he did his I don't know if it was a live stream or a video on demand, but when he gave his breakdown of what happened with Sonya Massey, obviously it was a biased breakdown because of his personality or his character. But this was what I be talking about. It ain't even about white people. It's about black people like that. That they can do harm, dog. They like him breaking that situation down because of his personal bias. Towards black people or whatever. And Savage is saying, what Savage really is saying is Officer Tatum convinced him that this lady was trying to throw the pot of water. And maybe he did. Maybe Officer Tatum is just that good. But this is the harm in these type of dudes.
That's what. You know what happens? J Smooth, you got it right after this. You know what happens too? Depending on who's saying it, gives it that much more credence. And I gave this analogy before. Coaches would be sitting at the table, right? Two players will come over. Coach, what do we do on 3rd and 10? One player will give his scheme. The other player will give his scheme. Whatever play I say was right, he walk away like, nigga, shut up. Coach already said it was right. You don't got nothing else to say. And that's what happens when they see what they would deem a credible black man giving justification to the action. Now it's like, well, Tatum said it. And it is so dangerous. Callie Bev and I were having a conversation up here about does she accept drinks from people, right? But she been with her husband for 20 years, right? You know, they have a dynamic, but I'm saying, Callie, what would you advise, right? Based on just how people act. And she's like, oh, I see what you're saying, right? Say the thing that makes the most sense for the majority of people. You know what I mean? When you speak anecdotally about what people should adopt, it's tough, but you want to keep people safe, so you give them the information that would be best suited for the majority listening. You know,
that's his fan base.
I hear that. Yeah,
that's his fan base. Hamp.
He catering to his fan base.
Well, yeah, man, I got over 20 something years of this shit, especially when I was in the military, bro, training. And I think It has one thing they give you when you're in law enforcement, man, is discretion, and I think that's the one biggest thing that we missing here. If it's a policy, they give you duty to retreat or stand your ground, right? There are certain things that happen where you got somebody pull a knife or gun, I got to stand my ground. Some things are a judgment call. A fucking pot of water, man. And I know that, okay, you can burn my skin or this or that. One, you got to consider her distance, how far away she was from you. Man, I've been burnt by fucking grease cooking chicken in my goddamn kitchen. I really had to take her life over a pot of water she wasn't even necessarily close enough to throw. And we're still having an argument here on if she was throwing it or not throwing it. You get what I'm saying? And it just come down to discretion. And Savage, I understand some parts where you come from, but for the bigger picture, as a cop or anything, even when I was in the military, you have to have the ability to make decisions. And you have to make the right decision, because when you pull that trigger, like someone said earlier, you're not only killing her, you taking a mother away from somebody, you taking a sister, a daughter, you doing that. So even in my situation, and I know how severe a situation can be even when I'm in it. I've been in a lot of crazy situations doing what I do. But you still have to make a decision at the end of the day, because if I make the wrong decision and I kill someone that don't deserve to be killed, then I got a lot of shit to deal with myself. At the end of the day, it's not cut and dry like you're trying to make it was what the jury decided, or yeah, I would have shot it. Don't just say I would have shot it. You don't know what you would have done. Maybe you, okay, that's something different. But a real human, a real cop, someone that I want to come and defend me, or me to be when I go defend someone else, is someone who knows how to make a discretionary call to where I say, you know what, do I have to pull my fucking gun to take this person's life or not? It's just as simple as that.
Let me read these. As David the 20 ball says, if there was a sound, he shot her while she was down. He kept saying, put the pot down, put the pot down, put the pot down. She seemed to try to grab the pot to put it down because it was on top of the counter. You need the sound for that video. Venus with the $10. What's up? Venus says, I feel like the non-FBA self-haters or people who like to date outside their race are the only ones who justify shit like this. Trust me, they fall in one of the three categories every time. Pound, they not like us. As Abe with the $5 says, don't be fooled because he is narrating what happened instead of allowing the video to play. You need the sound for that video Savage chose to pull up live. Well, I played that video because we played the other two. That one just has a step-by-step sequence where you can kind of see it well. But the narrator, you know, if you guys ever heard Shannon Sharp say he watched football games with the TV, the sound off, so that the commentator can't skew him. Okay, I'll get it, Bubba. As Ava the $2 says, now y'all say she threw the pot. Don't be gullible. Why they say that? As Ava the $2 says, Savage is being disingenuous. Let the sound play. I played the video. I played that video just because the angle and how he zoomed in, you can see it clearly, right? In hindsight, maybe we mute him while he's talking so that his narration doesn't skew anybody, right? So that would be on me, if anything.
Thank you for verifying that I did not send you that video and had nothing to do with that.
My brother Sporty's actually sent it to me. Shout out to Chaotic Clubhouse. He actually sent it to me yesterday when I was actually Baba, I get it. When we were actually reviewing the video. Omega Dress with the $2 says, once you rebuke, your life is in danger. And as Ava the $5 says, more compassion for the white boy who shot Trump than the woman set up and killed because the man was evil. And it was get back for his wife. Yeah, hold on. No. As A with the $5 says, who else did Grayson kill before Sonya? Where are the records that police hid Savage? Who was saving somebody? See, through you with the $5. What's up? She says, Hamp, did you hear the audio of this same cop being reprimanded in the past? His superior said he's a liar who shouldn't be wearing the uniform. Yeah, I heard that video. I think I heard a clip of it. I think Venus played it this morning. So I was in the midst of a workout, and I was trying to listen in. I think I heard it. I heard parts of it, but I heard the gist. Sexy Red, what's up with the $5 super sticker? As $2 says, She didn't throw water. Don't let him tell you that. We watched it. We watched it. As Ava the $2 says, they already knew her name from the call. Cap. Omega Green with the $2 says, that was cold-blooded murder. Valerie Smith. Hello, Valerie. Hope all is well with the 20 ball says, thank you for the show tonight. It's my pleasure. No
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Indeed.
Brother.
As Ava the 2,000 Savage said he would have. I don't want to say that out loud. Here for the T with the $5 says they love to see us hurt behind this shit. That's why they have so much to say. Pay attention. As Abe with the $5 says he talking like that because he know you cannot get to him. Yeah, I get it, Bubba. Ignore his red behind. He said he would have unalived her too. What more do we need? It's humiliating. Carlisle Tom with the $5 was popping said, it's good that Savage spoke his mind. Nobody is coming to save you. Please wake up. As Abe with the 2,000, J Smooth respect. I'm a grown man before I put on a uniform. Just me with the 2,000. She was mentally ill and they don't have the patience. Just me with the $5 says, people like him used to killing animals for sport. They desensitize and don't care about human life. You can't make him care until it's his mama, wife, or daughter. John Henry with the $5 says, Hamp, she threw the water from a kneeling position. Her hand was clearly seen on the handle. John Henry with the $5 says, the cop was not in range of being hit by the water. Him shooting her was uncalled for. The cops didn't have the temperament for that job. And that's something Jay Smooth was saying as well. Just me with the $2 says, this show how weak they are to use that type of force. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So I might as well stay. I got 29 minutes before because it won't save the YouTube. So we're gonna use these 29 minutes. And I'm about to play NCAA after this shit. John Henry, what's popping?
Hey, what's going on, Hamp? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir. Damn, it sounds better than usual. What, you got, an iPhone now?
No, man, I still have an Android. iPhones is bullshit.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Team Android. Stay with
81. So, like I was saying, man, she threw water. If you look at the video, I don't know which video everybody else saw, but the video that I saw that did not have the cop narrating, you could see from the position where he had his hands up, but under him there was still vision to see. You could see her hand was clearly on the handles, where from a kneeling position, she threw the water at him. The thing here is that, going back to what Jay Smooth said, she did not have any type of position where she could have thrown it significantly where it could have done him any harm. The cop was dead wrong for shooting her. He did not have the temperament for the job whatsoever. What started the whole incident off is that she took 3 minutes to answer the door. I don't know if that was in the video that you guys saw, but he was already amped from that. When he got into the house, it just continued to escalate from there. This kid just didn't have the temperament to be wearing the uniform. And I just heard you mention, Hamp, that somewhere in another video from a previous job that he was in, because he'd been moved 4 times in 6 years or something like that. He'd been moved 4 times in 6 years. I don't understand the last person or the last organization who hired him. How in the hell did they even let that happen? But nonetheless, this kid did not need to shoot her. He lacked the proper discretion to be a police officer, and his attitude from the entire time up until when he shot her was indicative. Even after she was shot and the other cop was trying to provide her medical attention, even though she shot in the face, the whole question came down to, oh, who's got meds? Well, we need meds. He said, I got meds. But when he came back in the house, he said, I'm not wasting my meds on this. That was also in the video. And then as he left, just a second, Strata. But as he left from that, he also made another comment that was worthless for the most part. It was garbled. I didn't hear that as clearly as I needed to. But the fact of the matter is, yes, she did throw the water. Yes, she threw it at him. However, her being in a kneeling position, it didn't do anything significant.
One question, John Harry, if you don't mind. Did she throw the water before or after she said, I'm sorry?
No, again, the I'm sorry part, I couldn't hear I'm sorry. Just a second, guys. My phone's going dead.
That's what I'm
Does
talking
anybody
about.
hear music in the background?
No, sir.
No.
Okay, maybe that's me. I'm hearing some music in the background, but nonetheless, the fact is that I didn't hear "I'm sorry." I could hear from the audio that was being depicted that when he said "you better not," when she said "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus," you have to look at the angle. We couldn't see where her hands were. People were thinking that he was saying "you better not" just because of the fact she said "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." From what we could assume, if we're not just windmilling here, is that she was putting her hands in a position to where she could pick up the pot of water to throw it.
No, bro. No, you're absolutely wrong. You're totally wrong, John. Respectfully. When she
Hold
had
up, man.
listen.
Hey,
She
just
picked,
a second, guys. I've got some noise in the background. Hold up.
she picked up, just for the audience, man. She had already grabbed the pot when she said I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. The reason why the cop was backing up and the reason why she was saying I rebuke you in the name of Jesus is because the cop was insinuating that she might be careless with the hot water because she had grabbed the pot already. By the time the cop drew his weapon, she had let the damn pot, her hands was in the air. Even Officer Tatum, it showed that in Officer Tatum's video. Her hands was in the air.
She took her hands down, Freezy, grabbed the pot and threw it.
Listen
Her
to what
hands
I'm
were
telling
in you were right, Freezy. Her hands were in the air.
What you're saying is she grabbed the pot when she first went to the stove. Then when she said she picked the pot up, then when she said I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, and the cop drew the weapon, she put her hands in the air. What you're saying is she was bold enough after she was scared, after she was surrendering, to grab the pot and try to throw it at the cop after she did all of that.
That's exactly
Man,
what she did,
crazy
Freezy.
as hell. I'm tired of you
I
niggas.
don't, Freezy, the fact that you think I'm crazy and the fact that you can't see has nothing to do with my observable reality. You can see where her hands were up, it went down, she grabbed the pot, and on the platform that I was watching, he stopped it to where you could see her hand was on the pot, on the handle.
Bro, y'all so smart. Y'all ain't got now bit of sense, dog. Respectfully.
No, it's not that I'm so smart. It's that your incompetence allows you to sit here and win
crazy as hell, man.
So okay, I can be crazy. Call it what you want. Again, she threw the water at him. She had her hands up. She got down on the ground. Then she got back up, grabbed the pot, and threw it from a kneeling position. Because of the fact she was in a kneeling position, the water was not able to travel.
The pot when she was on her knees.
She threw the pot from a kneeling position.
So which is it? Hold on. So which is it? Savage said she was on her feet trying to walk towards the man, trying to.
I didn't say that.
You
saying I didn't say that.
She was in
I didn't say that.
All right, so
I
notice
didn't
how
say that.
Breezy's whole depiction is falling apart right about now.
Wait. How would she move towards the cop if she's on her knees? Could somebody please tell me that?
I never stated that she moved towards the cop and threw the pot.
He said she threw the pot towards the cop.
She threw the pot from a kneeling position. The cop drew his weapon. She got away from the stove. She went down. She put her hands up. Then she jumped up, grabbed the pot, and then went back to her knees and threw it at the same time.
Why did she put her hands up? Why did she put her hands up, John?
You'd have to ask her, Freezy, if she put her hands up, it's because of the fact that she was probably in fear. But she jumped back up and grabbed the pot off the stove, Freezy. I don't have to justify this shit.
She put her hands up because the weapon was drawn.
Thank you.
And I'm not denying that, Freezy, but at the same time, she stood back up, grabbed the pot, and kneeled to the ground and threw it at the same time.
She got a gun on her, and she's surrendering. She got her hands in the air, and you telling me this lady.
Freezy, because you don't understand doesn't mean that I'm telling a lie.
What's being said? Dude, am I the only one hearing this shit?
No, you're the only one foolish enough to sit here and deny somebody else's observable reality.
Hey, I just laugh at scenarios like this because it just reminds me of if you was working at a gas station, I come in your gas station and I tell you, hey, put your fucking hands up, and I draw my weapon. And you put your hands up, but you see a weapon in terms of you can throw at me or do something to knock me off for me to not shoot you. you wouldn't do it?
Crazy. I think that's for you.
What I'm trying to tell y'all is this: if she made a gesture after the cop drew her weapon, if she is communicating to the cop, hey, I let the pot go, bitch. You trying to convince us after she visibly showed the cop, hey, I ain't got nothing. I ain't trying to throw nothing. After all of that, after she communicated all of that, y'all still want to make this lady guilty by saying while she dropped to, not only did she throw her hands up, she dropped to
I
her
want everybody to
goddamn
listen to the conflation here.
Wait, John. Not only did she throw her hands up, she dropped to her knees, bro. I don't know what kind of other submission you guys need to see.
Now, if you threw conflating, Freezy,
up, and then she dropped to her
go
knees.
ahead.
Okay, and then I'm glad that Hamp showed the damn video, because when she, but I seen from the pot being in her hand, the pot was sideways. The water was already out the goddamn pot.
Because she threw it, Freezy.
No, she didn't.
Yeah. So, I mean, people must not also understand what happens when people get hit with bullets. So, John, when he's saying this, right? Did you hear the video with the audible cop talking?
See, the video that you're talking about, that's not the one I saw. I saw the one that was immediately after the shooting that they finally had a chance to play, that was on the body cam that the second cop was wearing. Now, whatever video that you guys are talking about with the cop speaking over it, that came after.
Let me ask you a question again. Did you hear the audible video with the cops talking?
Of the cops talking after directly after the shooting?
No, the cop that had his body cam on the entire time, the partner that didn't shoot. Did you hear the video when his video?
Yes, that's the video I'm referring to. That's the video that I saw on Platt's channel that they show. If that's the same video you have.
Platt ain't paying no bills over here.
All right, so I saw the video on somebody else's channel.
Okay, so so you got, I'm talking about the partner who didn't shoot, who aimed his gun at his partner twice. Cops don't know what the fuck they're doing, right? And so you heard the video from his body cam, right? I just wanted yes or no so we on the same page.
Yes, that's the video that was shown because the other cop had his body cam turned off.
Yes or no so we on the same page.
I said yes, Hamp. Let's get on with it, bro.
So now when he says put the pot down, right? Okay, I'm sorry, right? She drops to the floor. He's saying put the pot down before, after, or during she dropped to the floor.
No, he said put the pot down before she dropped to the floor.
Did
she
he
put
say
her hands
it while she
up
was on the floor?
She put her hands up after he said put the pot down. Remember, he said you better not or I'll shoot you in the fucking face. She put her hands up, she dropped down, then she jumped back up real fast, grabbed the pot, and threw whatever was in it at its direction. It didn't look like there was a lot of water in it, but whatever she threw, the cop was not at a significant distance where he could have been harmed by that. The fact of the matter is that he still showed poor discretion in shooting her. He did not have to kill her because the discretion would have shown that, yes, no one wants to get hit by scalding water. But from where she threw it from and from the position she threw it from, he was nowhere in danger of being hit by that. He did not have to kill that woman.
And then you're saying what you observed, she tossed the pot, she threw it at him.
She picked it up. You could see her hand was on the rim. She was kneeling down. You could see the pot that was above counter level, and her hand was on the handle. She threw it. She threw what was ever in it in his direction, but it didn't reach.
How do you, because you're saying observable reality.
Yes.
What is your reasoning behind why she would throw the pot if she said, okay, I'm sorry, left the pot on the counter and then dropped down? What makes her then, with a gun to her, go up and throw the pot?
Man, can anyone explain the actions of anyone who is mentally ill?
Well, you're discerning, right? You're using.
No, I'm not discerning.
Hold on, I'm going to finish my point.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
You're well, and the reason why I'm saying you're observing is because you said observable reality, right? So you're observing and making an observation as she threw the pot. So since you're speculating, right? Because we'll never know. I'm asking you what would make her apologize, drop to the floor, right? Because she knew the pot was the reason why the cop was afraid, because he mentioned it when he actually stepped back. What makes her pop up after saying sorry and grab the pot?
All right. So for the same reason that you're wondering why I can't answer the question why she did it, I want to know why you think she did it. So we cancel each other out.
No.
No, yes,
If you don't have an
an
answer, say that. Don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a question back after I posed you a question. If you want to ask me a question after you answer mine, let's do that.
Oh, well, okay. I'm gonna pose. Here's my answer. I can't tell you what a mentally ill person is thinking. All right. So that's the answer I gave you before. You asked me your question 2 more times. I cannot give you an answer on what a mentally ill person would do. I can give you what I saw.
Well, first off, John, let's not play this game. You didn't
What
give
game
me.
you talking about?
I just asked you that question. You didn't give me an answer before 2 times. What are you talking about? I didn't ask you that.
Remember you asked me.
I'm asking very clearly now, right? Let's stop with the nonsense, right? Let's just have the conversation directly. I'm asking you a question right now, right? So you're making a determination based on observable reality. I'm asking you everything you observed. What makes the lady pop up and decide to throw the pot after apologizing for even saying what she said in the first place, based on what
I'll tell
observed?
you again.
So that's what I'm asking.
From what I observed.
Yeah.
From what I observed, Hamp, I cannot tell you why a mentally ill person would do that. I've told you my background is in psychology. So therefore, I can't explain her actions. I can't explain why anyone would throw a pot at someone if a gun is drawn on you. She was mentally ill for whatever reason. She even stated, I've taken my medications. The fact that we wanted to get caught up on that, I can't give you that answer, Hamp. I can give you what I saw. She put her hands up when he said, put your hands up, get away from the stove. She went down, she jumped back up, grabbed the pot and threw it. That's what I can give you an answer for what I saw. I can't give you an answer for what she was feeling.
Which way she threw the pot, John? Hold on, Strada. Which way did she throw the pot, John?
In his direction, Freezy.
On her knees.
She threw it.
And Beans, you gotta get on camera.
Man, do y'all hear this?
This is wild. So what you're saying is,
wait, John. It's an island, right? It's an island between her and the cop, right? The cop is standing up on the other side of the fucking island. She on her knees below the island, and you trying to get us to believe that she was throwing the pot at the damn cop.
She was throwing it at a cop. She may not have thrown it at the cop who had the gun drawn. The other cop was standing there, Freezy. Everybody's attention is on the cop with the gun. She threw the water in the direction of one of the cops in the vicinity, Freezy.
John, listen to what I'm saying. She was on the other side of the island, John. There's an island dividing the kitchen and the living room, John. You're saying that she was on her knees trying to throw a fucking cop.
Yes, she was, Freezy. You could see it. Her hands were above the island. From the angle where it was, you can see the pot. Now, whatever reason that you guys want to sit here and listen to Freezy's, forgive my language, fuckery, that is on you. All right? The fact that she did this does not go without escaping. The guy felt a threat. For no reason, he did not have to kill her. She threw the pot in the general vicinity of one of the 2 officers, and the guy shot.
Is the video you watching, does it have sound? Is the video that you saw?
Yes, so it has sound.
So when did you hear the first shot go off?
After she threw the water.
From the angle that you saw?
Yes, from the kneeling position, you could hear the shot. You could hear the shot.
I don't know. I just think that that's probably where we part paths.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why.
He had shot her before.
I'm gonna tell you why John full of shit. Guess what the cop that shot her said. Guess what the cop that shot her said.
Tell me, Freezy. Give me your character. What did he say, Freezy?
So I'm finna lie on the cop when.
No, Freezy. I want you to tell me what the cop said, since you seem to have all the answers.
The cop said that the fucking bitch was coming at him with the pot.
There you go. She threw the water, Freezy.
No, John. He said she was coming at him with the pot.
Now we're getting into interpretation. Freezy, he interpreted that she threw the water at him as coming at him. She did not. She was on her knees. She was in no way walking towards that man.
My only argument, pushback to you, John, would be he would have to be a damn good dead shot in order to hit her through her eye socket if indeed a pot was hurled in the direction of the shooter. That's a damn good shot for even a sniper.
I said he threw the water. She threw the water in the pot, D Strada. She threw the water in the pot. She picked it up, and you can see where she threw. Now, wherever the pot, if the pot came out of her hand in the clip that you can see, you saw this motion. I can't tell you where the pot landed or where it went. I know that she was in a throwing motion from a kneeling position.
Right, but again, even to your credence, no matter the direction of where she was throwing, if the shot is sent at the time that the pot is in the air, how could he indeed be as accurate as he was with the shot, with the pot being in any direction?
Again, I don't understand what this attempted CSI is from all you guys. He shot after she made the throwing motion. So the pot could have been on the ground, the pot could have been behind her, it could have been in front of her. He shot after her throwing motion.
He got previous experience. He got previous experience in doing shit like this. It's on his rap sheet. That's why he's so.
I want to just see. Let me see.
Yeah, because I really want to understand. Because, like I said, he seems to be vehemently convinced of what he's saying.
But he doesn't disagree with you
because
guys.
I watched it. I saw the video that everybody else saw. I saw the guy slow it down frame by frame.
Yeah.
Frame by frame, where we spent almost 20 minutes.
A pot of boiling water from
still
her
have the
stove.
pot
The deputy
when she
on
goes
screen
down? Yes,
identified
the
by
pot right
prosecutors as Sean Grayson.
She does.
I swear to God, I'll shoot you right in your face. Okay, I'm sorry. Drop the pot. Drop the pot.
See, that's why I had to make sure I held John accountable. He's saying drop the pot after she's already on the floor and the pot is on the counter.
Thank you.
See,
No,
that's what I'm saying.
Hamp.
No, that's not Hamp. I'm saying that's what we literally just watched together. The pot is on the counter. He can see the pot. He can't see her. So he's saying drop the pot. We asking you to use that psychological.
She threw the water, Hamp.
I noticed, John, you're doing that more often. You're interjecting when it's something that you don't agree with. I'm
sorry. Forgive me, Hamp. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just noticed. I noticed that's a tactic that is being used more and more. So the pot is on the counter, right? He's given incoherent instruction, right? It doesn't make sense because it's sitting on the counter. She drops down. Why is he continuing to say drop the pot when he can see the pot but he can't see her, which is why he had to move towards her to get her back in vision?
All right, so just so we're not playing a tactic, you accuse me of a tactic because that's annoying me when you do this, Hamp. I'm simply stating the fact.
I don't care.
You're right. Oh, we're good. So as long as you don't care, let's have a conversation.
Here's the thing, right? Because here's the thing. What I'm seeing more and more is when we have these conversations, right? I comport myself appropriately. I don't be playing this type of game, right? But you're saying I asked you a question 3 different times. I did this, that, and the third, right? So people try to angle themselves to act like they're being attacked when actually that's not the case, right?
Never
so I'm
said
asking
you were attacking me, brother.
You did it again. Now I'm asking you just to have the conversation because this is uberly serious. And when men of your ilk and your station say these things, it permeates through the earth more than you may give it credit for. That's why we need to make sure we assess it correctly so we can really understand where it is that we at with this.
Agreed. I have no contention.
This is out of love and respect, but that's why I have to be a little bit more heavy-handed because of how I regard you and all the accomplishments you have, and I can't let the bullshit stand.
Okay, I can understand that, and I have no issue with how you perceive and how you see this. If you feel that way, I'm not going to stop you. If I have done that, I apologize if that's how I've portrayed myself. Now, I will say again, she threw the water hand. Now, the video that I saw where the frame was stopped, she grabbed it and she threw the water in her direction. Now, if you guys are not looking at it from that perspective where we're looking at it over and over again, frame by frame, then what I'm saying is not going to register with you. She threw the water in his direction. There's no reason for someone on the ground and then a cop to shoot someone who is on the ground kneeling if they've made no actions. She made a move towards him by throwing the water in his direction, and he shot her as soon as she was finished with the motion. The cop should not have killed the woman.
Yeah,
he is dead wrong
you're not
for that.
saying that. So we agree 100%. You're not saying anything of that nature, right? But you said it. One thing that I want to get assessment on. You said it doesn't make sense for him to do X, Y, and Z, right? You said it doesn't make sense for him to what?
It doesn't make sense. Let me look at that. Okay, I see where we're going, but I'll